Chapter 1. In the 21st century, within a bustling internet CAF in the depths of the city, a strikingly handsome young man named Lin Hai, aged 19, sat at one of the terminals, standing at a height of 1.78 meters. He was of robust health, male, and had a fondness for the fairer sex. He was an orphan. Having just finished watching the anime One Piece, Lin Hai was exhilarated by Zoro's spectacular attack on Kaido. He found Luffy to be utterly ridiculous, effortlessly employing the Conqueror's haki. In high spirits, Lin Hai decided to play a few rounds of League of Legends to celebrate. Before long, Lin Hai seized the mid-lane champion Garen and typed on the screen, "Brothers, get ready, my Garen is a master." After sending the message, he triumphantly lit a cigarette, waved away the smoke he exhaled, and admired his reflection on the screen, murmuring to himself, "Truly handsome." Just as he was enjoying his smoke, he suddenly noticed that the opposing team was ignoring his Garen entirely. Their minions hadn't even spawned, yet they began demolishing their own defensive towers. Fury surged within Lin Hai. What audacity! Do they think my Garen is merely a statue? Thus, Lin Hai unleashed a remarkable speed, far beyond what one might expect of his age, swiftly activating his E-ability to spin and spin. Triple kill! Haha! Lin Hai rejoiced, unable to contain his excitement as he muttered, "A triple kill already? Truly, with looks like these, my skills are equally impressive." After returning to base, Lin Hai took a proud drag from his cigarette and purchased 2 Duran's blades and 5 potions from a shop. Equipped with 3 Duran's blades, he thought, the opponents are mere novices. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed outside, and Lin Hai suddenly lost consciousness while playing in the CF. When he awoke, he found himself seated atop a toilet seat, appearing quite sunny and vibrant. It was indeed Lin Hai, the same young man who had been gaming moments before. Confused, he wondered what just happened. Wasn't I in the CAF, having an incredible start? What is this situation? Ding. Detecting host consciousness restoration, binding the flamboyance system. Lin Hai was certain that the voice he heard originated within his mind. A system? This was familiar territory for him. He had read enough novels about transmigration. Did this mean he was destined to become the protagonist? Overjoyed, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Woo, let's take off, ding." Flamboyance system binding successful. Congratulations, host, on arriving in the world of One Piece, specifically in the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, which is 1 year prior to the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy setting sail. You are now on the Sabati archipelago, ding. A beginner's gift package is being distributed. It has been added to your spatial backpack. The host may view it through their consciousness. With each system notification, Lin Hai became increasingly certain of the promising future that awaited him. Suppressing his elation, he quickly engaged in mental communication. System, you are incredibly user-friendly. I would give you a 5-star rating, however. Why are you called the flamboyant system? Isn't flamboyant typically used to describe beautiful women? Remember, you are just a system, not a beauty. The flirtatious system. Host, this system shall be called the flirtatious system, and I refuse to entertain your inquiries. At that moment, everything appeared delightful to Lin Hai, who chuckled. What a personality. I like it. Quickly, unveiled a novice gift pack. Within his spatial bag lay a devil fruit, a blade, and a medicinal pill. The pill was intended to enhance physical constitution, while the devil fruit was known as the spatial fruit, devoid of side effects, thus immune to the influence of sea prism, stones, and seawater. Lin Hai exclaimed with joy, "Flirtatious system, I adore you. A 5-star rating is a must." Without further ado, he consumed the medicinal pill, followed by the spatial fruit. Gurgled at a sudden shiver coursed through him, and Lin Hai, perplexed, inquired, "System, this spatial fruit is indeed delectable, imbued with the unique fragrance of fresh fruit, and pleasantly sweet. Yet, why do I feel as though I've ingested a laxative?" The flirtatious system replied, "Host, you have just consumed that medicinal pill, and you are currently undergoing detoxification." Lin Hai, having no time to listen to the explanation, hurriedly lifted the toilet seat. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Hai realized he faced a grave predicament. There was no tissue. He quickly communicated with the system. "System, can you provide me with some toilet paper?" The flirtatious system responded, "The host's flirtatious coins amount to 0.1, which is insufficient for redemption." With a furrowed brow, Lin Hai pondered his options, ultimately deciding to remove the undergarment he had purchased from Pin Duo. Finally, relief washed over him. Gazing at the undergarment, now discarded in the trash, Lin Hai felt a pang of sorrow. Flirtatious system, please open my personal panel. That he wished to familiarize himself with the system after all. What if he found himself in an awkward situation? Wasn't this an opportunity for readers to indulge in some playful banter? Soon, Lin Hai's personal information materialized before him in a panel format visible only to him. Host Lin Hai. Strength 100. Agility, 10. Stamina, 250. Flirtatious. Coins, 0.1. Specie Bay, blevet sold. Due to the host's failure to meet requirements, the system shop remains undisclosed. Upon reviewing his personal information, Lin Hai understood that strength and stamina were straightforward. He could currently exert a force equivalent to 100 kilograms, while agility represented his maximum speed of 10 meters per second. After examining the details, Lin Hai lamented the meager rewards. Thus, he tentatively sought to exploit the system's resources. System, he began, before my transmigration, I often heard tales of classmates shattering their phone screens while watching the Marineford War in One Piece, struck by the residual force of Whitebeard's punch. Just look at this world's combat prowess, it's utterly absurd. You ought to bestow upon me more life-preserving skills or enhance my attributes. The flirtatious system retorted, please, host, do not harbor false hopes. This system is merely a support. Many matters still rely on your own efforts. With disappointment, Lin Hai asked, then may I inquire why there is no description of haki or similar abilities in my panel? The flamboyant system spoke. Host, if you had not consumed that elixir and the devil fruit, you would still be a mere novice, far removed from any semblance of dominance. Of course, the elixir and the devil fruit are not miraculous potions. They will not instantly elevate you to immortality. As for the flamboyant coins, your performance during certain events will determine the amount of flamboyant coins and attribute rewards bestowed upon you by the system. How to operate this? You must explore on your own. The host may interpret the system's nomenclature as they see fit. Quite intriguing, I must say. I like it, Lin Hai thought, adjusting his mindset remarkably well. Since it was not meant to be, he decided to let it go. Although he had not gleaned any advantages from the system, Lin Hai remained content with his current state. For instance, he had already come to understand how to utilize his spatial fruit abilities. The foundational information he possessed revealed a striking resemblance to Trafalgar Law's surgical fruit powers. He could create a spatial field within which he could manipulate objects freely. However, there were significant distinctions between the spatial fruit and the surgical fruit. The former lacked any healing capabilities. If Lin Hai were to wield a knife within this space, that individual would indeed meet their demise. Before Lin Hai could delve deeper into his exploration, he was abruptly startled by the sound of footsteps outside. It suddenly dawned on him that he had been foolish, overly ecstatic, lingering in this place while inhaling scents that were unbecoming. Upon opening the restroom door, he encountered a face that invited a good slop, a person whose head was wrapped in bandages, with snot dripping from his nose. Gazing at this individual, so thoroughly swathed, Lin Hai wondered if he was not overheated. Moreover, the face was indeed infuriating, with a beard so dense and snot running freely. Ugh! The first impression that flashed through Lin Hai's mind was that of a simpleton, or perhaps a fool. The snot-nosed individual was a celestial dragon of this world, a descendant of the so-called creator god, who wielded unimaginable power. His name was Charlo Saint, the very same who would be vanquished by Monkey D. Luffy a year hence. I could see that moment. Charlo Saint, upon noticing Lin Hai standing unabashedly before him, was incensed. Not only did this lowly peasant fail to kneel, but the audacity in his eyes made Charlos feel profoundly insulted. Recovering from his astonishment, Charlos furiously exclaimed, "You lowly wretch, commoner! Do you not realize you must kneel before me? I shall feed you to the pet I procured at yesterday's auction. What nonsense is this?" Lin Hai, filled with indignation, swiftly struck his palm against Charlo Saint's face. To Lin Hai's astonishment, the individual stumbled back and collided with the wall, rendering himself unconscious as reality settled in. Lin Hai recalled that this was indeed a celestial dragon, explaining the audacity displayed. Yet upon witnessing the unconscious figure, Lin Hai was struck by the urgent need to flee. For in the world of pirates, assaulting a celestial dragon bore severe consequences. It would not be long before the Marines dispatched an admiral, and Lin Hai was not foolish enough to believe he could evade their pursuit. After taking a few steps, Lin Hai paused, contemplating the presence of celestial dragon guards outside. Given that only this dimwit had seen his face, it was imperative to escape swiftly. The instinct for survival ignited a spark of ingenuity within Lin Hai could utilize the space fruit. Open one. As Lin Hai retraced his steps, he spat a thick phlegm onto Charlo Saint's face before making his escape. After all, having struck such a handsome figure, he could hardly justify not spitting on that face, especially for the sake of his charming readers. Spacefield, a circular bubble, expanded from Lin Hai's palm, enveloping the restroom walls, and with a spatial exchange, he found himself outside the restroom. Thus commenced his flight. Emerging, Lin Hai hastened toward the coast, He was acutely aware that once the Navy discovered Charlo's Saint had been attacked, they would undoubtedly seal off the Sabaody archipelago. If that fool recognized him, it would spell trouble. He made a concerted effort to avoid crowds. After running for a while, Lin Hai spotted a woman in the distance, making her way into the Sabaody archipelago. Was that Boa Hancock? Renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, her power was formidable, being one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Lin Hai had a general understanding of her past and anticipated she would soon find herself in peril. Would Hancock obediently submit to a search if the island were locked down? He deemed it necessary to warn this stunning beauty. Hancock and her 2 sisters regarded Lin Hai with confusion as he approached. Paying no heed to their bewilderment, he exclaimed, "A celestial dragon has been knocked unconscious. This island will soon be sealed. You must leave at once." With that, he dashed towards the coast. The mention of a celestial dragon instilled a primal fear in Hancock and her sisters, followed by disbelief. Was there truly someone bold enough to strike a celestial dragon? After a moment's pause, Hancock stammered, "That man just said." A green-haired woman, regaining composure, urged, "Sister, let us set sail quickly. We can visit them another time." Still in a daze, Hancock was pulled away by her 2 sisters. Upon reaching the coast, Lin Hai swiftly boarded a large ship that had just set sail. However, this was no ordinary vessel. It was a warship. A naval flag featuring a dog's head flew above. On the deck, Vice Admiral Garp was engaged in conversation with Admiral Akiji when they both sensed an intruder aboard. Such audacity! Seeing Garp in action, the sailors instinctively resumed their duties, each focused on their tasks. Curious, Garp approached Lin Hai's landing spot and inquired, "Boy, who are you? How did you come aboard my ship?" A bead of sweat trickled down Lin Hai's forehead. He recognized Garp. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Garp had no knowledge of his altercation with the celestial dragon, and that he was a man of justice, not extremism. Lin Hai replied, "Me? I am known as the god of sleep. I was pursued by human traffickers, and, in a panic, took refuge here." "God of sleep? A deity?" Garp regarded Lin Hai with a menacing gaze. This was not Lin Hai's fault in the past. His friends had affectionately referred to him as such. After all, during classes, he often succumbed to slumber, drifting into dreams where his teacher would be coughing incessantly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Hai's forehead, prompting him to clarify, "I am Lin Hai from China." The name Lin Hai from China. That should be unambiguous, right? Garp inwardly cursed, realizing he had encountered a rather troublesome individual. He understood that those bearing the initial D were rarely ordinary. Lin Hai glanced back, stating, "Admiral Garp, you can simply call me Lin Hai. Would you kindly give me a ride?" Garp paused momentarily, surprised that a stranger would address him so casually, almost as if they were old acquaintances. There was something intriguing about him. Seeing Garp nod, Lin Hai surveyed his surroundings, then approached the deck, saying, "Admiral Garp, may I have a glass of water? I am parched after being chased." Admiral Akiji, reclining in a chair, frowned. Did he not notice that he was present? Moreover, that drink belonged to him and had yet to be consumed. Lin Hai had indeed noticed Akiji's presence and understood his nature. He recognized that Akiji was not one to kill indiscriminately. Earlier, he had consumed a considerable amount of water in the restroom, leaving him quite thirsty. Akiji removed his eye mask and sat up, saying, "Ah, I must say, my young friend, shouldn't you seek the owner's permission before partaking in their refreshments?" Lin Hai let out a contented sigh and smiled. "Thank you for this cup of tea, Admiral Akiji. My thirst got the better of me. If you wish, I could brew you another cup." "Such courtesy?" Akiji waved his hand, replying, "No need, I am not thirsty. By the way, you're Lin Hai, correct?" Lin Hai nodded. "Indeed, esteemed Admiral." "Ha ha." Garp, who had approached, couldn't help but laugh. He sat down beside Lin Hai, placing a hand on his shoulder. "What a polite lad. By the way, how did you manage to board my ship?" "Hiss." Lin Hai inhaled sharply, quickly warning, "Hero Garp, are you trying to crush me? Is this how a naval hero behaves?" "Huh." Garp, digging his nose, replied, "Don't mind the details. You still haven't answered my question. How did you suddenly appear on my ship?" Lin Hai shifted his chair a bit further from Garp before saying, "I'm not entirely sure it was after consuming a devil fruit that I gained this power." Garp and Akiji immediately showed interest, with Akiji asking first, "What sort of ability is that?" "Teleportation." Lin Hai shook his head. "It's likely related to spatial manipulation, though I'm not yet adept at it. I nearly fell into the sea just now, ha." Green Pheasant murmured, "It appears to be a superhuman ability. If developed appropriately, it could become an extraordinary power." Lin Hai felt a wave of disdain in his heart, for he believed that the devil fruit was merely a tool for ostentation, while physical prowess and hockey were the true essence of strength. That Lin Hai, would not be like those individuals who blindly sought to exploit the powers of the fruit. Before Lin Hai could delve deeper into his thoughts, Carp once again clapped a hand onto Lin Hai's shoulder, prompting a painful cry from him. "Grandpa Carp, please don't come so close it hurts." "Ah ha." Carp chuckled heartily, disregarding Lin Hai's discontent, and deduced, "Given the circumstances, you must have just consumed a devil fruit, as your control seems rather unrefined." With that, Carp fixed his gaze upon Lin Hai and continued, "You haven't, by any chance, pilfered a devil fruit meant for auction on the island, only to find yourself pursued, have you?" Lin Hai couldn't help but widen his eyes, marveling at such a huge imagination. This reason is much stronger than fleeing after hitting the celestial dragons. Noticing Lin Hai's expression, Akiji thought that Carp had hit the nail on the head and asked with interest, "Could it really be so?" Lin Hai nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said, Yes, I haven't eaten anything for 3 days and nights. In the meantime, I accidentally ate a strange fruit, which turned out to be a devil fruit that someone was going to auction. No wonder those people wanted to catch me." This reason was good, and Lin Hai directly used it, since the warship had already left the Sabati archipelago, and they couldn't investigate for the time being. Carp glanced at Lin Hai and confirmed, "Is that really the case?" "Yes," Lin Hai quickly replied. "Otherwise, why would I come to you guys for no reason? By the way, I want to thank you for letting me board this ship, but I don't have any berries on me." Carp waved his hand to interrupt. "No need to be so polite. The Navy helps those in need. What kind of return is needed? As long as you're not an evil pirate or a villain. What's the harm in giving you a free ride?" Lin Hai grasped Carp's hand and gratefully said, "You Navy really are good people. Thank you so much. May the heavens bless everyone. Long live, long live, long live." Everyone looked at Lin Hai with strange expressions, while Carp quickly withdrew his hand, feeling a bit awkward. At that moment, Akiji, who was sitting on a recliner, asked, "Hey, young man, where's your home? Are you sailing with us? All right, where to next?" Lin Hai had been too panicked earlier to think about these matters. Soon he glanced at Carp and quickly stood up to prevent that old man from getting any more ideas. "Are we going together?" Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and slowly said, "I haven't had a home for a long time. Life is fleeting, like a white horse passing through a gap. Wherever I go, that's where I am. No need to worry." Akiji's expression darkened. "Speak plainly." Lin Hai turned around, scratched his head, and smiled. "Just drop me off at the next island." Smack! Carp, like a ghost, patted Lin Hai on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Kid, since that's the case, why not join the Navy and come with us?" Hiss! Lin Hai bent down and quickly moved away from Carp. The thought of joining the Navy flashed images in his mind of being chopped up by the celestial dragons and fed to Stalin. So he quickly shook his head and replied, No, I don't want to be a Navy officer. It's impossible for me to be a Navy officer in this lifetime." The expressions of the people on the ship instantly became serious. Lin Hai also noticed the situation. His earlier reaction was just instinctive and uncontrollable. There was a moment of silence on the ship, and Akiji was the first to ask, "Hey, buddy, why did you react like that? Did the Navy do something to you?" Lin Hai awkwardly replied, "Well, this is my problem. I'm quite lazy and used to idleness. If I join the Navy, I have to wake up earlier than a rooster every day and go to bed later than anyone else. That's not the kind of life I want. Besides, I'm not someone who follows orders." Carp rolled his eyes. "It seems you need some education. You actually found so many excuses to brush me off. Hey, kid, I see you are full of potential. Come join the Navy with me, and who knows, you might become a general in the near future." Lin Hai immediately got angry. "You old men are really bad. Stop trying to fool me with this. I'll speak frankly. You know about the population store in the Shambati archipelago, right?" Kizaru nodded and asked, "What does this have to do with you joining the Navy?" Lin Hai was in a rebellious phase and replied with a heated head. "The relationship is significant. The Navy headquarters is so close to the Shambati archipelago, and yet that kind of trading place appears there. If I joined the Navy, I would die very quickly." After a pause, Lin Hai continued, "What exactly is justice? So-called justice is just serving certain people, ignoring principles, and shamelessly treating living beings as trading livestock? Congratulations, host, for posing a sole question to an important figure in this world. Rewarding the host with Conqueror's Haki. Let loose, dear host." Before Lin Hai could react, an inexplicable power surged from his body, instantly enveloping the entire ship with a pressure that made everyone feel as if they were frozen. Some of the Navy personnel had their eyes roll back and lost consciousness. Carp, Akiji, Lin Hai, those who still had consciousness. This is Conqueror's Haki, right?" A Navy member struggled to ask. "Did he do this? We have an incredible person on our ship. Is this Conqueror's Haki?" Lin Hai broke into a cold sweat. Was this flirtatious system going to drive its host crazy? However, He had to explain the current situation, but he didn't know how, so he awkwardly said, I acted impulsively. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Carp gave Lin Hai a meaningful look and said, Kid, you're very dangerous. Lin Hai quickly took a step back and asked, What do you want to do? I'm a good person, and you're the righteous Navy. Don't mess around. Duong. Akiji punched Lin Hai on the head and said, Mess around? Look at the good deeds you've done. Hurry up and come help. Help? Help with what? Lin Hai asked in confusion, but he was overjoyed inside. Haki of the Conqueror. Akiji complained, The helmsman has been knocked out by you, and the other sailors controlling the ship have also lost consciousness. What do you think? Lin Hai. I can't do it. Duong. Carp also gave Lin Hai a punch and said, Don't make excuses for me. Lin Hai was in tears and said, Do you believe I will complain about you to the Navy headquarters for hitting me at every turn? Woo-woo. After a series of operations, the warship resumed its normal sailing on the vast sea. Everyone chatted for a while and became somewhat familiar with each other. Lin Hai finally understood what kind of person this bastard Carp was. He had foolishly praised him as a naval hero before, but now he was hitting himself on the head, and the pain was unbearable. After calming down, Lin Hai slowly eased from his previous panic and regretted not eliminating that celestial dragon when he had the chance. Upon reflection, as a good man of the 21st century, the thought of killing was something he couldn't bring himself to do. If the celestial dragon had died, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There might not be a place for Lin Hai to hide anywhere in the world. After all, who could guarantee that the world government wouldn't find out who did it? Lin Hai, having watched the anime, knew a bit about the power dynamics involved. Carp also had some understanding of Lin Hai. He wasn't a villain in thought and knew that Lin Hai wouldn't normally join the Navy, so he stopped inviting him. At this point, the unconscious Navy soldiers had all regained their senses and resumed their duties. Carp, sitting nearby, curiously asked Lin Hai, Kid, since you're not going to be a Navy, what are your plans for the future? Lin Hai secretly brought some of Carp's sunbae over and, with a serious expression, looked ahead and said, I want to find a safe place and then hide away to get a good sleep. Duong. Carp directly punched Lin Hai on the head, angrily saying, Today I'm going to wake you up, you fallen guy. You're truly wasting such good talent. Lin Hai covered his head and shouted angrily, Damn old man, I suspect that one day you'll knock me silly. What the hell is that fist of yours? It hurts so much, woo-woo-woo. Carp awkwardly scratched his head and turned to Akiji beside him, asking, Did I hit too hard just now? Akiji stared blankly at Carp, not knowing what to say. Taking advantage of Carp turning around, Lin Hai swiftly grabbed the senbei from the table with speed beyond his age. The Marines nearby tried to stifle their laughter, never expecting Lin Hai to go to such lengths for senbei. Once Carp realized what was happening, he exclaimed, My senbei. The ship's transponder snail started ringing, and Akiji asked, Mr. Carp, should we answer it? Carp glared at Lin Hai and replied, It must be that bastard Sengoku complaining about me again. Didn't I say I wanted to take a vacation? Ignore him. Under Carp's gaze, Lin Hai swallowed hard and hurriedly placed the senbei he had in his pocket back on the table, one by one. A cup fell to the floor in the naval headquarters and rolled to the feet of Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Kizaru thoughtfully asked, Marshal Sengoku, do you need me to go over there? Sengoku angrily said, That bastard Carp won't answer my calls. Akiji should be on his ship. I originally called him over to handle this. Kizaru. After saying this, Sengoku looked at Kizaru, and the meaning was clear. A gleam flashed in Kizaru's yellow eyes as he slowly said, I heard that a celestial dragon was knocked out at Sabeti Archipelago. It wasn't until the guards sensed something was wrong and went in to investigate that they found out. I never expected someone would dare to hit a celestial dragon. Since a celestial dragon has been attacked, we in the naval headquarters cannot remain indifferent, right? Marshal Sengoku? Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Marshal Sengoku replied. Then I'll leave it to you. Back to Lin Hai's side, on the warship, Lin Hai asked in confusion, Old man Carp, where's your ship headed? Carp's eyes immediately lit up. Since this guy didn't want to be a Navy, he might as well drop him off at Windmill Village to keep his grandson Monkey D. Luffy company. Who knows, they might become good friends. After all, Luffy is quite lonely on his own. With that in mind, Carp casually said, I'm taking a break to visit my grandson. Do you want to go over there too? Lin Hai's eyes lit up. This was great. Living with the protagonist of this world, Monkey D. Luffy, would definitely make life much more exciting. Moreover, when he watched the anime, Luffy was the main focus. Hanging out with him was like having another cheat code, right? However, to avoid being discovered by Carp, Lin Hai pretended to ask, Is it safe over there? If it's safe, I'll go there. By the way, where's Admiral Akiji? Is he going there too? Akiji waved his hand and said, I'm just hitching a ride on Carp's boat. I'll leave midway. Leave midway? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow, poked his finger, and said, Admiral Akiji, you're so tall and handsome. Could you lend me some berries? I don't have a single berry on me. Please help me out here. I promise to return tenfold. No, 100-fold. Akiji's expression darkened. With such self-praise, how could he refuse? As for the tenfold repayment, that was just nonsense. This kid really had some deep tricks up his sleeve. However, Akiji was an old hand and quickly shifted the topic, saying, Why don't you ask Carp for some? Carp's face darkened as he shot a dangerous glance at Akiji. Meanwhile, Lin Hai explained, That old man is really unreliable. Does he even have any berries on him? I wouldn't believe it even if he killed me. Duong. Carp, infuriated, directly punched Lin Hai. Lin Hai said, Old man, did I say something wrong? Do you have a belly? Ha ha ha, got a pretty blade, seriously? No. Lin Hai said gloomily, No. You still hit me, TSK. Alala. Akiji said speechlessly, I have 250 berries here, take it. I can't not lend it. I've experienced Carp's punches. Those punches can shake mountains and the earth. The feeling, TSK, TSK, TSK. After receiving the 250 berries, Lin Hai exclaimed in surprise, Arigato, Akiji brother. You're really a good person. Akiji instantly shivered and quickly distanced himself from Lin Hai, goosebumps all over his body. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Lin Hai's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the flamboyant function. Completing a flamboyant operation by borrowing money from a marine admiral. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 250 flamboyant coins, Freedom Attribute 50, First Forced Edition to Stamina. For specific information, please refer to the panel. So this is how the flamboyant system works. Lin Hai quickly found an excuse to go to a place where he wouldn't be disturbed and opened his personal panel. Host. Lin Hai Strength, 100 Agility, 10 Stamina, 300, 250 plus 50. Conqueror's Haki. LV1 can intimidate opponents. Can be released freely but cannot be controlled. It can also be used for entangling attacks, but currently lacks the ability to entangle. Flirty Coins, 250. One Space Backpack. Knife, sword. After reading his personal information, Lin Hai couldn't help but breathe rapidly. This was too powerful, right? Host, please don't be so surprised. The first time opening the flirty rewards naturally comes with more. Seeing that everyone else had gone to do their own things, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel itchy, wanting to experience that sudden wealth again. Therefore, Lin Hai said to the system, System, I used to be well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. In that League of Legends, I could criticize teammates while idling, and in anger, I could send people to their deaths. It's a pity that I have such talent. But unfortunately, I am in the wrong field here. Flirty system. The host is indeed flirty, but unfortunately, you have the wrong target and will receive no rewards. Lin Hai slapped himself, feeling really frustrated for not getting a reward. It seems that he has to pull some tricks on others to earn a reward. Before Lin Hai could wallow in his gloom, Carp, who noticed Lin Hai slapping himself, couldn't help but mock. You say I'm not serious, but you're really the serious one. I've never seen such a fool as you. Actually hitting yourself, ha ha ha. Lin Hai's expression darkened, and he angrily said, Is it wrong for me to swat mosquitoes? Carp directly lifted Lin Hai and lectured, Go help in the kitchen. If you want to eat, you must put in the work. Flirtatious system. Congratulations, host. You've gained a flirty operation, 40 to free attributes, 400 to flirtatiousness. Lin Hai was momentarily stunned and quickly asked the system what the reward was based on. Flamboyant system. Carp and Akiji are important figures in this world, each providing 20 attributes and 200 flamboyant coins, which can be used in the system store. The attribute values can be allocated by the host at will. Note, free attributes refer to the total attributes obtained. For example, if the attribute increases by 50, it means a total of 50 attributes have been obtained and can be allocated to various attributes. Null. Luffy flashed a brilliant smile and said, My name is... Lin Hai interrupted, Monkey D. Luffy, right? Who doesn't know him? Hurry up, I'm starving. Luffy was taken aback for a moment and then laughed. You're really interesting. Let us go. I'll treat you to a feast. Lin Hai's eyes immediately lit up. You are really a good person. Ha ha ha, Luffy said cheerfully. No need to worry about that. By the way, what did you say your name was just now? Lin Hai. Lin Hai. Lin of Lin Hai, Hai of Lin Hai. Luffy blinked and replied in confusion. I'm not very clear. Lin Hai pointed to the nearby forest, explaining that Lin means forest and Hai means sea. Do you understand? Luffy punched his palm, saying he understood and found it to be a strange name. Did everyone give you that name? Now, it was Lin Hai's turn to be confused, asking, Why do you ask that? Luffy replied, Look, the bears in the forest are named by everyone, just like dog and bear, forest, and sea. Lin Hai, with a head full of black lines, couldn't help but look at Luffy with suspicion doubting whether he was also retaliating against him. Soon, as the two went deeper, Lin Hai realized and quickly asked, "Hey Luffy, it seems like this road doesn't lead to the village. Is there a restaurant over there?" "Restaurant?" Luffy replied, "What restaurant?" "We're going to the forest." Lin Hai slapped his forehead and confirmed, "You mean the big meal you're inviting me to is actually going hunting in the forest, right?" Luffy didn't notice that Lin Hai's expression was off. He gestured with his hands and said, "The food at the restaurant isn't enough and costs a lot of berry. And I don't have any berry on me. I'm telling you, Lin Hai, there are so many delicious meats in the forest, you'll definitely be full." "Hey, why did you hit me?" After walking for a while, Luffy asked curiously, "Are you also my grandpa's grandson?" Lin Hai was taken aback and said with a mischievous tone, "Yeah, so you have to call me brother." Luffy looked puzzled and asked why. Lin Hai explained, "Oh, I'm 19 years old this year. How about you?" "Luffy, I'm 16 years old." Lin Hai spread his hands and said, "That's right. I'm older than you." Luffy suddenly realized, so that's how it is. As they walked and chatted, Lin Hai brought up Luffy's data panel. Monkey D. Luffy, protagonist of the pirate world, strength, 1600, agility, 150, stamina, 3000, devil fruit, gum fruit, animal type, mythical beast human fruit, Nika form. Possesses protagonist luck, enormous potential, grows stronger against the strong, turns misfortune into fortune. Seeing Luffy's attribute panel, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Wow." Then he looked at his own data panel and immediately felt less impressive. After walking for a while, both of them sensed something was off. The surroundings were too quiet, and then a low roar of a beast echoed. A gigantic bear emerged from the forest. Luffy's expression became serious. "This guy is tough to deal with. Lin Hai, step aside and let me handle it." Saying this, Luffy assumed a fighting stance, pulling one hand back for a long distance, preparing to unleash a punch. The giant bear roared angrily, charging towards Luffy's fist. Boom! Luffy jumped to a spot. "Damn, this guy is too solid, but I won't lose to you." Estimating his strength, he prepared to strike again. The giant bear, having taken Luffy's punch, seemed to go wild, charging at Luffy. At that moment, Lin Hai, who was on the sidelines, raised his eyes and glared. A sudden surge of energy swept across the charging giant bear. The bear, enveloped in the conqueror's haki, froze in place, let out a low growl, broke into a cold sweat, then rolled its eyes back and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. On the side, Luffy was also affected by Lin Hai's haki, as Lin Hai still couldn't control it properly. Luffy, sweating coldly, was momentarily stunned, then muttered, This is very similar to Shanks and my grandfather's aura." Saying this, Luffy looked at Lin Hai in surprise, as skilled. "Hey, Lin Hai, how did you do that? Can you teach me?" Lin Hai gestured for Luffy to be quiet. As he walked, he said, "That's easy to say, but the most important thing right now is..." As he spoke, Lin Hai approached the giant bear and kicked it. "Say you scared me, huh? Just a mere beast." He thought Lin Hai was going to do something serious, but was surprised that it was just this. A flock of crows seemed to fly over Luffy's head, and he said with a face full of black lines, "What are you doing, Lin Hai?" Soon, black smoke rose from the forest, accompanied by the delicious smell of meat. After the two finished eating, Lin Hai couldn't help but have a face full of black lines and said dissatisfiedly, "I only ate a little bit of meat, and you ate all the rest. What about our next meal?" Luffy replied, "Because it was so delicious." Lin Hai angrily exclaimed, "Is that what I mean? Have you ever thought about stockpiling some food? Are we really going to live like this, with meals being hit or miss?" Luffy laughed. "Don't worry, we'll always have food, right? Didn't you just eat?" It was impossible to communicate, and Lin Hai, frustrated, walked up to a big tree and started banging his head against it. "I can't take it anymore." Luffy quickly grabbed Lin Hai and said, Hey, Lin Hai, don't think like that." Brought to Windmill Village's forest by Carp. Lin Hai had been living here with Luffy for a few days. He gradually adapted to the pace of life here, but sometimes he would still complain, because there was no electricity at night, no computer, no cola, and most importantly, no girls in the live streams shaking their tiny waists. Every day was either hunting or sleeping, and it felt like they were living like savages, extremely monotonous. One day, Lin Hai and Luffy set off as usual from Dayton's cabin, heading into the forest. Today, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. This place had towering mountains and lush forests by the sea, but Lin Hai scratched his head, struggling to remember the texts he had memorized before. The more he thought, the emptier his mind felt. What is next? What is next? Luffy asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling. What else is there? Lin Hai asked. Do you understand? Luffy replied with a smile. Although I don't really understand, it just feels really impressive. Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Luffy. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He looked around and asked, Luffy, you've been here for so many years. Do you know where there are beautiful women nearby? Luffy replied, I don't know about beautiful women, but Daiden seems to be a woman, right? Lin Hai's face instantly darkened. Don't say anything, just stop talking. Soon, with Lin Hai joining in, hunting became incredibly easy for the two. After their meal, they lay down to rest. Luffy suddenly said, Lin Hai, I'm going to set sail next year. What about you? Lin Hai zipped, meh, I'll go with the flow. By the way, why are you going to sea? Is the food here not enough? Luffy ignored Lin Hai's complaints and said, I once made a promise to a man that I would go to sea to become the king of the pirates and then return this hat to him. Hey Lin Hai, come with me to sea. Let's go on an adventure. It will be a lot of fun. Lin Hai asked, Are you going to sea with me? Am I going to be the captain? Luffy quickly refused. No, the captain has to be me. Lin Hai asked again, Then what should I be? Luffy thought for a moment and said, Of course, you're my partner. Lin Hai waved his hand. As your partner? You have to have a position, right? Then I'll be the vice captain. Vice captain? Sound good. Luffy couldn't help but feel delighted. Hee. Ace has already set sail. I wonder how he's doing. And I'm about to set sail too. I didn't expect to already have a partner before leaving. I really hope time passes a bit faster. Hee. Lin Hai sneered. Time passes faster? With your current half-baked skills, you'll either starve or sink as soon as you hit the sea. Luffy ignored Lin Hai's words and said, No, I won't die. I'm definitely going to be the pirate king. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. So what if you're the pirate king? Look at you all smug. I'm the king of thieves here. Luffy stood up and shook Lin Hai. Hey, Lin Hai, teach me that move that knocked Kuma out. Lin Hai helplessly explained, That thing is called haki, and there are 3 types. The first type is Conqueror's Haki, which is what I just released, and you felt it. The second type is Observation Haki, which allows you to predict your opponent's next move. If you don't possess this power, then when we encounter someone with Observation Haki, we will only be on the receiving end of attacks. The third type is Armament Haki, which can be applied to any part of the body or weapon, increasing both attack and defense. When someone hits you and it hurts, that's because they're using Armament Haki. As for more advanced uses, I won't go into that now. First, focus on training your body, as that is the foundation of everything. Luffy, sweating on his forehead, excitedly said, So that's how it is. When can I learn that power? Lin Hai shook his head and replied, I'm not very clear either. It should be that one's physical strength reaches a certain level or encounters something special to awaken it, rather than discussing these unclear things. How about we have a sparring match? Sound good to me, let's go. Luffy immediately jumped back to keep a certain distance from Lin Hai. Space field. Lin Hai directly unleashed his ability. Luffy looked at the membrane wrapping around him and immediately became alert, having suffered from it before. No matter how vigilant Luffy was, he really couldn't keep up with the speed of spatial exchange. Sure enough, Luffy was once again swept away by Lin Hai's stick. Damn it! Luffy emerged from the forest, his face filled with indignation. One day, I'll beat you. Ha ha. Lin Hai scoffed. I'm still not very skilled at using my abilities. Once I get the hang of it, let's see how you can win against me. I will. Luffy retorted. I'm going to be the pirate king. Lin Hai retorted. Every day it's One Piece. Is One Piece really that amazing? Idiot One Piece. Huh. Luffy, idiot space fruit. What did you say? Idiot space. I'm going to. As the days went by, Lin Hai began doing sit-ups, squats, and frog jumps. Watching from the side, Luffy always felt confused yet impressed. Can this really make him stronger? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, What do you think? This is the secret treasure for strengthening the body, scientifically. Pirate King. Luffy immediately imitated Lin Hai, saying, I want to do it too, but I'm sure I'll do more than you. After practicing for a while, Lin Hai took out a knife from his spatial backpack. This knife resembled Zoro's swords and the design of the Wado Ikemonji. It was entirely silver white, simple and low-key, and its length and size fit Lin Hai's stature perfectly. However, this knife had not been named yet, so Lin Hai decided to name it Galphone. Unfortunately, he struggled to come up with a good name, so he just randomly chose one. Meanwhile, Luffy noticed the knife suddenly appearing in Lin Hai's hand and couldn't help but ask curiously, Lin Hai, how did you do that? Lin Hai laughed and said, I'm a user of the space fruit ability and have a space backpack. This knife was taken out from inside it. Luffy's eyes lit up as he said, That sounds so fun. Can you take me into that space backpack to play for a while? Lin Hai said silently, Living things can't enter. Luffy complained, What the heck? The space fruit is really garbage. Garbage? Lin Hai smiled. Watch closely. Space field. A circular membrane expanded continuously from Lin Hai's hand, enclosing the large tree across from him. One sword style, cake cutting. A flash of white light passed by, and the large tree on the opposite side was cut in half. Lin Hai turned to look at Luffy, raising an eyebrow and asking, How is it? Can you use it again? SS Gao E. That was so cool. Just to clarify, the surgery fruit controls objects in its ability field, while the space fruit controls space, so don't confuse the two, even though both have cutting abilities. Of course, the development of abilities is based on the protagonist's experiences, not randomly added. For example, currently, the protagonist hasn't left the East Sea, so the abilities are naturally limited. The abilities suggested by everyone, like Kimui and Shinra Tensei, belong to different power systems, and an explanation will be provided later, mainly because of the fear of criticism. Also, there is a distinction between the energy systems of the second dimension, cultivation, and other second-dimensional elements. Mixing them together makes it seem chaotic and can lead to a collapse of the power system. The early stages mainly focus on humor. Some people think the space fruit is too weak, but that's not the case. Just the ability to swap spaces is already quite overpowered for a skilled user. A few days later, in the forest, Lin Hai complained. Eating this unseasoned grilled meat every day is really hard to put into words. Luffy laughed and said, "You also think it's so good that it's hard to put into words? I told you meat is the best." Lin Hai said, "Is that what I mean? By the way, why do you have to become the Pirate King? Is it just for promise?" Luffy shook his head and said, "A promise is a promise. Wanting to be the Pirate King is my own will. I made a pact with Ace that we would be the freest people on this sea." The freest people, huh? Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. Everything in the world is a unity of opposites. Where is absolute freedom? Flirtatious system. Ding, congratulations host on comprehending the truth. Your Conqueror's Haki has been upgraded by 1 level. Although his Conqueror's Haki had been enhanced, Lin Hai was not happy. Eating this plain grilled meat every day was making him a bit nauseous. However, soon, a flash of inspiration crossed Lin Hai's mind, and he said to Luffy, "Do you want to eat something delicious?" Upon hearing delicious, Luffy instantly perked up and excitedly replied, "Of course I do." Lin Hai said, "Let's go to the other side of the garbage dump. We're going to have a big meal over there." Luffy, confused, replied, "But the stuff there is really expensive. Do you have any berries?" Lin Hai sneered, "Have you forgotten my abilities?" Luffy immediately objected, "Lin Hai, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person." Soon, the two of them linked arms and headed toward the place across from the garbage dump, where the nobles lived. The prosperity here was worlds apart from Windmill Village. Most of the lavishly decorated shops were backed by the nobles living in the area. Lin Hai felt no psychological pressure at all about giving them a good beating. After an unknown amount of time, a discordant shouting echoed down the street. "You two bastards. Stop right there." Luffy, holding meat in both hands that he had casually taken from another customer's table while fleeing, turned back while running and said, "Who wants to listen to you, you idiot?" Lin Hai ran beside Luffy, shouting ahead, "Everyone get out of the way, or you'll get knocked over." The nearby residents were confused and shouted to the shopkeepers chasing after Luffy. "What's going on?" The shopkeepers, exasperated, yelled, "Those two damn guys actually dined and dashed. Stop them." Luffy replied, "Once I become the Pirate King and find the One Piece, I will definitely pay you back." Lin Hai, "That's right, I'll pay you back 10 times, no? 100 times. Shopkeeper, bastard, do you take me for a fool? Stop it and pay me the money." Lin Hai, "How do you know?" "Oomph. Do you dare to disrespect the future Pirate King? You're really bold." Luffy, "That's right, such boldness, he." Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hai and Luffy brought back some food and knocked on Dayton's door. Inside the room, a voice shouted, "Which bastard is bothering my rest again?" When Dayton opened the door, she saw Lin Hai and Luffy, looking puzzled. "What do you two brats want?" Before Luffy could answer, Lin Hai couldn't help but be speechless. "It's almost dark, and you're still resting? Here, have some good food." Dayton was taken aback. "You little brat wouldn't." Lin Hai handed the food in his bag to Dadong, giving him a you-know-what-I-mean look, urging him to eat quickly as they were leaving. Luffy laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Dadong, this is what we got from those nobles' kitchens." Lin Hai quickly covered Luffy's mouth and dragged him away, angrily saying, "Didn't you promise me not to tell anyone about this?" Luffy, MMM. Lin Hai nodded, and Dayton couldn't do anything about it, otherwise she wouldn't take him next time. Luffy, MMM. Dayton, with a face full of black lines, wondered how that bastard Lin Hai understood what Luffy was saying. Moreover, it seemed they had gone to the noble side to have a free meal and even brought back so much food. Dayton quickly looked outside, immediately closed the door, and said, "It's time to eat, hurry up and finish." The next day, in a certain part of the forest, after battling for a while, Lin Hai still couldn't defeat Luffy even without using his abilities, but his skills were definitely better than Luffy's. After all, Lin Hai is a time traveler who has seen the special moves of various characters in the anime One Piece, as well as having the knowledge from the 21st century. Lin Hai said, Luffy, during your fights, you're wasting a lot of energy in many places. You need to understand one thing. Besides fighting skills, remember you are rubber. You need to utilize the properties of rubber. Also, we've been training for so long. Don't you have your own ultimate move? Luffy looked puzzled. Ultimate move? Lin Hai was speechless. It was indeed a last resort. When facing enemies who want to put us to death, we must come up with our own unique skills, right? Luffy shook his head. Lin Hai, then what about running away? At least come up with a secret technique for escaping when you can't defeat the enemy, right? Luffy shook his head again. Lin Hai quietly took off his slippers, walked over to the dazed Luffy, and slapped the slippers hard on his face. You know nothing, yet you still shout every day about being the Pirate King. I can't believe it, you smelly straw hat. Damn. Thus, day by day, Lin Hai and Luffy grew through their training, preparing for the journey ahead. Carp never expected that he wanted to bring someone to keep his grandson company, but ended up with a troublesome guy who would both frustrate and delight him in the future. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, which was the second year since Lin Hai crossed into the world of pirates, Lin Hai, who had become much stronger, heard the voice of the flamboyance system in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the system store. Lin Hai opened the panel in surprise. Host, Lin Hai strength, 1200 agility, 120 stamina, 2100 conqueror's haki. LV2, intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled. Directly stuns those with weak will. Flirtatious coins, 6000. One space backpack, sword, alias, high wind, system shop. Restart doll, 450, TT, 45. Instant noodles, 8 eggs. Ham sausage, 2, razor, 100000. Life restoration, 100000. Moon step, 100000. Dugan 9 swords, 1 million. Meteor sword technique, 1 million. I have a sword, 100 million. Special note. Other items cannot be used by others except for daily necessities. Looking at the dazzling system shop, Lin Hai suddenly became anxious. Lin Hai hesitated and said to the system, System, I'm a serious person. What does that thing in the shop mean? Flirtatious system. The host character is irrelevant to the system. The interpretation of items is in the description. He. Lin Hai said excitedly, it's kind of interesting. By the way, aren't these things a bit expensive? Like that, I have a sword, what the heck? It costs 100 million. Who would be foolish enough to buy it? Currently, Luffy's attributes are all higher than his. And Lin Hai feels that it's still faster to level up by fighting pirate crews. After all, the system's rewards have already indicated that high returns can only be obtained through clever operations and events. Before Lin Hai could ponder further, Luffy rushed over from behind, looking frustrated and said, Lin Hai, you're being too sneaky, right? We agreed not to use abilities, but you did. This doesn't count as a loss for me. Lin Hai was too lazy to compete with him and shifted the topic, asking, Luffy, are we planning to set sail tomorrow? Luffy immediately showed excitement, saying, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King. Lin Hai echoed, I also want to go out to sea, living this kind of life every day. TSK, but I'm about to leave here, which makes me a bit reluctant. Luffy sat on the stone he often sat on, looking at the sea without replying. Lin Hai walked up and sat in the spot where Ace used to sit. The two faced the sea breeze, each lost in their own fantasies about the unknown journey ahead, wondering what kind of people and events they would encounter, and what kinds of adventures awaited them. Facing the sea breeze, the vast ocean before them was the starting point of their upcoming journey, while the unknown distance on the horizon was the destination they were heading to. In such a poetic moment, how could there be no wine? Lin Hai immediately took out a bottle of red wine he got from the noble area and handed one to Luffy. Come on, cheers to our lives. Cheers to our lives, hee. Originally, Luffy didn't like drinking, but after being persuaded by Lin Hai, he gradually grew to like it. After all, how could a pirate have any feelings if he didn't drink? The next day, at the port of Windmill Village, two people were sitting on a small boat, which was twice the size of the one Luffy originally took in the story, and there were 2 empty wooden barrels on board. In case of a storm, Lin Hai thought they could hide in the barrels like in the original story. As for food, Lin Hai had tossed everything into his space backpack. The coastal port was silent for a moment, then Luffy said boldly, Goodbye, everyone. Luffy, Lin Hai, goodbye. Safe travels. The villagers on the shore whispered to each other, Hey, is it really okay for them to set sail on that boat? After a while, Lin Hai and Luffy on the small boat both sensed something big rising from beneath the water. The two stared at the bubbling surface of the sea. Lin Hai said, Luffy, I've heard that this stinky fish is very arrogant and cocky. Since it has come out today, let me help the villagers get rid of it. Luffy nodded. Today I'm going to beat it up. Come on, stinky fish. Beat it up? What a joke. I'm going to chop it. Lin Hai immediately opposed. Suddenly, The villagers on the shore saw the two of them, actually playing rock, paper, scissors on the boat. Everyone instantly became uneasy. The huge creature had already leaped out of the sea, with its size and momentum. Hey, what's wrong with them? Don't they notice the danger? Luffy, Lin Hai, be careful behind you. It's the king of the near sea. Ah, stop playing rock, paper, scissors, hurry and run. On the boat, Lin Hai smirked and said, haha, I won. Spatial field. Clang. Before everyone could react, a white light flashed, and the head of the king of the near sea flew up. Lin Hai jumped and grabbed the head of the near sea king with one hand, shouting, Go, Pikachu! Suddenly, a massive fish crashed onto the deserted side of the shore. Boom! As the smoke cleared, the villagers swallowed hard upon seeing what it was. What a monster. What exactly is it? It was thrown over with one hand, right? Incredible. How'd he do that? I only saw the near sea king just emerge from the surface, and then, on the other side, seeing Lin Hai jump back onto the small boat, Luffy couldn't help but pout, turning his head to the side and muttering, What's so impressive about that? I can throw it onto the shore too. Lin Hai shot a glance at Luffy and said, Here, your drumstick. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up as he exclaimed, My drumstick. Lin Hai, you're such a good person. Not long after, the small boat had already left Windmill Village and entered the real ocean, where the water and sky met at the horizon. A vast expanse of blue that made it impossible to discern direction. Lin Hai was a bit anxious and asked, Luffy, if we just drift like this, where'll we end up? Luffy replied leisurely, We'll reach our destination eventually, right? Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh. You're so carefree. You might as well say we'll drift straight to the Grand Line. Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? Dream on. Lin Hai retorted. Don't you have any sense of danger? If a storm hits now, who do you think would drown first? The two of us? Nanny? Luffy exclaimed. A storm? What should we do? How would I know? Lin Hai said, No. Once we reach our destination, we need to quickly find a navigator to join us. Otherwise, we won't know where to go. Only then did Luffy nod. What you said makes a lot of sense, so let's find a navigator first. Lin Hai leaned against the side of the boat and muttered, We're just drifting like this, not knowing where we'll end up. Luffy also leaned against the side of the boat and laughed. Don't worry, we'll get there eventually. After an unknown amount of time, both Lin Hai and Luffy sensed something was off. After exchanging a glance, Lin Hai shouted urgently, Row the boat quickly. We've fallen into a whirlpool. Luffy exclaimed, Oh. However, the gigantic and wide wave approaching from the distance made any effort futile. Even using abilities wouldn't help, as the range of the wave was too vast. Looking at the towering wave that was dozens of meters high, along with the whirlpool not far away, Lin Hai shouted, Luffy, quickly hide in the wooden barrel. Our ship is going to sink. Luffy acted quickly and asked, What about you? Lin Hai replied, I'm not a landlubber. I have confidence in my swimming skills. I'll come find you when the time comes. All right. Somewhere in the East Sea, the sky that was just filled with dark clouds and thunder has now turned sunny. The weather at sea changes as quickly as a woman's mood. A wooden barrel is floating on the sea surface, and inside it is Luffy. At that moment, facing a small boat that was about to be caught in the center of a whirlpool, Lin Hai used his abilities to move the boat away from the whirlpool. Unfortunately, the boat was smashed by a giant wave, and Lin Fan was separated from Luffy while holding onto a piece of wood. At that moment, a crew member on a passing merchant ship spotted the barrel, thinking it contained treasure or wine, and pulled it up. Not far from the merchant ship, a pirate ship suddenly appeared. A woman's voice came from the bow of the pirate ship. Kobe, who is the most beautiful person on this sea. A short boy with pink hair parted in the middle and wearing glasses, named Kobe, scratched his head and replied, Of course, it's the captain of this ship, Miss Aurita. Ha ha. The woman standing at the bow, the captain named Aurita, was quite hefty, with a face full of freckles, making her uniquely unattractive. After laughing, Aurita happily said, Well answered. Kobe replied, Thank you. A crew member timely said, Miss Aurita, this is a rare catch. Aurita responded, That's right. Let's raid the ship. Whoa. The crew members immediately cheered, and cannon fire began to ring out. Aurita looked at the luxurious merchant ship before her and said, Boys, let this group of bastards witness the terror of the female pirate, Iron Rod Aurita. Upon receiving the order, the crew all ran along the ropes to the merchant ship. Seeing that everyone had gone over, Kobe, still holding onto the rope, did not follow. Aurita asked, Kobe, what are you doing? Kobe replied, I'm most afraid of situations like this. Aurita misunderstood and angrily said, You dare to disobey my orders? With that, she kicked Kobe over to the merchant ship. Then, Pirate Captain Aurita chose to jump over and excitedly shouted, Hey haha, here I come. Just as Aurita and her crew were about to raid the ship, Lin Hai was still drifting while holding onto a piece of wood. Lin Hai didn't know how long he had been drifting. In any case, he was genuinely startled just now, seeing the power of nature for the first time and being pulled into the sea water dozens of meters deep by the waves. To say he wasn't panicking would be a lie. Fortunately, Lin Hai had good mental resilience and was able to remain calm. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly faintly heard the sounds of woo-oh, and Lin Hai immediately perked up. He quickly began to paddle with one arm, continuously moving closer to the source of the sound, and there, ahead, he saw two boats. Space field. Lin Hai activated his space fruit ability, and with a flash, he appeared directly on the deck. Before he could even dry off his clothes, he saw Luffy being chased by a group of people not far away. Then Lin Hai noticed Luffy bouncing back and sending a group of people flying. It seemed that Luffy still loved to play. Lin Hai greeted him. "Hi, Luffy. Looks like you're having a lot of fun." Luffy, delighted, exclaimed while Lin Hai, "I knew you would be fine, ha ha ha." Just then, Yarlita approached with a huge wolf fawn club in hand. Lin Hai's eyes lit up instantly. The flirtatious system. It's time to flirt to the skies. He walked over to Luffy and asked, "Are they pirates?" Before Luffy could respond, Arita interjected, "Ah, we are pirates. I am Captain Arita. Who are you?" Luffy replied, "My name is Luffy, and this is my companion Lin Hai. We are also pirates." Arita asked, "Are you here to steal treasure too?" Lin Hai hurriedly said, "Yes, quickly hand over your treasures." Luffy looked at Lin Hai with confusion, wondering when they had come to rob treasures. Lin Hai gave Luffy a reassuring look, and then saw Yarlita looking at him as if waiting for him to speak. Lin Hai pushed his hair up with both hands and said, "Why are you looking at me? Don't tell me you like me. Although I am handsome and dashing, a mountain chicken can't match a phoenix. It's useless to think about it. Even thinking about it is a sin. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to flirt with me, and then you'll have a chance? No, not a chance at all. How could I possibly be interested in a mere pirate captain?" The crew on the ship stared at Lin Hai in shock, while Yarlita lowered her head, her face dark with anger. Flirt system, ding. Congratulations to the host for executing a flirty action. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Hai continued with satisfaction. "Why aren't you looking at me anymore? Why would I scold you when you're just fine? You're not looking at me clearly means you have bad intentions." Yarlita finally couldn't hold back anymore and swung her wolf fawn club with a murderous look. "Bastard, do you dare play with me?" "Goody." Luffy on the side, said Lin Hai, "Squat down." After spending a long time together, the two naturally had some tacit understanding, and Lin Hai knew what Luffy wanted to do. As soon as Lin Hai squatted down, a long arm struck Yarlita in the stomach. The plump Yarlita was sent flying by Luffy's charged punch. On the side, KB, who had been dragged onto the pirate ship by Yarlita and was the little guy who had been kicked onto a merchant ship not long ago, stuttered, "SS, she's gone." The crew members of Yarlita, seeing their captain being knocked away, became like headless flies, without a leader and not knowing what to do next. Moreover, with Luffy on the ship, those pirate crew members didn't dare to continue their robbery and all fled or went to find Yarlita. Upon inquiring, they found out that the ship's sailing route was opposite to the direction of the islands Luffy and Lin Hai were heading to. Just when Luffy was pondering what to do, the captain of the merchant ship, grateful to Luffy for saving the entire ship, offered him a lifeboat to sail to the next island. After all, there were no larger ships on the merchant ship, and the next island wasn't far away. Seeing Lin Hai and Luffy about to set sail, KB stopped them and pleaded, "I know the next stop is Shell's Town. Please let me take you there." Seeing the confusion on their faces, KB explained, "I want to be in Navy since I was young, to catch all those criminals. The nearest place is Shell's Town, where there is a Navy base, and I want to enlist there. Is that so?" Lin Hai replied with a mischievous smile, "But Luffy and I are pirates, and we're really bad guys. Do you think we would look for rivals?" KB was instantly embarrassed. "Ha ha." Luffy put his hand on KB's shoulder and laughed. "Come on, KB. Yes, just joking with you." Lin Hai also smiled and said, "Don't mind it. Anyway, we don't know how to get to the next island." As he spoke, Lin Hai looked at Luffy with a teasing expression and said, "As long as someone knows how to get there, that's good enough for me. I don't want to float around on the sea again, swaying back and forth, and then hide in a barrel." It was then that Kobe realized that Luffy had come out of the barrel, and that was the reason. Luffy couldn't help but blush and exclaimed, "Bastard Lin Hai, you're so despicable." Soon, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Kobe boarded a small boat, and surprisingly, there was another small boat nearby. On that boat, with her orange hair and curvy figure, who else could it be but Nami? After Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Nami, he couldn't help but sigh. Nami is really beautiful. That figure, TSK. Not thinking too much, Lin Hai said, "Hi, gorgeous. Are you going to Shell's Town?" "Nami, huh? Yeah, I was planning to go there. Is there a problem?" Lin Hai jumped directly onto Nami's ship, causing it to sway. Nami exclaimed, "Don't you have a ship over there? Why did you come over here?" Lin Hai gently wrapped his arms around Nami's waist and said, "We're also planning to go there, but that boat is too small. With 3 people on it, we can't lie down and it feels cramped." Once the boat stabilized, Nami couldn't help but frown. Isn't this the first time she's met the person holding her waist? How could he be so rude? Nami raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but say, "Aren't you going to let go of me? How long are you going to hold me?" "Aha." Lin Hai quickly withdrew his hands and explained, "It's just that the boat was rocking too much. I was just concerned about you." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flirty action. Reward TT a box. Lin Hai couldn't help but darken his expression. What does the system mean by this? Is he the kind of person who would use that thing? Doesn't it feel lacking in authenticity? Haha. Luffy on another ship laughed while holding his stomach. Lin Hai, your brain is really useful. Lin Hai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Did that guy Luffy really see something? No way. After a while, the ship had set sail, and Lin Hai said irritably, "Kobe, make sure to keep up with this ship." "Luffy, why?" "Lin Hai, do you know how to navigate?" Luffy bluntly replied, "No." Nami couldn't help but retort, "You say it so confidently, even though you can't." Lin Hai pointed at Nami and said to Luffy, "She should know navigation. Since our destination is the same, let's have her take us there." After that, Lin Hai introduced himself to Nami. "My name is Lin Hai. The one with pink hair on that ship is called KB, and the other one is Luffy. What's your name?" Although he knew the beautiful girl in front of him was named Nami, Lin Hai directly stated her name. What would she think? Nami replied, "My name is Nami. You guys are pretty skilled. I saw you just knock that pirate captain flying." Lin Hai glanced at the bag next to him and decided to pretend he didn't see it. Otherwise, he was afraid Nami would think he had his eyes on her treasure and might end up being sent back to another ship. At that moment, Luffy finally reacted and asked, "Nami, are you a navigator?" Nami was taken aback and replied, "No, but my navigation skills are decent." Luffy was delighted and said, "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I aim to become the Pirate King. This is Lin Hai, my first mate. Come be our navigator, Nami." Nami responded, "You guys are pirates? Thanks for the invitation, but I don't want to be a pirate. I hate pirates the most." Nami's rejection didn't force Luffy to insist, so he sat back down on the ship. Meanwhile, Lin Hai leaned against the side of the ship and didn't intervene. He knew that Nami wouldn't board the ship until the issue of her hometown being occupied by pirates was resolved. At the right moment, Kobe worriedly said, "Luffy, I heard that the pirate hunter Reno Zoro is over there." Luffy asked in confusion, "Pirate hunter? Is he strong?" Nami looked at Kobe with some skepticism. She had heard of pirate hunters. Unable to contain her curiosity, she listened to their conversation. Kobe replied, "Of course he is strong. He is known as a beast in human skin." Beast? Luffy adjusted his hat and said, "If he is a good person, I'll invite him to be my partner." Kobe exclaimed, "Partner? Hey Luffy, he is a pirate hunter, and you guys are pirates. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" Luffy chuckled, "I'm strong. If he is a good person, I'll invite him to be my partner. Nami couldn't help but twitch her eye, glancing at Lin Hai, who was sleeping on her ship, and couldn't help but think it was absurd. Pirates inviting a pirate hunter to join them was truly unheard of. As the conversation continued, their small boat soon arrived at the port of Shellstown. Upon arriving, Nami said, "I have things to do, so let us part ways here." Anyway, they would meet again in the future. Lin Hai didn't mind and said, "Then see you again if fate allows. Thanks for showing us the way." Luffy asked, "How about we go find that Zoro first?" Kobe strongly opposed, "Mr. Luffy, everything I just told you was in vain." Lin Hai laughed and said, "What you heard are just rumors. You haven't seen it for yourself, and you make judgments based on hearsay. Are you sure you could be a good Navy?" KB was momentarily speechless. This kind of prejudice was indeed a big mistake, so he had no choice but to follow Luffy and the others to search for Zoro's location. After some inquiries, Lin Hai and the others arrived at the naval base. In the naval training ground, there was a cross about 2 meters tall stuck in the ground. Bound to the cross was a young man wearing a black hood, looking very strong. Despite the blazing sun, the young man tied there exuded a strong presence, giving off a sense of oppression that made people reluctant to approach. At that moment, Luffy, who climbed up the wall, couldn't help but sigh. "Is that the legendary beast?" "Hey, you guys are really annoying. Get lost," the young man tied to the cross said coldly upon noticing the few people on the wall. KB was startled and quickly advised, "Mr. Luffy, you see it too. Let's just go." Luffy observed Zoro and asked, "Why is he tied up there?" Lin Hai couldn't help but complain. "He doesn't think we came to watch him make a fool of himself just because we heard his story, does he? He's really quite arrogant." At that moment, a ladder suddenly appeared on the wall, and it turned out to be a little girl. The sight of her clumsily climbing the ladder struggling, made Lin Hai helplessly use his ability to send her into the Navy base. Once inside the Navy base, the little girl looked around in confusion, still not understanding how she got there. Lin Hai, perched on the wall, chuckled, "Stop looking around. If you have something to do, hurry up and do it, then come back quickly." The little girl nodded seriously at Lin Hai and ran over to Zoro, saying, "Big brother, you haven't eaten for several days. If you don't eat, you'll starve to death. Here, this is a rice ball I made myself. Please eat a bit." Just as Zoro was about to scold the little girl to leave quickly so she wouldn't be executed by the town's ruler, Monka, for being a rebel, Lin Hai had already appeared next to the little girl using his power. He took the rice ball from her, laughing. His hands are tied. He can't eat it all. Zoro shot Lin Hai a glance and said, "I'm not hungry. Hurry and take her away from here." "Are you ordering me again?" Lin Hai smirked, clearly enjoying the situation. Zoro was taken aback. "You bastard. What are you trying to do?" Suddenly, Lin Hai forcibly stuffed the rice ball into Zoro's mouth. Mumusa. Afterward, Lin Hai picked up the little girl and said with a smile, "It's too hot here, and I'm hungry. Let's find a restaurant first." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a bold move. Lin Hai looked confused and asked, "Where is it bothering?" At that moment, a little girl who had suddenly returned outside the naval base asked in a daze, "Big brother, did you do this?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yeah. Big brother is amazing, right?" The little girl nodded in agreement. Luffy and Kobe, who were on the wall, had already come down. Luffy said, "Lin Hai, let's go find a restaurant. I'm hungry." Kobe scratched his head. "I'm hungry too." The little girl said, "Follow me. My mom runs a restaurant." Luffy's eyes lit up and asked, "Can we eat for free?" Back at the base, Zoro finally swallowed what was in his mouth and couldn't help but think, "I must chop that bastard later. Almost choked on that rice ball just now." At a restaurant in Shell's Town, after eating for a while, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss lady, your cooking is really delicious." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Of course it's delicious to eat for free." The boss lady smiled and said, "I want to thank you for saving my daughter, so this meal is on me." After chatting for a while, Luffy asked curiously, why was that pirate hunter Zoro captured and taken to the naval base? Could it be because he didn't pay for his meal? Everyone couldn't help but darken their expressions. The little girl was the first to get angry and said, "That's not it. Big brother was not captured for that reason." The boss lady stepped forward to explain. More than 20 days ago, the colonel of this town, Monka, had his son Bellamy bring his beloved dog here to eat. Unexpectedly, that vicious dog suddenly attacked my daughter. Zoro, who was eating nearby, couldn't stand it and fought off that vicious dog, which ended up provoking Bellamy. He claimed that his father's authority was violated and wanted to execute us. Later, he forced Zoro to surrender, and, as a condition, Zoro would be imprisoned for a month. Once the month was up, Bellamy would release Zoro and no longer hold anyone else accountable. That's basically how it happened. At this moment, Nami, who came here to eat, couldn't help but say, "Did Zoro really agree to such a ridiculous reason?" The little girl said sadly, "Yes. Big brother has already been locked up for many days." The boss lady picked up the little girl and said to everyone, "Actually, it's all our fault. If it weren't for..." Lin Hai secretly picked a piece of meat from Nami's bowl and then said angrily, "This isn't your fault. It's that guy, what's his name? Ha ha ha. By the way, is that Zoro still not dead from hunger?" At that moment, a very arrogant guy walked in, and the restaurant instantly fell silent. At the entrance stood a young man with yellow hair, dressed in a suit, strutting in with a flamboyant gait. His unruly expression made people want to punch him in the face. This person was none other than Marine Colonel Monka's son, Barumabur. The soldiers behind Barumabur responded, "Young Master Barumabur, that pirate hunter has been hungry for more than 20 days and seems to be quite energetic." Barumabur said playfully, "Ha, in that case, let's execute him tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Luffy couldn't help but rush over and punch Barumabur, angrily asking, "What do you think the agreement is?" Barumabur covered his cheek and said, "You dare to hit me? I'm going to tell my dad and have you all executed." Luffy retorted, "Bring it on. Who would be afraid of you?" Barumabur replied, "Just wait for me. I'm going back now to have you all executed." As Barumabur left with his followers, the landlady hesitated to speak. Lin Hai comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll go to the Marine base and take care of that guy Monka. I guarantee he won't dare to cause you trouble." The landlady sighed and said, "You don't understand the situation here. Monka is the ruler of this town. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible." Lin Hai didn't want to explain anything and turned to look at Luffy. Luffy said, "I want to beat that stupid son and make Zoro our partner." At the naval base, Luffy put on a smile and walked up to Zoro. "You're really amazing. Having not eaten for so many days and still holding on. If it were me, I wouldn't last a day, huh?" Zoro replied, "I'm different from you guys. I have something that I must accomplish, and I absolutely cannot just fall down like this. Luffy said, what a strange person. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm going to be the Pirate King. This is Lin Hai, my partner. You should become my partner too. Zoro looked up in disbelief and said, Pirate King? Do you know what those 3 words mean? Luffy laughed and said, Pirate King is just Pirate King. What else could it be? Hey, I'll untie your ropes, and you can be my partner. Zoro scoffed. Pirates are all bad people. I don't want to be associated with them. Luffy asked, aren't you seen as a bad person in others' eyes too? Zoro replied, I don't care how others see me. I just need to be at peace with myself. Luffy smiled. Then I've decided you are my partner. Zoro was speechless. Don't make decisions for me. At that moment, Lin Hai walked over with a playful smile. Zoro, that stupid son is planning to execute you tomorrow. What do you think? Zoro exclaimed, what did you say? Lin Hai poked Zoro's head with his hand, mocking him. Do you want me to repeat it? Just now in the restaurant. That guy Barumabur said they will execute you tomorrow, right? Zoro was frustrated. You bastard. Luffy stepped forward and said, I heard it too in the restaurant. Hey Zoro, those Navy guys have decided to execute you. If you resist, you'll be the enemy of the Navy. If you don't resist, you'll be killed. After a pause, Luffy smiled wickedly and half-threatened. So, are we going to just ignore you and let you get killed? Or are you going to join us as pirates? Zoro exclaimed in shock. Are you a demon? After shouting, Zoro understood the current situation and said seriously, if that's the case, then there's no choice. Since I'm destined to be a pirate, even if my reputation is bad, I want my name to echo throughout the world. But let me say this first. My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. If because of you guys I can't achieve my ambition, just wait for your seppuku to atone for me. Luffy was lost in his own thoughts. The world's greatest swordsman. Huh. A partner of the Pirate King should have such a title. Zoro replied, you really dare to say that. But my sword was taken by that idiot son and should be in that big building at the back. Luffy immediately said, I'll go get it back for you. Zoro couldn't help but remind him, you're going the wrong way. Ignoring Zoro's words, Luffy ran a short distance outside the base, grabbed the railing with both hands, and then used his rubber fruit ability to bounce and jumped directly to the top of the Navy building. Noticing Luffy's elongated arm, Zoro couldn't help but ask, what kind of monster is he? Lin Hai couldn't help but want to provoke Zoro a bit, saying, he ate a devil fruit, which means our captain is a rubber man. There are countless abilities like that on the Grand Line. Why do you have that kind of expression? Or are you just uninformed? A few people beside the forest were visibly annoyed. Zoro gritted his teeth and slowly said, you bastard, sooner or later, I will chop you down. Lin Hai stood in front of Zoro with his arms crossed, and amidst the confused gazes of everyone, he smirked and said, come on, I'm right in front of you. Go ahead and cut me. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a flamboyant move. Zoro stared intently at Lin Hai and couldn't help but say, you bastard. Lin Hai continued to laugh and said, come on, if you're a partner, come and chop me. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a stylish operation. Kobe's eye twitched, and he quickly reminded, Mr. Lin Hai, since Mr. Zoro is already your partner, shouldn't you untie his ropes first? Lin Hai made a scared expression and explained, what if I untie his ropes and he really comes to chop me? Do you want me to be chopped that badly, KB? Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a flashy move. Why is there no triple hit? What a loss, such a rare moment of inspiration. Before Lin Hai could feel frustrated, many Navy soldiers had already exited the main gate of the naval building. Zoro, seeing the town's highest authority, Lieutenant Monka, became anxious and said, hey, quickly help me untie my ropes. Ignoring Zoro's words, Lin Hai's attention was already drawn to Monka. Look, over 2 meters tall, wearing a white coat, and surprisingly holding a large axe tied to his hand, with a small door on his mouth. Lin Hai was quite puzzled. How did he eat? Also, with such a large axe in his hand, how did he go to the bathroom? Watching Monka swaggering with his flamboyant walk, Lin Hai's eyes lit up, and he said, Silk Cake One, hey, that big guy in charge, how about coming to our ship as a chef? That way, we can save on cutlery. Also, do you use the axe to scrape when you go to the bathroom? Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a flamboyant operation. With Lin Hai's question, everyone present was stunned, and Zoro behind Lin Hai momentarily forgot to ask him to help untie the ropes. Meanwhile, all the Navy officers across from Lin Hai looked at Monka with fear. From Monka's facial expression, it was clear that he was on the verge of going berserk. But Lin Hai was oblivious to this, continuing, I heard your name is Monka, right? But I think you should be called Axe Brother. As he spoke, Lin Hai sized up Monka, commenting, your figure is quite fitting, but that door on your mouth is a bit excessive. How do you eat? The whole place fell silent. Everyone was bewildered by Lin Hai's thought process. However, Lin Hai completely ignored their expressions and focused on Monka. Seeing that he seemed too angry to speak, Lin Hai tentatively asked, "Axe brother, what's wrong? Constipated? Feeling uncomfortable? You should try 1,000 miles of diarrhea. I just happen to have that medicine here. At a bargain price of 998. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing another flamboyant operation." Monka could no longer tolerate it and didn't care about the background of the person in front of him, commanding the soldiers behind him. "What are you waiting for? Shoot them. Execute these rebels directly." In an instant, numerous Navy soldiers readied their weapons, all aiming at Lin Hai's direction. Zoro couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Was this the end? Noticing Zoro and Kobe's situation, Lin Hai felt speechless. Why panic? Just watch. Saying this, he took off his flip-flops and introduced. These flip-flops are produced in East Sea Windmill Village. Before he could finish his introduction, the Navy across had already started shooting. Space field, space swap. Lin Hai made a spinning motion with his hand in the air, and all the bullets that had been shot overturned their direction and reflected back to the feet of the Navy soldiers. Whoosh! Lin Hai disappeared in place, and just as everyone was looking for where he had run off to, Meng Ka let out a scream. Slap! Lin Hai slapped Meng Ka's face with his slipper and said irritably, "Do you think you're so great? I really don't like it when others look at me with that kind of gaze. I called you axe brother, and you still shoot." Slap, slap, slap. The sound of the slipper making contact with the cheek was quite crisp. Ah! Meng Ka was confused and had no idea how this guy appeared in front of him. Moreover, the force was too strong. Bellum. A sound of shattering glass came from above the naval building. It turned out that Luffy had returned from helping Zoro find his swords. Seeing Lin Hai hitting someone with a slipper, Luffy curiously asked Zoro, "What's wrong with Lin Hai?" "Huh? Lin Hai? I didn't expect you to be someone who bullies the weak. I want to challenge you one-on-one." Luffy snorted out 2 puffs of air from his nostrils, and everyone mechanically turned to look at this oddball. Lin Hai stopped beating Monka because he had already fainted. However, Luffy actually came looking for trouble. It seems necessary to give him a beating too. So, Lin Hai stood up and pointed at Luffy with his slipper, saying, "What do you want? Do you believe I'll hit you?" Luffy eagerly responded, "Who is afraid of who? Come on." Kobe quickly stepped forward and hugged Luffy's waist, explaining what had just happened. "Aha!" Luffy scratched his head and awkwardly laughed. "What? So that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Hai is indeed a good person. Zoro, on the side, had a face full of black lines and finally couldn't help but roar, "You two idiots. Stop it already and hurry up and untie my ropes." After Monka was defeated, the Marines, unexpectedly to everyone, didn't pay any attention to Luffy and the others, but stared blankly at the unconscious Monka, followed by a cheer. "The tyrant Monka has been defeated. Everyone, we are free. Monka really has been defeated. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Ha ha. Finally no more doing things against my will." In his free time, Lin Hai also opened his system interface. Host. Lin Hai strength. 1400, 1300, 100, agility. 140, 130, 10, stamina. 2700, 2300, 400, conqueror's haki. LV2, intimidates opponents. Can be freely controlled and released. Directly stuns those with weak will. Flirt coins, space backpack, sword, alias. High wind, system reminder. Please continue to work hard. Be flirtatious to the sky. Lin Hai adjusted the interface for Luffy and Zoro again. Luffy, strength, 2000 agility, 155 stamina, 3700 potential, stronger when facing strong opponents, unlimited potential, turning misfortune into fortune. Zoro, strength, 1500 agility, 130 stamina, 2500 potential, stronger when facing strong opponents, unlimited potential, has a berserk attribute. When facing enemy taunts, has a chance to slap the opponent's face, severe directionally challenged. Seeing their system interfaces, Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "These two guys are indeed monsters." However, why is there no potential displayed on his own attribute panel? Before Lin Hai could continue to ponder, Luffy had already untied the ropes, while Zoro, having been bound for too long and not having eaten for so many days, stumbled and fell to the ground. Lin Hai curiously asked, "Zoro, I heard you've been tied up there for over 20 days. What do you do when you need to pee or go to the bathroom?" Everyone turned their curious gaze towards Zoro. Zoro's face turned bright red with anger as he shouted, "Lin Hai, you bastard, I'm going to chop you up." Nami, who was at the building, was taken aback at Lin Hai's words, then covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. At a restaurant in Shellstown, after dealing with Monka, Lin Hai and the others were invited by a little girl to have a meal. I'm so full, especially since I haven't eaten in so many days," Zoro said as he rubbed his swollen belly contentedly. However, when he saw the piles of small bowls in front of Lin Hai and Luffy, he couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you eating more than me?" Luffy replied with a smile, "Because it's delicious." Lin Hai explained, Luffy was expelled from the village because he could eat too much, and he had no choice but to become a pirate. The orange drink spurted out of KB's nostrils, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that so? So everything Luffy said to me about betting his life was a lie?" Lin Hai nodded and smiled. "That's right, you were fooled by Luffy." "Ha ha." Zoro nodded in agreement, thinking Lin Hai was right. Luffy was driven out by the people in the village. "By the way, what about you, Lin Hai?" "Me?" Lin Hai pointed at himself, and everyone couldn't help but look at him curiously. "Ahem." Lin Hai stylishly adjusted his hairstyle and said, "Someone as handsome as me didn't want to show his face. But I couldn't resist Luffy, who is too shameless, dragging me onto the ship to serve as the face of the pirate crew." Just as Luffy was about to retort, Lin Hai directly stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth. Zoro glanced at Lin Hai and, with a face full of black lines, changed the subject. "Luffy, you said you want to be the Pirate King, so you must have recruited a lot of people. Where are they?" Luffy swallowed the chicken leg whole without chewing, and then said, somewhat unsatisfied, "Just the three of us." "Three?" Zoro muttered with a face full of black lines. "What kind of pirate crew is this?" Luffy casually replied, "What's the difference? We're all strong." "Strong?" Zoro accepted this reasoning, but still asked, "Where's the ship? Where's our pirate ship?" Lin Hai pointed his knife and fork out the window, where he could see a small boat at the coast. At that moment, a little dog was there urinating in the direction of the boat. Watching Zoro's eyebrows jumping up and down, Lin Hai curiously followed his gaze and suddenly shouted, "What a big dog dare! It actually dares to urinate on my boat. Get lost now." Luffy waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry. It's just a little dog urinating. No need to get angry, right?" Lin Hai grabbed Luffy's collar and asked, "The pirate ship is the face of the entire crew. If someone urinates on your head, do you think that's still okay?" Luffy hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Just you wait, you stinky dog. I'm going to knock you flying." Zoro slapped his forehead, feeling for some reason that he had boarded the wrong ship. After organizing his things, KB joined the Navy and parted ways with Luffy and the others. Once on the ship, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "Hey Luffy, why haven't we seen Nami all the way? Does anyone know how to get to the next island?" Luffy shook his head, saying he didn't know, but they would surely reach the next island by just drifting along, right? "Huh?" Zoro was speechless. "Is that even possible?" "Ha ha." Lin Hai couldn't help but retort, "Why not? Last time, we almost drowned at sea just because we were drifting." Luffy patted Lin Hai's shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, we're still alive, right?" "Ah." Zoro pondered, "Is it surrendering fate to the heavens?" "No way, I want to get off the ship. Hurry, bring me to shore." Soon, the small boat was sailing in the vast ocean. Luffy asked, "Lin Hai, besides looking for a navigator and a cook, we must first find a musician." "Musician?" Zoro asked in surprise. "Hey Luffy, what do you think sailing is about?" Lin Hai explained, "If we want to be a tasteful pirate, we definitely need to find a musician to make a good impression, especially in battle. Having him play an uplifting background music would be so interesting." Luffy's eyes sparkled. Background music, background music." Zoro, feeling exasperated, said, "You two idiots, just stop it. If you keep shaking like that, the ship is going to capsize." Lin Hai patted Zoro's shoulder and took out a cup of tea from his spatial backpack. "Zoro, don't pay too much attention to the outcome. The process is what matters most, especially when you encounter beautiful women. Remember, they are all mine." Luffy didn't listen to Lin Hai at all. Instead, he was drooling. "Lin Hai, hurry up and give me a cup too, I want one." Zoro, on the other hand, looked confused. "Where did this tea come from? By the way, back at the Navy base, that strange disappearing technique of yours. Could it be that you're also a devil fruit user?" Lin Hai took out 2 cups of tea from his spatial backpack and handed them to the 2 people, explaining, "I'm a user of the space fruit. Although I have incredible abilities, I will be rejected by the sea. If I fall into the sea and no one comes to save me, I will only have a dead end, for example." Without hesitation, Lin Hai put down the cup in his hand and jumped into the sea. Hey, even so, you don't have to." Before he could finish his sentence, Zoro saw Lin Hai happily swimming in the sea. Zoro turned to Luffy in confusion and asked, "Is he really a devil fruit user?" Luffy nodded, "Yeah." Zoro couldn't help but grab Luffy's head and pointed at Lin Hai, asking, "Then can you tell me what's going on?" Luffy, with a face full of jealousy, shouted, "Lin Hai, come back quickly. Be careful not to cramp your legs and drown." Zoro, with a dark expression, said, "Is this how you curse your own partner? You guys need to explain to me why Lin Hai, as a devil fruit user, can swim freely in the sea." After returning to the ship, Lin Hai explained to Zoro, and Zoro roughly understood the weaknesses of devil fruit users. but he couldn't accept Lin Hai as an exception. Thus, Zoro said, I think Luffy is right. Why didn't you cramp your legs just now? Lin Hai looked at the two with disdain and said provocatively, jealous? Envious? Hey, I'm just too exceptional. What can I do? Even the heavens favor me. What can I do? Drown? Are you kidding? Bah. Zoro, unable to hold back, said, Luffy, let me go. I want to chop him up. Luffy shook his head to dissuade him. Zoro, calm down. We're partners. Lin Hai then said, I'm right here. Come chop me if you're a partner. The three of them played around on the ship to pass the boring time during their voyage. Soon, Luffy curiously said, Hey, you guys look, there seem to be 3 distressed people over there. Let's go save them. Zoro agreed, but Lin Hai disagreed, as he could tell from their outfits that they were likely members of the Buggy Pirates. However, letting them on the ship suited Lin Hai's intentions, as the few people on this ship didn't know how to reach the next island, which was Orange Town. As soon as the 3 clowns boarded the ship and finished saying thank you, they drew their swords. One of them said, Now I command you to hand over this ship to us. The Buggy Pirates take it. Duong. These 3 pirates were quite the jokers, instantly shifting from raiders to beggars. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Can you 3 stop talking to us with such disgusting expressions? If I remember correctly, you were the ones who started the plundering, right? It makes it seem like we were the ones bullying you. By the way, you just said you are from the Buggy Pirate crew? So Buggy should be nearby, right? Hurry up and take us to find him. Luffy asked in confusion, Do you know that Buggy? Lin Hai shook his head and said, I heard that guy loves treasure very much, often coming ashore to plunder the wealth of civilians and destroying the buildings in that area. Don't you think that Buggy is asking for it? Zoro nodded and said, What a low-class pirate, specifically bullying civilians and causing them trouble. He deserves a good lesson. Luffy agreed, saying, Let us head that way. I want to beat up Buggy. The 3 Buggy crew members couldn't wait for these guys to find Buggy, eager to see how Buggy would punish them. Meanwhile, Lin Hai frowned and admonished, Luffy, Zoro, we can't use that reason to beat up Buggy. Why? X2 Lin Hai explained, What is our identity? Pirates. Just think about it. When we reach the town, we find that everywhere is filled with destroyed buildings, and there isn't even a place to drink water. As long-distance traveling pirates, how can we feel good about not even having something to drink? So, as as free-spirited pirates, how can we tolerate this outcome? That's why I'm feeling really unhappy right now. As pirates, do we need a reason to beat up Buggy when we're feeling down? Soga. Luffy punched his left palm, and a 500W light bulb appeared next to his head. Zoro, standing by, flashed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Being a pirate seems quite interesting. However, Zoro quickly realized that he was in trouble. He saw Lin Hai and Luffy each putting their arms around each other's shoulders and shouting, Free and easy, free and easy. Zoro quickly steadied himself and shouted angrily, You 2 idiots better stop it. If you keep shaking, the ship will capsize. Thanks to Lin Hai having a spatial backpack, everyone had enough food, and Luffy didn't shoot himself into the big bird's mouth like in the original story, avoiding that part of the plot. Soon, Orange Town appeared before everyone. Once they landed, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel frustrated. Look, this town is so desolate that we can't even find a shadow of a person. It's driving me crazy. Let's go settle the score with Buggy and make him compensate for the loss of our good mood. Oh, Zoro asked with interest. So how much do you think he should compensate? Lin Hai casually said, We are pirates. It's only right to demand compensation from him. Not taking his belly is a pity, understand? Zoro raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but exclaim, You're really a devil. Ha ha. Luffy then stepped forward and said, Let's go grab their belly. The 3 were walking when suddenly they heard sounds of pursuit not far away. Little thief, stop right there and give us back our navigation chart. If Captain Buggy finds out the chart is missing, he will tear us apart. This damn woman's audacity is impressive. She dares to steal something from our Captain Buggy. We must teach her a good lesson next time. Luffy and the others immediately stopped in their tracks, realizing that the woman being chased was Nami. Watching Nami run, Lin Hai waved and said, Hey, big-chested girl, Nami, it seems you're in trouble, so goodbye. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't there be a hero saving the beauty or something? Luffy turned around and said, Hey Lin Hai, isn't she the navigator we're looking for? How can we not save her? Zoro interrupted. Hey, they're already coming this way. What should we do? Lin Hai laughed and said, What should we do? What do you think we came here for? Beat up Buggy and his crew too. Before Nami could call for help, Luffy had already knocked them all down with punches and kicks. Nami stared blankly at the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow. After coming to her senses, Nami's eyes sparkled as she suggested, Hey, how about we make a deal? I can be your navigator temporarily until you find a new one. But in exchange, you have to help me steal Buggy's treasure. I think it's a good deal. Luffy replied, I'm not interested in that. You should find someone else. Lin Hai and Luffy. We are pirates, not petty thieves. But we are indeed going to find Buggy. Do you know where he is? Those details don't matter. As long as we can steal Buggy's treasure. Since Lin Hai has already said we're going to find Buggy, it seems like we're going to cause trouble for him, otherwise we wouldn't have attacked his subordinates. Thinking of this, Nami said, I know where he is. Just follow me. It's not too late to go now. I should warn you that Buggy is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. Before we meet him, we should come up with a strategy. Luffy directly ignored her. Stop the chatter. I'm gonna knock him out. Zoro said, cut him down. Lin Hai, beat him to death. Yashi, X3 Nami slapped her forehead. I told you guys. Well, forget it, but you all be careful. Lin Hai turned to Nami and said, what are you worried about? There's nothing to worry about. We're strong. For example, Luffy can eat a whole cow, and Zoro can drink several vats of sake. As for me, I can wake up every day looking handsome. The three people following Lin Hai almost stumbled. Under Nami's guidance, Luffy and the others quickly arrived at Buggy's headquarters. At this moment, the Buggy pirates were holding a banquet, and Lin Hai and the others couldn't help but wonder if they had entered circus. Before they could gather their thoughts, as soon as Luffy caught a whiff of the food, he rushed over to eat and drink with the Buggy pirates. Nami looked at Lin Hai and Zoro in confusion, her eyes asking, is that your captain? Lin Hai and Zoro exchanged a glance, both unable to help but blush. It was really too embarrassing. They had come to cause trouble, yet their leader had gone off to eat and drink with others. Can't he have a bit of ambition? Never mind, Lin Hai shouted. Hey, you there! Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Lin Hai with curiosity. Lin Hai walked over to Luffy, and in response to Luffy's puzzled expression, he said, can I borrow your flip-flops for a moment? After saying that, Lin Hai casually grabbed a chicken leg and started chewing on it. After Luffy handed his flip-flops to Lin Hai, he resumed eating. Meanwhile, Lin Hai pointed at Buggy, who was sitting in the central tent, and said, that guy called Kiba, I'm talking about you. Stop looking around. Buggy couldn't help but retort, who the hell are you? I'm Buggy. Buggy, not Kiba. Don't just mix up other people's names. Lin Hai spun the slippers in his hand 360 degrees in the air, then pointed at Buggy and said, I don't care who you are. You're the one who destroyed this town, right? You made it so that when we arrived here, we didn't even have a drop of water to drink. Do you know how angry I am right now? But if you hand over your treasure and obediently get out of Orange Town, we'll reluctantly give you a light beating. Otherwise, I'll take that big, round red nose of yours and dye the sea behind you red. At this moment, everyone stared at Lin Hai in shock, then fearfully looked at Buggy, because Buggy hated nothing more than having his nose described as big, round, and red. Moreover, Lin Hai had the audacity to use such a reason to threaten the Buggy pirates? Did he really think the Buggy pirates were just for show? Ka-ka-ka. Buggy was extremely furious, cursing, who the hell are you? Just go die in a flashy way. Buggy, spinning shuriken. Spatial field. Lin Hai used his ability, instantly disappearing from his spot, then struck Buggy hard in the face with the slippers. Buggy let out a lament, and his whole body flew out. Boom. Bellum. Buggy, who was sent flying by Lin Hai, knocked over the food on the table in the process. Nami stared blankly at Lin Hai's actions, full of confusion about how he had disappeared and then appeared in front of Buggy. At this moment, Luffy stopped eating, walked over to Lin Hai, and complained, Lin Hai, leave Buggy to me. Lin Hai nodded and said, all right. Everyone looked in the direction where Buggy was sent flying, which was filled with dust. Once the dust settled, Buggy appeared to be fine, and two people were already standing beside him, Kabaji and Machi, who were Buggy's right-hand men. Seeing Kabaji riding a unicycle, Zoro immediately became interested and said, leave that sword-wielding guy to me, Luffy. Luffy nodded and replied, okay. Across from Lin Hai, Buggy asked, who are you? Bounty hunters? Luffy responded, no, we are pirates. The two beside me are my companions. Oh. Buggy looked dangerously at the three of them and curiously asked, are you here to steal my treasure? Or, as that bastard with the flip-flops just said? Before Luffy could answer, an old man walked out from short distance. The old man was wearing armor and approached with a weapon, saying, Buggy, I want to duel with you. Buggy angrily replied, don't interrupt other people's conversations. Who are you? The old man said, I'm the mayor here. The buildings here were established through decades of hard work, and you dare to destroy our treasures. Haha. Buggy interrupted, what nonsense. What do these houses count as treasures? Only shiny gold treasures are real treasures. You're making me laugh to death. The mayor, furious, said, you wouldn't understand my feelings. Come on, let's decide our fates. Before the mayor could finish, Lin Hai struck the back of his neck with a knife hand, knocking him out. Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, you? Why? Luffy simply said, he was a nuisance. Seeing that Nami still didn't understand, Zoro explained, if we don't knock him out, he'll go to his death. Lin Hai said silently, you guys are thinking too much, right? I'm just unhappy that he interrupted me. Nami shot Lin Hai a glance and muttered, always so stubborn. At that moment, Luffy adjusted his hat, took a deep breath, and shouted, Big Red Nose. The echo reverberated, lingering in the air, indescribably wonderful. Ha! Buggy widened his eyes, thinking that straw hat wearing bastard just die in a flashy way. Soon, Luffy and Buggy started fighting. Zoro fought with Kabaji, while Machi chose to fight Lin Hai. Nami quietly sneaked away, presumably to steal some treasure. Machi shouted, Leaky. Then, a lion the size of a small house walked out from the shadows. Machi commanded, step on him. Lin Hai shot a glare at the lion, causing it to retreat in fear, wishing it could grow 8 legs to escape from that terrifying guy. When Machi saw Lee Jimo running away for no reason and was about to chase after him, Lin Hai directly used Shave to appear next to Machi, grabbing his shoulder and shouting, Go Pikachu! As a result, Lin Hai was satisfied, for Machi happened to crash into the big lion, and both of them flew out simultaneously. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Despite training his abilities, these guys were really weak and seemed to have no effect on his improvement at all. As he relaxed, Lin Hai noticed that the buggy's crew members were all lying on the ground pretending to be dead. However, Lin Hai wasn't interested in them and decided to let them be. Not far away, Zoro was engaged in a fierce battle with Buggy. Watching their fight, Lin Hai couldn't help but shake his head. Although Buggy's fighting style was flashy, wasn't Zoro's style also flashy in its own way? This is what they call insufficient strength. Compensating with flashy moves? Buggy, so you're the famous bounty hunter from the EC? Roronoa Zoro. Today is really my lucky day. I heard that if I defeat you, I'll become famous all over the sea. Zoro disdainfully replied, my goal is to be the strongest in the world. How could I possibly lose to a small fry like you? But I want to ask, are you performing acrobatics? Lin Hai, standing aside, couldn't watch any longer. If they were going to fight, then just fight. It was truly wasting his expectations. He decided to go see how Luffy's duel with Buggy was going. Just as he approached the area where Luffy was fighting Buggy, he saw Nami coming out carrying 2 large packages. Lin Hai stepped forward and said, little thief, there's a share for everyone who sees it. Nami cautiously hugged her 2 large bundles, saying, what do you mean share? These are all my things. What are your things? Those are my things. Buggy rushed over from a distance, exasperated, and said, quick, give me back my treasure. Nami confidently explained, what are you talking about? I stole this. So it's mine now. Lin Hai nodded in agreement and said, if it's yours, why don't you ask these treasures if they will answer you? Bucky, with a gloomy face, retorted, what kind of education did you guys receive? Just because you stole someone else's things, does that mean they belong to you? Che. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and replied, is your education so high that it's just about robbing the wealth of the poor for yourself? Ha ha. Nami chimed in, exactly, pirates actually come in to educate thieves. It's just hilarious. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Bucky brandished a few small knives and raised his head. Say you too, brats. Give me a glorious. Before Bucky could finish, a long fist suddenly came flying from not far away. Luffy shouted angrily, bastard, your opponent is me. Bucky was punched into the wall by Luffy, and Nami stared blankly at the flying Bucky, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Did Bucky lose? How could that be? He is the great Bucky. The result was obvious. Bucky got up again and fought with Luffy. However, while fighting, Bucky kept chasing Nami, clearly too focused on those treasures. In a battle, being distracted is a big no-no. As expected from the original work, Bucky was blasted away. Sitting aside, Lin Hai clapped his hands and complained, Luffy, you're hitting too slowly, aren't you? Luffy explained, that guy is really a monster, always splitting into so many pieces. If I hadn't found his weakness, that his feet can't leave the ground, I really wouldn't know how to defeat him. Joe. Zoro stepped forward and said, looks like you guys also finished your fight. At that moment, a group of townspeople approached, and one of them asked, hey, have you seen our town mayor? Lin Hai pointed to the area below the house. Several townspeople quickly ran over to take a look. Quick, is the mayor still alive? Who dare to do this to our mayor? It must be that group of pirates. Let's go fight them. Nami couldn't help but remind them, your mayor is fine, just unconscious. One of the townspeople asked, little girl, how do you know that? By the way, who are you? Luffy flashed an innocent smile and explained, oh, we are pirates. Your mayor was knocked out by Lin Hai at that time. Cough, cough. Luffy continued to explain in a dramatic manner, completely unaware of the twitching expressions of the people nearby. After hearing Luffy's explanation, the townspeople became agitated. You are actually pirates, and you hurt our mayor. Seeing the townspeople pick up tools as weapons and glare at Lin Hai, the atmosphere turned tense. Lin Hai had no choice but to step forward and pull Luffy, saying, "Why are you being so fierce with me? Your town chief is the one I fought, but he is my captain." Lin Hai pulled Luffy forward and said again, "If there's anything, my captain will take full responsibility. If there's a problem, just go to him. My captain is going to be the Pirate King. But you all better be careful, because once he becomes the Pirate King, he's going to come back and beat you all up. So if you're not afraid, bring it on, you stinking townsfolk." Just as he finished speaking, without giving everyone a chance to react, Lin Hai had already picked up Nami and was on the run. Everything happened so fast, like a tornado. A gust of wind blew through the street, and Lin Hai's figure was already gone. Zoro was almost caught off guard by Lin Hai's move. Coming back to his senses, Zoro asked playfully, "What now, my captain?" "Ha ha." Luffy turned around and ran, and we quickly followed suit. Nanny, finally shaking off those townspeople. Since Luffy's little boat was too small, they directly borrowed a slightly larger ship belonging to Buggy's crew nearby. Soon, the few of them were sailing away from the island. Once they were safe, Nami couldn't help but ask Lin Hai, "Lin Hai, you just pinched my butt, right?" Zoro and Luffy immediately perked up, unable to resist straining their ears to listen to the gossip. Lin Hai quickly denied, "That's not true. I might have accidentally bumped into something because I was running too fast." Nami crossed her arms and continued to ask with interest. Once or twice could be considered an accident, but what about 8 times? Luffy couldn't help but sneer, "Lin Hai, so you're that kind of person." Zoro echoed, "I knew Lin Hai was just a pervert. If it weren't for Nami staring at him, Lin Hai would definitely have argued with them. How could they kick him while he was down? They must be retaliating against him for leaving them behind while running away." Seeing Lin Hai didn't respond, Nami continued, "No way. This is too unfair for me. You must pay me 800,000 berries." Lin Hai widened his eyes and stared at Nami, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? I just saved you 800,000 berries." Nami nodded in response. 800,000 berries. I don't have it now, but I'll pay you back later." Damn, she's so shameless, right? So, Lin Hai stepped forward and suggested, "Nami, I don't have that much berries. How about I give you myself instead? As a..." "Haha. Lin Hai, I didn't expect you to be this shameless. You're killing me with laughter." Although Nami had seen a lot, she was still just a 17-year-old girl. Faced with Lin Hai's shameless suggestion, she couldn't help but blush. Annoyed, Nami glared fiercely at the three, and immediately, they quickly shut their mouths and obediently sat to the side. Meanwhile, Lin Hai quickly pulled up his attribute panel. Host, Lin Hai strength, 1700, 1400, 300, agility, 160, 140, 20, stamina, 3200, 2700, 500, conquerors haki, LV2, intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled, directly stuns the weak-willed, flirt coins, space backpack, sword, alias, high wind, system reminder. Please keep up the good work, be flirtatious to the sky. The ship had just set sail for a while when Nami caught a glimpse of the treasure bag and sensed something was off. Why is there only one bag? Where's the other one? Noticing Nami's unease, Luffy asked, "What's wrong, Nami?" Nami exclaimed, "One of the 2 bags of treasure here is missing." Lin Hai dug his ear and replied, "I returned a bag to those villagers." Nami angrily said, "That's mine." Lin Hai contemptuously said, "That is the hard-earned money of the townspeople. And yours? How shameless." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hai was violently pushed into the seawater by Nami. Lin Hai hurriedly said, "Stop it. Do you want to drown me? We're partners." Nami nearly died of anger and retorted, "Who is your partner? I'll drown you right now." Luffy, on the side, said, "Nami, since you like it so much, let's go back and get it." Luffy was also pulled in to be drowned by Nami. Luffy quickly said, "I can't swim, I'll die. Also, it's not my fault, let go of me." Nami sneered, "That's exactly why I want to drown you. You're his captain. You can't escape responsibility for what he does." Haha. Zoro watched these two in a mess and suddenly felt amused. Fortunately, after Nami vented her anger for a while, she let Lin Hai and Luffy go. At this moment, Lin Hai hurriedly bought a mirror and a comb from the system to fix his hairstyle. His hair was all messed up after being drowned by Nami. Zoro, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Lin Hai, what are you doing?" Lin Hai replied seriously, "A hairstyle is a man's soul. In my hometown, people often say, you can lose your head, you can shed blood, but your hairstyle must not be messed up. Do you understand? TCH. Zoro turned his back to Lin Hai and muttered, "Boring, just doing unnecessary things." Nami's eyebrows twitched in annoyance. But Luffy was different. He admired the stylish side part hairstyle. Is this the romance of being a man? Luffy couldn't help but say, Lin Hai, quickly give me a hairstyle too. Although Zoro complained that it was boring, he still secretly looked back to observe. Soon, Lin Hai styled Luffy's hair into a slicked back look. Then, Lin Hai took out 2 pairs of sunglasses from his system space and put them on. Lin Hai and Luffy exchanged glances, each putting their shoulders around the other and shouting, Romantic, romantic, duong, duong. Nami angrily said, Do you want to capsize the ship? Ha ha. Zoro, on the side, held his stomach and kept laughing. However, with a single glare from Nami, Zoro quickly shut his mouth. That nasty woman Nami, how unreasonable. Hitting herself at every turn, messing up her freshly styled hair. How much can one endure? Annoyed, Lin Hai stood up and pointed in anger, saying, Nami, don't think just because you're a woman I won't hit you. When I get angry, even I'm scared you. You want to try moving again? You want to try moving again? Damn, don't hit my face. Nami clapped her hands, raised her eyebrows at Luffy, who quickly turned to look at the horizon with a pout. Zoro, who had been laughing, quickly mimicked Luffy and looked towards the horizon as well. After sailing for a while, Lin Hai forgot the pain of his injuries. He stepped forward, put his arm around Nami's shoulder, and asked, Nami, how long until we reach the next island? Nami glanced at Lin Hai and said, Let go. Lin Hai quickly withdrew his hand and scratched his head, saying, Can't help it, can't help it. Who told you your figure is so good? Luffy, pervert. Zoro, what a shame. Lin Hai angrily said, Who is like you 2 bastards? One a foodie and the other a drunkard. What did you say? X2 Lin Hai tugged at his sleeves and said, Do you 2 want to fight? Be careful not to cry for your mom after I beat you up. Zoro nodded and said, Yeah, just now one was beaten up and begged for mercy. Picking at old wounds again, Lin Hai angrily said, What did you say? Nami stepped forward to stand between the two and said, Stop arguing. We probably still have half a day to get there. Once we find the navigator there, our agreement will be fulfilled. Upon hearing that Nami was about to part ways, the few of them fell silent. Lin Hai quickly hugged Nami's waist and cried, Nami, please be our navigator. If I can't see you every day, I feel like life will lose all hope. Zoro, who was beside them, couldn't help but retort, Hey, you're crying is way too fake, right? Lin Hai quickly changed his expression and said, What is it to you? Go play over there. Then Lin Hai returned to his crying demeanor and said, Nami, do you know? Ever since I met you, I can't bear to part with a nun. We are like Shimin Ching meeting Pangelian, and like Tang Sung encountering the spider spirit. Lin Hai secretly regretted. Why didn't he remember more sweet words in his past life? Now he didn't know what to say at a critical moment. Nami looked down at Lin Hai's poor performance and teased, Is that all? Keep going, I'm listening. TCH. Zoro turned his head, speechless, and said, What a mess. But Luffy looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes and exclaimed, Ska ska. Seeing Nami's gaze, Lin Hai quickly released his hand, looked up at the sky, and said, Today's sky is so blue. The ocean is all water. Nami angrily said, Are you done? If you keep saying I'll throw you into the sea. TCH, how can time pass without joking around for such a long time? Forget it. The bored Lin Hai could only lean against the side and sleep. Soon, Lin Hai fell into a dream. In the dream, in a bustling execution square, people were discussing, how could such a powerful figure be caught by the Navy? Yeah, what a pity. I wonder where the Pirate King's treasure is. If we find it, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. I heard he was caught by Fire Fist Ace. They fought for 10 days and nights, and in the end, Fire Fist Ace had the upper hand. I know this, the Navy hero Fire Fist Ace. Lin Hai in the square was quite confused. Navy hero Fire Fist Ace? What a joke. Following the people's gaze towards the execution platform, Lin Hai thought, Isn't that Blackbeard teach? What a joke. Just before the execution, the square fell silent, and people dared not make a sound, quietly watching Blackbeard on the execution platform. Suddenly someone said, Pirate King, where's your treasure? The legendary One Piece. Blackbeard on the platform smirked, then boldly said, TCH ha, TCH ha, TCH ha. Do you want Nami's photo? Do you want Robin's stockings? Do you want the Empress's lace? Go ahead, I put everything there. Whoa. Lin Hai woke up from his dream, unable to hold back his laughter. This is really a big joke. Waking up from a deep sleep feels so refreshing. The gentle sea breeze ripples the surface of the water, just like Lin Hai's unrestrained heart. Seeing Lin Hai staring at her, Nami couldn't help but glare. What are you looking at? Like a pig. Lin Hai quickly shook his head. This woman is beautiful, but her personality is too terrible, definitely not suitable as a partner. Sitting at the bow of the ship, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, Look, an island has appeared ahead. Instantly, everyone became excited. They could finally go ashore. As soon as they landed, Zoro couldn't help but step on the ground and sighed. It's so much more reassuring to be on solid land. Lin Hai laughed and said, of course it's solid. We could buy alcohol to drink later. Luffy quickly replied, then what are we waiting for? Let's eat. Nami said speechlessly, shouldn't you find a ship first? That ship can't sail for long. After walking for a while, Zoro suddenly reminded, Luffy, be careful. Bayou, bayou, bayou. A few marbles appeared on the ground. Spatial field. The one shooting the marbles was Usopp, the long-nosed guy who idles around and tells tall tales in this village. Suddenly appearing in front of Lin Hai. Usopp was still in a daze when Lin Hai flicked his nose and exclaimed, everyone come and see his nose is real. Hey, where did you get your nose done? Everyone couldn't help but turn dark, while the three children hiding in the woods were so scared that they dropped Usopp and ran away. Originally, Usopp thought the flag on Luffy's ship meant pirates were invading the village. After some discussion, Usopp and the three kids decided to scare off the pirates coming to the village. Who would have thought that, after shooting a few slingshots, Usopp found himself inexplicably in front of Lin Hai at the bottom of a cliff. At that moment, Usopp didn't hear Lin Hai's words at all, but looked up at the cliff and then back at Lin Hai, trying to calm himself down, and said, what exactly did you do to me? I can tell you, I have 8,000 subordinates. If you don't leave, I'll command them to take action. At this time, Luffy stepped forward and said, you're Usopp, right? Your father is Yasopp, right? Usopp was surprised and said, how do you know my father? His name is indeed Yasopp. Luffy explained, I met your father when I was a kid. He was on Shanks' ship back then. It brings back memories, haha, when I saw you for the first time. I guess you were Yasopp's son because you both look exactly alike. Usopp exclaimed in surprise, really? I didn't expect my father to be on such a famous pirate's ship. Is he still on a ship now? Luffy shook his head and said, we haven't seen each other for many years, but he should still be on Shanks' ship. Ha! Usopp said, since you know my father, then we are friends. I'll treat you to a meal. Luffy's eyes lit up, really? You're such a good person, Usopp. Nami quickly distanced herself from Luffy, wondering what was wrong with this guy. As they were walking forward, Usopp suddenly reacted and asked Lin Hai, how did you just move me from one place to another? Are you a monster? Lin Hai said with disdain, I have eaten the space fruit, a devil fruit. In the ability field I create, I can freely manipulate anything inside, whether it's a person or an object. Everyone except Luffy looked at Lin Hai in amazement. Usopp couldn't help but exclaim, isn't your ability too overpowered? So, doesn't that mean you're invincible? Lin Hai laughed and said, invincible my ass. There are still many powers you don't know about. Forget it. Explaining it is quite troublesome, so I'll leave it for you to discover slowly. Usopp sighed. The sea is truly full of wonders. I never expected that something like the devil fruit actually exists. Nami chuckled and said, what's so strange about it? Luffy is also a user of a devil fruit. Luffy turned his head and stretched his cheek, introducing, I'm a user of the gum-gum fruit. Nanny. Usopp was startled. Lin Hai sneered and said, what a big fuss over nothing. Zoro can use 3 swords at the same time. Usopp looked Zoro up and down, very curious, and asked, one in each hand, but how do you use the third one? Zoro rolled his eyes and said, you guys are really annoying. Let's hurry up and get into the village. Lin Hai whispered softly in Usopp's ear. The remaining one will be bitten and hit with the mouth. Isn't that surprising? Bastard. Zoro glared at the two and said, do you believe I can cut both of you down? Ha ha ha. Cheers. Usopp took a few people to a small restaurant in the village to eat. After a while, Usopp couldn't help but ask Zoro, are you that famous pirate hunter? Roronoa Zoro? That's right. Zoro explained, I'm no longer a pirate hunter. Now I'm a member of their crew. After eating for a while, Nami asked Usopp, since Luffy knows your dad, do you think we can find a partner who can steer a ship and a big ship in your village? Usopp replied, you can see this is a small village. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Zoro joked, there's a big villa on the hill. Nami asked, is it Usopp's friend? Can we ask him to help us with some money? Usopp said, that's not possible. I just remembered I have something to do. I'm very familiar with the owner here, so you just eat and drink, I'll be leaving. The group watched Usopp rush out of the restaurant, and Nami couldn't help but feel frustrated. Looking at the few people eating and drinking without a care, Nami couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried that without a ship and navigator, we can't set sail? Luffy comforted her, don't worry, Nami, we'll get a ship eventually. Let's eat first. Lin Hai. That's my chicken leg. Zoro said, Lin Hai, you bastard, go call for your own wine. Nami slapped her forehead, feeling really tired. Ugh, I'm so full. While the group was resting in their chairs, 3 small children ran into the small restaurant, having escaped from the coast. One of them bravely stepped forward and asked, what have you done to our captain, Usopp? It turned out that the three children had come back to rescue Usopp after realizing their conscience after running away. Seeing Luffy's bulging belly, they couldn't help but fearfully say, You didn't eat Usopp, did you? Zoro showed an evil look and maliciously said, That's right. Your Captain Usopp has already been eaten by us. Monsters. It's so noisy. I can't stand these three kids jumping around. Nami couldn't help but shout in anger. However, the three kids became even more terrified upon seeing Nami's fury, and they huddled together, shouting, Mother Night Demon. Ha! Luffy explained, Your Usopp was eating when something happened, and then he left. One of them, named Onion Head, asked, Is that really the case? A Garlic Head suddenly remembered, I know, Usopp must have gone to tell Miss Kaya's story. Luffy sneered, What? So Usopp is someone who forgets friends for the sake of beauty. One of the children with a pepper head rebutted, That's not true. Miss Kaya has been unable to recover from her sadness since her parents passed away. It's Usopp who tells her stories every day that helps her gradually become cheerful and her health improve. Garlic Head echoed, Exactly. You can't say that about our Captain Usopp. Luffy exclaimed, So Usopp is a great person. Lin Hai patted Luffy on the shoulder and couldn't help but say, Your ability to accept things is too strong, right? It's like following the wind, one moment this, the next moment that. Nami quickly stepped forward and asked, The Miss Kaya you mentioned, is she the owner of that big house on the hillside? Seeing the three kids nod, Nami continued to ask, Can you take us to find Usopp? Sure. Lin Hai glanced at Nami and couldn't help but exclaim that a little thief is indeed a little thief, full of schemes. Luffy clapped his hands and decided, All right, let's go find Usopp. On the hillside, in Kaya's villa, Kaya was standing by the window, listening to Usopp, who was perched on a large tree branch, recounting stories of the handsome men they had seen together over the years. Usopp proudly said, Kaya, do you know? That man. He's charming and graceful, with piercing eyes and a noble nose, extraordinary and solitary. He wields a sword that can move mountains, overturn seas, and cut through rivers and mountains. That man is the author. He's really handsome. So handsome it's unbelievable. So handsome it's mind-blowing. So handsome he gets cut down. Kaya's eyes sparkled as she nodded continuously by the window. Seeing Kaya so interested, Usopp continued mysteriously. But there's someone even more handsome than the author. Do you know who it is? Kaya's face showed shock as she hurriedly asked, Is there someone even more handsome? How handsome could that be? Quickly tell me, Usopp. At this moment, Usopp thought for a moment and said seriously, It's those readers. Once I saw those readers, they were so handsome that they almost blinded my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. I've never seen anyone so handsome in my life. They can punch the 4 emperors and kick the navy. With a wave of their sleeves, the 5 elders bowed down. Kaya, remember this. In this world, it's better to bear the sin of killing celestial dragons than to offend them. Do you remember? After speaking, Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead and patted his chest. Still feeling a bit scared, Kaya gratefully said, Usopp, thank you for telling me this. After that, she looked into the distance, seeming hopeful about whether she would get to meet those legendary handsome men. How wonderful it would be if she could encounter them. Thinking of this, Kaya shyly squeezed her legs together and let out a sharp scream. Just then, Luffy and the others arrived and happened to hear Usopp talking about those legendary handsome men. Lin Hai was somewhat uncertain. After all, Usopp's boasts might very well come true. Although Lin Hai remained calm, Luffy and the 3 children around him were different, their eyes shining brighter than car headlights. I really want to meet them, Luffy said, sweating profusely. Zoro, on the side, murmured with interest, I would like to meet them if given the chance. Kaya, by the window, saw Luffy and his group and gently asked, Who are you? Nami quickly replied, We are just passing through and are friends of Usopp. We came to ask if you have any unused boats to give us. Lin Hai couldn't help but marvel at Nami's audacity to make such a shameless request on their first meeting. Is this everyone's specialty? On the side, Clabatel, who had been eavesdropping, heard that woman asking Kaya to give her a boat. How could that be possible? Soon, those would all be his property. How could he give them away? Unable to sit still, Clabatel quickly walked over to interrupt Kaya and Nami's conversation. Clabatel hated Usopp and wondered what kind of friends he had brought. A boat? Damn it. Clabatel said, There are no boats here for you. And Usopp, come down from that tree quickly and leave. We don't welcome you. A liar who only knows how to boast. Usopp glared at Clabatel, feeling somewhat displeased, always sensing that this guy was targeting him. His sixth sense also told him that he was not a good person, so he asked, Why are you always targeting me? Ha ha, Clabatel sneered, targeting you? I'm not the one saying it. You should go outside and see for yourself. Who doesn't know you are a big liar and boastful con man? The son of a pirate is still a pirate. You can't change a pirate's nature. His words seemed to carry an insult, and Usopp couldn't take it anymore. He dropped down from the tree with his tools and angrily said, "You can insult me, but you can't insult my father. He follows his heart and does what he loves, and I respect him." Clavitel scoffed, "I don't care what you think, but I won't allow you to come here, constantly fabricating lies to please our young lady. Do you think you can win her favor and gain her inheritance this way?" Unable to hold back, Usopp stepped forward and punched Clavitel to the ground, shouting, "You bastard, shut up." TSK. Clavitel spat and said, "A pirate is a pirate, as the son of a pirate. You have that violent gene in you. Can't argue with others, so you resort to violence? What did you say?" Usopp was about to go up and hit Clavitel again. Just then, Kaya shouted, "Enough, Usopp, stop using violence. Violence won't solve the problem. Can you go back for now?" Since Kaya said so, what could Usopp do? Violence won't solve the problem. For some reason, Usopp felt a slight pain in his heart, especially since those words came from Kaya. At that moment, Clavitel stood up and said, "Get out of here quickly, and don't come near the young lady again. And you lot over there, leave too. Zoro, don't stop me. I want to beat him up. Stupid butler, I'm going to hit you." Luffy was being held by Zoro, his limbs flailing. Zoro advised, "Hey Luffy, don't act recklessly. Don't complicate things further." Lin Hai looked at Clavitter for a while, and knew that he was a pirate captain, by G Cluo, but now was not the time for him to take action. It was better to leave first. After Luffy and the others left Koya's villa, Usopp said with little enthusiasm, "I'm going for a walk. I need some time alone." The others could tell that Usopp seemed to be feeling down. When they reached the fence in the wilderness, Luffy also ran off. Nami asked, "Where should we go now?" Zoro shook his head and said, "Since Luffy isn't here, let's wait for him here." Hey. Lin Hai said, "Do you see that bad guy over there? He's walking backward." They saw that the person not far away was walking in a strange manner. The group silently watched as the person walked up to them. Lin Hai certainly knew that this was Zhang Ao, the acting captain of the Black Pirate crew. Zhang Ao stopped and said, "I'm not a strange person. I'm not strange at all, okay?" One of the children asked, "Then who are you?" "Me?" Zhang Ao introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Ao, and I'm a hypnotist." "Hypnotist?" The three children approached with great interest, and one of them asked, "So you have a special skill? Can you show us?" Lin Hai couldn't help but mutter, "Kids are just kids. What special skills do they have?" Nami scoffed, "Look at you. It's obvious you want to see it, right?" Zhang Ao quickly shook off Lin Hai's hand, implying that if he didn't show a skill, he wouldn't let him go. After all, Lin Hai was quite interested in this incredible hypnosis technique, and he didn't believe that Zhang Ao could really hypnotize him. After shaking off Lin Hai's hand, Zhang Ao said, "What are you joking about? We're not acquaintances. Why should I show you my special skills?" After that, Zhang Ao quickly took out a watch from his pocket and said, "Watch this watch. When I count to 1, 2, Django, you will fall asleep. 1, 2, Django." X5 in an instant, Zhang Ao, Lin Hai, and the three kids all fell asleep. Hey. Zoro still didn't understand. How could they just fall asleep like that? Nami slapped her forehead and turned to Zoro, asking, "Is this your partner?" Zoro couldn't help but blush and quickly said, "I should pull them aside. They're sleeping in the middle of the road. They fall asleep quickly and wake up quickly too." When Zhang Ao woke up, he was already gone, and Lin Hai felt his face redden under Zoro and Nami's teasing gazes, quickly defending himself. That guy actually has some skills. Looking at that swaying watch somehow makes me feel sleepy, don't you think? Yes. The three kids replied in unison. Zoro didn't want to deal with that and asked, "So where to now? I don't even know where Luffy went." Lin Hai said, "Why don't we go back to that snack shop?" Nami agreed. It's better to go there than to stay out here. Meanwhile, Usopp, feeling down, was sitting on the grass under a big tree on a high cliff, gazing at the sea, when he was startled by Luffy, who had come down from the tree. After chatting for a while, they suddenly noticed that the butler Clavitel was discussing some schemes with Zango. From their conversation, Usopp and Luffy realized that Clavitel was actually the infamous pirate Countless Tricks Kuro from 3 years ago, and the person next to him was the hypnotist, the first mate Zango. The two decided that at dawn the next day, Zango would lead the pirate crew to attack the village. Then, they would use Zango's hypnosis to make Kaya write a will, leaving her property to her butler Clavitel, who was actually the hidden captain of the Black Pirate crew. Kuro. Upon hearing this conspiracy, Luffy stopped hiding and suddenly stood up, shouting at Kuro and Zango. "Hey, you can't hurt the people of this village." Seeing that the scheme was exposed, Kuro immediately ordered Zango to take action. As a result, Luffy was hypnotized and fell off the cliff, while Usopp thought it was a hidden weapon and escaped the fate of being hypnotized. After falling from such a high place, Everyone believed Luffy was dead. Zango wanted to chase after Usopp, but Kuro said, "No need to chase. No one will believe what he says because he has lost all trust in this village." Kuro was right. Usopp tried to persuade Kaya in the village, but apart from being cursed at, nothing had changed. Especially after Usopp explained the situation to Kaya. She became even more disappointed in him. When a dejected Usopp returned to the snack shop, he suddenly saw Luffy and the others eating and drinking heartily. Unable to contain himself, Usopp stepped forward and asked, "Luffy, didn't you die?" Lin Hai disdainfully said, "He's just a pile of rubber." "Have you ever seen rubber that could die from fall?" Usopp sighed and sat at the side of the table. "I see." Hey, Lin Hai said speechlessly. "What kind of behavior is this? You're too weak, aren't you? And you still talk about wanting to be a brave warrior at sea. Look at you now. You're exactly like that hypocritical butler said, just full of hot air." Seeing Lin Hai criticize Usopp like this, Nami couldn't help but say, "Lin Hai, how can you be so?" Lin Hai raised his hand to stop him. "The fact is just that, isn't it?" Usopp stood up and said, "What can I do? They are real pirates. I can't save the villagers. No, I can't let them hurt the villagers here, even if it costs me my life tomorrow." Luffy smiled and said, "Hey Usopp, we are here too." Usopp exclaimed excitedly, "You guys? You really want to help me? That's great." Woo-woo. Lin Hai silently pushed Usopp away, saying, "Don't let your snot drip on me. I didn't say I would help you. Look at you. It makes me uncomfortable." "Huh?" Luffy asked in confusion. "Lin Hai, aren't you participating tomorrow?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "Luffy, we are pirates, not saints. Look, isn't the food in the shop delicious?" Mm. Lin Hai clapped his hands and said, "Isn't that enough? Having received the shopkeeper's kindness, how can we let him be harmed? However, that group of pirates wants to hurt him. You see, as free people, of course we have to give that group of pirates a good beating." "But," Usopp weakly said, "I paid for the money." Lin Hai couldn't help but be taken aback. So, does this mean his reasoning has flaws? Is this being slapped in the face? Thinking of this, Lin Hai dangerously turned to look at Usopp and said, "Don't I care about face? If you have the guts, say what you just said again." Ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Nami said, "Always so stubborn." Usopp hugged Lin Hai and shouted, "Arigato." "Damn, don't wipe your snot on me, that's disgusting." Lin Hai felt like he was about to break down. "Usopp, why don't you hug them? You're definitely getting back at me for what I said earlier, right? You figured it out. Damn. Ha ha." The group played around for a while, and then they saw Zoro sleeping on one side, while Lin Hai and Luffy grabbed Usopp. Lin Hai curiously said, "Luffy, look, Usopp's nose is so long. How did that happen? I'm really curious if Usopp's nostrils might get blocked by boogers and then he could suffocate." Usopp exclaimed, "Don't scare me. How could someone possibly suffocate from their own boogers?" Luffy scratched his head and looked at the ceiling, and after pondering for a moment, turned to ask Nami, "Do you think Usopp might?" Nami was already quite angry, especially considering the current situation. The pirates were going to invade the village tomorrow, and these guys were still discussing this. Moreover, their captain Luffy was leisurely asking himself this question. Unable to take it anymore, Nami directly gave the three of them a smack. Nami felt it wasn't enough, and since Zoro was sleeping, she gave him a hit too. The groggy Zoro woke up and asked, "Huh? Have we eaten?" Nami twitched her eye, thinking one after another they're all like this. Just then, Lin Hai stepped forward and asked, "Nami, your temper has been so irritable lately. Did something happen? What happened?" X3 Zoro thought Lin Fan was talking about the pirate invasion tomorrow and said, "What is there to be afraid of? No matter how many pirates come, I'll just chop them all down." Nami slapped her forehead and glared at Lin Hai before asking, "I'm telling you all, the pirates are really going to invade here tomorrow. Aren't you worried? These are real pirates. People could die." Luffy put his hands on his hips and said, "What is there to be afraid of? We'll just beat them up." Zoro added, "I'll chop them." Lin Hai, let's take them down. Usopp, ahaha, I'm easygoing. If you all want it, I'll let you have it. I don't mind. Hee. Nami weakly asked, "Do you know where they came from? Shouldn't we prepare and come up with some plans before the big battle?" "Nami," Luffy stepped forward with a smile, "don't worry. If they dare to come tomorrow, I'll take them all down." Bang. Nami angrily said, "Honestly, I can't just ignore you all." Although Nami said that, she really couldn't ignore them. And Lin Hai and the others couldn't continue joking around either. Soon, Usopp led a few people to the coastal harbor and said, "Everyone, let's wait here for those pirates to come. But first, I'll set up some traps." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "I'll take a nap for a while. Just call me when it's time." Unconsciously, Lin Hai quickly fell into a deep sleep. Listening to the sound of the waves by the coast really helped him sleep. When Lin Hai woke up again, looking at the bright sky, he felt a bit confused. Who am I? Where is this? Coming back to his senses, Lin Hai was a little dazed. Where are the people? However, in the air, Lin Hai faintly heard some shouts. Lin Hai slapped his forehead, realizing that Usopp had chosen the wrong coast. And why didn't they wake him up? Not wanting to think too much, Lin Hai quickly used his abilities to rush towards the source of the sound. That should be the place where the pirates were invading, right? He hoped the battle wasn't already over by the time he got there. He hadn't even had a chance to show off his skills yet. At the port where the pirate invasion was taking place, the battle was still ongoing. When Lin Hai arrived, he saw that Luffy had some wounds on him, and Crocodile was swiftly slicing at him with a blade. Luffy didn't even have time to react. Lin Hai was speechless. Spatial field. Lin Hai used his ability and instantly appeared next to the rapidly running Kuro, then punched him away. Boom! A loud noise brought a large group of pirates back to reality from their terror. When the smoke cleared, Kuro was seen lying there. At this moment, the pirates were in an uproar. No way. That young man just knocked Captain Kuro away. Was he just lucky? How can anyone keep up with Captain Kuro's speed? And he actually hit him. Who on earth is he? So amazing. Nami, who had secretly snuck onto the pirate ship, stared at Lin Hai in disbelief. So was Kuro, who had hurt those pirates earlier. How is this possible? Nami blinked her eyes, wanting to confirm if what had just happened was real. After knocking Kuro away, Lin Hai turned around and looked at Luffy with disdain. Chuckling, "Hey, Luffy, you've been training for so long, and you can't even keep up with this speed?" Just as Luffy was about to respond, Kuro, lying on the ground, got up and said, "Who are you? My speed is so fast that I can't even control it myself. You must have just been lucky. Don't get too cocky." After saying that, Kuro adjusted his slick-back hairstyle. Huh? Lin Hai turned to look at Kuro, and instead of speaking, he took out his sword, Galfong, from his spatial field. Spatial field. One sword style cutting a cake. Clang. A sword sound echoed, and everyone felt as if a white light flashed above their heads. Then, a scene that left everyone present in shock appeared. The huge cliff beside them was sliced in half by Lin Hai's sword. Kuro turned his head in a daze to look behind him. What the heck was that flying mountain? Was it cut by a sword? Is this something a human can do? After a while, the pirates snapped back to reality in terror. What happened? Was that what he just sliced? Ha! I must be dreaming. Can someone tell me that I'm dreaming? So terrifying. Is this the power of a human? What on earth is he? A human or a ghost? Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, Nami was initially stunned by Lin Hai's action to the point of almost fainting. That cliff, as big as a small mountain, was actually sliced open by Lin Hai from such a distance. What kind of monster is he? He is so strong. Could he help her defeat the captain of the Fishman Pirates? And then save her hometown? In this moment, amidst her usual despair, Nami felt a flicker of hope as she looked at Lin Hai. At the right moment, a voice caught everyone's attention. Lin Hai looked at Kuro and asked, "Captain Kuro, what were you just saying?" Kuro looked at Lin Hai in fear, unsure how to respond. This was a crushing display of power. Kuro did not answer Lin Hai, but looked at him seriously. From that sword that sliced the cliff, Kuro understood that he was no match at all. Meanwhile, Luffy complained, "Lin Hai, he's my opponent. Don't interfere." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, I won't bother with you anymore." After that, he turned to Klo and said, "Captain Klo, good luck. I believe in you. Chop that rubber bastard to death." "What?" everyone exclaimed. "Ha ha ha." Luffy laughed and said, "How could I possibly die here? I'm the man who will become the Pirate King." Lin Hai disdainfully said, "What's so great about being the Pirate King? I'm going to become the Sea King." Sea King? What kind of king is that? I've never heard of it. Based on his strength just now, he should be able to do it, right? Hey, isn't this the wrong time to talk about that? Is he really not going to take action? Listening to the discussions of the pirates, Lin Hai couldn't care less about them. He was extremely happy because the system rewarded him with the basic observation haki and basic armament haki. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Hai saw Nami on the pirate ship, and he immediately flashed to her side, wrapping his arms around her waist, and said, "Nami, is your shoulder okay? Why are you so careless? Does it hurt?" Nami disdainfully replied, "Let go of me." Lin Hai scratched his head and replied, "Can't help it, can't help it." Nami said playfully, "It's okay, it's 100,000 berries each time, and you owe me a total of 900,000 berries. Lin Hai exclaimed, "You are so mean. How can you do this?" Nami replied, "Who told you to take advantage of me?" Lin Hai couldn't help but lean close to Nami's ear and asked, in that case, "How many berries for that night?" Slap. Nami, her face flushed, gave Lin Hai a slap and exclaimed, "You." Lin Hai sneered and said, "It's your own behavior just now that made me think this way, isn't it?" Without waiting for Nami to respond, the fighting started again. For a moment, the pirates on the slope at the coast let out screams once more. "Please stop it, Captain Kuro. Are we all going to die? Hurry and call that guy from earlier to help us. Only he can stop Captain Kuro, right? On the pirate ship, Nami couldn't help but worry. Is Luffy okay? No one is attacking them. How could they be injured for no reason? What on earth is going on? Lin Hai explained. Those people were actually injured by Klo, who used a speed that the naked eye cannot capture. Nami nudged Lin Hai and urged, knowing this is not as helpful as assisting him. Aren't you comrades? Luffy won't die, will he? Lin Hai pulled Nami into his arms and said seriously, why are you so flustered over such a small situation? Since Luffy said it's fine, then it's fine. You need to trust your companions a bit. Without trust, we can't go far, understand? After pondering for a moment, Nami realized that this annoying Lin Hai was taking advantage of her. Knowing that Nami wanted to speak, Lin Hai was the first to say, is there a reason you're working so hard to make money? Could it be that your family owes a lot of money, or someone is seriously ill? Or, Duong, Nami directly gave Lin Hai a knock on the head, or where do all these ores come from? After Lin Hai and Nami chatted for a while on the pirate ship, the battle on Luffy's side was also resolved. Lin Hai couldn't help but wrap his arms around Nami's waist again and said with a smile, see, I told you Luffy was right, didn't I? Spatial field. Lin Hai used his ability to teleport with Nami to Luffy's side. Nami couldn't help but say, aren't you going to let go? You really don't miss any opportunity, do you? Lin Hai had no choice but to let go of Nami and wanted to ask if Luffy was okay, but to his surprise, Luffy was lying on the ground, exhausted. With haki hardening, Lin Hai directly gave Luffy a slap. Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, why did you hit me? That hurts. Nami asked in confusion, aren't you rubber? How can it hurt? Luffy suddenly remembered what Lin Hai had said to him before and exclaimed in surprise, Lin Hai, you have master haki? Lin Hai 45 looked up at the sky and sighed, yeah, a genius is a genius. I woke up one day and could use the 3-color haki. What can I do? Luffy pouted and said, what's so great about that? Sooner or later, I will too. I'm going to be the pirate king. Nami, on the side, asked in confusion, wait, what is this haki you guys are talking about? Lin Hai shook his head and said, let's talk about it later. Where's Zoro and the others? We should find them first before discussing this with you. After resting for a while, Luffy and the others got up to look for Zoro. Meanwhile, Lin Hai quickly opened his system page. Host, Lin Hai strength, agility, 180, 160, 20, stamina, Conqueror's haki, LV2, intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled for release. Directly stuns those with weak will. Armament haki, LV1 observation haki, LV1 flamboyant coins, space backpack, sword, alias. High wind, system reminder, please keep up the good work. Be flamboyant to the extreme. What Lin Hai didn't expect was that the armament and observation haki were actually rewards obtained from the earlier sword strike that split the mountain, which was quite surprising. However, since there were already over 10,000 flamboyant coins in the system, he quickly looked for a realistic Nami. After all, the road is long and winding, and I am searching for the way in the sea. Young people, full of vigor, always have some impulses they can't resist. After searching for a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but scoff. Flamboyant system, what is this? No realistic replicas at all? And you call yourself a flamboyant system? Flamboyant system. After returning to the snack shop and having a big meal, Nami couldn't help but ask, Lin Hai, now you should tell us what that haki you mentioned earlier is, right? Haki? Zoro and Usopp couldn't help but ask, feeling puzzled. Cough, cough. Lin Hai flamboyantly adjusted his hairstyle, then waved his hand and smiled. Everyone sit down. Haki can be divided into 3 types. After Lin Hai's explanation, aside from Luffy, the other 3 showed expressions of shock. There is such power in this world. Lin Hai said humorously, if you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate for you. After saying that, Lin Hai controlled the power of his Conqueror's haki and directly unleashed it on the few people present. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro looked at Lin Hai in terror, as this power was truly unimaginable. Is this mental pressure? Seeing their expressions, Lin Hai proudly said, this is just a slight display of my abilities. If I increase the intensity, you have passed out long ago. Sigh, with how exceptional I am. I really can't find the words to express my talent. It's quite bothersome. He started to show off again, and the others' faces darkened. Zoro, feeling displeased, said, what's so great about it? One day I will too. Lin Hai disdainfully said, yes, 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 3-sword style. Zoro angrily said, you bastard, do you want to fight? Lin Hai replied, yes, 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 this is the kind of momentum. Come at me, and let me show you what observation haki is all about. Luffy immediately clapped his hands and said, hurry up, so we can have a good look. Lin Hai smiled and said, let's go outside. I'm afraid I might break something of theirs, and I can't afford to pay for it. Some greedy people are so stingy, holding onto a pile of treasures. Nami angrily said, What are you talking about? Lin Hai hurriedly ran outside, not wanting to talk to Nami, otherwise he would definitely get beaten up. Soon, Zoro outside discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hit Lin Hai. Usopp beside him exclaimed, "Wow, this power is too abnormal." Nami laughed and said, "You don't even know the half of it." Just now at the slope by the coast, Lin Hai split open one side of the high cliff. Usopp didn't think much of it. Split the cliff? At most, he just broke a piece of rock, right? Because when Lin Hai arrived at the coast, Usopp and Zoro had already gone to chase after the assassin Koya, so he didn't know what Lin Hai had really done to that cliff. Meanwhile, Zoro was sweating profusely, feeling crushed by this overwhelming pressure. Ignoring the panting Zoro, Lin Hai walked over to a large stone and said, "Now, you all take a look at the specific effect of armament hockey." With a loud bang, the stone beside Lin Hai was smashed to pieces by a layer of black arm that suddenly covered it. "Nanny, X3 Luffy pouted and muttered, "What's so great about that? I could do it too." After witnessing this power, Zoro became even more excited. This kind of power that man called Mihawk should also have, right? The world's strongest. With difficulty, this fits better with his guess. Soon, when the group returned to the snack shop, Koya, the young lady, also arrived there. With her tea-colored hair and wearing a thin lady's suit, Koya's outfit looked very tasteful. Lin Hai glanced at the few people beside him, then looked at Koya's outfit, which was completely the embodiment of a goddess and a loser. Koya smiled gently and said, "Everyone, thank you for saving us this time. Well, since you are short a boat, I would like to give you one as a token of my gratitude." Luffy was immediately surprised. "Really? Arigato. You are such a good person." Koya smiled slightly, and Usopp was completely smitten. "Koya." Usopp had a lot to say but didn't know where to start. Koya seemed to understand and chuckled. "No need to say anything. Usopp, I understand. I was wrong about you before. Really. Usopp impeccable. No, there's no need to say that." Luffy and the others might not have understood, but Lin Hai's face turned dark. Being fed so much dog food was simply unbearable. After a while, Koya went back, saying that the boat would take a few days to be ready since it needed some modifications. Usopp seemed to be lost in a certain sentiment, and Lin Hai couldn't help but tease, "Hey, if you like her, just go after her, you shy guy." Usopp immediately exploded in anger, his face turning red as he retorted, "What are you talking about? I'm not like you think with Koya, and my name is Usopp, not Shy Guy." Haha. Laughter erupted collectively. Lin Hai patted Usopp on the shoulder and smiled. "Since you don't have the courage, let's look outside. It's not dark yet. Don't daydream in broad daylight. Bastard." Usopp immediately replied, "Next time we eat, you pay for yourself." After playing around for a while, they saw Nami, who was taking a walk outside, looking like she wanted to say something. Lin Hai asked, "Nami, do you have something to tell me? Ever since you came back from the coast, you've been like this. Could it be that you have a stomachache? Did that really happen?" Nami, angry, hit Lin Hai lightly. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "You don't mean you want me to pay you back, do you? I'm telling you no, not a single berry." Nami gave Lin Hai a glare and finally mustered the courage to weakly ask, "What if there's a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries, or even stronger? Can you guys handle it?" Nami couldn't help but think this way. The shadow that Arlong cast over her started from her childhood. She believed Arlong was invincible, that no one could match him. However, just now at the coast, Nami witnessed the shock that Lin Hai caused, which is why she asked. Nami didn't want to lead anyone to their deaths again. Similar situations had happened before. They all said it would be fine, but in the end, those who went didn't come back, which made Nami lose confidence. When Nami asked, Luffy couldn't help but be curious. Is a bounty of 20 million berries really that impressive? Zoro explained, "Well, it depends. Previously, Buggy had a bounty of 15 million berries. The bounty amount partly represents the threat to the world government, and partly reflects one's own strength and actions toward civilians." Nami nodded and said, "It's an evaluation of overall strength, but some pirates are stronger than their bounty suggests. Because Arlong bribed Captain Mouse, his actions and strength weren't known to the Navy headquarters, which is why his bounty is set like this." Usopp exclaimed, "That bounty is way too high." Luffy asked in confusion, "Is it really that high?" Lin Hai explained, "That closed bounty is 16 million berries. I didn't expect that after fighting him, although Luffy won. He was completely exhausted." After saying this, Lin Hai poked Luffy's forehead and laughed. "Luffy, don't you want to become the Pirate King? Look at yourself. Fighting a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries, and you still have to struggle like this. If you had to fight a pirate with a bounty of 1,600,000,000, wouldn't you get taken out in an instant? All you do is eat, eat, and you're still so foolish. I tell you, after training with me for so long, have you turned into a dog?" Luffy was enraged. You bastard. How dare you underestimate me? After saying that, Luffy turned to Nami and said, Nami, take me to find that pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. I can definitely beat him. I'm going to be the pirate king. Nami, on the side, still looked at Luffy with distrust. Lin Hai placed his hand on Nami's shoulder and smiled. Nami, what do you think you look like this? Nami looked at Lin Hai with a puzzled expression. Lin Hai said silently, Your expression really looks like constipation. It makes my stomach ache just looking at it. To be honest with you, even if a 200 million bounty pirate appeared now, I could still take him down. A mere 20 million berry pirate, even if underestimated, is just something to blink at in front of me. If he hasn't passed out yet, it would just take one more stab. Just now at the slope by the coast, do you think anyone in the EC could block my strike? Zoro jealously said TCH, while Luffy replied, if it's that guy Lin Hai, he really could do it. Usopp exclaimed, Is that guy Lin Hai really that strong? Lin Hai glanced at Usopp and then turned to Nami, who seemed to have made a decision. Nami looked at the tattoo on her arm with a pained expression, causing everyone to become serious. Everyone, Nami said slowly, There's something about my hometown, Kokoyashi village. 8 years ago, a gang called the Fishman Pirates occupied my village, led by a pirate captain named Arlong. He demanded that everyone in our village pay a tribute for their lives every year. At that time, my family couldn't afford it. My adoptive mother, Belmere, fought Arlong to protect my sister and me, and she died at his hands. A heavy silence fell over the group, and Lin Hai did not stop Nami from gripping the tattoo on her arm tightly. After a moment, Nami continued, Belmere was once a Marine. During a mission, she found my sister and me, and later she resigned from the Navy to raise us. But as she spoke, Nami began to cry. Everyone could feel that she was extremely heartbroken. After crying on Lin Hai's shoulder for a while, she gradually calmed down. Lin Hai couldn't help but say, So that's why you love money so much. Because if you had enough money back then, your mother wouldn't have left you. But the past is the past. You should try to let it go. Nami couldn't help but remember Belmere's final farewell, her smiling face. Nami, Noki, I can't say that you aren't my children. You must face life with a smile from now on. I love you both. Bang! A gunshot rang out and Belmere fell down. Nami snapped back to reality, trembling. That was her memory of witnessing the permanent farewell of her dearest person. Lin Hai couldn't help but embrace Nami, softly saying, Nami, the past is the past. No matter how reluctant you are, it can't be changed. Although it's cruel, you must remember that you still have many dear friends. If you focus too much on the past, you might lose your future. Be strong. In Lin Hai's embrace, Nami suddenly felt a different kind of warmth. However, at that moment, Lin Hai wished he could take out the high wind from his spatial backpack and directly chop Luffy in half. Damn it, Luffy shouted angrily. Where's that guy Arlong? I can't hold back anymore. I want to beat him up. Nami, take us to find him. Zoro couldn't help but retort. How are we supposed to go? The ship won't be ready for a few more days. Luffy, seemingly out of his mind, insisted, I don't care. I want to go beat up Arlong right now. Usopp said, speechless, Hey, are you even listening to what people are saying? Nami, who was feeling sad, was brought back to reality by Luffy's commotion and suddenly realized how she had ended up in Lin Hai's chest. Blushing, she quickly left his embrace and said, Luffy, calm down for a moment. I have something to tell you. The thing is, I made a promise with Arlong. Once I earn 100 million berries, I will buy back my village. Lin Hai couldn't help but poke Nami's head disdainfully and said, You violent woman love money so much. You can actually do such a ridiculous thing? That's 100 million berries, and you're even giving it to your mother's killer. Duong. Nami directly hit Lin Hai, and with a face full of black lines, explained, I had no choice. Although that Arlong isn't a good person, he still values agreements. Lin Hai stood up and retorted, Is your head stuck in a door? Do you really believe that piece of trash? It's better to believe that Luffy doesn't like to eat. Duong. Nami gave Lin Hai another hit, angrily saying, Can you not be so infuriating when you talk? I just wanted to say, why are you such a dreamer? Wake up. Lin Hai explained seriously. Nami, with that kind of character, how could he give you the opportunity to fulfill his promise? Didn't you say he was colluding with that Captain Mouse? So, stop holding on to those fantasies. You should trust us. When the time comes, you can take us to Kokoyashi village, and we can take out the Fishman pirate crew directly, right? Besides, those berries were earned by you over the years, risking your life and facing dangers to take them from pirates. Why should you give them away? Hearing Lin Hai's words, Luffy couldn't help but remind him, It doesn't matter how it goes, but that Arlong must be knocked out by me. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Do as you please, but we still have to stay here for a few more days. Since the decision has been made, Or shall we go to have fun now? Sleep? Nami, in a cheerful mood, retorted it's still broad daylight. Sleep? Are you a pig? Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, we don't need to sleep. We can go make people. Zoro, who had been silent, couldn't help but spit out the drink in his mouth. Ha ha. Usopp looked at Lin Hai and Nami oddly, while Luffy pretended to be naive and said, make people? Is it fun? I want it too. With a bright red face, Nami directly slapped Lin Hai and Luffy each, then shot a fierce glare at Lin Hai. That guy, Lin Hai, lying on the ground, was quite displeased and said to Luffy, what do you want? Just eat your meat. That kind of thing is something as stinky rubber like you can get involved in? Luffy muttered, really stingy. If you don't want to play, then don't. By the way, how about we go outside and fight? Fight? Usopp asked in confusion. You guys really have a lot of energy. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. This Luffy always ruined his good plans. He would use armament hockey to give him a good lesson later. Seeing Lin Hai's expression, Zoro swallowed hard and couldn't help but say, hey, Lin Hai, what bad idea are you cooking up again? Zoro couldn't help but think this way. He had been tricked by Lin Hai several times before. Lin Hai quickly adjusted his expression, then fixed his hairstyle, and with a sunny smile said, with my handsome looks, bright personality, healthy mindset, and the ability to captivate countless girls, I've broken many hearts. Usopp couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, how come you're even better at bragging than I am? Zoro joked. I think Lin Hai looks more like a pervert. Lin Hai looked at Usopp with wide eyes and said, Usopp, do you think your nose is too long and need me to fix it for you? Usopp retorted, you bastard, do you want to fight? After saying that, Usopp pulled Luffy over and said, come on. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Luffy, although Usopp's nose is very long, it is also a characteristic. Aren't you going to invite him to join? Nami couldn't help but retort. Are you inviting him just because he looks unique? Lin Hai explained this way. The bridge of everyone's nose can be more coordinated and more attractive. Ha ha. Seeing everyone laughing, Usopp couldn't help but say, Lin Hai, you bastard, I want to challenge you one-on-one. Soon, Usopp joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and, after a lot of noisy chatter, everyone started doing their own thing. At a coastal area, Nami was alone, gazing at the horizon where the sea meets the sky, lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing about her hometown. At the right moment, Lin Hai arrived and, noticing Nami looking back, he approached and sat down beside her, asking, what's wrong? Still worried about your hometown? Nami nodded and said, I feel a bit insecure. I have invited those pirate hunters and some righteous people to save my hometown before, but they all ended up defeated by the Arlong pirates. Lin Hai walked to Nami's side and asked, you've had a tough time these years, haven't you? Smelling the strange scent in the air, Lin Hai felt a stir in his heart, and the youthful excitement was a bit overwhelming. Nami shook her head and said, tough? To be honest, I don't even know how I've managed to get through it. Maybe it's the belief in saving the villagers that has supported me. Lin Hai turned to look into Nami's eyes and said, why does it seem like you've lost the vitality that young people should have? Nami, you should embrace hope again and be a positive and optimistic person. Life's difficulties are inevitable, and isn't the meaning of what we can do to face life with a smile. For a moment, the two fell silent. From Lin Hai's gaze, Nami seemed to see the demeanor of someone like Belmere, which reflected a positive and optimistic attitude towards life. The sunny person in front of her made Nami momentarily lost in thought. She realized that she hadn't seen such a smile in a long time. Soon, Nami discovered that she seemed to have forgotten the words Belmere once said to her. Over the past 8 years, Nami realized she had been walking in a numb state. Hey, Lin Hai couldn't help but gently shake her and asked, are you okay? Huh? Coming back to her senses, Nami's cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned to look into the distance, muttering, who do you think you are, just a self-indulgent pirate? Stop trying to lecture me. For a moment, the coast fell silent again, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the wind. After a while, Nami couldn't help but say, Lin Hai, thank you. Thank you for reminding me of some things. I feel much better now. Lin Hai turned to look at Nami and couldn't help but wrap his arms around her waist. Nami said angrily, why do you always do this? Lin Hai said seriously, don't you think the wind by the sea is so strong? I'm afraid you'll catch cold. Nami's expression darkened. It's so hot right now. This wind feels incredibly refreshing. No way I'm catching a cold. Soon, Nami turned her head and said with a sly smile, it's fine if you want to hold me, but it'll cost you 100,000 berries. You owe me a total of 1,000,000 berries. Lin Hai exclaimed, do you really think I'm a sucker? I have no money. I'm right here. Do whatever you want with me. Nami stood up and said, who wants you? I still prefer Bailey. I'm leaving. What are they all doing? Lin Hai had no choice but to follow Nami back, feeling frustrated and asking, what are we going back for? What's so fun about that noisy bunch? What Lin Hai didn't expect was that Nami suddenly turned around and kissed him on the cheek, then said, "Are you satisfied now?" Lin Hai instantly became spirited, but quickly said, "Nami, how dare you take advantage of me? No way, I have to kiss you back." In an instant, Nami's annoyed voice rang out from the coast. "Lin Hai, you bastard." A few days later, the golden merry-go, gifted by Kaya, was sailing on the Azure Sea. Due to the new ship, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they began to admire the equipment on board. When Lin Hai came out of his room, he saw Luffy, sitting in a sullen mood, apparently scolded by Nami. Not far away, Zoro was leaning against the mast, seemingly ready for a long nap, while Usopp was tinkering with his things. And Nami? Nami was standing at the edge of the ship, gazing at the horizon, with the breeze gently blowing her orange, shawl-like short hair, her curvy figure. Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh. "Nami, you are really beautiful." Before Nami could respond, Luffy angrily said, "What are you talking about? Nami loves money and is violent, and..." Duan. Luffy seemed to have learned nothing, as Nami gave him another hit. Zoro, watching his captain being humiliated by Nami, said with displeasure, "Tch." Nami looked at Zoro and asked Zoro, "Do you have an opinion too?" Of course he had an opinion, and it was a big one. However, Zoro still chose to back down and turn to look elsewhere. After a while, Luffy suddenly got excited and ran to Lin Hai's side, saying, "How about we have a fishing competition?" Lin Hai said silently, "With your restless personality. Are you sure you want to go fishing?" Luffy retorted, "Don't underestimate me. Of course I can fish." Lin Hai nodded and said, "All right, what's the bet? There has to be some incentive, right?" Luffy replied, "Whoever catches more fish gets to eat more later. How about that?" Usopp couldn't help but retort, "Luffy, that's basically saying nothing." Despite Usopp's comment, he still joined in the fishing competition between the two. At that moment, Lin Hai sat on the railing, holding the fishing rod and saying, little fish, come on the hook. I have delicious food in my bucket. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 or 4 fish." Everyone looked at Lin Hai in amazement. This guy is really something. Because Usopp and Luffy also tried to call out like Lin Hai, but their fishing rods remained still. In fact, Lin Hai was cheating using his observation haki, and his bucket was almost full, while Luffy's bucket had not a single fish, and Usopp's bucket had a few. Luffy angrily threw his fishing rod aside. "I'm done fishing. Why did you catch so many while I can't catch even one?" Ahem. Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said slowly, "Fishing requires patience and a certain level of cultivation. As the saying goes, calm as a maiden, even when a mountain collapses before me, my expression remains unchanged." What to do? I can't think of anything else. But Usopp and Luffy were already looking at Lin Hai with shining eyes, exclaiming, "So cool." Meanwhile, Zoro scoffed again. What a show-off. Nami didn't expect Lin Hai to be such a show-off, especially wondering why he always looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. She really wanted to give him a good beating. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "It's all trivial, just a small matter. I'll go relieve myself for a moment." Seeing Lin Hai standing on the railing of the boat, Usopp couldn't help but ask, "You're not going to do it right here, are you?" Lin Hai turned his head and asked, "Is there a problem?" "It's very convenient." Luffy's eyes lit up. "You wanted fishing just now? But I don't believe you can win me at this." Lin Hai puzzled. "Are you going to compete again?" Luffy nodded, "Of course." "Usopp, are you in?" Usopp replied, "Sure." Nami beside them couldn't help but blush, thinking these guys. She quickly left the scene. Soon, Lin Hai and Luffy looked disdainfully at Usopp, while Usopp looked surprised at Lin Hai and replied, "I will definitely grow that big in the future, right?" TCH. Lin Hai laughed. "Luffy will become the Pirate King, and Zoro will become the world's greatest swordsman." Usopp grumbled, "You bastard." Speaking of Luffy's restlessness, it really wasn't an exaggeration. After everyone finished eating fish, Lin Hai had just fallen asleep in his room when a commotion erupted outside. It turned out that Luffy and Usopp had fired a cannon at a nearby small island. On the other side of the island, 2 of Zoro's friends, Johnny and Joseph, were resting. Zoro used to be a bounty hunter like these two. Nevertheless, after boarding the ship, Johnny started cursing loudly. Lin Hai, who was woken up, really wanted to chop him up. Looking at the damaged railing, Lin Hai's expression darkened. "If you keep making noise, I'll throw you into the sea." Although Lin Hai didn't release his conqueror's haki in anger, his aura was still quite intimidating. Johnny swallowed hard and replied, "My companions were disturbed by you guys." Nami rolled her eyes and said, "Are you out of your mind? He's sick." On the sea, many people get this illness due to lack of food. Soon after, Joseph fell back down after waking up. At this moment, Zoro asked Johnny, "Do you know if there's a chef nearby?" Johnny smiled. "Of course, I've been a bounty hunter for several years, so I know." Thus, under Johnny's guidance, the group arrived at the Bartai restaurant. However, before the Mary could reach Bartai, a Navy warship approached. under the hint of Captain Hapali. The cannons of the warship aimed at the Mary, intending to sink the ship. Nami asked, "Where's Lin Hai?" Usopp explained, "He's sleeping." Nami complained, "Still sleeping. You guys need to think of a way." Luffy laughed, "I'll handle this small matter." As a result, just like in the original story, Luffy accidentally made a hole in the roof of the Bartai restaurant. Seeing this, Zoro had no choice but to step up to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, Nami angrily ran into Lin Hai's room, intending to wake him up, but little did she know Lin Hai was dreaming. In a daze, seeing Nami in front of him, he thought it was part of his dream. So, he pulled her closer, and their lips met. Why does Lin Hai feel so real? After a while, Lin Hai's restless hands. Nami, realizing what was happening, quickly got up and said, "You bastard, get up now." Ahem, Lin Hai awkwardly said. "Nami, I was just dreaming, you have to understand." Nami gave Lin Hai a glare. Didn't he kiss her last time in Zillabu village? However, Nami wouldn't dwell on that and instead said, "A warship outside is going to sink our ship." Lin Hai suddenly woke up. How could this be? Is it that he, Lin Hai, can no longer lift the knife? Or is it that he really can't lift the knife? This is truly outrageous. Lin Hai quickly got up and said, "Hurry up, the wine is spilling." Nami exclaimed, "Bastard, where are you grabbing?" "Ahaha, it's an accident, purely an accident. Those Navy guys are just outrageous. Don't slap my face." By the time Lin Hai and Nami came out, Zoro had already driven the Navy back, while Luffy was dragged away by the chefs to do hard labor. After all, Luffy had made a hole in their roof, right? As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, they saw Sanji in the distance, already holding up Navy Lieutenant Hobody. Lin Hai said silently, "What are you looking at? Let's hurry up and eat. I woke up, and I'm already hungry." Nami turned her head and shot Lin Hai a glance. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow at Nami, which reminded her of the earlier scene. Although it felt quite nice, Nami still had a mission. Her face flushed as she quickly turned her head and said, "Let's go inside." Soon, a sumptuous meal was served. And after a while of eating, Luffy, who had come down the stairs, saw this scene and immediately lost his composure. Luffy angrily shouted, "You guys ate such delicious food while I was gone. This is too much. Too much." Lin Hai grabbed Luffy by the collar and retorted, "You say we're being excessive? Didn't you say you wanted to be the Pirate King? And what happened? You actually went to do chores. You idiot. Do you know that pirates are supposed to be free? How can you be so indecisive? Being a pirate is such a promising career, and you've messed it up like this. It's simply a disgrace in the industry." Ha ha. Seeing Luffy speechless because of Lin Hai's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. A promising career as a pirate? A disgrace in the industry? Nami couldn't hold it in any longer, clutching her stomach with one hand and pounding the table with the other, which attracted Sanji, the pervert. Sanji quickly ran in front of Nami, then knelt on one knee and passionately declared, "O.C., thank you for granting me this encounter today. Love, you can mock me for being unable to bear this pain. As long as I'm with you, whether as a pirate or a demon, I'm ready for it now." The people around Nami looked on with black lines on their faces, wondering how this guy could compete with Lin Hai. Where is Lin Hai? At this moment, Lin Hai is taking out paper and pen from the system and standing next to Sanji, recording his words. Sanji, realizing that there's a man standing next to him who is even more handsome than himself, unhappily asks, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Lin Hai urged, "What about the next sentence? Keep going so that when I see a pretty girl in the future, I'll have something to say." Sanji's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Are you mocking me, you bastard?" "Ahaha." Luffy laughed while holding his stomach. "Zoro, Usopp, you guys look at them. They are so similar." Lin Hai pointed at Sanji and said to Luffy, "Who is like this perverted chef?" Sanji replied, "Watch your mouth, or I'll beat you up." Before Lin Hai could respond, the restaurant owner, Zeph, stepped forward and said, "Sanji, are you going to fight with the customers again? Why don't you just go become a pirate with that straw hat kid? This restaurant doesn't need you anymore." Sanji angrily retorted, "Old man, what are you talking about? I'm the sous chef of this restaurant. How can I leave? Besides," Zeph ignored Sanji and went back to the kitchen to cook. At this moment, Luffy stepped forward and laughed. "Sanji, he agreed for you to become a pirate. Come with me." Sanji explained, "Becoming a pirate is out of the question. I have my reasons to stay here." After chatting for a while, Luffy seemed to forget he was still a worker here and started playing around with everyone, only to be knocked down and dragged back to the kitchen by Sanji. Looking at Luffy's behavior, Lin Hai weakly asked, "Is this Luffy's strength?" Nami replied, speechlessly, "What kind of strength is that?" Lin Hai explained, "No matter who he is with, he always has that patience to get along with others. If it were me, I would have chopped that perverted chef for daring to tease Nami, right?" Everyone's expression darkened. "Aren't you, Lin Hai, any better? But who is Lin Hai?" Will he care about others' opinions? Of course not. Look, Lin Hai sat down next to Nami again. Nami. Nami rolled her eyes and said, I don't have any money. Lin Hai casually replied, don't be so stingy. Speaking of which, the food at this restaurant is really delicious. Before he could finish his sentence, a sailor with blood on his forehead rushed in from the entrance of the restaurant. Seeing his superior, Lieutenant Hobody, he quickly said, Not good, Lieutenant Hobody. The captain of the click pirate crew we captured, Akin, just escaped. Hobody broke into a cold sweat and asked in confusion, How is that possible? He was on the verge of starvation when we captured him, and we haven't given him any food these past few days. How did he manage to escape? Before Hobody could ponder further, a sudden gunshot rang out. Bang! The reporting sailor suddenly collapsed, and at the entrance stood a tall, thin man, Akin from the click pirate crew. The sudden turn of events left Lin Hai stunned. What the hell is going on? That sailor just fell down like that? The most shocking part was that the people in the restaurant seemed oblivious to it, as if it were completely normal. When watching anime before, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but now, right in front of him were living, breathing lives. Lin Hai fell into deep thought for a moment. This world is not normal. However, Lin Hai hadn't figured out a reason yet, and did not plan to take action. If he resolved a gene here, what would happen to Kellic? That would be the big fish. A gene is too impressive, even pointing a gun at the restaurant's waiter, Patty, to demand help. As a result, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Patty. Lin Hai exclaimed, Well done. Get him a good beating. Do you need me to help? Zoro, Usopp, and the others looked at Lin Hai in surprise, wondering what was going on. Meanwhile, Patty, whose chin was bigger than his head, turned around and said with a smile, You don't need to worry about this little matter, my friend. I am Patty, a waiter from the floating restaurant. Don't underestimate me. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, Actually, I really want to kick him a few times. Is that Marine still alive? Someone not far away replied, He's already dead. Nami, who was beside Lin Hai, looked confused and said, What's wrong with you? You're a pirate. Why are you caring about the Navy? Lin Hai lightly cleared his throat, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Realizing what he had done, Lin Hai instinctively looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Zoro couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This guy was showing off again. Usopp and Nami couldn't shake the feeling that this scene was very familiar. Meanwhile, the restaurant guests and waitstaff, drawn in by Lin Hai, were waiting to see what he had to say. After all, this young man's heart seemed to be in a good place. The atmosphere was just right. Lin Hai said passionately, Do you know? That Marine, he is the pride of the whole village. He is honest, often helping old ladies cross the road and massaging old gentlemen's shoulders, full of a sense of justice. But this world has too many bad pirates. For the sake of world peace, for a better life, and to prevent people from being persecuted by pirates, that day, he finally embarked on his path of justice. Never having even touched a girl's hand, he resolutely went to the naval base to become a Marine. He trains hard every day. He is a role model for people. He is filled with kindness. But right in front of me, he was shot dead by that guy wearing a headscarf. Before Lin Hai could continue, the sound of crying suddenly filled the restaurant, and at the same time, a system voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a stunning operation, soaring to the skies, rewarding the host with a set of swordsmanship, Dugun 9 swords. As Lin Hai was filled with surprise, in the restaurant, sobs were heard. It turns out this Marine is so great. How could such a good person end his life here? It's really a waste of talent, sob. We shouldn't just be sad. We should do something for this Marine, right? Yes, let's beat him up. In an instant, Lin Hai's speech stirred the dissatisfaction of the restaurant guests towards Agene's actions, and they all rushed forward to beat up Agene. Sitting on the floor, Hobody stared blankly at the Marine, wondering if he was really that great. No, wait. Meanwhile, Zoro, who was beside Lin Hai, pushed him forward and said admiringly, It's such a pity that this Marine died. Since he knows so much, are you from his hometown? Woo-woo. Usopp said with tears all over his face. This Marine is truly admirable. I want to help him take revenge. Nami seemed to be deep in thought, and then muttered, Pirates are just pirates. Only taking away people's most beloved things, truly the garbage of the world. Lin Hai was overjoyed to have obtained the Dugun 9 swords and didn't notice the surrounding situation. After hearing Zoro's words, he blurted out an explanation. What are you talking about? I just made that up. Why are you taking it seriously? Made up? Made up. Zoro's face immediately turned bright red, and he angrily said, Lin Hai, I'm going to chop you up. Usopp, who was heading toward the kin and was already in tears, suddenly stopped in his tracks, mechanically turned his head, and looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Nami, on the other hand, had her head down with a face full of black lines. Lin Hai is still unaware of the seriousness of the situation and actually dares to deceive everyone's feelings. Lin Hai waved his hand recklessly and said, "Why are you all so naive? I just can't stand a Jean, so bang, bang, bang. Don't hit my face." Nami actually used high heels. Usopp, remember this. I was wrong. Nami, Zoro, and Usopp gave Lin Hai a good beating, and instantly the anger dissipated. Lin Hai sat up, fixed his hairstyle, and glared at Zoro with his fish-like eyes. "You really did it, huh? You were the one who hit the hardest just now, right? Do you believe I'll sell your sword? I want to even give you a penny." Nami's eyes sparkled in agreement. "I want 90%. Zoro exclaimed, "You really have some guts, huh? Go ahead and try. Don't think I can't beat you. Sooner or later, I'll chop you up, you bastard." TSK. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "What is so great about that?" After finishing, he turned to Nami with a pitiful expression and said, "Nami, after being beaten by you guys just now, I feel seriously injured. Can you give me some money to see a doctor?" Nami couldn't stand Lin Hai's antics and reluctantly took out 250 berries to give him, quickly sending him off to play. Zoro and Usopp looked at Nami in surprise. She actually gave someone money? As soon as Lin Hai received the money, he immediately changed his demeanor, instantly becoming energetic. In less than 3 seconds, he had tidied up his attire. Then, he ran to the female companion brought by Hobody at a speed even faster than Sanji. That companion of Hobody had long brown hair, a red long dress, high heels, and a tall, slender figure. Lin Hai held the delicate, fair hand of his female companion and said affectionately, "OC, thank you for granting me this encounter today. Love, you can mock me for being unable to endure this pain." He continued, "Beautiful lady, shall we have a drink together?" The female companion replied blankly, "Sure." On the side, Zoro turned to Nami and said with confusion, "Why do I feel like Lin Hai's words sound so familiar?" Usopp nodded, "I feel the same way." Nami, with a dark expression, said, "That was what that guy named Sanji just said." Usopp exclaimed, "Is Lin Hai a genius?" "Incredible." Zoro scoffed, "Genius? Oof, just a clown." Usopp hurriedly patted Zoro and pointed at Lin Hai, saying, "No, look how close they are like a couple. I'm so envious of that guy Lin Hai." Nami looked at Lin Hai and the woman who were now leaning closely together and couldn't help but say, "What's up with Lin Hai? He seemed to take my money earlier, and now he's treating someone else to a meal?" Zoro pondered, "Isn't 250 berries not enough?" Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai is really impressive. He's much better than that chef." Nami shot a dangerous look at Usopp. "Are you going to learn from Lin Hai too? I can give you money. Do you want to learn from that jerk?" Usopp shuddered and quickly shook his head. No, I don't have Lin Hai's skills." TCH. Zoro returned to his seat, muttering, "What's so great about it? Just doing boring things." Usopp softly said, "Are you jealous?" Zoro exploded, "What did you say?" Usopp weakly replied, "Nothing. I just don't believe you don't want to." Nami gently interjected, "Usopp, what are you thinking? Just say it." Usopp quickly changed the subject. "What happened to Akin? He was just here. Where did he go?" "Who cares about that?" Zoro asked. "I heard that Luffy plans to work here for a long time. Should we go back to the ship or look for him?" Nami replied, "Who told Luffy to be so reckless? Let's go back to the ship first. Staying here is really expensive." The moon was bright and the stars were few, with the sea breeze blowing wildly. Lin Hai did not return to the Golden Mary. At this moment, he was sitting in a small boat rented from the seaside restaurant with the elegant woman, Lan Tui, enjoying the night scenery. Where did Lin Hai get the berries? Just based on the 250 berries that Nami gave? And oh, don't forget, what kind of ability user is Lin Hai? Does he lack berries? With the oars in hand, he rose against the shimmering light, inhaling the scent of perfume carried by the night wind. Along with that charming femininity, Lin Hai felt a wave of emotions. At the right moment, Lan Tui turned to Lin Hai and pointed to the not-so-far Golden Mary, asking, "Is that your ship?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "The person wearing the straw hat today is my captain. I don't know when we will set sail." Lan Tui softly said, "Life is like duckweed, drifting with the waves." Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Lan Tui's waist and asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly feeling so melancholic?" Lan Tui shook her head and replied, "I'm going back tomorrow. As a weak woman, I'm not suited for long-term sailing on the sea." Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "So, you're leaving tomorrow?" Lan Tui nodded and said, "I was supposed to take the ship of a naval lieutenant, but I didn't expect him to be that kind of person." Hee. Lin Hai let Lan Tui rest her head on his shoulder and said, "Let's not talk about him, okay?" Lan Tui chuckled and said, "All right." Ahem. Lin Hai said, "It's windy outside. Shall we go back inside the boat?" Lan Tui gave Lin Hai a playful glance and then followed him into the boat. Lan Tui felt Lin Hai's mischievous arm and laughed. Don't mess around. I'm ticklish. Lin Hai laughed and said, since you're sensitive to tickling, I can help you. It won't be itchy in a little while. Ah, you naughty one. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the occasional sound of chefs arguing could be heard from a seaside restaurant, while the waves from Lin Hai's restless little boat lingered for a long time. The next day, the morning sunlight spread across the sea surface, and the seaside restaurant gradually became lively. When Lin Hai woke up, Randway had already vanished, as if last night had been a dream, which left Lin Hai feeling a bit lost. However, for the sake of his great dreams, he couldn't afford to stay in place, especially with that someone from the kingdom of women. As he stepped into the seaside restaurant, Usopp, filled with jealousy, ran over and asked, Lin Hai, how did you sleep last night? Seeing Nami looking at him with amusement, Lin Hai hurriedly pretended to be clueless, saying, last night? How dare you bring up last night? I got drunk, and none of you helped me back, leaving me to be blown by the sea breeze all night. Ashu, look, I might have caught a cold. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, really? Lin Hai angrily said, what do you mean by that? Do you want to fight, you bastard? Zoro pretended to draw his sword. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Nami facepalmed. Enough, let's go eat together. Lin Hai hurriedly flattered Nami, saying, you are still so gentle in the morning. Nami was quite surprised and almost laughed out loud. Is there really someone in this world who says they are gentle? However, when Nami remembered how close Lin Hai was with that beautiful woman yesterday, she teased, you should tell that woman instead. Usopp timely added, I wonder how long that guy Luffy is going to stay here. Who's calling me? Oh, it's Usopp. Luffy replied as he saw Lin Hai and his group walk into the dining room. Lin Hai looked up and asked, Luffy, how long do you plan to stay here? Luffy pouted and replied, that depends on when that old man lets me go. Just as Luffy finished speaking, a blur dashed in front of Nami. Who else could it be but Sanji? Sanji enthusiastically said, good morning, Miss Nami. Do you need something to eat? I'll take care of it. Your food is free. After saying that, Sanji's expression changed instantly, and he said to Lin Hai and the others, you all have to pay full price. Nami smiled and said, arigato, Mr. Sanji. Sanji immediately looked at Nami with heart-shaped eyes and said, no need to be polite, Miss Nami. Lin Hai pointed at Sanji and asked Patty, who had beaten up a kin yesterday, hey chef, how does your restaurant have such a strange creature? You should take him to see a doctor. Before he could finish his sentence, Sanji kicked at him, but at this speed, it was simply slow in front of Lin Hai. Lin Hai easily blocked Sanji's kick with his hand. At that moment, the people nearby couldn't help but laugh. Zoro, haha, Chef Sanji kicking to death, Pudding covered her mouth and laughed, saying, Sanji, come back quickly, I'll take you to see a doctor, ha ha ha. Sanji glared at Lin Hai with a face full of black lines and said, you guy. Lin Hai smiled and said, your stamina is not up to par. Sanji replied, what did you say? Nami quickly advised, Mr. Sanji, could you please not fight for my sake? Sanji's expression changed in an instant. His eyes filled with hearts as he said, yes, Miss Nami. Seeing Sanji like this, Lin Hai knew that this guy was definitely not normal. Although Lin Hai also flirted with beautiful women, it was a different nature. Lin Hai's actions are purposeful, while Sanji's are instinctive. That's the difference. One is controlled, and the other is uncontrolled. Alas, poor Sanji. In a good mood, Lin Hai couldn't be bothered to argue with Sanji, because last night, Lin Hai experienced that feeling in a dream. Soon, a few of them sat at the dining table, and Zoro immediately asked for some wine. Lin Hai was speechless. This delinquent youth only knew how to drink every day. Be careful of alcohol poisoning. Waiter, bring a bottle of wine. Zoro's face darkened. This guy was still as annoying as ever. Gradually, the restaurant became lively, but amidst the noise, there was a mix of terrified voices. Chef Zeph, it's bad. Click is here. As soon as the name Click was mentioned, the restaurant fell silent, and everyone instinctively looked towards the entrance. They saw the departing Akin supporting a tall figure clad in golden armor entering the restaurant. No way, it really is the notorious pirate Click. What is he doing here? I heard he took his thousands of subordinates to the Grand Line, didn't he? Could the rumors be false? But right now, what matters is what he actually wants to do here. Ignoring the murmurs around them, Akin helped Click walk into the restaurant. As the captain of the largest pirate crew in the East Sea arrived at the floating restaurant, the chef Zeph naturally had to step forward to inquire about his purpose. Click said to Zeph amicably, I'm just here to eat, nothing else. When guests are hungry, it's the chef's duty to provide them with food. This is Sanji's belief. Just as Sanji was about to go cook, the waiter Patty stopped him. Are you stupid? He's notorious for being fickle. Do you believe what he says? Sanji took a deep breath of smoke and replied, so what? All I know is someone is hungry, and, as a chef, I should give him food. Patty countered, What if he eats his fill and then robs our restaurant? Sanji insisted, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We're the chefs of the floating restaurant. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up as he sighed. No wonder I like him so much. Sanji is truly a great chef. Lin Hai was speechless. He thought someone had a problem with their brain, but how could you also have a problem? As the restaurant quieted down, everyone clearly heard Lin Hai's conversation with Luffy. Not far away, Sanji looked at Lin Hai and asked, who are you saying has a problem with their brain? Lin Hai stood up and said expressionlessly, I said there's something wrong with your head. Sanji retorted, someone is hungry. What's wrong with giving him food? Do you know what it feels like to be starving? Lin Hai scoffed, so you're going to feed him? And then let him get full before he goes and robs others? Sanji pondered for a moment and then replied, I'm just a cook. It's my duty to feed the hungry. The rest has nothing to do with me. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he said, that is so cool, Sanji. I definitely want you to be my partner. Ha ha ha. Nothing to do with you? That's a good one, Lin Hai said, a bit annoyed. However, he realized that it seemed like the people here had never received a proper education or had any sense of legal awareness. In the future world, Sanji's actions would clearly hold legal responsibility, and anyone would have the right to intervene. But in this world, Lin Hai truly didn't know how to express it. In the end, he replied unhappily, forget it, I can't be bothered. If someone dies at Kuro's hands later, let's see if you could take responsibility. For a moment, the restaurant fell silent again, and everyone couldn't help but look thoughtful. After a while, Zeph and Sanji still went to cook for Kuro. Sitting at the dining table, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to offer any advice. He really wanted to charge these two fools with a crime endangering public safety, and a very serious one at that. Lin Hai truly couldn't understand what these people's minds were thinking. Was it conviction or selfishness? Or did they just think it was cool to act that way? But let's not forget, convictions aren't always right. By the way, it seems like Lin Hai hasn't seen any legal knowledge in this world. The pirate world is indeed a place where things don't add up. If someone like Kuro were recognized in the future, everyone would be too late to call the police. Lin Hai's displeasure was written all over his face. Nami laughed and said, aren't you very powerful? Even if Clique wants to make a move, aren't there still you guys? Luffy chuckled, that's right, just relax, Lin Hai. You guy. Go away, Lin Hai said irritably. I'm very unhappy, just ignore me. Luffy asked, you can't be upset because he doesn't cook for you. Stupid straw hat, I'll strangle you. Soon, Lin Hai and Luffy started to wrestle with each other. Nami covered her mouth and chuckled. What a pair of fools. Zoro looked at Lin Hai and Luffy with a face full of black lines, thinking that these two were really speechless. At that moment, a loud rumble suddenly came from not far away. It turned out to be Clique, who, after having eaten, punched Sanji flying. Lin Hai let out a breath, looking surprised, and said, well done. Ignoring my words, you die in front of me. Zoro asked, the thing we were worried about has happened. Should we take action? Luffy adjusted his hat and then said, let's wait and see how it goes. Lin Hai also said, don't expect me to take action, except for Nami, of course. As he spoke, Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist and said, I'll protect you right by your side. Even if the world ends, don't worry. We can find a hole to hide in. Nami turned her head and gave Lin Hai a white glare, not responding. It was then that Nami realized how much she actually enjoyed being held like this. At this moment, Lin Hai was stunned by the scene where Clique asked Zeph to prepare food for 100 people, and Zeph really complied with Clique's request, actually providing him with food for 100 people. Lin Hai couldn't help but say to Nami, don't be that silly in the future. After saying that, Lin Hai secretly kissed her on the cheek, making Nami blush. The atmosphere in the restaurant was tense. Anyone with common sense knew that a big battle was about to happen, and Lin Hai was certain he wouldn't help because those who wanted to die should hurry up and do so. Clique took the 100 servings of food that Zeph had given him and went out. The mood in the restaurant was somewhat oppressive. Sanji comforted everyone, saying, what are you afraid of? If they dare to come, we'll drive them away. At this point, what's the use of regret? Even a head chef was doing that. So the restaurant staff had to unite and drive away the invading pirates. Patty echoed, Clique's pirates are nothing to be afraid of. We are skilled chefs of the floating restaurant. Whoa, let's have a big fight, mates. Whoa, let that group see the power of our chefs from the floating restaurant. Luffy shouted excitedly, and Miha, I almost forgot. Luffy is also an employee of the restaurant. Lin Hai said to Nami next to him. Nami, stand next to me later to ensure your safety. Usopp quickly grabbed Lin Hai's arm and said, Hey, Lin Hai, don't forget about me. You need to protect me too. Lin Hai said silently, didn't you say you wanted to become a brave warrior of the sea? All right, what about you, Zoro? I can protect you too. Just call me brother and let me hear it. Zoro's eyelid twitched. You bastard, I don't need your protection. But I always feel like something is about to happen. Everyone be careful. Before he finished speaking, a huge noise erupted outside. What on earth is happening? Why is the restaurant shaking so violently? Could it be a tsunami? Stop asking so much. You all go outside and see what's going on. It turned out that Krieg had just finished feeding his subordinates and was about to seize the sea restaurant when his large ship was suddenly split in half by a single sword. Faced with such a scene, the power they had never seen before made everyone feel a bit uneasy. How could such a large ship suddenly be split in two? What's going on with Krieg's ship? Why did it suddenly become like this? Look, the cut is so smooth. Was it split open by someone? What nonsense! How could such a big ship be split open by a person? Hey, now is not the time to worry about that, you bastards. Hurry up and help me lower the ship's board. Right, those huge waves coming in will drown the restaurant. Meanwhile, over here, Nami asked, Lin Hai, if it were you, could you do it? Lin Hai laughed and said, of course I can. Don't you know my abilities? Usopp recalled the high cliffs at the coast of his hometown and immediately shouted in anger. Lin Hai, you bastard, what have you done to my hometown? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, let's not talk about that for now. Look over there in the distance. There's a person. Usopp laughed and said, what a joke. Oh, there really is someone. Zoro excitedly stepped forward and muttered, it's him, it's definitely him. Luffy asked in confusion, who is it? Lin Hai joked, does he owe you a lot of money? That makes you happy. Zoro ignored the people next to him, swallowed hard, and explained, I want to see you to find him. He is the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, the man known as Hawkeye. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk? Nami turned to Lin Hai and asked, if it were you, what would happen if you fought him? Lin Hai is not like that little white Zoro. Mihawk stands at the pinnacle of the world's swordsmanship, but it's not just about being the best in swordsmanship. His observation haki, armament haki, physical fitness, speed, strength, combat experience, and so on are all among the best in the world. Lin Hai is not confident enough to think he can compete with Mihawk. Lin Hai explained, if I fight him to the death, I would be killed instantly. Nami exclaimed, no way. Aren't you very confident? How can you say something like that? That's so unlike you. Luffy turned and asked, Lin Hai, is the gap between you two really that big? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, how many years have they been through? How many things have they experienced? In any aspect, how can we, as novice little pirates, compare? Usopp replied skeptically, aren't you underestimating yourself a bit? Lin Hai warned, to reach the peak, one must first recognize their own strength and understand the power at the world's peak. Only then can one progress. Damn, I'm not your teacher. Go away, Luffy pouted. Lin Hai, you're such a miser. After a few exchanges among them, they saw a small, uniquely shaped boat appear as the smoke from the waves dissipated. It looked like a coffin, with candles burning on it, emitting green flames. Everything seemed so eerie and unconventional. On the boat sat a person with a short beard, wearing a black top hat adorned with white fur, a burgundy-patterned shirt, a black trench coat, white pants, and black boots. A cross hung from his chest, and a long knife was strapped to his back. He was sitting there with his legs crossed, hands resting on his thighs, and head lowered, giving off an oppressive feeling. At that moment, a crew member from the clique pirates broke the tense atmosphere. You bastard, what did we do to offend you? You chased us all the way from the Grand Line to here. Right, you chased us from the Grand Line. Mihawk glanced at the person who spoke and replied nonchalantly, boredom, just passing the time. What kind of reason is that? Just because you're bored, you hack at so many ships, and if you're not satisfied, you chase us back to the starting point of the voyage? Clique's eye twitched, filled with rage. His ambition to dominate the Grand Line was shattered by this absurd reason. Now, everything had returned to square one. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Clique signaled to the sniper on his ship, who understood immediately, pulled out his dual pistols, and aimed at Mihawk. Bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Mihawk drew the black knife from his back with a simple motion, effortlessly deflecting the two bullets shot at him. The sniper rubbed his eyes in disbelief and muttered, how is that possible? I clearly aimed. At this moment, Zoro had already tied the scarf that was around his arm onto his head and stepped forward to explain it was deflected by his knife. The sniper asked, who are you? Zoro didn't answer, but walked toward Mihawk. Meanwhile, Nami expressed her concern. Didn't you say that person was so powerful? Why are you letting Zoro challenge him? Luffy adjusted his hat and explained, that's Zoro's dream. We have no reason to stop him. Lin Hai nodded and said, Nami, don't worry. Think about it. If Zoro backs down in front of Mihawk, how will he ever move forward towards his goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman? So, you should congratulate him. What world S number 1? Nami shook her head and said, what a bunch of boring guys. I don't care about you. Usopp beside them swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have boarded an incredible ship. At the right moment, Lin Hai pulled Nami to a spot and said, "You guys stay here. Don't run around." Nami asked in confusion, "Are you going to challenge my hawk too?" Lin Hai shook his head and smiled at Nami. How could he, Lin Hai, be ignorant enough to challenge my hawk? He just wanted to stir things up a bit. Who is he? Three-sword style? I remember now. He is the famous bounty hunter from the East Blue, Roronoa Zoro. So he is Roronoa Zoro. What do you think? Who can win? Zoro ignored the whispers of the people nearby and drew his sword, pointing it at Mihawk, never having seen such a flexible sword. Mihawk said, "Not all hard swords have power." Zoro asked, "Did you cut this ship with that sword?" Mihawk replied, "Yes." Hearing Mihawk's answer, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Zoro said, "I see indeed the strongest. I set out to sea to find you." Mihawk asked in confusion, "What is your goal?" Zoro grinned and said, "The strongest." Mihawk snorted coldly, "Foolish guy." Zoro asked, "You seem free, right? Let's have a match." Mihawk leaped and stood right next to Zoro, disdainfully saying, "Humph, you pitiful weakling. If you were truly a top swordsman, you should understand the gap in strength between us before even drawing your sword against me. Should I say you're ignorant or courageous?" TSK, TSK, TSK. A sudden sound rang out. Who else could it be but Lin Hai? Everyone looked at Lin Hai, and at that moment, he was holding a very beautiful sword in his hand. Lin Hai pulled out his sword, performed a flourish, and said, "I heard you are the world's #1 swordsman. I know you are very powerful, but how can one become a top swordsman without the courage to challenge you?" Hawkeye turned his head and asked, "Who are you? Are you here to challenge me as well?" "No." Lin Hai shook his head and said, "My name is China D. Lin Hai. Although I can't defeat you, I have a few words to say." Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Hai felt a surge of joy, then raised his sword and introduced, "This sword is named Gaofeng. It is 1.33 meters long and weighs 8.3 Jin, made from the cold ice blade from beyond the heavens. It can cut hair and kill chickens and sheep. Ugh. In short, this sword is the strongest in my heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a flashy reward. Space slash. Note, once this slash is unleashed, it needs a cooldown of 1 month. And the host will also experience some side effects. Please use it judiciously. What is this? Lin Hai didn't have time to check. Seeing Hawkeye staring at him, a cold sweat dripped down Lin Hai's forehead. Why didn't he keep his mouth shut just now? Would those swordsmen consider him an enemy of the swordsmanship world if they knew he used his sword to kill chickens and sheep? At that moment, Hawkeye asked, "Are you here to amuse me? Do you know the consequences?" Lin Hai quickly shook his head and said, "How could I dare? I'm just trying to clear the name of my sword. I'm sorry, you all continue." Indeed, Hawkeye was quite easy to talk to. After Hawkeye turned to look at Zoro, Lin Hai quickly stepped aside to check out the so-called space slash. The space slash was different from the previous space cuts, and the way to draw the sword was also different. The method of drawing the sword required clenching the fist, with the middle and index fingers raised in front of the chest, resembling a spellcasting pose, and then using mental communication. A space vortex the size of a bowl would appear on the left side, and a gentle wind would slowly emerge from there. Oh my, it looks so cool. This slash ignored the opponent's haki. A slash was just a slash, unlike the cuts made in a spatial field, where a slash could not injure an opponent with stronger armament haki. The space slash had its own drawbacks, as it could be evaded. Before Lin Hai could continue exploring, an angry Luffy had already sprung into action, attacking Hawkeye. It turned out that Zoro had already been slashed into the sea. Hawkeye glanced at Luffy and explained, "Don't worry. He's not dead, just unconscious." After saying that, Hawkeye turned to look at Zoro, who had been fished out, and said, "Recognize yourself, understand the world. Then become stronger and surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. No matter how many years it takes, I will be waiting for your challenge at this strongest position." Zoro drew his only remaining sword and shouted to the sky, "Luffy, I won't lose again. Do you have any objections before I defeat him?" "Pirate King." Luffy laughed and said, "Haha, none." Hawkeye had long noticed Luffy. That straw hat must belong to his friend Shanks, who had left it with him, right? Hawkeye said, "Becoming the Pirate King is much harder than surpassing me." Luffy stuck out his tongue and said, "I don't care. I will definitely become the Pirate King." Hawkeye raised the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to leave, Korizumi had no intention of letting Hawkeye go. After all, his pirate crew had been badly beaten by Hawkeye. Korizumi stepped forward and said to Hawkeye, "Hawkeye, our matter isn't resolved yet. Are you planning to leave just like that?" Hawkeye replied indifferently, "I've had enough fun. I'm going home to sleep." Korizumi took out his weapon and sneered, "Before you go back, you should die once for me." Korizumi unleashed a barrage of armed bullets. Suddenly, smoke filled the area where Hawkeye was. When smoke cleared, Hawkeye had disappeared without a trace. TCH. Unable to find Hawkeye, Korizumi had no choice but to turn to his crew and say, "What are you all doing? Don't forget our goal, to seize the Bartai restaurant. Leave it to us, Captain Korizumi. Captain Korizumi is the strongest. Even Hawkeye dares not fight him. Hurry up and take the Bartai restaurant, and then the food problem will be solved. At that time, Captain Korizumi will definitely become the Pirate King." At this moment, Luffy jumped onto the railing at the side of the ship and asked the restaurant owner Zeph if I drive them away. "Do I not have to work for you anymore?" Zeph smiled and said, "Sure, as long as you can do it." Before Luffy could act, Lin Hai had already started his own actions. After all, Lin Hai wanted to become a strong person too, so he could gallop across the sea, right? The tenderness of that night still lingered in his mind. Therefore, in a safe situation, Lin Hai had to take advantage of the opportunity and not let any chance slip by. Thus, Lin Hai changed into a strange outfit. Everyone was once again attracted by Lin Hai's peculiar attire. People leaned over to look, and they saw Lin Hai on the deck, with long hair flowing, standing against the wind, his face like a jade crown, eyes like bright stars, and a nose like a hanging gallbladder. His long robe rustled in the sea breeze. And at that moment, Lin Hai looked ethereal, driving countless girls crazy. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and Usopp was the first to exclaim, "Lin Hai, are you some kind of immortal?" Wow. Nami stared blankly at Lin Hai's profile, wondering if he was really this handsome. Oh no. It was a bit hard to control. Whether it was the restaurant staff or Korizumi's pirate crew, they all couldn't take their eyes off Lin Hai, seemingly forgetting what they were doing. Sanji, watching Lin Hai's outfit, felt it looked familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen it before. At this moment, Luffy couldn't hold back any longer, sweating profusely, his eyes shining brighter than titanium alloy dog eyes as he ran to Lin Hai's side, exclaiming, "So cool, so handsome." An excited Luffy kept looking Lin Hai up and down, wondering if Lin Hai's hair was really this long. Thus, when Luffy reached out to grab it, the situation became awkward. Lin Hai's long hair was bought with flashy coins from the system, and as for the makeup on his face, otherwise, how could Lin Hai have a face like a woolen crown? This outfit was actually made by Lin Hai from the curtains in Sanji's room, because the clothes from his system were simply too expensive. At this moment, Lin Hai's wig was in Luffy's hand, and the two stared at each other wide-eyed. What the heck? It turned out to be fake. I thought that guy was an immortal. I said, immortals are just legends. How could there really be immortals? They're all just stories. The noise of the crowd finally pulled Lin Hai back to reality. Lin Hai glared at Luffy and took back the wig in his hand to put on again. Then Lin Hai said, "Can you stop causing trouble?" Luffy nodded and said, "Later, you have to help me style like this too. It's just too cool." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, all right, go away." After adjusting his posture, Lin Hai performed a sword flourish again and said, "I have a sword that can move mountains, can overturn seas, and... Oh no, he couldn't remember how Usopp had said it before. And Lin Hai suddenly got stuck. And what? He couldn't be trying to trick us again, could he? Hearing others' comments, Lin Hai's cheeks turned slightly red, and he awkwardly turned to Usopp and asked, "Usopp, what comes next?" "Huh?" Usopp replied, confused, "Break the mountains and rivers, establish the universe." Lin Hai suddenly remembered and exclaimed with joy, "Break the mountains and rivers, establish the universe. Ah. Huh. Ha ha. This is killing me. This guy was just pretending. Ha ha. This guy is really too interesting. He doesn't even know how to say his own words and comes out to embarrass himself. Hey, you idiot. Do you want me to teach you how to speak?" Sanji, who was beside him, took a puff of his cigarette and then asked Luffy, "Are all these weirdos on your ship?" Lin Hai's face was now flushed red. Damn it. It was not easy to come up with such a brilliant idea. Spending so many flamboyant coins, buying wigs, buying foundation, and even buying makeup skills. After putting in so much effort, what was the result? The result was just attracting a bunch of people's ridicule. Furious and humiliated, Lin Hai didn't care anymore. Let these bastards see what the power of a single sword is. Lin Hai, in anger, directly took off his wig and threw it to the ground. Then he tore off his long robe and tossed it aside. Sanji, seeing the unique pattern on that robe, exclaimed, "Lin Hai, you bastard, you actually tore down my curtain." Is he angry out of shame? He looks really upset. What is he trying to do? Why do I always have a bad feeling about this? That bad feeling is right. At this moment, Lin Hai on the deck executed the spatial slash rewarded by the system. Lin Hai held his fist with one hand, aligning his index and middle fingers with his chin, as if he were reciting some kind of incantation. After a while, a transparent spatial vortex appeared to his left, and a knife slowly emerged from there. Wasn't that the famous knife? What on earth did he want to do? This was the thought shared by everyone present. Lin Hai grasped the knife handle and then raised his head, declaring, "Spatial slash, a sword that splits the sea." Clang! Everyone felt a faint sound of sword ringing pass by their ears, and a flash of light dimmed the surroundings slightly. The crew of Cliquey and the restaurant staff all froze in place, then mechanically turned their heads to look at Lin Hai, who was making a downward slash with his sword. To their horror, they discovered that the sea was being split apart. This sword strike was far more terrifying than the one made by Eagle Eye earlier. Cliquey, on the side, had lost interest in his ship that had been split into 4 segments. "Everyone, come help. A huge vortex has appeared in the sea. We don't have time to argue anymore. If we don't stabilize the ship, we will all sink to the bottom of the sea. Oh my God, that guy's just too terrifying, too scary." What was Lin Hai doing at that moment? After executing that move, he had overexerted himself due to insufficient development of his spatial fruit ability. As a result, Lin Hai fainted just before losing the last bit of his consciousness. Lin Hai couldn't help but complain inwardly. "Flamboyance system, you are not reliable at all." When Lin Hai woke up, he saw Nami lying by the bed. What was going on? What happened to the Cliquey pirate crew? What about Luffy and the others? Lin Hai's movements woke Nami from a rest. Seeing that Lin Hai was all right, Nami rolled her eyes and then twisted Lin Hai's ear, scolding him. "You idiot. You are too reckless. Do you know that you almost got us all killed?" "I know I was wrong." Lin Hai quickly pleaded for mercy. Let go, it hurts." Once Nami released him, Lin Hai noticed how quiet it was around him, with the occasional sound of seagulls outside. This feeling seemed quite nice. However, he still wanted to know how things developed after he fainted. So, Lin Hai held Nami's hand and asked, "Luffy and the others are okay, right?" Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai and explained, "They're fine. After you fainted, Luffy fought with that Cliquey, and as a result, Cliquey was defeated. I don't know what they're doing now." Lin Hai felt like he had been asleep for a long time and curiously asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Nami replied, 3 days. 3 days? Lin Hai exclaimed, then muttered, "No way, how could I be unconscious for so long?" Once he realized what had happened, Lin Hai couldn't help but say, "Nami, I'm really sorry for the delay. I was planning to go to your hometown." Nami shook her head and said, "It's been so many years. Do you still care about these few days? But you really make me worry. You won't pull that trick again and faint, will you?" Lin Hai sat up, pulled Nami into his arms, and shook his head, saying, "I won't do it again. It was my first time using this move, and I wasn't skilled enough. I overdid it." "Ha ha." Nami pouted and said, "You always take advantage of others. You guy." Lin Hai ignored Nami's words and said, "Nami, you should trust us more. You'll be free soon." Free? Nami looked up at Lin Hai with curiosity. Lin Hai nodded and said, "After defeating Along, you can do what you like." Nami looked at Lin Hai excitedly and asked uncertainly, "Will there really be such a day?" Lin Hai replied, "Don't worry, that day will come soon." Before Lin Hai could continue, a voice of annoyance suddenly came from outside. "Lin Hai, you bastard, let go of Miss Nami." As soon as Nami heard that voice, she quickly got out of Lin Hai's embrace, while Lin Hai shot a furious glare at Sanji, who had come to deliver food to Nami. Lin Hai ignored Sanji's murderous glare and took the food he had prepared for Nami, starting to eat it himself. Sanji became even angrier. "You bastard, this isn't for you." Nami asked, "Sanji, where are Luffy and the others?" Sanji's eyes immediately turned into hearts. "They're outside, Miss Nami." Soon, Luffy and the others came in, and Luffy laughed loudly. "Lin Hai, you useless guy, you didn't fight anyone and ended up fainting for 3 days, you weakling." Oh no, how did Luffy end up copying his words? However, Lin Hai wasn't in the mood to bicker with him right now, as he noticed Zoro in the distance, wrapped in bandages, looking too casual. Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Zoro, is this how you handle your wound?" "Ah." Zoro replied in confusion. "Is there a problem?" Lin Hai looked at Zoro and said, "This is a big problem." As he spoke, Lin Hai turned to Sanji and asked, "Do you have high concentration alcohol here?" Sanji replied, "We do have some, but what do you need it for?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "We need to take care of Zoro's wound. It's still bleeding. Don't you have a doctor?" Sanji replied, "We do have one, but he ran away earlier." Zoro waved his hand and said, "I just need to sleep a few times and it'll be fine." Lin Hai exclaimed, "You shameless one. If your wound gets infected, it will rot, become inflamed, and cause a high fever, and then I'll ask you if you're still okay." Luffy asked in confusion, "Is it that serious?" "A group of illiterates," Lin Hai said with frustration. "It's like I never said anything. I'm starving here." Just then, Luffy said, "By the way, Sanji has already agreed to join our pirate crew. We now have 6 companions." Lin Hai glanced at Sanji and replied, "Oh." Sanji angrily said, "What kind of reaction is that?" Lin Hai said in silence, "What reaction do you want from me?" Sanji struck a pose and said proudly, "Shouldn't you feel very happy? A genius like me is partnering with you all." Lin Hai and Luffy, Sanji. Sanji asked in confusion. Huh? Lin Hai said seriously. "You need to take your medicine." Ha! Ha ha! Zoro added fuel to the fire. "Sanji, you need to take your medicine." Sanji, with a flushed face, shouted loudly, "Lin Hai, I'm going to kill you." After handling their respective matters, Sanji said goodbye to the waiters at the floating restaurant, and everyone boarded the Thousand Sunny. "Cheers! Let's welcome our new partner Sanji to our crew." Hey Zoro, your injury is serious. You can't drink. Stop nagging, a little won't hurt." After some playful banter, Luffy and Usopp ran over to Lin Hai, and Luffy asked, "Lin Hai, can you show us that move from the other day again? What was it called?" Usopp replied, "I think it was something like Space Slash. It was really cool." Luffy nodded. Yeah, let's see it again." After saying that, Luffy even mimicked Lin Hai's posture when he summoned the Gaofeng sword that day. Meanwhile, Sanji kicked Luffy away and said, "Lin Hai, don't listen to them. If you attract a giant wave of that scale again, I doubt we can reach Nami's hometown." "Right, beautiful Nami-san." He quickly ran back to Nami's side to flatter her. At this moment, Zoro stepped forward and asked, "Lin Hai, how did you perform that move? Is space ability really that powerful?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not really sure either. Anyway, the space fruit is amazing. It's fantastic, really impressive." "You guy," Zoro said speechlessly, "can I take a look at your sword?" Lin Hai directly took out a high wind from the space and threw it to Zoro, then walked over to Nami and asked, "How long will it take from here to your side?" Nami replied, "More than a day, but shouldn't we come up with a plan on how to defeat the Arlong pirates?" Luffy interrupted, "Just beat him up." Zoro, "Chop him down." Sanji, "Kick him away." Lin Hai, "Just take it down." Everyone looked at Usopp, who stammered, I'm just cheering for you guys from the side." Nami slapped her forehead and said, "I told you that Arlong pirates is not simple at all, completely different from those pirate crews we saw before." "You guys," Lin Hai interrupted, "what are you afraid of? With just one glare from me, they either faint or obediently lie down." Luffy quickly stopped him. "Lin Hai, you can't use that move. That Arlong is definitely mine to beat up." Lin Hai said gloomily, "All right, I'll let you have it." Duong. Nami interrupted, angrily gave Lin Hai and Luffy a slap each, then explained, "The arm strength of fishmen is naturally more than 10 times that of humans. Do you know what that means? Not to mention that Arlong." Lin Hai stood up speechlessly, rolled his eyes at Nami, and joked, "Luffy is going to be the Pirate King." Luffy's eyes lit up as he nodded. "I'm going to be the Pirate King. Just a mere Arlong. Duong." Sanji instantly turned into a lovesick fool, and angry Nami was just as beautiful. Zoro couldn't help but comment, "Perverted cook." Sanji glared and said, "What did you say?" Zoro replied, "Perverted cook." Sanji shot back, "Ever since you got beaten up once, your temper has gotten a lot worse." Zoro asked, "What did you say?" Sanji challenged, "Do you want to fight?" Nami, on the side, face-bombed, thinking, oh no, how did this pirate crew end up like this? Watching Nami pacing in circles at the corner of the ship, Lin Hai understood that he couldn't provoke her any further, or something serious would really happen. "Ahem," Lin Hai said, "Everyone stop messing around. We really need to discuss how to plan after we reach Kokoyashi village." Luffy said, "Can't we just go straight to Arlong? As long as we defeat him, won't all our problems be solved?" Lin Hai said with a sneer, "What about the fish people in other places? What if they act out of desperation and harm the villagers?" Nami immediately perked up and hurried to Lin Hai's side, asking, "Do you have a solution?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "If I had a way, would we still need to discuss it?" Luffy pouted and replied, "What? You don't have a way either." Sanji, biting his cigarette, muttered, "This is indeed a problem. If those fishmen take hostages or harm the villagers, Miss Nami will definitely be heartbroken." Before he could finish, Lin Hai snatched the cigarette from Sanji's pocket and hurriedly lit one up. Cough, cough. Lin Hai choked a bit and said speechlessly, "What kind of cigarette is this?" Sanji angrily retorted, "You idiot. You don't even know how to smoke, and you take the whole pack?" Lin Hai Vito. "Is it wrong that I'm not used to the air of this world?" Duong. Nami, with her hands on her hips, angrily said, "Everyone is like this." After a while, Lin Hai said, "How about this? Nami goes with Luffy to cause a ruckus in the village and lure the scattered fishmen to Arlong's base. I'll go directly to provoke them at Arlong's base with the others, and when those fishmen come back, we'll wipe them out in one go." Sanji sat up and nodded. "That's a good idea. With Luffy's troublemaking personality, it's perfect for this." Luffy complained, "Why do I have to go with Nami?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Do you know where those fishmen are distributed?" Luffy decisively shook his head and replied, "I don't know." Lin Hai spread his hands and said, "Isn't this enough?" Also, as he spoke, Lin Hai ran to Zoro's side, shaking his shoulder and saying helplessly, "Can you say something? Who are you trying to act all aloof for every day?" It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Zoro angrily replied, "Lin Hai, you bastard. Let go of me. Do you believe I will chop you up?" Lin Hai gently poked Zoro's wound with his hand. "Oh, really?" Zoro said, covered in cold sweat, "You bastard." Ha ha. Things had been settled, and everyone couldn't help but feel a bit relaxed. At this moment, Sanji ran over to Lin Hai and said, "Lin Hai, can you design a look for me later? Just like the style you did that day." The sharp-eared Luffy also came over, shouting, "Lin Hai, I want one too." Lin Hai sighed and said, "These are all innate. Haven't you heard a saying?" Zoro, on the side, asked in confusion, "What's saying?" Lin Hai looks up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Lin Hai is at it again. And everyone can't help but frown, but that look is really attractive. At this moment, Lin Hai said, "A monkey wearing crown?" Nami asked, "What does that mean?" Lin Hai slowly said, "In other words, a monkey is just a monkey. Even if it wears clothes, it won't change who I am." "What are you doing? Don't slap me." "Sanji, why are you so annoying?" "Luffy, Lin Hai, you actually call me a monkey?" Zoro, "Haha, cough, cough, cough. Give him a good beating." On the deck, Luffy shouted in boredom, Nami, how much longer until we arrive? I'm so bored." Nami looked at the direction and replied, "We should arrive by tomorrow." "Nanny." Luffy lay weakly on the deck. Nami asked curiously, "Why don't you go play with Lin Hai and the others?" Usopp, who was making weapons, pointed to a remote place and explained, "Lin Hai and Zoro are sleeping over there." At that moment, Sanji walked out of the kitchen and said, "Dinner is ready." Luffy immediately perked up, "Dinner's ready, dinner's ready." In a daze, Lin Hai hurriedly pulled Zoro up, and Zoro asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Lin Hai said silently, "If you don't go eat soon, will there still be food later?" Zoro quickly replied, "Hurry up and go." Lin Hai quickly said, "Wait, something is coming up." The crowd stopped in their tracks, confused. Something's coming up? Before they could ponder further, a fountain suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and then a marine creature the size of a small boat emerged, staring in the direction of the kitchen. As soon as Nami saw the creature, she was taken aback. "Is it that the manatee moo that Arlong and the others raised?" Usopp exclaimed in fear, "What is that thing?" "It's too big." Zoro questioned, "What does it want?" Luffy replied, "Who cares what it wants? If it dares to attack us, we'll just knock it away." Lin Hai stepped forward and said, "Should we stun it with a glare?" Sanji didn't understand what Lin Hai meant by stun with a glare and said, "It should be hungry." Luffy exclaimed, "So that's what it's after? Just watch me not knock it away." Sanji kicked Luffy aside and said, "It's just hungry." After that, Sanji went back to the kitchen and brought out a piece of meat. Lin Hai said, silently, "Be careful not to be swallowed along with your flesh." Sanji kicked the sea beast's chin and exclaimed, "It really is like that." Everyone couldn't help but turn dark-faced. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up, "Guys, why don't we let that sea beast pull the ship?" "Nanny," everyone shouted in unison. Sanji asked in confusion, "How is that even possible?" Lin Hai said silently, "Do you really mean that? I oppose doing this." Luffy asked in confusion, "Why?" Lin Hai said with disdain, "There are too many accidents caused by sea beasts pulling the ship. If you're not afraid of this ship breaking down, then let it pull." Usopp quickly stood up and echoed, "Don't let it pull the ship. Luffy, you should give up this idea." Lin Hai stepped forward and said, "I'm about to unleash my conqueror's haki. Do you want to experience it?" Except for Luffy and Zoro, Nami and Usopp dared not face that kind of pressure again. However, Sanji didn't understand what Lin Hai was planning. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged towards him, and Sanji felt like he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Once he regained his senses, Sanji angrily grabbed Lin Hai by the collar and shouted, "You bastard, tell me what kind of monster you are. Is this the power of a human?" Lin Hai waved away Sanji's hand and disdainfully said, "You're not even human. This is Conqueror's haki." Sanji asked in confusion, "What is that?" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Let's eat and chat." Before they knew it, the Golden Mary had entered the vicinity of Cocoa Village, only to be stopped by the crew of the Arlong pirates. One of the leading fishermen approached and asked, "Nami, welcome back. I bet you have a big haul this time, right?" Hee hee. These fishmen looked quite annoying, and Luffy and the others remained silent as per their previous agreement. Nami stepped forward and said, "It's not bad. Where's Arlong?" "Behind me is the Straw Hat Pirates. They discovered a treasure and want to collaborate with the Arlong pirates. Please take us to see him." The captain looked puzzled and said, "Treasure? Since they found it, would they really share it with others? You guys must have some ulterior motive, right?" "Ulterior motive?" Lin Hai stepped forward and brought out the injured Zoro, explaining, "This is Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, now a member of our crew. He got seriously hurt because our pirate crew couldn't eat. Nami said that your Arlong pirates are quite impressive, so we want to seek his cooperation. Come on, take us there quickly. You can't make the decision anyway. Go report to your Captain Arlong and tell him a big deal is coming. The fishmen exchanged glances and finally decided to lead Luffy and the others to meet Arlong. The reason for this was that the fishmen were indeed formidable in naval combat, and to avoid unexpected situations, they adopted this strategy. After the ship docked, Nami said, I'll go back home first, and then I'll meet Arlong later. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, Luffy, you go with Nami. Luffy tried to keep quiet because as long as this guy made sound, Lin Hai and the others' intentions would definitely be exposed. The first step was completed, so the rest would be easy to resolve. As for leaving Arlong to Luffy, Lin Hai thought, let him dream his big dream. Soon, the merman who was leading them replied, you all wait here for a moment. I will go in and report. Lin Hai directly glared, stunning these little minions. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, this guy's strength is just too convenient, isn't it? Lin Hai laughed and said, not bad, Sanji. Aren't you supposed to make a handsome entrance? Just kick the door down. Zoro mocked. You color chef, this door is pretty thick. Don't kick your own foot off. Sanji angrily replied. What did you say? Lin Hai said silently. If you don't kick, I'll go up. Sanji hurriedly interrupted. Wait a minute. Don't use that ability yet. Let's play for a while first. Lin Hai said silently. All right, I'll do as you wish. Suddenly, a loud noise startled Along and several cadres who were resting in the chair inside Along's castle. Along looked towards the doorway, puzzled. What on earth happened? Xiaoba. As the smoke cleared, it was none other than Lin Hai and the others. Along stood up seriously, and the other cadres took their positions. Along coldly asked, who are you? What are you doing here? Wow. Lin Hai, Sanji, and Usopp's eyes lit up while Zoro stood aside, feeling too embarrassed. Lin Hai stood in the middle, with Sanji and Usopp on either side. The three of them posed like the four great silver heroes from the movie The King's Daughter. We are the three heroes of the East. X3, the three heroes of the East? Along turned to look at his companions behind him. Everyone appeared confused. Along replied, I've never heard of you. What do you actually want? Of course, they wanted to stir things up and also wanted to practice their combat skills. Otherwise, it would just be a matter of glaring at each other. However, Lin Hai didn't dare tell Luffy and the others about this, or they would definitely be wiped out. At the right moment, Lin Hai said, Sanji, you take it from here. Ahem. Sanji's eyes brightened. It was finally his turn. Sanji struck a pose, pointing at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, and declared loudly, for the peace of the world, for a harmonious life between the sexes, and for people not to be oppressed, today we represent freedom to eliminate you. As he spoke, Sanji pointed a cigarette at Along and his group. Lin Hai and Usopp stood together and echoed, representing freedom, we will eliminate you. A drop of cold sweat fell from Usopp's nose. Meanwhile, Zoro's face turned red as he wondered how he ended up on this ship. So embarrassing. Arlong glanced at the few people by the door and said darkly, are you here to amuse me? Good, you've successfully angered me. Seeing Arlong about to make a move, Black Belt quickly stopped him and explained, calm down. If you act, Arlong Park will be destroyed. Little 8 chimed in, yeah, Arlong brother, let's handle these guys, just give us a few points. Then I'll leave it to you, Arlong said, returning to his seat. Black Belt and Little 8 stepped forward, and Little 8 said, although your ambitions are great, this is Arlong Park, and I won't let you destroy it. Great ambitions? Lin Hai nodded and said, our aspirations are certainly great, unlike you stinky fish. You are really bold, not hiding in the water, but actually coming on a land to bully humans. Aren't you afraid of being dried out like fish jerky? As soon as he finished speaking, countless droplets of water shot over like bullets. Lin Hai took the opportunity to train himself, dodging left and right, but still got hit by 2 drops. After all, it was too dense. On the other side, Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro were all hit. The power of these droplets, akin to a machine gun, caused the 3 of them to lose their combat ability in an instant. These water droplets were naturally flung by Arlong, who had been angered by Lin Hai's words. At this moment, Arlong approached with bloodshot eyes and said, what have you lowly humans done to my brethren? You can't even withstand a few drops of my water, and you still dare to speak disrespectfully. Lin Hai glanced at the people beside him. He hadn't helped them fend off the attack earlier, mainly to let them experience the power of a master compared to themselves. At this moment, Lin Hai stepped forward and disdainfully said, lowly humans? You're really something. You stupid fish only deserve to hide in a corner and bully some weak civilians to boost your delusional vanity. Along stared at Lin Hai as if he were a dead man, then slowly said, I hope your mouth is still this strong later. Lin Hai was about to say something when he heard a voice estimating rocket launcher. It turned out that this guy Luffy had arrived. However, Luffy's attack was directly dodged by Arlong, and then Luffy flew out with a small minion of Arlong from the wall on the opposite side. The crowd was puzzled, wondering what was going on. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and everyone looked over to see a hole appearing in the surrounding wall. Apart from Lin Hai, Arlong, Zoro, and Sanji, who understood the situation clearly, the others were completely confused. What exactly happened? It seemed like a shadow had flown past just now. Who was it? Was it one of those people's accomplices? Seeing as Arlong Park being destroyed again, Arlong said gloomily, these guys, I will kill them all. Black Belt quickly hugged Arlong's waist and advised, Arlong, calm down. If you take action, Arlong Park will really be destroyed. Before Arlong could respond, the noise of the villagers' commotion came from not far away, carrying a hint of anger, a sense of determination. Arlong said towards the entrance, let go of me. I'm not going to act recklessly. What are those villagers here for? At that moment, Luffy, who had crashed through the wall, returned and simply said, that scared me. Luckily, that person helped me out. He's really a good person. The members of the Arlong pirates looked through the hole in the wall, and Arlong found his compatriot lying on the ground, already unconscious. Arlong couldn't help but murmur, you lowly humans, you hurt my compatriot like this? After saying that, Arlong looked at the angry villagers and asked, what are you doing? The village chief of Kokasia, a Jin, stepped forward and said, Arlong, we are here to take you down today. Lin Hai clapped his hands and said, exactly, as upright men of 7 feet. How can we be oppressed by these heartless bandits? The village chief, go for it. Meanwhile, Nami gave Lin Hai a light hit on the head and angrily said, what do you mean by that? Are you not planning to take action? Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Nami's waist and smiled. Don't worry, I have everything under control. Seeing Lin Hai so calm, Nami also felt less tense. After all, when a Jin fought along, the result was a quick defeat. Meanwhile, Sanji, who had just recovered, saw Lin Hai hugging Nami again and immediately said displeased, Lin Hai, let go of Miss Nami. Lin Hai turned his head disdainfully and said, you're just sprinkling some water, and you're already like this. Hurry up and find a hole to hide in, you bastard. The ignored Arlong's face darkened as he confirmed, are you planning to resist? The villagers immediately responded, that's right, we've had enough. If it weren't for Nami holding onto a hope for the village's freedom all these years, we wouldn't have endured this. Even if we die today, we will not accept the rule of the Arlong pirates. Arlong understood and turned to Lin Hai and the others, asking, what is your purpose? Lin Hai pulled the trembling Nami forward and said, I'll take care of this stinky fish. Arlong's eyes flashed with red light. Nami, is this what you want too? Nami said in fear, I. Lin Hai said silently, Nami, why think so much? The revenge for your mother, being oppressed for 8 years. Ask your own heart. Nami struggled for a while, turned her head and smiled. Sorry everyone, I don't plan to give in anymore. What is there to say? It should have been this way a long time ago. Nami, all these years, you have carried so much, it has really been hard on you. We have long been prepared to risk our lives. Nami finally couldn't hold back and shed tears. Lin Hai took out a cigarette and realized he had no lighter. His eyes lit up and he walked over to Xiao Ba, asking, hey, can I borrow a lighter? Huh? Xiao Ba shook his head and said, I don't smoke. If you need a lighter, go ask Xiao. You should have one. Once he realized what was happening, Xiao Ba quickly jumped to the side and pointed at Lin Hai, saying, you jerk, I want to lend you my lighter. We are in a hostile relationship. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, it's just borrowing a fire. You're really making a big deal out of nothing. Hurry up and go play. Xiao Ba quickly bowed and said, I'm sorry. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, no need to be polite. Everyone was taken aback. What was going on with these two? Arlong's face darkened as he shouted, Xiao Ba, what are you doing? Realizing the situation, Xiao Ba angrily pointed at Lin Hai and said, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ba climbed into a room and pulled out 6 knives, pointing them at Lin Hai, and said, you destroyed Arlong's paradise, injured my compatriots, and insulted brother Arlong. I'm going to kill you. Seeing Xiao Ba about to make a move, Lin Hai exclaimed, wait, how can you wield 6 knives at the same time? That's terrifying. Zoro, save me. Everyone's expression darkened. This guy seemed to have been shouting about fighting just a moment ago. And now what was he doing? Just this? However, Zoro didn't care much and stepped forward with 3 knives, pointing at Xiao Ba, and said, 6-sword style? Interesting. Xiao Ba asked in confusion, are you the pirate hunter? Roronoa's Zoro? Lin Hai echoed, that's right, I wasn't afraid of you just now. If I were to make a move, I would be afraid I'd kill you with 1 punch. So shouldn't you thank me? To everyone's surprise, Xiao Ba bowed again and said, thank you. Everyone was stunned. Lin Hai patted Usopp. Did you learn anything? Usopp shook his head like a rattle drum, practically questioning his life. While they were playing around, Arlong stepped forward and looked at Lin Hai, saying, "You just managed to dodge my water strike. You have the qualifications to be my opponent." Before he could finish, Luffy stepped in and interrupted. "Your opponent is me?" Continuously being interrupted, Arlong angrily asked, "Who are you?" Luffy replied, "Monkey de Luffy. The man who will become the Pirate King." "Pirate King? Arlong laughed loudly. "Pirate King? You lowly human. You're so ignorant that I don't even know what to say. What's your goal?" Luffy explained, "You made my navigator cry." Arlong questioned, "Your navigator?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "It's Nami, you stupid fish." Arlong couldn't hold back anymore and immediately swung his fist at Lin Hai, angrily saying, "You lowly human. Insulting me time and again." Luffy stepped in to block Arlong's punch and replied, "Your opponent is me." Arlong looked at Luffy menacingly and said, "Don't worry. I'll take you all down one by one, including those villagers." Luffy responded, "If you have the guts, then go ahead and try." Meanwhile, Sanji stopped Black Belt from joining the fight. The great battle began like this. Lin Hai found that he could only be a bystander, but it was nice to hold Nami. Zoro was at a disadvantage in his duel with Little 8 due to his previous serious injuries. Nami on one side worriedly said, "Lin Hai, aren't you going to help Zoro?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "You need to have more confidence in your companions. This is just a small scene. Zoro is aiming to become the world's greatest swordsman. If he falls in such a trivial situation, he might as well go home and sleep early." Before Nami could refute, Zoro took the scarf tied around his arm and wrapped it around his head. He turned to Lin Hai with a happy look and said, "Octopus, today I'll show you what true swordsmanship is. Three-sword style, dragon tornado." As a result, Xiao Ba was easily defeated. Lin Hai secretly spat. "Zoro is so shameless. Really swordsmanship? Lin Hai haven't bragged about my own sword skills, and he's pulling out this mediocre swordsmanship to show off." Nami turned her head in confusion and asked, "What are you spitting about?" Lin Hai quickly explained, "That six-sword style is really bad, super weak." Suddenly, a bubble shot over and was directly swatted away by Lin Hai. It turned out to be saliva spat out by Chio. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Stinky fish. You really don't care about hygiene, do you? Using saliva as an attack, that's too disgusting." Qiao blushed and said, "That's not saliva, that's water bubbles." Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter what you are, Usopp." Usopp asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai said, "I'll leave it to you. Train hard. I believe you can do it." Usopp exclaimed in surprise, "Can I really? Thank you for your trust." As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp turned and ran. "What?" Everyone shouted in unison. "Ha!" Chio sneered. "Lowly humans, are you so cowardly?" Puff! As soon as Chio finished speaking, a fireball shot over, and Chio instinctively raised his hand to block it, only to have his arm catch fire. Chio exclaimed, "I'm going to become dried fish, hot, hot, hot." Usopp put on his goggles and proudly said, "Stinky fish, your opponent is me." Everyone's faces darkened this guy. After finally putting out the fire, Chio angrily said, "If you have the guts, stand still." Usopp quickly ran away, and just when Chio thought to ignore him, there was another sneak attack, making Chio chase after Usopp in anger. Lin Hai smiled and said, "Did you see that? You need to learn this tactic more, Nami." Nami shivered because Lin Hai's hand had moved up and touched her. Nami's face turned red, and she turned her head and said, "Let go." Realizing what he had done, Lin Hai quickly let go, wondering how he had lost himself in the moment. At this point, Sanji and the Black Belt's battle had already ended. Sanji's kicking skills were quite impressive, more than enough to deal with these rookies. The remaining battle was between Luffy and Arlong. Arlong, seeing his comrades falling one by one, was furious to the point of almost going berserk. Suddenly, Luffy was hit by a punch from Arlong and fell into the sea, forcing Lin Hai to intervene. With a leap, Lin Hai positioned himself in front of Arlong, who had a dark expression, and said, "Get out of the way." Lin Hai sneered and said, "Are you an idiot? Sanji, go pull Luffy up. It's my turn to go on stage." Arlong stared dangerously at Lin Hai and slowly said, "Since you're so eager to seek death, I will send you on your way first." Shark flying arrow. Fly what? With this speed? Lin Hai didn't plan to defeat Arlong with a single blow. Instead, he wanted to hone his combat experience. In an instant, Lin Hai delivered a punch to Arlong's shoulder as he flew in. Boom! Arlong was sent crashing into his castle by Lin Hai's punch, raising a cloud of dust. The villagers gasped in surprise, asking, "Who is that young man? He's amazing." "I don't know. I only know he's someone brought back by Nami." "Has Arlong been dealt with? By the way, can humans really possess such power?" Nami, witnessing Lin Hai's punch, sending Arlong flying, felt a crushing sensation that was completely different from the earlier battle with Luffy and the others. Nami knew Lin Hai was strong, and seeing this scene filled her heart with joy. Could she and this village really escape Arlong's rule? Zoro, lying on the ground resting, glanced at Lin Hai in surprise. From the earlier water clash, he could gauge Arlong's strength, but he didn't expect Lin Hai to have thrown him so far away. It seemed he needed to train harder in the future. At that moment, as the smoke cleared, Arlong emerged from his castle wielding a large cleaver, its blade serrated. Furious, Arlong shouted, "You lowly humans, today I will kill you one by one." Lin Hai suddenly pointed at the sky and said, "Look, there are cows flying in the sky." Everyone was attracted by Lin Hai's action, and when they realized what was happening, they all tried to hold back their laughter while looking at the furious Along. Along walked not far from Lin Hai and said in a low voice, "I hope you can still be so sharp-tongued later." Lin Hai said silently, "If you want to fight, then fight. There's so much nonsense, it's driving me crazy." "Ah, Lin Hai, you get out of the way quickly, he's mine." Luffy, who was picked up by Sanji, couldn't help but say as he saw Lin Hai confronting Arlong. Lin Hai said with a disdainful look, "You've already made your entrance. Now it's my turn." He chuckled. Along, fuming with anger, retorted with a laugh, "You lowly humans, come at me together, today I will." Before Along could finish his sentence, Lin Hai delivered another punch, sending Along crashing into the castle he had built. Lin Hai dug at his ears and pointed in the direction where Along flew out, puzzled. Where did this fish come from? It wouldn't have run out from a mental hospital, would it? Everyone's eyes twitched. Luffy angrily said, "Lin Hai, didn't we agree that Along would be given to me? How could you take action?" Lin Hai said silently, "Who told you to be so unserious every day? After practicing for so long, you can't even defeat a fish. Get out of the way." Before he finished speaking, he saw Arlong charging at him again with his nose from the collapsed area. "Lowly humans, there's no way you could defeat me." Having sensed danger with Kin Bunchika Haki, Lin Hai did not let his guard down until he confirmed that his opponent had lost combat ability. After pushing Luffy aside, Lin Hai executed a hook shot, directly kicking Arlong's head as he charged in. Boom! A large pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Everyone was startled by the sudden loud noise. What happened? What was that sound? I think I just heard Arlong's voice. It seems to be Arlong. Look, there's a big pit ahead. Who did it? As the smoke cleared, Lin Hai was seen standing in the arena, with Luffy sitting on the ground beside him. At the right moment, Luffy, regaining his composure, rushed to Lin Hai's side and said angrily, "Lin Hai, you guy, Arlong has to be taken down by me." Lin Hai nodded and said, "All right, I will make a move." Luffy exclaimed in surprise, "Arlong, come out quickly. I want to beat you up." Sanji, who had already seen that Arlong was unconscious in the big pit, hurriedly reminded, "Arlong is over there. Why are you shouting at that building?" Following Sanji's pointing direction, Luffy saw that Arlong had already been defeated. So what now? Wake him up and then fight? Luffy fell a bit down. Lin Hai, with a wicked sense of humor, said, "Luffy, go and fight him. He's right there. Hurry up and give him a good beating." The villagers who had come to their senses were suddenly filled with joy. After being oppressed for 8 long years, was this nightmare finally over? Pinch me, this isn't a dream, right? Was Arlong's nightmare finally over? We're finally free, huh? Don't just enjoy yourselves. Quickly go notify the villagers from the other villages. Not far away, Nami couldn't help but cry tears of joy. She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps this sigh had been a long time coming, and amidst her joy, there was a hint of sadness. Woo woo woo. Belmere, Lin Hai did not intend to comfort Nami. Such wounds could only be healed by herself. At the right moment, the village chief, Ajien, stepped forward to take a look at Along, who was lying unconscious in the big pit, and then said, "Everyone, what should we do with Along next?" "Village chief, does that even need to be said? Naturally, we should kill him. Yes, kill him. He has brought us too much pain over the years. The one who has suffered the most should be Nami, right? Let her handle it." At that moment, Lin Hai directly dragged Along in front of the villagers. Seeing Along's condition, Nami became somewhat emotional, gripping a dagger but hesitating to stab. In the end, Nami still dropped the dagger from her hand. Sanji, with red eyes, exclaimed, "Miss Nami is not only beautiful but also so kind. I love you, Miss Nami." Luffy stepped forward and patted Nami on the shoulder, saying seriously, "Nami, I support your choice. Don't let hatred cloud your judgment." The villagers nearby began to echo in agreement. Lin Hai couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "I oppose." Everyone looked at Lin Hai in confusion, and he walked over to Along, lifting him up and slowly said, "I know you all have kind hearts, but kindness is always relative, and you need to understand this. What has this guy done? Let us not even talk about what level our mindset should reach. Just consider how many lives this Along has taken and how many people he has enslaved for so many years. You still want to speak of forgiveness to such scum? Then you all deserve what you've been through these years. Nanny, everyone exclaimed in unison. Ignoring their reactions, Lin Hai shouted, it's only right to repay debts. The grudge of killing a mother cannot be left unavenged. Nami, you're not a saint, and I do not expect you to act like one. If you don't take this guy's life, will you really be able to feel at ease? Be strong. As Belmir's daughter, you should do something for her. Use Along's life to honor her. If you're afraid, I can do it for you. Everyone turned to look at Nami. The grudge of killing a mother cannot be left unavenged. It should not be ignored. Talking about being afraid of hatred clouding one's eyes should only come after Along is dealt with. After thinking for a while, Nami looked at the villagers, smiled, and decisively picked up the dagger to strike Along. Many villagers shared the same sentiment, and after Lin Hai's encouragement, they became even more resolute. And the base of Along suddenly erupted with cheers. Sanji walked over to Lin Hai and couldn't he help but mumble, Lin Hai, you bastard. Don't pollute Nami's pure heart. Lin Hai asked, if someone killed the chef Zeph of the restaurant at sea, what would you do? Sanji replied without thinking, I would slaughter those people. Lin Hai disdainfully said, so that's it. Well, why do you have to ask Nami to forgive Arlong? Forgiving Arlong is a matter for God. What Nami needs to do is send him to meet God. Luffy exclaimed, I see. Nami walked over to Lin Hai, looked at him for a moment, then bowed to everyone, thank you. At the right moment, Lin Hai said, Nami, I'll give you another gift. After saying that, Lin Hai waved his hand. Everyone stepped back, move away from the base. Space field scanning. That's right. Lin Hai had learned Trafalgar Law's technique. After all, the abilities to establish a space field have quite a few similarities. Suddenly, a mountain of treasure appeared in the area. In fact, all this treasure was from Arlong's castle. Seeing so much shiny treasure suddenly appear, the villagers were all astonished. They didn't know about the existence of devil fruits. They thought it was a miracle. What's going on? How did so much treasure suddenly appear here? It must be that young man's doing, right? He wouldn't be planning to give Nami these things, would he? Luffy, pouting, thought, what? I thought it would be something delicious. Sanji poked Luffy's head. Baka, with so much treasure, you could buy all the food you want. Really? Luffy immediately clenched his hands to his chest, leaned forward, and asked Nami with shining eyes, Nami, can you give me some? Nami couldn't hear what others were saying. Completely in a state of... Zoro noticed that Lin Hai hadn't released his ability status and asked in confusion, Lin Hai, what else do you want to do? Lin Hai smiled and said, you'll find out in a moment. One sword style chrysanthemum slash. He began to wildly slash at a long castle. Instantly, a long castle crumbled into pieces, raising a huge cloud of dust. Cough, 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 what is happening now? You scared me to death. This young man is too reckless. Everyone exclaimed, look, a long castle has turned into ruins. Hiss, Silkcake. Because of the collapse of a long castle, everyone nearby was engulfed in the dust. A small stone fell right on Zoro's head, and an annoyed Zoro retorted, is this your swordsmanship? Anyone can just slash wildly, and what's with the chrysanthemum slash? Lin Hai sneered and said, others lack vision. But I didn't expect you to be so short-sighted too. Didn't you see that I was cutting along the center just now? Zoro was about to retort when suddenly a little boy ran up, his eyes shining with excitement, and said, big brother, you were so cool just now. I want to become someone like you in the future. Can you take me out to sea? Lin Hai looked up and down at the 7- or 8-year-old kid, wondering what kind of joke this was about taking him out to sea. However, seeing the hat on Luffy's head, who was playing with Usopp and the others, Lin Hai suddenly felt a sense of mischief. Ahem. Lin Hai squatted down and gently stroked the little boy's hair, chuckling lightly, wait for me a moment. After saying that, Lin Hai hurriedly exchanged a fake mustache from the system and stuck it on the corner of his mouth. Then, he released a bit of Conqueror's Haki, causing everyone to look over involuntarily. Lin Hai gently asked, what is your name? Luffy ran over and interrupted Lin Hai. Huh? Who are you? Where's Lin Hai? Lin Hai kicked Luffy away, placed a hand on the little boy's shoulder, and continued to smile. Let's not pay attention to him. What's your name? The little boy, confused, replied blankly, my name is Crochi. Lin Hai put on the expression that Shanks had when he handed the straw hat to Luffy, and then said, Crossy, you're still too young. We won't take you to sea. After that, Lin Hai exchanged for an Adidas hat from the system, in white. Lin Hai placed the hat on Kurosi's head and said, Kurosi, I've heard that your parents were persecuted by Eren a few years ago, so you need to be strong. Here, this hat is my most precious treasure, and its quality is guaranteed. Ugh. Well, This hat has accompanied me through many desperate situations and countless battles. In the past, when Luffy asked me for it, I couldn't bear to give it to him, but now I'm entrusting it to you. Kuroshi, this is not an ordinary hat. When you're lonely, this hat will be your companion, and I hope it can accompany you through difficult times. When you're confused, this hat will be your guiding light. When you're in pain, this hat will be the remedy to soothe your wounds. Kuroshi, when you become an outstanding womanizer, an excellent adventurer in the future, I'll ask for it back, and we can agree on that. Luffy, standing nearby, had a face full of black lines. As he was all too familiar with this scene, Lin Hai was too much of a weirdo. But was what Lin Hai said true? Ooh, Lin Hai, you are so great. Luffy was suddenly moved by Lin Hai. At this moment, many villagers also started to cry. Oh, it's so touching, so romantic. Whoa, Lin Hai, you're a real man. What a moving speech. It's truly heartwarming. What happened? Lin Hai was puzzled. The villagers were so emotional that he almost believed it himself. At this moment, Kuroshi raised her head, her face now full of tears, and firmly said loudly, Lin Hai, we've made a pact. I'll take good care of this hat. I will treat it as my companion. Before I return this hat to you, I will definitely keep it safe. Lin Hai nodded, smiled without speaking, then got up and waved his hand, leaving Croce with the back of a true man, which Lin Hai was very satisfied with. After a while, Croce shouted at Lin Hai's back, Lin Hai, I've made up my mind. In the future, I want to become the king of adventure. Lin Hai almost fell over. Oh my, he got too into the role. If he says now that he was just joking with him, what kind of psychological trauma would that cause? Lin Hai felt that he was not doing well at all. There was no way out. It was a competition. He could only pretend to the end. Lin Hai once again revealed a warm smile and turned around to say, oh, Adventure King? So you're saying you want to surpass us? Closey nodded firmly and said, yes. I will find partners who are even better than you all, and then surpass you. I will definitely become the Adventure King. Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and the others exchanged strange glances at Luffy. Pirate King? Adventure King? This is interesting. Luffy, who was originally moved, now had a face full of black lines, thinking imitating is shameful, strictly prohibited. I must protest. Meanwhile, Lin Hai felt very troubled. From Closey's words, Lin Hai knew that this little brat was serious. But with his ordinary body, wouldn't he just drown in the sea? Lin Hai really wanted to give him a heaven-defying skill, but unfortunately, the system that items such as devil fruits and martial arts can only be used by the host, and no one else. Lin Hai could only continue to force a smile and said, I believe you can do it. At that moment, an inappropriate laughter rang out. He. Are you all pirates? All that treasure is confiscated. Coming over was Colonel Mouse, who was in charge of this sea area. He had originally come to negotiate with Arlong, but unexpectedly, he had gained a lot today. At this moment, Colonel Mouse was leading his subordinates, all surrounding them, thinking there was no reason not to take the treasure. How can we tolerate such a large confiscation of treasure? Nami was the first to step forward and said, this treasure belongs to the villagers. You have no right to deal with it. Lin Hai quickly pushed the still-dazed Luffy. Luffy, if you want to be famous, step up and introduce yourself. Then give that mouse colonel a good beating. I guarantee you'll be famous all over the world. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked in front of Nami. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Who are you? Squeak, squeak, replied the mouse colonel. Pirate King? Squeak, squeak. You really don't know your place. Was that Arlong defeated by you? Luffy nodded, that's right. Usopp also wanted to chime in, but was pulled back by Lin Hai, who whispered, why are you so clueless about the rules? Let the captain show off first. Sanji, confused, asked, if we beat him, can we also become famous? Aside from the captain? Lin Hai nodded and said, just do as I say later, and I guarantee you will all get a bounty. Nami replied, speechlessly, you guys. Do you even know how serious things can get once there's a bounty on you? Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Nami's waist and chuckled as pirates. If there's no bounty, where do we put our pride? At that moment, Colonel Mouse had already ordered his subordinates to aim their guns at Luffy. Lin Hai, Sanji, and Usopp stood behind Luffy, forming a standoff once again. If it were up to Luffy, he would be the only one with a bounty. Therefore, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes, using his conqueror's haki to incapacitate the goons with guns. Then Lin Hai shouted, everyone beat him up. I told you to shut up. You stinky rat. I let you come to steal my treasure. All this treasure is mine. Hey, stinky rat, pay attention. I'm Sanji, and it's me who's going to beat you up. Colonel Rat cried out, I don't want any of that treasure anymore. It doesn't matter to me. Please, just let me go. Lin Hai shouted loudly. Why aren't you hurrying up? Remember, the ones who are going to beat you are our Straw Hat Pirates. The fleeing mouse colonel turned back and said fiercely, I've remembered you. Straw Hat Pirates. You've gotten yourselves into big trouble. Just wait and see, I'll be back. Lin Hai picked up a long shoe, aimed at Colonel Mouse, and shouted, "Go, Pikachu." They chased Colonel Mouse away. Wasn't that too easy on that bastard? It really was easy on him. I'll report him later. That's right, this Colonel Mouse is just a bully who fears the strong and oppresses the weak. We should have beaten him up again earlier. Looking at these people, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, "How about I go catch him and pull out his whiskers?" Ajin shook his head. "No need. Anyway, a long pirate crew has been defeated. Let's celebrate with a feast." Thus, to celebrate the end of many years of nightmares, everyone began to cheer. Lin Hai walked up to the village chief, Ajin, and said to the doctor beside him, "One of my friends is seriously injured. Can you help him?" The old doctor replied, "Of course, no problem." "Who is the injured one?" Luffy, confused, asked, "Is someone among us seriously injured? How come I didn't know?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "We didn't know how to treat Zoro's wound. We only disinfected it before. We need to treat it quickly now, or the consequences will be serious." Zoro, full of confusion, said, "I don't need that. Just a few good sleeps and I'll be fine." Lin Hai nodded and replied, "Oh, is that so? Then it's fine." Zoro, feeling anxious, said, "Lin Hai, I'm really fine. Let go of me. It hurts, it hurts. Don't touch my wound." In the dark night, only Lin Hai was lying on one side of the house, while Zoro's wails echoed in the room. The doctor treating Zoro's wounds couldn't help but murmur upon seeing such a severe injury. "Lie still. Don't you have a ship's doctor on your ship? This is really chaotic." After a few days, treating the wound would become more painful, causing Zoro to move around restlessly, mainly due to his body's instinctive reaction. Outside the window, Lin Hai gleefully said, "The wound on your back is a swordsman's shame? If it feels good, just shout it out loud. Don't hold back. Just shout it out." Zoro's face darkened. "Lin Hai, you bastard." At that moment, Luffy ran over and said, Lin Hai, why are you lying over here? There's so many delicious things over there. Aren't you going to eat?" Lin Hai turned to the side and waved his hand, saying, "Eat, eat, eat. Where do you put all that food? When you were fighting with Along, wasn't that a bit too much?" Luffy asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Hai said silently. "If I make a move, it would just be a matter of one punch for Along. You've been fighting for so long and almost drowned yourself. You have a big problem." Luffy replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? By the way, where did Nami go? Aren't you going to comfort her a bit?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "What are we comforting her for? She must be feeling a mix of emotions right now, so it's better not to disturb her." Seeing Luffy getting ready to run out for food again, Lin Hai quickly asked, "When are we setting sail?" Luffy thought for a moment and replied, "That depends on Nami." Lin Hai nodded and said, "Zoro also needs to rest for a few days, so let's talk about it after the banquet." After Luffy left, Zoro asked in confusion, "Lin Hai, why aren't you going to hang out with those girls? That's not like you." "Damn, why would I? If I mess around here, how would the villagers view Nami? What a bunch of people who don't understand social etiquette. He likes girls, but he won't be like Sanji. Sanji has a problem." Lin Hai got up and said, "Forget it. I'm going back to the ship to sleep. It's too noisy here, especially that guy's voice. It sounds like a pig being slaughtered." Zoro angrily replied, "You bastard, I'm going to cut you." The doctor said, "Don't move around." Zoro exclaimed, "It hurts, be gentle." "Doctor." Only Lin Hai was left on the ship, looking at the lights shining from the village in the distance, like a rare treasure emerging. It was a scene he had never seen before, making Lin Hai take a few more glances. After lying down on his bed, Lin Hai quickly brought up his personal panel. After fainting in the restaurant at sea, the system began to optimize, causing the data to change. Flamboyance system host, Lin Hai physique, level 5, top tier level 10, observation hockey, level 1 armament hockey, level 1 conqueror's hockey, level 2 can freely control and intimidate targets, skill 1, 1. Established space field 2, 1 sword style 3, space slash, advanced application of space fruit. Cooling down, skill 2, Dugan 9 swords inspired system store, open, flamboyant coins, 25 note. Combat power is no longer presented in numerical form. Personal combat power is primarily assessed by comprehensive ability. The numerical mode can no longer be used as a reference. Seeing this information, Lin Hai understood that with his mastery of the 3 types of hockey and space abilities, the system could no longer assess whether he was at the level of a lieutenant, a major, or even higher. Because in life and death confrontations with these abilities, as long as the strength difference isn't too great, anyone stronger than Lin Hai could potentially be countered and killed by him. As for the Dugu 9 swords, Lin Hai was quite speechless. The power system of this world was different, and he found that he couldn't cultivate it all since the pirate world didn't have the concept of internal energy. Lin Hai quickly communicated with the system, What do you mean by this? I thought you gave me an unparalleled sword technique, but it turns out to be this flamboyant system. Because the host started learning swordsmanship halfway through, the Dugan 9 swords technique is the most suitable for you. Learning the sword moves inside and understanding the philosophy of the secret manual, right? This indeed suits you. After closing the system, he listened to the sound of the waves outside the boat and the faint sounds of celebration coming from the distant village. Lin Hai began to question his own heart, wondering what he truly wanted. Becoming the Pirate King or something like that. Lin Hai was quite certain that he had no interest in becoming the Pirate King. However, he was somewhat curious about what that One Piece was. So many people were pursuing it, and he also wanted to take a look. After a while, Lin Hai realized that what he liked and was most interested in was still beautiful women. Before Lin Hai could continue his thoughts, he suddenly noticed someone boarding the ship. He quickly activated his observation haki. It was Nami's presence. What was she doing here? Could it be that she was lonely? Stepping out of the room and seeing Nami approaching, Lin Hai asked, "What brings you here?" Nami rolled her eyes and replied, "Of course I came here to see you. Everyone else is having a party, and here you are, running off to sleep on the ship by yourself." Lin Hai replied, "Let's go tomorrow." Looking at their demeanor, this banquet won't end in just a few days and nights. As he spoke, Lin Hai sat at the edge of the deck, gazing at the star-filled sky, while Nami sat beside him. Following Lin Hai's gaze, Nami looked up at the sky and realized how beautiful it was. She exclaimed, "I didn't know the night sky here was so beautiful." Lin Hai replied, "Yes, didn't you know before?" Nami shook her head and replied, "Before? I didn't have this kind of feeling." Lin Hai sighed. As always, the waves roll with the tides, creating ripples of indifference. Life is so intriguing. Nami replied in confusion. "What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Lin Hai joked, "Who told you not to study properly before? You only knew how to say belly belly every day. If you don't understand now, whose fault is it?" Nami replied, "You guy, your words are always so irritating. As if you've read a lot of books." After a moment of silence, Nami said softly, "Lin Hai, thank you for saving Coco Village this time." Lin Hai quickly said, "Stop. That along is someone everyone wants to beat up, and it doesn't have much to do with saving you. You can only be considered collateral damage at most." Nami, feeling angry, pressed down on Lin Hai. "You guy, is it that hard to say something for me? Why do you have to say it in such an irritating way? She's a girl too. She needs comfort, okay?" Lin Hai said silently, "It's better for partners not to get involved in such feelings. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll think we're pitying you, which will make our future interactions very uncomfortable." Nami retorted, "Who cares about that? Just say it." Lin Hai asked, "What did you say?" Nami replied, "You defeated Arlong for me." "For you?" Lin Hai gulped. "Stop being so full of yourself. I'm not saying anything. If you don't let go of me, I'm going to fight back." Nami teased, "You dare to hit me?" Lin Hai flipped over, and the situation instantly reversed, with Lin Hai now pressing down on Nami. The two momentarily locked eyes. Looking at her beautiful face, Lin Hai couldn't help but recall Nami's past. She was a strong, brave, yet very pitiful woman. Lin Hai thinks about himself again. Would he be willing to be alone with Nami? The answer is definitely no. On this point, Lin Hai is very certain. Lin Hai quickly stood up and said, "It's getting late. You should go back and sleep." Nami smiled brightly and replied, "This isn't like you. Weren't you always thinking about taking advantage of me before? What's got into you now?" Lin Hai had no choice but to confess. "I'm afraid I might hurt you. Are you going back to the village or staying here to sleep?" Nami didn't answer. Instead, she hugged Lin Hai from behind and said softly, "Do you know? I've never thought I could be this free like now. I was like a straw about to be submerged by water, and it was you who saved me." Lin Hai said silently, "It's everyone. Can you let me go? I can't take it anymore." Nami is one. Sette meter stal, 36 e. Nami felt Lin Hai's uneven breathing and immediately said triumphantly, "Since you're here, I don't plan to go back." Lin Hai asked, "Are you planning to repay kindness, or is there another reason?" Nami replied, "Both. Who told you to keep taking advantage of me before?" Lin Hai turned to look into Nami's eyes and said, "Since you have no regrets, then I won't hold back." Lin Hai carried Nami back to the room. The next morning, Nami, who was sound asleep, felt that this was the most peaceful sleep she had in years. Nami woke up and soon realized what the situation was. Nami said, "What time is it now?" Lin Hai replied, "Who knows? The villagers are still holding a banquet. So let's cherish our time here." Nami said speechlessly, "No, I still have to go back and pack my things." Where can Lin Hai listen to Nami? Lin Hai plies, anyway. It doesn't matter if we take a little more time, right? After an unknown amount of time, Nami shot Lin Hai a glance and said, "I'll go back first. You can go in later." Lin Hai replied, "I'll listen to you." At Coco Village, since the banquet yesterday, the villagers have been singing and dancing joyfully. showing no signs of fatigue. Usopp set up a high platform with stools and tables, then stood on it and started bragging. Luffy, that guy. I don't know how much he has eaten, but he keeps shoving food into his mouth. Sanji is cooking on the side, surrounded by a group of kids, each one gasping in amazement. His speed is truly impressive. And Zoro is actually drinking in a corner. When Zoro saw Lin Hai coming over, he immediately smiled and said, "Yo, Lin Hai, the wine here is really good. Would you like to have a drink?" Lin Hai said silently, "You just treated your wound and you're drinking?" Zoro asked in confusion, "What's the problem?" Lin Hai couldn't be bothered with him. This group of animals. It's really speechless. The problem is quite serious. Anyway, they can't drink. Lin Hai pointed at Usopp, who was still shouting on the high platform, and asked Zoro, "Has Usopp been shouting like this since last night? Won't his throat have any issues?" Zoro shook his head and replied, "I don't know. He was already there when I came out." Lin Hai exclaimed, "You're all a bunch of monsters, so terrifying." Zoro sneered, "Aren't you the weirdest one here?" Ignoring Zoro's question, Lin Hai looked at the sword at Zoro's waist and suggested, "I think you should practice your swordsmanship with that blade." Zoro asked in confusion, "Why?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "Because your one-sword style really sucks." Zoro is most annoyed when others say he can't compare to someone else. Now that Lin Hai said this, he immediately became angry and said, "What did you say? Do you want to compete right now?" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Come on, there's no injury behind a great swordsman." Zoro, his face flushed with anger, retorted, "You bastard, do you want to have a competition right now?" Lin Fan hurriedly ran away. Joking aside, he hadn't eaten since the banquet started, and he was almost starving. After defeating Along, the villagers of Cocoa West Village gathered with neighboring villagers to hold a banquet that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. People really couldn't take it anymore, and that's when the banquet finally ended. The next day, under the bright sunshine and gentle sea breeze, many villagers gathered to bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew. On the Golden Mary, Sanji did not see Nami and couldn't help but ask Lin Hai, "Where's Miss Nami? She wouldn't be not coming, would she?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "How would I know?" Luffy, still not fully out of the party mode, asked, "Sanji, how can I find that ham and melon?" Everyone was too lazy to pay attention to Luffy, while Usopp responded, "Nami probably won't come. After all, her village has been saved. She has no reason to go to sea with us and live such a risky life." Sanji anxiously said, "How can that be? If Nami doesn't come, then I've lost 98.72 of my purpose on this ship." After saying that, Sanji seemed to remember something and immediately turned to Zoro and asked, "It must be you who said something to Nami, which is why she is not coming, right?" Zoro, confused, replied, "Why would I do that?" Sanji said, "You're jealous of how close Nami and I are, so you did something about it. It must be that way. Are you an idiot? What did you say? Do you want to fight?" "Damn, these two." Lin Hai sat on the side, watching the excitement, one hand holding a chicken leg and the other a small drink. Savoring it. Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai, where did you get that stuff in your hands?" Before Lin Hai could respond, Nami's voice called from the shore, "Set sail." After saying that, Nami started to run. Usopp on the merry-go questioned, "What does Nami mean by that?" Luffy laughed and said, "It means we're setting sail." A moment later, Nami jumped on shore, and Lin Hai exclaimed, if Nami were in China, she would definitely win the long jump championship. The villagers on the shore suddenly understood Nami's actions. Could it be that she plans to say goodbye to us like this? No way. How could she say goodbye so hastily, Nami? What is Nami going to do? At that moment, Nami, standing on the deck, lifted her clothes, and her wallet fell out with a clatter. That wasn't enough. Nami then displayed a large bill, kissed it, and said with a smile, "Everyone take care." Upon witnessing the scene on the ship, Usopp, Zoro, and Lin Hai were left speechless. This Nami was really something. Meanwhile, the shore was filled with mixed voices from the villagers. "What a daring girl. Quickly return the wallet. You little thief. Come back, Nami. You can't say goodbye to us so hastily. You must take care of yourself. Nami, goodbye." Soon, the Going Merry sailed out of the waters near Cocoa Village. The noise of the party still echoed faintly in their minds. Although they had only stayed in Cocoa Village for a few days, everyone had developed some feelings there. Especially when Lin Hai saw Nami lying on a bench reading a newspaper. He couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. The charm of that night still lingered in his mind, unforgettable. Nami noticed Lin Hai looking at her, but didn't care much and continued to read the newspaper. At that moment, Luffy was kicked onto the deck by Sanji. Luffy said, "It's just one orange. Don't be stingy, Sanji." Sanji protested, "This is Nami's treasure. You can't eat even one." "Hey, Lin Hai, when did you steal that orange? Are you asking for a beating?" Lin Hai disdainfully said, "This orange of mine was brought out from the village." Suddenly, Several wanted posters the size of papers fell out from the newspaper in Nami's hand and landed on the deck, attracting the curiosity of everyone. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Hai saw his own handsome photo on one of the posters, which showed him holding his high pose while looking back. It turned out to be a shot taken when he was talking to Hawkeye at the Sea restaurant, where Lin Hai had said something cheeky that someone captured on camera. Lin Hai was quite satisfied with such a handsome photo. However, when he saw the bounty amount at the bottom of the photo, he felt as if he had been electrocuted and froze in place. The others on the ship noticed Lin Hai's unusual reaction, and Zoro asked, "What's wrong with that guy Lin Hai?" Usopp, holding Luffy's wanted poster, exclaimed, "Wow, Luffy's first bounty is 30 million berries. That's amazing." "Da!" Luffy laughed heartily. 30 million, 30 million. Lin Hai, also have a bounty? Zoro took the wanted poster from Lin Hai's hand, and the others also looked at the bounty amount, all stunned. Lin Hai, what on earth did you do to deserve such a bounty? Nami said, "Sanji, what's wrong with you? Why are you like Lin Hai?" It turned out that Sanji's wanted photo was of a silly face, with yellow hair, curly eyebrows, vacant eyes, and thick lips. It looked nothing like the real Sanji. And what about Lin Hai? There is no problem with the photo of Lin Hai, but the bounty amount is actually 250 berries. Lin Hai is feeling completely down. It's 250 berries, not 20 million or 200 million. What can 250 berries do? He might not even be able to buy a single shoe. Sanji's bounty is 800,000 berries. Although Sanji doesn't care much about that amount. The picture is something he just can't accept. Zoro's bounty is 10 million berries, and Usopp's bounty is 5 million berries. Nami, on the other hand, has no bounty. At that moment, seeing this information, everyone's reactions were different. Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp were happy. Sanji knelt on the deck like a statue, while Lin Hai completely shut down. The joy of people is indeed different. Lin Hai squatted in a corner of the ship, drawing unknown circles. Why is it only 250 berries? If he encounters other pirates in the future, he won't be laughed to death? What went wrong? Why is there such a ridiculous bounty? It must be that damn Captain Mouse. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Nami, turn the ship around. I'm going back to take down that rat of a colonel for offering such an outrageous bounty." Usopp quickly grabbed Lin Hai, saying, "Lin Hai, calm down. At least you have a bounty. I don't have one at all, haha." Lin Hai angrily said, "Before I deal with Colonel Mouse, I'll take care of you first. I'll show you who's laughing now." Someone save me. Lin Hai is going to kill. Ha ha. Back then, when Colonel Mouse faxed the photos of the Straw Hat crew, he exaggerated their deeds and the level of danger they posed. Originally, Lin Hai's bounty was not 250 berries. The frustrating part was that Lin Hai's bounty notice was seen by Admiral Akiji, who happened to be passing by. It was truly a case of fate, and Akiji hadn't forgotten that Lin Hai borrowed 250 berries from him back then. Thus, Akiji humorously set that amount. After all, that annoying Lin Hai had made him so mad at the time. When Akiji handed Lin Hai's bounty notice to Carp, Carp gave all his sunbae to Admiral Sengoku. Because Carp was full, he remembered that Carp and Akiji laughed at Lin Hai's bounty notice for several hours. If Lin Hai knew that this was Akiji's doing, he would definitely hone his skills and then go to the Navy headquarters to find Akiji for a good spar on what swordsmanship truly is. At this moment, on the Thousand Sunny, Lin Hai couldn't eat anymore, and the beauty no longer seemed appealing. He continued to hide on the deck, drawing inexplicable circles, cursing that old rat colonel for having as much hair as his beard. Meanwhile, Sanji found it amusing. Luffy laughed and said, "Sanji, don't be unhappy. Getting an 800,000 berries bounty for your first time is pretty good." Sanji pointed at the photo on his bounty notice and asked, "Is this me? Why does my photo look like this? Now all the beauties in the world will laugh at me." Luffy took the bounty notice from Sanji and examined it before replying. "This is your photo. It looks exactly like you." "Ha ha." Zoro chimed in, Yeah, it looks exactly the same." Sanji retorted, "How is it exactly the same? Damn Navy. By the way, where's Lin Hai?" Luffy replied, "He's over there." Sanji looked in the direction Luffy pointed and asked, "What's wrong with Lin Hai?" Usopp covered his mouth and handed Lin Hai's bounty notice to Sanji. After looking at it, Sanji instantly felt balanced. Ha ha. Sanji then realized that there were such bizarre things in the world. 250 berries? Sanji rolled on the deck, holding his stomach in laughter. Lin Hai endured the impulse to slaughter these guys and continued with his circles. After a long time, once the novelty wore off, Luffy couldn't hold back any longer and started clamoring to play with him again. Luffy ran to Lin Hai's side excitedly and said, "Lin Hai, shall we play hide and seek?" Lin Hai was a bit doubtful of his ears. "What did you just say?" Luffy laughed and said, "Hide and seek." Usopp on the side shouted, "Count me in." Lin Hai quickly rejected. "What's so fun about that? It's broad daylight. How can we play? You go play hide and seek with Zoro and Sanji. I want to think about my abilities." Upon hearing about playing hide and seek, Zoro exclaimed, "How old are you guys? That's something for kids, right?" Usopp smirked. "I think you're just afraid of losing." "What did you say?" Zoro's biggest weakness is his competitiveness, which is also his strength. Provoked by Usopp, Zoro actually started to play with them. Lin Hai, sitting on one side of the deck, ignored them and focused on studying his spatial abilities. Otherwise, if he ended up using a spatial slash again and fainted for 3 days, that would be so embarrassing. Now the problem arises. Lin Hai's physical strength has already reached the level of CP9's leader, Lucci, and it's not that easy to improve further. So what he should focus on now are Haki and his devil fruit abilities. As for his devil fruit abilities, Lin Hai has consumed a paramecia-type spatial fruit. How should he develop it? Should he influence and assimilate surrounding objects like Doflamingo? That clearly won't work. Doflamingo's power is strings, while Lin Hai's is space. Should he develop his paramecia into something akin to a Logia, like Katakuri with the Machi fruit? That is a potential direction, integrating himself into space. But Lin Hai is not at that level yet. That should be the awakened state. Damn, I have no clue. Great tasks must start with easy ones. So let's begin with the basics. Currently, Lin Hai can create a spatial field, where he can freely manipulate people and objects within it. This ability relies on deception and mental acuity. Because in the spatial field, even if the opponent has observation haki, if unaware, Lin Hai can perform a spatial swap and strike, likely catching the opponent off guard. Thus, this emphasizes a person's speed and mental capabilities. This application can also be used to evade the opponent's attacks. Spatial swapping is also a direction for development. Another aspect is the cutting ability within the spatial field. Although Lin Hai's cutting ability is greatly enhanced in the spatial field, he is not invincible. For example, if Kaido and Big Mom were to attack Lin Hai, he wouldn't be able to cut them. Just like when Luffy, Law, and Kid challenged Kaido, Law clearly stated that his cutting ability couldn't harm those two Yonko. Similarly, Lin Hai does not believe he is stronger than Law at that time. Given this, he should practice swordsmanship and spatial transformations in the spatial field, especially since he got hit twice while dodging Arlong's water attacks due to insufficient mental acuity. If he makes such mistakes in battles against skilled opponents, he risks being thrown off rhythm, resulting in taking hits. If the opponent's attacks are very strong, that could be the end. Just like Admiral Kizaru's lasers and Admiral Akainu's punches. Thinking of this, Lin Hai became a bit restless. Seeing Luffy and the others playing nearby, Lin Hai interrupted, "Stop playing. Luffy, let's practice." Luffy, being one who seeks new experiences, immediately became interested upon hearing Lin Hai wanted to train with him. And the others were eager to witness Lin Hai's abilities. Everyone cleared a space, leaving the center open for Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai said, "Luffy, use your machine gun technique to hit me, but be careful not to damage the ship." Luffy rubbed his fingers and smiled. "You better be careful, or I might just go wild with my machine gun." Lin Hai looked at Luffy with a playful expression, calmly dodging Luffy's punches one by one. Sanji couldn't help but mutter, "Is this the observation haki that Lin Hai mentioned?" Zoro remained silent, but his expression became particularly serious. Usopp opened his mouth, "See? Sugar." Nami looked at Luffy and Lin Hai, utterly bewildered by what kind of monsters they were. "Oh la la." Luffy kept attacking, but realizing he couldn't hit Lin Hai at all, he suddenly shouted, "I'm not fighting anymore. Lin Hai, you're cheating." Lin Hai still crossed his arms and said playfully, "Keep going." Luffy pouted, "You using observation haki is just cheating." Lin Hai smiled and said, "All right, I won't dodge. That should be fine, right?" "Really?" Luffy's eyes immediately lit up. "Lin Hai, what kind of expression is that? Are you so happy just from hitting me?" Luffy glanced at the sky and replied, "Where am I? Hey, isn't this too fake?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Go ahead, I won't move." As soon as he said that, Luffy's fist started raining down on Lin Hai, causing gasps from those nearby. Sanji quickly asked, "Hey, is this really okay?" Zoro uncertainly replied, "It should be fine, otherwise Lin Hai wouldn't let Luffy hit him like this." Usopp was sweating nervously, thinking about how he wouldn't dare imagine being hit by Luffy like that. After a while, Luffy stopped punching. In the arena, Lin Hai yawned, completely unbothered, and then said with a teasing tone, "Ah, that hurts so much." Luffy immediately felt offended and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Lin Hai, you bastard, I want to duel with you." Usopp quickly hugged Luffy's waist and said, "You can't beat him. Calm down. You need to stay calm." Luffy stubbornly retorted, "So what? Even if I can't beat him, I still want to hit him." Lin Hai looked at everyone and said, Watch closely, I'll show you what speed is. Shave. Suddenly, the deck was filled with Lin Hai's afterimages, and Nami on the side suddenly felt as if someone had kissed her cheek. Usopp asked in confusion, "Hey, where did Lin Hai go?" "He was just here," Zoro explained. "Lin Hai's speed is too fast. The naked eye can't keep up with his figure." Sanji kept searching around, unable to catch up with Lin Hai's speed, and couldn't help but mutter, "This guy Lin Hai, his speed is just too fast." After running around the deck, Lin Hai lay back down on the deck and said proudly, "This move is for you to see. As for whether you can learn it, that depends on your luck. I'll make it clear in advance. I want to teach you." Seeing Lin Hai so arrogant, Sanji said unhappily, "Lin Hai, what's so great about being fast? Sooner or later, I'll master this move too." At this moment, Luffy stepped forward and said, "Lin Hai, you were using your feet to rapidly stomp on the ground to move, right?" Usopp thought for a moment and said, "I feel like I've seen Lin Hai's movement technique somewhere." Luffy replied, "Kuro's silent steps are very similar to this, but his speed isn't as fast as Lin Hai's." Usopp then remembered, no wonder it felt so familiar. Zoro couldn't help but say, "Are all the opponents we encounter in the future this strong?" Usopp exclaimed, "This is too terrifying, right?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "Don't you all want to improve? Learning these things, isn't it romantic? It's such a sense of accomplishment. Romantic? Accomplishment?" Luffy laughed and said, "It really is romantic, everyone. I think I've learned this move too." "Nanny, is it true? This can't be." "No way, Luffy. I feel like the gap between us is getting bigger." Suddenly, Luffy on the deck squatted into a horse stance, one hand pressing on the ground, and then exhaled lightly. Second gear, Luffy's body began to emit steam, and his skin turned red. Whoosh! Luffy on the deck suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already punching fists with Lin Hai. Due to the immense power, a shockwave expanded outward from the two of them. "Ah!" Nami exclaimed in surprise, startled by the sudden scene. Zoro and Sanji squinted. Whether it was Lin Hai or Luffy, their speed made it difficult for the two of them to keep up, and they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious inside, secretly amazed by the improvement in these two's strength. Usopp exclaimed, "Luffy, you really learned it. I'm so envious, ugh." Luffy released his second gear status and said with some frustration, "Lin Hai, your speed is just too fast. But I finally learned this move." "Ha ha," Lin Hai disdainfully said. "When I was in the village, I'd already learned this, so what are you so proud of? If you can't be domineering, you'll just be cannon fodder in the new world, understand?" Luffy patted Lin Hai's shoulder nonchalantly and said, Don't be so serious. Relax a bit. I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King." Lin Hai kicked Luffy away and said helplessly, "What the hell? Why did you hit so hard? It hurts like hell." Sanji rolled his eyes and said, "Your excuse is too fake, right?" Zoro said, "We also need to train hard. Otherwise, we really won't keep up with their pace." At the right moment, Lin Hai said, "Luffy, you are using the properties of rubber to speed up blood flow. This method can easily exhaust your stamina during battles. And if it turns into a prolonged fight, it puts a huge burden on your body. No, you must learn to use Soru without relying on gear second. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up." Luffy sat up, puzzled, and asked, "Is that so?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "You should focus on improving your physical abilities. You need to think in a second gear situation. How do you deliver a fatal blow, understand?" Sanji couldn't help but reply, "Is a strength also a weakness?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "It depends on the situation. If Luffy's physical condition isn't up to par and he dares to use gear second to fight, he can only risk his life. And that would cause too much damage to his body." Luffy interrupted, "Everyone, I have an even more interesting move. That should be gear third." Lin Hai Zeepli? "I'm not interested. Let's go fishing first for dinner tonight." Before Lin Hai could finish, Usopp and Luffy quickly took out fishing rods and handed them all to Lin Hai. Lin Hai asked in confusion, "What do I need just one for?" "Because you're a fishing expert. Get lost." The noise eventually returned to silence. Under the blue sky, a lonely little boat floated. That guy Zoro was sleeping again. Nami was lying on a chair, and Sanji, coming out of the kitchen, became excited upon seeing Nami. Sanji placed a drink next to Nami and said, "Dear Miss Nami, try this new drink I made for you." Nami replied, "Arigato, Sanji." "No need to be polite, Nami-san." Sanji looked towards the side of the boat and curiously asked, "Are they fishing?" Nami replied speechlessly, "They're having a fishing competition." The three at the fishing rods were singing while fishing. Little fish, come on the hook. Come tu mai bake, la de macha." At the right moment, Luffy said, "This time I'm definitely going to catch more than you guys." "What song is that? Can you really catch fish with that?" Sanji couldn't help but be curious and walked over to see what the three were doing. Suddenly, Lin Hai said, "Here it comes. Who can help me hold the fishing rod?" Luffy asked in confusion, "You can't even pull up a fish, can you?" "That's too lame." Lin Hai has no mood to deal with Luffy at this moment. This big fish is too much. The fishing line can't handle it. Sanji grabbed Lin Hai's fishing rod and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Lin Hai explained, "There's a big fish. I'm going to dive into the sea and catch it." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hai had already jumped into the water. On the deck, Zoro was sleeping soundly when suddenly, a big fish fell from the sky. Zoro, startled from his dream, looked up and saw it was a big fish. This fish was thrown up after Lin Hai knocked it out with a punch in the water, and it was definitely not something Lin Hai intentionally threw at Zoro. After a while, seeing that Zoro was still angry, Lin Hai had to toss him a bottle of beer to calm him down. A bottle of beer from the flirty system costs $5, which is really expensive. Just as Zoro was enjoying his drink, he suddenly noticed that Lin Hai was using his own sword as a spear to grill fish. Zoro immediately lost his composure and asked in confusion, "Lin Hai, how can you use your own sword like that?" Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Can it be used like this?" Zoro angrily replied, "You idiot. Don't you know that a sword is an important companion for a swordsman?" Lin Hai tossed another bottle of beer over and rolled his eyes, saying, "Eating your stuff? How could my realm be understood by you ordinary folks?" Sanji laughed and asked, "Like what?" Lin Hai's eyes lit up as he handed the barbecue in his hand to Sanji, then looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, causing everyone to twitch at the corners of their eyes. Sure enough, Lin Hai sighed and said, "When I fish, I train my observation haki and control of power. Using a sword to grill fish is because everyone was puzzled. In fact, Lin Hai had forgotten the next line, so he quickly took out his notes and exclaimed with joy, "Using a sword to grill fish is actually to prove that my sword can move mountains, can part seas, can kill fish, and can barbecue." This guy. Everyone face-bombed, utterly speechless. Amidst the commotion, they had unknowingly arrived at Lowtown, the birthplace of Pirate King Gold, Roger, and also the place of his execution. Upon hearing that this was where Roger was born and died, Luffy immediately rushed to see the execution platform where Roger was executed. Lin Hai found this utterly speechless. Wasn't it just a matter of reaching that place and then being given the title of Pirate King by the world? The way everyone idolized him was truly baffling. Perhaps it was a difference in worldview. Instead of idolizing Roger, it would be better to search for the One Piece left by Captain Kuro. At that moment, Zoro said, "Nami, give me some money to buy a sword." Nami replied, "Sure, but you have to pay me back 3 times the amount." "Zoro, we're so familiar with each other. You don't need to charge interest, right?" Nami opposed, "No way." Helpless, Zoro had no choice but to borrow 200,000 berries from Nami. When it was Lin Hai's turn, he stepped forward and said, "Nami, give me some berries to buy something to eat." Nami asked, "You want to borrow 2? You still owe me 1,000,000 berries." Lin Hai Mihu Dao, what 1,000,000 berries? When I was in Cocoa West Village, I scavenged so much from Aaron for you. And you still want to count that? Nami replied as a matter of course. That money belongs to the villagers. How can it be counted? Lin Hai said silently, "You really are a disgusting woman. I don't want you anymore." Soon, everyone went off to do their own things. Luffy ran to find the execution platform. Sanji went to buy ingredients. Zoro went to buy swords. Usopp went to buy weapons, and Lin Hai went to enjoy the local scenery. Not far away, it was quite noisy, as 2 thugs had blocked a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was none other than Dasky. As for whether she was Zoro's CP, Lin Hai couldn't care less. Did Dasky have any relationship with Zoro? At least for now, they didn't know each other, so why couldn't Lin Hai pursue her? At this moment, not far away, 2 tall thugs, one of them said to Dasky, "Our boss is the one you sent to jail, right?" Dasky, wearing black glasses and holding a knife wrapped in cloth with both hands, replied, "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" The other thug responded, "Yeah, we can't swallow this anger like this." One of them echoed, "We want to throw your corpse in front of him." Lin Hai knew the opportunity had come, and it was time to show his true skills. So, without waiting for Daki to speak, Lin Hai ran directly in front of Daki and said passionately, "Oh, Earth, thank you for granting me this encounter today. Love, go ahead and mock me for being unable to bear this pain." "Yeah," Daki said, a bit confused. "Who are you?" Lin Hai kissed the back of Dasky's hand and replied, "Who am I? I am a different kind of firework, blooming with beauty for a moment just for you." Dasky's face turned red as she responded, "I'm sorry. Thank you for your affection, but I have no intention of dating." The 2 thugs beside them immediately became furious. They had come to cause trouble, and now they were being ignored? One of them drew a knife and angrily pointed it at Lin Hai, shouting, "Who the hell are you? Don't get in the way." Lin Hai then turned to look at the two thugs and exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow, I have to say your outfits are really flashy. Those two braids on your head are quite interesting. And by the way, your belly is so big that my pig at home doesn't seem to weigh as much as you do." Ha ha! Dashki couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at Lin Hai's teasing. "You two bastards, you're dead meat." The thug could no longer hold back and was about to jump up and slash at Lin Hai when he suddenly saw Lin Hai glare at him. The two thugs in midair seemed to deflate and fell straight down, fainting. Dashki on the side was a bit confused, wondering what was happening. What was wrong with them? Lin Hai shook his head and said, "How would I know?" As he turned around, he didn't expect Daki to be so clumsy. She tripped over the knife she was holding and nearly fell. Lin Hai instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. For a moment, in the street, a man was holding a woman who was about to fall, and they were looking at each other. Daki quickly reacted and said, "Ah, how embarrassing. Help me up." Watching Daki fix her clothes, Lin Hai couldn't help but say, "What's so embarrassing about it? Don't you think what just happened was quite romantic?" Daki replied seriously, "Listen, you should find a proper job instead of trying to be a romantic. Looking at you, you probably don't have much money, right?" "Money?" Lin Hai was just a pirate. "Where to get money?" So Lin Hai responded, "Yeah, how do you know?" If he had known Daki's way of thinking, he definitely wouldn't have asked that question. Seeing that Lin Hai was asking how she knew he had no assets, Daki explained, "It's simple. You acted so frivolously just now. It's clear you're the type who idles away the day. Judging by your clothes, it's obvious you don't have much money. Do you have a sick elderly person at home? Or did your wife run away, leaving you to raise several hungry children alone? In any case, I won't pry too much. Just come with me. I'll introduce you to a job. As long as you work hard, you can definitely support them." Wow, this woman must often encounter such situations and include herself in them. But what kind of question was that? For a moment, Lin Hai was left speechless by Daki's remarks. Oh my, Lin Hai was starting to lose it. Regaining his composure, Lin Hai quickly said, "I'm single. No need for your introduction. Goodbye, no. I don't want to say goodbye." As he hurriedly ran away, he could still hear Daki chasing after him, saying, "You don't have to be so shy. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, young man. Everyone makes mistakes. Just face life bravely, and it's never too late." Huh? Where'd he go? Hiding in a small alley, Lin Hai quickly took deep breaths. Damn, this woman was too sharp. He quickly noted down her words, wanting others to experience his current bewilderment. Just as he finished taking notes, a strong-looking man with white hair walked over from the other end of the alley. "Isn't that Smoker?" Smoker had heard from his subordinates that the Straw Hat Pirates had landed on this island, and the bounty notice had come from the Navy headquarters. But Smoker hadn't seen it and rushed out to catch people. So he didn't know Lin Hai was part of the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, seeing Lin Hai so serious and actually writing something down, Smoker thought he must be an educated person. Thus, Smoker greeted him, "Wow, you're quite diligent, keep it up." Lin Hai was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Thank you. Can I borrow a cigarette?" Without waiting for Smoker's response, Lin Hai had already taken 3 cigars from his collar, pinching one between his mouth and placing one in each ear. These cigars were quite expensive, and although Smoker felt a bit pained, he wasn't a stingy person. At that moment, after taking a deep puff from the cigar, Lin Hai said, "Wow, this cigar is really nice, but smoking is harmful to your health, so you should smoke less, especially 2 at the same time." This time, it was Smoker's turn to be taken aback. A cultured person was indeed a cultured person. He hadn't experienced someone caring about him like this for a long time, and it felt pretty good. Those 3 cigars could be considered a treat for him, and he no longer felt pained. Smoker waved his hand and said, "Stop rambling. I have things to do, I'm off. Goodbye." Lin Hai replied, "Take care." Watching Smoker's departing figure, Lin Hai showed a hint of amusement. I wonder what his expression will be when he finds out I'm a pirate. Will he chase me to the ends of the earth? Damn, there's actually a possibility of that. Thinking of this, Lin Hai suddenly shivered and quickly looked for a place to drink some strong liquor to calm his nerves. Should I activate my observation hockey? Otherwise, who knows what strange people I might run into? Forget it. If I knew everything, what is the point of going out to sea? That wouldn't be an adventure at all. Soon Lin Hai forgot about what had just happened. In an old-fashioned bar, a few people were sitting, and among them was the Buggy Pirates, who had come to seek revenge on Luffy and his crew. At that moment, Buggy was reading fortunes. He chuckled triumphantly and said, "According to the divination, the Straw Hat crew has already landed on this island. The moment of revenge is about to arrive in a grand way." Yarlita, who had eaten the smooth fruit and turned into a beautiful woman, stepped forward and asked, "So, will you be able to take his life smoothly?" "Heh." Buggy replied, "Of course the one who will die is." As he spoke, Buggy revealed the last card. only to find it was himself. Yarlita exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that you?" Buggy. Buggy cried out in shock, burying his head on the table. Just then, a carefree song rang out, La 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 Demetia. La La La, Lula Lula Lu. Who else could it be but Lin Hai? Seeing Buggy sitting there, Lin Hai was momentarily stunned, but quickly greeted him, "Yo, Buggy, it's been a long time. Seeing you again feels so familiar." Buggy responded, "Oh, it's you. It's really been a long time, hello." Next to Buggy, his crew members Moki and Yarlita looked at Buggy strangely. Realizing what was happening, Buggy angrily said, "Damn it, you bastard. We've been searching for you for so long. Do you know? Since the day I was sent flying, I returned to my comrades only with a determination for revenge. It was quite an adventure. In my incomplete state, I experienced a bittersweet journey filled with friendship and little Buggy's grand adventure. But little Buggy," as he continued, Buggy realized he had strayed off topic and suddenly became furious. "What the hell are you making me talk about, you bastard?" Lin Hai said silently, "Aren't you the one who keeps talking? By the way, your cloak is quite stylish, isn't it hot?" Buggy replied, "There's nothing I can do about it. After all, a colonel from a Navy headquarters has come to this town, and his strength is just too overwhelming." Once he realized, Buggy became angry again. "You bastard. Who are you calling stylish? For revenge, I have teamed up with the beautiful Miss Eureka by my side. You just stand there and accept our punishment gracefully. Ha ha ha. Buggy is quite interesting." Lin Hai glanced at him and said with a smile, "That's all ancient history. As pirates, how can we still be hung up on such trivial matters? You're really a petty person." Buggy shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Lin Hai casually picked up a cup and took a sip, then said, "Did I knock you away? If you're so unhappy, go find Luffy. Come on, can you all not be so serious? It's rare to meet again. The fate of the sea is truly wonderful. We are all children of the sea, so let's toast." Buggy couldn't help but mutter, "Children of the sea? Even so, I won't forgive you." Lin Hai put his arm around Baki's shoulder and laughed. "Don't get hung up on those little things. Let's have a few drinks first. Later, I'll treat you all to dinner as an apology. How about that?" Baki replied, "Since you're being so understanding, if I keep dwelling on it, I would really come off as petty. But that straw hat bastard, I still haven't forgiven him." Lin Hai interrupted directly, "Cheers." Baki still didn't know he was going to be tricked again. After toasting with Baki, Lin Hai finally noticed that Yarlita, beside him, was looking at him with dissatisfaction. Lin Hai smiled and said, "Beautiful, miss, shall we have a drink?" Yarlita replied, "Finally noticed me. Where's that Luffy?" That punch back then was truly unforgettable. Thinking back to Yarlita before she ate the devil fruit, Lin Hai secretly felt relieved that he hadn't made a move on her. At the right moment, Lin Hai said, "Let's go. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll treat you all to a meal." Buggy laughed and said, "How can I accept that?" Lin Hai zeeply, "This is a meal for an apology. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." "Aha!" Baki said, "You're actually quite a nice person." Yarlita replied, "I'm not going. I'm going to find that man." Lin Hai secretly smiled and said, "I wish you great success." In a restaurant, Lin Hai boldly ordered a large table of dishes and also ordered a few bottles of wine. Lin Hai raised his wine glass and asked, "So what's up with Moki and that guy with a knife?" Moki replied, "Ah, you mean Kabaki? He's currently chasing after the straw hat." Buggy laughed and said, "Don't talk about that. Let's drink." "Ah, today is really a happy day. I didn't expect you, Lin Hai, to be such an interesting person." Lin Hai patted Baki's shoulder and smiled. "You're not so bad yourself. By the way, that Yarlita is really beautiful. Are you interested in marrying her?" Baki thought for a moment and replied, "Well, as pirates, we pursue wealth. What use is a wife?" Lin Hai said silently, "How can it be useless? I think you and her are really a good match. Just think about it. You married the most beautiful woman in Donghai. Doesn't that show how extraordinary you are, Buggy? Besides, marrying her won't affect your pursuit of wealth, right?" Buggy pondered for a moment, becoming more and more moved by Lin Hai's words. Suddenly, Buggy slapped the table and laughed. "Then it's decided. I'll work hard to make Yarlita my wife. Ha, I'm so happy today." Just after a few of them had a few drinks, Luffy and Zoro entered the shop. Because Buggy and Machi were surrounded by cloaks, Luffy and Zoro didn't realize it was Buggy. As soon as Luffy saw Lin Hai, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey Lin Hai, you're actually eating such delicious food." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy ran over to Lin Hai's table and started gobbling it down. Buggy hadn't reacted yet and happily said, "Lin Hai, are they your companions? Since you know each other, go ahead and eat." "Oh, I forgot. You're the host, you should say that." Lin Hai laughed and said, "We are free pirates. There's no need for such formalities." After saying that, Lin Hai quickly leaned close to Zoro's ear and whispered, "Hurry up and eat, don't ask." As they were eating, Buggy suddenly realized that the straw hat-wearing brat was right in front of him. Buggy took off his cloak and pointed at Luffy, saying, "You bastard straw hat. I finally found you." Luffy looked up in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing Luffy still eating, Buggy became furious and shouted, "Stop eating. You haven't forgotten who I am, have you?" Luffy, while eating, exclaimed, "Wow, your nose is so red and round. The annoying straw hat brat is still so rude." Buggy drew his dagger. Just as Buggy was about to continue speaking, Lin Hai interrupted, saying, "Buggy, Luffy is my captain. I can't let you hurt him. And you're my friend. I don't want to hurt you either. So I'm taking Luffy and the others away." Buggy was taken aback and exclaimed, "Lin Hai, you are truly a loyal friend. It's an honor to be your friend. Boo-hoo." Meanwhile, Machi quickly reminded Buggy, "Captain Buggy, they've already run away." Buggy then reacted and shouted, "Quick, chase after them. We can't let that straw hat brat escape." "Yes, Captain Buggy." Just as the two were about to get up, the shopkeeper stopped them, saying, "Guests, you haven't paid the bill yet." Buggy and Machi exchanged glances, thinking, didn't we agree that Lin Hai would treat us? Now it seems like we're the ones treating. And that straw hat brat ate the most, right? Also, Lin Hai took the wine when he ran away with that Zoro. And what's worse is that straw hat brat directly dragged away most of the food on the table in one bite. Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro came out of the restaurant. When they reached a safe place, Luffy complained, "I'm still not full." Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind blew by, knocking Luffy's straw hat off his head. Luffy quickly ran after the hat, while Zoro chased after Luffy. The wind was too strange, and Lin Hai quickly released his observation haki. Sure enough, not far away, there was a powerful presence. Following that presence, he saw a figure draped in a green cloak standing there. Lin Hai quickly realized that it was Luffy's father, Dragon. Seeing that he had no intention of avoiding him, Lin Hai approached and asked, "That gust of wind was your doing, right?" Dragon turned around and nodded. "Yes, hello, Luffy's friend." "Hello," Lin Hai asked in confusion. "Where are you trying to lead him?" Dragon replied, "If Luffy wants to become the Pirate King, then let him see the place where Pirate King Roger was executed. This is where everything began, and there's where it all ended. Let him feel it. It may not be a bad thing." "This is where everything began?" Lin Hai shook his head. That shouldn't be right. The true starting point should be when the Celestial Dragons claimed to be gods. Since the Celestial Dragons came to power, everything has deviated from its origin. Freedom and life are no longer precious. Chaos has started to unfold, and those with ambition have begun to seek answers. Dragon looked at Lin Hai with surprise, trying to see something in him. After a while, Dragon asked, "You seem to know quite a bit." Lin Hai shook his head and said, "It's all hearsay. By the way, your observation haki is really impressive, and your ability, is it a natural type, hurricane fruit?" Dorag didn't respond to Lin Hai's words, but instead asked, "What do you think of this world?" "Me?" Lin Hai replied, "Speechless. What can I think? Just do what I want to do." "Oh," Dorag asked curiously, "Can you tell me what you want to do the most?" Cough, cough. Lin Hai said shyly, "Sailing with Luffy, going on adventures, picking up girls, and having a few drinks." "Ha ha." Dorag shook his head and laughed. "Your pursuits shouldn't be like this." Lin Hai quickly interrupted, "Don't try to persuade me. I don't want to be a hero because I don't have that kind of good temper. It's just my nature." "Is that so?" Dorag sighed inwardly. "Then I wish you a pleasant journey." Dorag moved like the wind, his feet hardly touching the ground as he constantly changed positions. This strange footwork was incredibly cool, and he had to learn it. It was simply a weapon for showing off. Watching Dorag head towards the execution platform of the Pirate King, it seemed he was going to test Luffy, letting him experience the true resolve of risking his life. Lin Hai thought for a moment and decided not to go for now. If he were discovered by Luffy, would he still face life and death? With his abilities, Luffy wouldn't believe that Lin Hai couldn't save him. So, he would just watch from the shadows and see that carefree smile. At the square, Luffy was being held on the execution platform by Buggy, who was brandishing a knife to execute him. The atmosphere of pressure in the sky was rising, apparently controlled by Dracula Mihawk. His control over his abilities was truly impressive. Plus, with Mihawk's extraordinary observation haki, it would be a miracle if the world government could catch him. On the execution platform, Buggy laughed wildly while holding a curved knife. "Monkey D, Luffy, you really have some guts to offend me. Buggy the Clown, do you know what I've been through since you knocked me away? My body parts are missing, and I've experienced so much." Woo-woo. As he spoke, Buggy couldn't help but cry when he thought about his past experiences. Luffy anxiously shouted, "Let me go, please. Aren't you good friends with Lin Hai?" Buggy, realizing the situation, laughed heartily. "How could I let you go, you idiot? Although Lin Hai is my friend, he's much more sensible than you. In all my time as a pirate, you're the first person to invite me to a meal. It's really heartwarming." As he continued talking, Buggy realized he had gone off topic and angrily asked, "Is this the time to talk about that?" Monkey D. Luffy, do you have any last word before you die? Yaha. Luffy also realized he seemed to be out of options and shouted loudly, I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. The square immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Luffy, who was about to be executed, with fear, and only Luffy's voice echoed. At this moment, Zoro and Sanji rushed over to save Luffy. But with their non-devil fruit user abilities, it was clear they couldn't save him. Luffy understood the situation. In a critical moment, just as Buggy was about to strike, Luffy calmly raised his head and showed a smile that could bloom flowers. Sorry everyone, I'm going to die. This scene shocked the onlookers below the execution platform. To face life and death so calmly? In the shadows, Smoker couldn't help but sweat a few drops, feeling that this smile was too unusual. When facing death, shouldn't people express despair or fear? How could Luffy dare to say he would become the Pirate King in the place where Pirate King Roger was executed? Knowing death was imminent, he could still smile. It seemed unstoppable, as if he was destined to become the Pirate King. Smoker looked in amazement at the execution platform, no matter how this Straw Hat Luffy's story ended. At this moment, he had already qualified to become the Pirate King. Just then, as Buggy's knife was about to touch Luffy, a lightning bolt lit up the sky and struck down, destroying the execution platform. The outcome was clear. Luffy was alive. Ah, I really didn't die, what a gain. Luffy picked up his hat and smiled with satisfaction, completely unaware that he had just escaped from the gates of hell. Zoro and Sanji let out a quiet sigh of relief. The earlier scene had shocked Sanji so much that he didn't even notice his cigarette had fallen, ultimately asking Zoro, foolishly, do you believe there are gods in this world? Don't say silly things. After that, Zoro turned to Luffy and complained, Luffy, you went a bit too far there. Luffy laughed and said, Saw thee. At that moment, Lin Hai walked over to Luffy and thought about the earlier scene. If it were him, would he also remain calm? Lin Hai asked himself, will we? Looking at the square that had become very chaotic, Lin Hai said, let's set sail quickly. Okay. However, just halfway there, trouble arose again. In the middle of the street stood a cool-looking motorcycle, and in front of the motorcycle stood Smoker and Tashigi. Lin Hai secretly spat. These two are really troublesome. After Lin Hai and the others were stopped, Smoker said, meeting me, your journey ends here. Luffy replied, no, I still want to go to sea and become the Pirate King. Smoker mocked, with your strength, you can't even defeat me. Your so-called dream ends here. At that moment, Lin Hai suddenly had an idea and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Hai stepped forward and began to laugh. Yes, Lin Hai imitated Blackbeard teach. Everyone was drawn in by Lin Hai's laughter, which started low and then rose to a bold, hearty sound. Lin Hai spread his hands and said, Smoker, a person's dreams will never end, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a flashy operation. The host's armament hockey has been increased by 1 level. Please keep up the good work. Here it comes. The increase in hockey is the hardest part. I didn't expect this reward. And Lin Hai suddenly felt that his waist was no longer sore and his legs no longer hurt. At this moment, hearing Lin Hai's words, Smoker's pupils contracted. How did this guy feel so extraordinary? Moreover, this guy just deceived his feelings and tricked Smoker out of 3 cigars. Can't bear it anymore. Smoker was about to speak when Tashigi stepped forward with Lin Hai's bounty notice and said, damn Lin Hai, you dared to deceive me before. I didn't expect you to be a ruthless criminal. After that, Tashigi revealed Lin Hai's bounty notice. Now, it was Lin Hai's turn to have his pupils shrink. Wasn't it 250 berries? How did it become a bounty of 300 million? Nanny, Luffy exclaimed, looking at Lin Hai in disbelief. Zoro also looked at Lin Hai. The change in bounty was too drastic. Sanji, feeling jealous, grabbed Lin Hai's collar and exclaimed, what the hell did you do to deserve such a high bounty? The change in bounty was mainly because the celestial dragon that Lin Hai had beaten recognized his face during a shopping trip. Originally, that celestial dragon, Saint Charlos, wanted to set Lin Hai's bounty even higher, but the incident of beating a celestial dragon was too serious. So after discussions among the elders, this amount was decided. As for the reason, it was not made public. After all, the celestial dragons care most about their face. At this moment, Zoro, feeling a bit jealous, said, Lin Hai, what the hell are you? Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai exclaimed, again with the nonsense. Then he did 20 backflips and ended up crashing into the wall. Ouch, that hurts. The others on the street saw Lin Hai's actions and all turned dark-faced. Luffy felt that his bounty of 30 million suddenly didn't feel so special anymore, while Zoro, which is 10 million berries, couldn't help but compare it to 300 million berries. How many times was that? Zoro felt a bit depressed. And Sanji? He was already squatting in a corner, drawing circles. Smoker's face darkened as he said, Lin Hai, I originally thought you were a scholar, but I didn't expect you to be a ruthless pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Even if it cost me my life today, I will stop you here. Tashigi also drew her sword and pointed it at Luffy and his crew, saying, I will also bet on the name of the Navy to stop you here. Damn, I got a bit carried away just now. Lin Hai quickly tidied up his hairstyle, then put on a sympathetic expression and stepped forward to say, How can you treat me like this? Do you know why I have such a high bounty on my head? Why? X5 Lin Hai gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, shedding a sincere tear, and then slowly said, Last year, it was an autumn evening, the weather was fine, and the sun was shining, with a gentle breeze blowing from time to time. It felt just like a mother's gentle embrace, truly nostalgic. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a flashy operation. Reward: increase in physical fitness by 1 level. Smoker's expression darkened, and he angrily said, Get to the point. Ahem, I was just trying to set the atmosphere. Lin Hai awkwardly waved his hand and continued. That evening, I was helping a retired Navy officer who had difficulty walking across the street. You don't know, he had a sick mother at home, his wife had left him, and there were several hungry children waiting for him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a 3-hit flashy operation. Physical fitness increased by 1 level. On the side, Desbones felt that this sentence sounded familiar, while Luffy and Sanji were already in tears, sadly saying, He is so pitiful, boo-hoo. Smoker drew his cross-shaped finger at Lin Hai and said, You bastard, what do you want to say? Ahem. Lin Hai quickly explained, When I was helping him cross the street, unexpectedly, we ran into a passing celestial dragon. Seeing that we didn't team kneel to greet him, that snot-nosed celestial dragon actually pulled out a gun and was about to kill us on the spot. Even ants cling to life, let alone us. Of course, I wouldn't just sit and wait for death, so I slapped him, who knew that guy was so fragile he passed out. That's why he put such a high bounty on my head. Smoker, I ask you, what crime have I committed? Why have I been inexplicably defined as a criminal? As a young man full of justice, why should I endure this pain that I should not have to bear at my age? If helping a retired Navy officer with difficulty walking across the street and preventing him from getting hurt is also a crime, then go ahead and arrest me. I won't resist. Ding. The host operation has dazzled the flashy system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-level use of Space Slash, no longer on cooldown. Woohoo! Take off! Woohoo! At this moment, after hearing Lin Hai's touching speech, Desbones stepped forward and said to Smoker, He is so pitiful, woohoo! Zoro remained silent on the side, while Sanji and Luffy were wiping their tears and snot on Lin Hai. Woohoo! I didn't expect Lin Hai to have such a past, it's so moving. Woohoo, Lin Hai! It turns out you're such a great person. You guys, wawa. Looking at Luffy and Sanji, at this moment, Lin Hai really wanted to kick each of them. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Hai directly pushed away Luffy and Sanji, angrily saying, You're so dirty, stop it, you two bastards. After a moment of silence, Smoker finally said, What you said is still debatable. Come with me to the Navy base. If things are truly as you say. Damn, is Smoker really that stubborn? Lin Hai didn't want to waste any more words with him. He had already said it himself, yet the others still didn't believe it. After all the effort put into crafting this story, was it easy for him, Lin Hai? Spatial field, armed color hardening. Lin Hai suddenly appeared beside Smog, grabbed Aski and Smog, and directly threw them toward Smog's office. Everything happened too fast, like a tornado, while Luffy and Sanji were still moved to tears. Zoro asked in confusion, What about those 2 Navy officers? Lin Hai exhaled 2 streams of air from his nostrils and then replied, I tossed it away. Do you still want to set sail? Stop crying already. Hurry up and run. If that annoying Smoker catches up to us, none of us will be able to leave. In Smoker's office, Tashigi safely landed, while Smoker's head was stuck in a nearby wardrobe. At this moment, Tashigi was confused, wondering where she was and what had happened. After a while, Smoker finally pulled his head out, lit another cigarette, and said darkly, Tashigi, are you coming with me to the Grand Line? That damn Straw Hat crew dares to mock the Navy. It's truly unforgivable. Tashigi weakly replied, What if what he said is true? Smoker angrily retorted, Even if it's true, with his behavior just now, I still need to teach him a lesson. Wait. Tashigi quickly grabbed Smoker and reminded him, How do we get back here? If we encounter them again, it seems we are no match for them. Smoker shouted angrily, Tashigi, are you saying that just because we can't beat the opponent, we should shrink back and not dare to pursue them? What kind of Navy will we be then? Tashigi quickly stood up straight and replied, I will go with you to the Grand Line to capture the Straw Hat crew. Observing Luffy's group from the shadows, Dragon initially thought they couldn't do anything against Smoker, who possessed a Logia devil fruit and wanted to help them, but almost got confused by Lin Hai's actions. Standing on the rooftop against the wind, Dragon suddenly flushed. If what Lin Hai said just now was a lie, then the anger he felt would become a joke, wouldn't it? In the end, Dragon shook his head, chuckled, and softly murmured, "Go ahead, kids. If this is your pursuit, then go and gallop across the sea. A person's dream will never end, right? This is interesting. But given the situation, I'll help you out." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge wind suddenly swept through several streets of Road Town. Lin Hai and Luffy arrived at the coastline, only to see a group of Navy soldiers shooting at the Mary. Just as Lin Hai was about to take action, a huge gust of wind suddenly blew. Lin Hai silently looked in the direction of Dorag, feeling it was really unnecessary. After a strong gust of wind, the formation of the Navy was completely disrupted, and the artillery was also destroyed by the wind. Who would believe this if told? Spatial field. On the ship, Lin Hai was suddenly embraced by Nami, and he naturally accepted it with pleasure. Sanji was filled with a burning jealousy, shouting, "Lin Hai, you bastard. Let go of Miss Nami." Zoro replied with a frown, "You guys focus. We're not out of danger yet." It was only then that everyone realized it was still pouring rain from the dark sky. After some time, the Going Merry had already sailed out of the waters of Lowtown, but the dark clouds had not dissipated and the heavy rain continued to fall. At this moment, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro were standing at the bow of the ship, looking at the turbulent sea surface and the waves rising one after another. It seemed as if they could swallow the Merry whole. Lin Hai exclaimed, "This heavy rain seems to have lasted a long time, right?" Zoro nodded and replied, "Yes. It has been a long time." Luffy asked, "Are we going to be drowned by these waves?" The three of them had not noticed that Nami behind them was already fuming with anger. "Duong, X3 Nami," shouted angrily. "Are you three just sitting around doing nothing? Do you know we are almost overwhelmed with work?" Just then, Usopp said in terror, "Nami, the ship is going to crash into that big mountain. Think of something quick." Nami ordered, "Sanji, take the helm, turn left 60 degrees. Sanji replied, "No way. Miss Nami, the current is too strong. We can't turn at all." At that moment, Lin Hai said, "It's my turn to step in." Zoro asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Lin Hai replied, "Chop it down." Nami grabbed Lin Hai's head and pointed at the giant mountain, incredulously saying, "Make sure you see it clearly. How can we chop that down?" Lin Hai said silently, "Let go of me quickly, or it will really be too late." In an instant, Lin Hai assumed a pose, extending one hand with the index and middle fingers raised to align with his chest and chin. Suddenly, a small spatial vortex appeared on Lin Hai's left side, and a sword slowly emerged from that vortex. The Gao Feng that came out this way transformed into a double-edged sword, no longer a single-edged sword in its normal state. Lin Hai gripped the sword hilt and shouted, "Spatial slash, a sword to split the mountain." Clang! In an instant, a flash of white light, like lightning, streaked across, splitting the sea in front of the Mary into two. A massive crack appeared, accompanied by the roar of gigantic waves. This time, Lin Hai learned from his previous mistake and did not simply slash from bottom to top, which had turned the middle section into a spatial zone, causing the water on both sides to rush in and form a whirlpool. Instead, Lin Hai slashed at a 30-degree angle to the right of the Mary towards the mountain. This way, he utilized the massive waves on the right to carry the ship away. He suddenly realized that if he split the mountain, the bottom of the ship would still hit the reef. Although he avoided crashing into the mountain, the bottom of the ship would be doomed. Everyone was stunned by Lin Hai's maneuver, and he quickly reminded, "Nami, hurry and give commands. Don't just stand there. You should know what to do now, right?" Nami finally reacted and hurriedly instructed, "Zoro, lower the sails first. Luffy, keep an eye on the waves on the left. Report immediately if anything happens. Usopp, Sanji, turn 60 degrees to the right. Lin Hai, the front is up to you." The Mary narrowly brushed past one side of the mountain, almost colliding. After some effort, they finally escaped the danger of crashing into the mountain. At this moment, the heavy rain stopped, the sky cleared, and everyone lay on the deck, gasping for air. The power of nature was truly astonishing. After a while, Lin Hai smiled at Nami and said, "Not bad, Nami. Your navigation skills are indeed the best in the world. You're truly a genius. Even the navigator from the Pirate King's ship back then can't compare to you." Zoro muttered, Hey, you're exaggerating too much." Sanji, with heart-shaped eyes, said, "Miss Nami, I love you." Usopp exclaimed, "Nami, you're amazing." "Ha ha." Luffy got up, patted Nami on the shoulder, and laughed. "Nami, you guy. Nami punched Luffy away and said somewhat shyly, "Actually, I'm not as amazing as you all say, but I'll accept your compliments, hee. TCH, shameless. Zoro couldn't help but mutter. Nami looked at Zoro dangerously and asked curiously, Zoro, what did you say? Zoro quickly changed the subject. Lin Hai, didn't you say last time that using that move would make you faint? Why aren't you this time? Yeah. Everyone looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Lin Hai spread his hands and explained, that's how geniuses are. I believe that for a genius, whatever they do shouldn't be questioned, because it can't be explained. You tell me, how am I supposed to explain this? This guy, as always, is asking for a beating. I regret asking him. By the way, you guys still don't know that Lin Hai's bounty has turned into 300 million, right? 300 million. Usopp approached with a puzzled look and asked, what on earth is going on? Lin Hai, how did your bounty become so outrageous? Nami exclaimed, 300 million? What on earth did Lin Hai do to be rewarded so highly? Lin Hai, feeling helpless, had no choice but to continue lying in order to elevate his status, repeating the same tricks he had used to deceive Smoker. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, you're really something? Nami echoed, so, Lin Hai, you're also an orphan? Lin Hai glanced at Nami somewhat awkwardly, thinking that it was better to pretend than to cry. So, Lin Hai pulled out a guitar from his system. Luffy's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Lin Hai, you're a musician. Sanji, puffing on a cigarette, scoffed, pretending to be unimpressed. He definitely can't play. Zoro chuckled and said, are you just jealous of him? Sanji retorted angrily, who's jealous of him? Do you believe I'll kick your ass, you bastard? Zoro shot back, if you have guts, come at me. Do you believe I'll chop you up first? Nami slapped her forehead and said helplessly, can you two stop wanting to fight at the drop of a hat? Yes, yes. Sanji quickly flattered, I'll listen to you, Miss Nami. At this moment, Lin Hai had already started to play, and everyone quieted down, looking at Lin Hai, wondering what kind of tune he would play. Lin Hai strummed the guitar a few times, but immediately felt awkward. He didn't know how to play, and he didn't have enough skill points to learn the guitar playing skill. Even so, he didn't understand sheet music. Therefore, Lin Hai could only pretend to play randomly and then sing. The autumn wind rises again, yesterday's dream. Flowers bloom and fall. Looking back is empty. Thoughts of the sea are heavy. When will it end? Years later, yet in a hurry, Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, what are you saying? Usopp shook his head in confusion, indicating he didn't understand. Zoro added sarcastically, Lin Hai, you can't play guitar, right? How much can one endure? Is it that easy to pretend? Lin Hai racked his brain, randomly piecing together a few lines that fit the occasion, only to be met with cold ridicule from these guys. Lin Hai angrily said, what do you ignorant fools understand? Sanji turned to Zoro and asked, is he throwing a tantrum? Ha ha, Lin Hai, you're so interesting. What a fool he. Thus, Lin Hai became withdrawn again. So he decided to continue squatting in the corner and drawing circles. After the merry sailed for a while, Lin Hai suddenly remembered that he had received many rewards in Roadtown. So he quickly pulled up the system panel. Flamboyance system host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7. Top level level 10. Observation hockey. Level 2 armament hockey. Level 2 conquerors hockey. Level 2. Able to freely control and intimidate targets. Skill 1. 1. Establish spatial field 2. One sword style 3. Spatial / advanced use of the space fruit. Dependent on stamina. Skill 2. Dugu 9 swords. Adapted. System store. Open. Flamboyant coins. 250 after browsing through the system panel. Lin Hai's mood was initially good. But upon seeing those flamboyant coins, he suddenly felt a wave of depression. Lin Hai. Flirtatious system. Are you toxic? Flirtatious system. Host needs poison. You can purchase it from the system store. Does the host wish to open the system store? Lin Hai replied irritably, no need. Soon, Nami gathered everyone together. She spread a navigation chart she had taken from Buggy on the table and pointed to a spot on the map, saying, everyone, the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Sanji, confused, said, how is that possible? Usopp nodded and said, if the entrance is a mountain, how do we get in? Are we supposed to just crash into it? Luffy laughed and said, just charge through. Nami slapped her forehead and replied, that's how it's marked on the map. Zoro asked, Nami, this map was taken from Buggy, could it be fake? Lin Hai looked at everyone with disdain and mocked, a group of illiterates. Didn't you notice the contour lines on the map? Contour lines? What are those? Right? It sounds impressive, but I don't get it. Oh, I know, it's the incredible contour lines. Luffy was directly kicked away by Nami, who then asked, Lin Hai, do you know how to get there? Lin Hai raised his eyebrows at a few people and said, this map actually presents three-dimensional space in a two-dimensional way. Look, this data is the evidence. Fortunately, I was forced to learn this by my geography teacher in high school. Seeing that everyone present, except for Nami, looked confused, Lin Hai had to explain to her, Nami, look at this red earth continent that spans across. There should be a special current flowing from the sea up the mountain, bringing the ships up. After that, the ships will flow along the current to the other side of the red earth continent. Nami clapped her hands and exclaimed, I see. Nature is truly incredible. Hangju, mu. Seeing the scene, Sanji immediately knelt on the deck, repeatedly slapping it. Why not me? Why not me? Luffy, on the other hand, looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes. Lin Hai could do this too? You guy. Bang. Luffy was directly pushed away by Lin Hai. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow at Zoro. TSK. Zoro turned his face away and muttered, What's so great about it? Not writing the 1,000-year dragon plot anymore. It's long and boring. Finally, the Going Merry was almost at the red line, just as the sky that had been clear moments ago suddenly turned overcast with heavy rain. Nami, who was about to rally everyone to get to work, suddenly noticed Lin Hai was about to draw his sword and couldn't help but step forward to ask, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Is there an enemy? Lin Hai turned his head slowly and said, I see so many dark clouds in the sky. It's really annoying. I want to chop him down. Zoro laughed with interest. Can you really do that? Luffy's eyes sparkled as he asked, Really? You can even split the clouds? Usopp exclaimed, Stop talking nonsense. How is that even possible? At that moment, Lin Hai had already slowly drawn his sword. Duong, X3 Nami, unable to bear it any longer, directly knocked down Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro with one punch each. Nami angrily said, Ugh, seriously, you all like this? Do you even know what the situation is right now? Did you see that lighthouse? Quickly, take down the sails. We're about to enter the Grand Line. Boom! A flash of white light crossed the sky, and a lightning bolt struck Lin Hai, who had just gotten back on his feet because he was pointing his sword at the sky. Nami turned her head mechanically and weakly asked, Lin Hai, are you okay? Lin Hai felt it was strange that being struck by a lightning bolt with a 7th level physique caused no harm. If this were on Blue Star, he couldn't even imagine. Lin Hai quickly raised his knife and then opened his pants. Fortunately, nothing happened. The people around immediately understood Lin Hai's intention, all turning pale. At this moment, Luffy took out a bucket and placed it in the center of the deck, then said, Everyone, we are about to enter the Grand Line. Let's share our dreams. After speaking, Luffy placed his heels on the bucket and declared, I want to be the Pirate King. Lin Hai, I want to be the most flamboyant. Based on Lin Hai's past behavior, everyone understands. Zoro, the world's #1 swordsman. Sanji, all the blue. Nami, I want to draw the world map. Usopp hesitated for a moment and then said, I want to be a brave warrior of the sea. The Grand Line. Here we come. Under this stormy sky, no one could have imagined that the future world would become colorful because of these few young people who are just starting out. Especially that man who wants to be flamboyant to the sky. Hurry up and lower the sails. We need to enter the entrance following the current. Nami hurriedly instructed. Usopp looked ahead in horror and said, Isn't that entrance too small? The ship is going to crash. Someone think of a way. Sanji angrily said, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro, you 3 bastards, the ship is going to crash, and you are still drinking tea. Lin Hai looked at Sanji with disdain. What are you shouting about? Damn! Spatial field. Lin Hai quickly used his abilities to change the ship's course, avoiding the danger of a collision. They saw the door fly past in their peripheral vision. Sanji, recovering from the shock, angrily grabbed Lin Hai by the collar and shouted, You idiot! Why didn't you act sooner? You scared me to death just now, do you know that? Zoro marveled. Lin Hai, your ability is really amazing. Lin Hai laughed and said, That's right. What a genius possesses is just so cool. Luffy pouted and said, What's so great about that? My rubber can shrink and grow. And it can stretch too. Lin Hai angrily said, Shut up, you stinky rubber. Do you think it's cool to become a pile of rubber like you? Luffy retorted, The gum fruit is the coolest. Lin Hai, cool my ass, it's garbage rubber. Luffy, what did you say? Duong, X2 Nami. Feeling helpless. Can you guys stop messing around? The danger isn't over yet. Focus, everyone. It came fast and went fast. Luffy and Lin Hai quickly stood shoulder to shoulder, admiring the splashes of water being flung behind them. As the ship sailed upwards, everyone felt a sense of weightlessness, a feeling they had never experienced before. Wow, what a beautiful view. Do you guys feel different in your bodies? Ahem, I have motion sickness pills here. Who wants some? 1 million berries each. Stinky Lin Hai, do you think we're pigs? Just as everyone was experiencing the sensation of flying, the ship suddenly soared into the air due to inertia. They had reached the peak of the ship's path. What is happening? The ship seems to be flying. Oh no, what should we do? We're going to die. The ship is doomed. Luffy, Lin Hai, you guys think of a way or else. Lin Hai said quietly, Hold on to the handrails. This is a normal phenomenon. Damn it. Wow. This current is truly incredible, so interesting. Interesting my ass. Hold on tight to the handrails, or you'll be thrown out. Because the ship dropped from a high altitude, everyone didn't have time to react. Experiencing the weightlessness from the previous overload state, it felt like being on a terrifying roller coaster at an amusement park. So thrilling it makes you want to shout for your mom. Once the ship stabilized and flowed downstream, Lin Hai's observation Haki clearly sensed that there was a big creature at the bottom of the ship's path. That should be the legendary Laboon. Whatever it is, if it dares to block the ship, then it will be cut down. Seeing Lin Hai take a fighting stance at the front of the ship, Zoro couldn't help but ask, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Is there an enemy? Lin Hai explained. There's a big whale down there. If we don't cut it, our ship will crash right into it. Luffy stopped him. Lin Hai, don't just start chopping. There will always be a way. Usopp agreed. Lin Hai, why have you become so fond of cutting things? Lin Hai said silently. You have no idea how big that whale is. Oh! Suddenly, an extremely loud sound wave, the sound emitted by the whale, was heard, as if it was about to crash into the mountain. Everyone on the Mary was covering their ears. Perhaps that guy Luffy had already developed the ability to hear the voices of all things, as he sensed emotions like loneliness and solitude from the whale's call, firmly refusing to let Lin Hai strike. Lin Hai helplessly said, since you all oppose, then be prepared for the aftermath. We need to figure out how to stop the ship. Otherwise, we will crash. Zoro asked in confusion. Can't you teleport the ship away? Lin Hai said, without words. Have you studied the conservation of momentum? FTMV, if I suddenly stop the ship, then the impulse the ship experiences would almost cause it to fall apart. Luffy clapped his left hand against his right hand and exclaimed, oh, so it's the incredible conservation of momentum. Nami directly punched Luffy, anxiously saying, you guys think of a way quickly. We're about to crash. Lin Hai said, everyone, don't be nervous. Once we enter the whale's belly, if we can't get out, I'll just make a hole in its belly. After saying that, Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Nami's waist and smiled lightly. Don't worry, Nami. Even if this whale wants to eat, it will eat them first. If the whale gets full, then... Nami exclaimed in horror. What time is it now? You still have the mood to joke around. Seeing Lin Hai holding Nami, Sanji actually forgot his fear and shouted angrily. Lin Hai, let go of Nami. Suddenly, the whale opened its mouth wide, and then the ship was swallowed by the whale. Inside the whale's belly... Oh, is this what it's like inside a whale's belly? How interesting. Hey, what's with the blue sky and seagulls up there? They must be painted. Nami anxiously said. I'm telling you, is this really the time to be concerned about that? Quickly think of a way to get out. Lin Hai pointed at a small island nearby and said, there should be people living there, right? Don't worry. The most important thing now is to have a barbecue. It seemed that Lin Hai took out the fish and meat he had brought from his space and leisurely started grilling them with his sword. As soon as Luffy saw the food, he forgot everything else and exclaimed, Lin Hai's barbecue isn't as good as Sanji's. Sanji, barbecue, barbecue. Nami slapped her forehead and said, I told you guys. Sanji comforted her, Miss Nami, since we don't know what to do for now, why not eat something first? Zoro, with great interest, sat next to Lin Hai and said with a smile, Lin Hai, bring me a bottle of beer. Luffy chimed in. Lin Hai's beer is the best, cold and exciting. Nami also said, bring me a bottle too. Lin Hai joked, what's wrong? Not going to shout for help anymore? Nami directly pinched Lin Hai's ear, you guy. Sanji once again knelt on the ground, banging on the deck. Lin Hai, you guy, I envy you so much. Just as the fire started, after a while of roasting, the door of a house on a small island by the ship opened. After the door of the house on the small island opened, an old man walked out. His hair was quite special. The top of his head was bald, with hair around it fanned out like a peacock's tail. When the two sides met, the old man glared at the Straw Hat crew with fierce eyes, not even looking at the ground, yet somehow found a place to sit. Once he sat down, he remained silent, just staring at the Straw Hat crew. Everyone was intimidated by the old man's aura and fell silent. Usopp was the first to be unable to withstand that kind of pressure and instinctively said, Why are you looking at us like that? Do you want to fight? The old man replied in a low tone, I advise you not to, or someone will die. Provoked by someone else, Zoro smirked. Oh, who exactly will die? The old man replied fiercely, It's me. Sanji's eyes widened. So it's you. Ha ha. Luffy laughed while holding his stomach. You're so interesting. Zoro felt like he was being played and asked with a somewhat unfriendly tone, Who exactly are you? The old man replied, Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? Oh, sorry, Just as Zoro was about to speak, the old man said first, My name is Crocus. I am 71 years old, and I am a doctor. Lin Hai hurriedly stopped the about to blow up Zoro and handed over a bottle of beer, curiously sizing up the doctor. If he remembered correctly, that Dr. Kureha was the ship's doctor on GOLD, Roger's pirate ship, and the original work did not show his combat strength. However, judging by his observation hockey at this moment, this old man was very strong. Kureha shifted his gaze from Luffy's hat and curiously looked at Lin Hai. Feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Lin Hai said, "What are you looking at? If you want beer, pay 20 berries for a bottle." Duong. Nami hit Lin Hai lightly, took the newly handed beer from his hand, and smiled. "He's joking, go on." Kureha glanced at the novelty of the beer and said, "I didn't ask you for beer. You offered it yourselves." After taking a sip, he couldn't help but praise it. "This beer is really good. Can I have another bottle?" Lin Hai couldn't help but complain. "Another bottle? Do you think this is a lottery? If you want a drink, just take the Benami. I don't care anymore. This Bailey is directly counted on you." "Ha ha." Luffy couldn't help but say, "Uncle, you are really too interesting. By the way, can you tell us how to get out of here?" Crocus pointed to a spot by the door and said, "You can get out from there." At that moment, the whale suddenly rolled over. Crocus understood what had happened and muttered angrily, "It must be the Baroque Works personnel trying to plot against Laboon again. This is really outrageous." Lin Hai pointed at the man and woman on his ship and asked, "Are you referring to them?" The man and woman who jumped onto the Mary were actually Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. Miss Wednesday is Princess Nefertari Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. These two were quite arrogant and were immediately knocked down by Luffy. Afterward, under the guidance of Crocus, everyone came out of the belly of the giant whale Laboon. At that moment, Nami looked at her chaotic compass and couldn't help but ask, "Old man, is my compass broken?" Crocus replied, "In this sea area, all common sense does not apply. That compass is not broken." Nami immediately understood and tentatively asked, "So, is it the magnetic field?" Looking at the straw hat on Luffy's head, Crocus had a deep connection with the owner of that straw hat, Roger. Moreover, this group of straw hats didn't seem like bad people, and he had just drunk their stuff. So, Crocus didn't mind helping them and explained, "That's right. The islands in the Grand Line contain a lot of magnetic minerals. Therefore, the magnetic field along the entire route is very unusual, and the currents and wind directions are unpredictable. If you're a navigator, you should understand how terrifying this is." Nami replied, "Indeed, without a means to indicate direction, it would be utterly despairing." Crocus laughed and said, "If you want to sail on the Grand Line, you must have a log pose." Nami asked, "Log pose? I've never heard of it." Crocus explained, "It's a special compass that can record magnetic force." After Nami clarified the situation, it was time to deal with the two members of Baroque Works. They wanted to return to Whiskey Peak, but had no ship, so they could only ride the Mary. Usopp asked them, "Who are you guys, anyway?" Mr. 9 said, "Please take us to Whiskey Peak." Nami asked, "Where is that?" Mr. 9 replied, "It's the town where we live." Nami asked, "What about your own ship?" Vivi replied, "It's broken." Nami said, "You're really thinking of yourself, aren't you?" Mr. 9, "Weren't you just thinking of killing the whale?" Usopp asked again, "Who are you guys, really?" Mr. 9 replied, "I am the king." Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh. "You really know how to make up stories. Do you believe I could throw you into the sea?" Wei Wei quickly said, "Please don't. I can't say anything." Mr. 9 added, "But we want to go back to town. We don't want to be so sneaky." Wei Wei replied, "Anyway, our company's principle is mystery." Mr. 9 said, "So we can't say anything." Wei Wei continued, "We came to ask for your help because we value your character." Mr. 9 responded, "We will definitely repay this kindness." Wow. Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "These two guys are really clever. Is this a comedy act?" "Luffy, you decide." Crocus reminded, "Don't mind them. No matter what they say, these two aren't good people." After thinking for a moment, Luffy said, "Let them on the ship. They said they want to go to Whiskey Peak, right? We'll go there." Usopp was puzzled, "Really? You want to take these two suspicious guys with us?" Luffy replied, "What does it matter? Don't sweat the small stuff." Lin Hai said, "Since the captain has decided, let's go there." "But what was that, Mr. Something? Do you have that log pointer?" Mr. 9 cautiously took out his log pointer and explained, "You must take good care of it. It's the only one we have left. If it breaks." Nami snatched the log pointer and said, "You're so annoying." Oh! The sound of Laboon, the giant whale, echoed again, causing everyone to cover their ears. It seemed that the whale was quite irritable. It looked like they were about to crash into a mountain again. Seeing Laboon about to go wild, Luffy couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, why is it using its head to ram into that big mountain? Is the food here not to its liking?" The others' faces darkened, and Zoro couldn't help but retort, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Lin Hai joked, "Wrong. It should be that Luffy thinks that Beast is like him." Usopp agreed, "Luffy's appetite seems to be better than that Beast's, right?" Seeing Luffy being teased by his crew and still grinning, Mr. 9 couldn't help but ask Mr. Wednesday, "Is he really the captain?" Miss Wednesday, looking confused, replied, "Should be. Maybe." Sanji, on the side, couldn't help but laugh. Luffy, you need to pay attention from now on. People are saying you don't look like a captain. Yaha. You all are so interesting, Luffy replied nonchalantly. At the right moment, Clacas explained, 50 years ago, a pirate crew brought Labu here. Because Labu was too small, the pirate crew couldn't take it on adventures and had to leave it here. In the end, they made a promise to come back and take it with them after sailing around the world. Unfortunately, that pirate crew hasn't returned even after 50 years, so Labu. 50 years ago, Usopp muttered, and everyone understood the implication. Luffy looked at Clacas and couldn't help but ask, didn't you tell it that the pirate crew is gone? Clacas replied, I did, but unfortunately, it didn't listen. Seeing Labu about to hit a mountain again, Luffy suddenly came up with an idea and actually broke off a pole from his ship to stick it on Labu's head. Lin Hai was stunned. Usopp was the first to lose it. That's from Koya, your childhood friend. Thus, he angrily said, Luffy, you jerk. Nami also couldn't help but say, Luffy, don't mess around. As if he hadn't heard them, Luffy fought with the whale for a couple of rounds and then said, let's call this duel a tie. Now, let's make a promise. After our ship sails around the world, we'll have another duel. MMM. Although they couldn't understand what the giant whale was saying, everyone could tell it agreed. Lin Hai felt that these people seemed to lack a sense of crisis. He looked up and said, hey, that stinky fish, stop looking around. I'm talking about you, you bastard fish. Do you know that our boat almost had a maritime disaster because of you just now? Remember this, the world is big, and there are many wonderful things. Life is not just about living for a promise. You can dive to the bottom of the sea to find a female whale to play with, you fool. If you're not interested in that, then just accept your loneliness. Because loneliness isn't also a kind of romance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flamboyant operation, rewarding the host with a level up in Conqueror's Hockey. The surprise came too quickly, like a tornado. Again with the nonsense. Overjoyed, Lin Hai immediately did dozens of backflips. Out of excitement, he noticed a fish tank nearby. So, Lin Hai grabbed the beautiful fish inside the tank, gave a hard kiss, and then tossed it into the sea. Everyone present was stunned by Lin Hai's actions. After reacting, Sanji weakly asked, Usopp, that fish seemed to be the one you struggled to catch, right? Usopp was particularly fond of that fish. He never expected it not only to be kissed by Lin Hai, but also to be thrown into the sea. Lin Hai, you guy. Usopp was quite unhappy, so he ran over and threw all the fish Lin Hai caught into the sea. Everyone, that was food, oh no. The Going Merry finally left Twin Cape, preparing to head towards Whiskey Peak. However, the ship had not sailed long when it was still summer. And now it actually started to snow. The weather in the pirate world is truly unpredictable, as changeable as ever, truly worthy of the Grand Line. Lin Hai exclaimed in surprise, This is the first snow of 1520, and it came a bit more suddenly than usual. You look like a butterfly flitting around. Hey, Luffy, Usopp, shall we build a snowman? Luffy nodded and said, let's see who can make the best snowman. TSK. Usopp laughed and said, when it comes to building snowmen, none of you can compare to me. Back in my hometown, I built snowmen for 50 years. My skills are at master level. Luffy's eyes lit up, really? Usopp nodded, of course. It's hard to tell whether Luffy is genuinely foolish or just pretending, as he actually believed Usopp's nonsense. Lin Hai quickly ran into the kitchen to get some sugar from Sanji. Luffy and Usopp had already started building their snowman. And seeing Lin Hai still standing there doing nothing, Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, why aren't you starting? Does that mean you've given up on the competition? Lin Hai shook his head and said, you guys keep piling for a bit. I'm currently brainstorming on how to build a snowman that will amaze the world and make the gods weep. Not long after, Luffy finished building his snowman. And as Usopp went to observe Luffy's snowman, Lin Hai hurriedly sprinkled some sugar on Usopp's snowman and leisurely started eating. Is ice cream even that delicious? Let Lin Hai build a snowman? What a joke. Sugar combined with packed snow is what truly matters. Realizing what had happened, Usopp immediately became angry and said, Lin Hai, what have you done to my snowman? Lin Hai directly picked up a pile and tossed it to Usopp. Try it? Usopp, driven by some strange impulse, listened to Lin Hai and took a bite, immediately exclaiming, it's delicious. Upon hearing that it was delicious, Luffy couldn't help himself and swallowed a mouthful. Meanwhile, in the room, Mr. Nine and Mr. Sunday were sitting at the table shivering. Miss Wednesday asked, is there no heating here? Mr. Nine agreed, what kind of ship is this? We're freezing to death. Nami was drawing a map, but these two kept chattering on, and feeling annoyed, she kicked them out of the room. Then, a few people saw a scene on the deck. Usopp and Luffy were continuously building snowmen, while Lin Hai was sprinkling toppings. Then he was piling and eating. making it look like a barbecue, leaving Nami and the others completely confused by Lin Hai's actions. Mr. Nine, are they eating? Mr. Wednesday, no, they should be eating ice cream, right? Mr. Nine, wow, they are really geniuses. It's so noisy. Nami said, I told you. Are you not cold wearing short sleeves? Short sleeves? Cold. Lin Hai and the others finally reacted. Luffy shivered and then realized it's so cold. Lin Hai asked, aren't you eating? Usopp replied, of course I'm eating. Why wouldn't I? But first, I need to go back and get some clothes on. What about Zoro? Lin Hai pointed to a spot and said, he's dreaming. Zoro was almost buried in snow, but still sleeping so soundly. Mr. Nine couldn't help but murmur, I feel like everyone on this ship is not normal. Don't you think so, Miss Wednesday? Lin Hai retorted, can you even talk? When we reach our destination, make sure to pay the fare. As for Mr. Wednesday, beside him, Lin Hai knew she was the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. However, seeing her always having an ulterior motive for everything made Lin Hai feel quite irritated. At that moment, a flash of lightning suddenly lit up the sky, leaving everyone confused. Wasn't it snowing? What was this thunder about? What on earth was going on? Not far away, dark clouds gathered, along with a small tornado. Damn! Faced with such an anomaly, Lin Hai couldn't help but want to test if his sword could cut through the clouds. But just as he was about to make a move, Nami gave him a whack. Stop messing around. After saying that, Nami confidently placed her hands on her hips and said, everyone, even my most trusted navigation skills don't work on this sea, so you all need to take this seriously. Usopp was speechless, thinking, not working, and yet you say it so confidently. Luffy's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Soggy? Lin Hai clapped his hands and laughed. I've never seen such a shameless person. Sanji came out of the kitchen, his eyes sparkling. As expected of Miss Nami. Whatever you need, just say the word. A heavy rainstorm accompanied by snow, commonly known as a blizzard, was an unusual weather pattern they had never encountered before. The Going Merry drifted along the turbulent sea, thankfully, with Nami's superb navigation skills. Otherwise, most of the people on board would have ended up feeding the fish in the sea. Once the rain cleared and the sun shone again, Zoro finally woke up. He stretched lazily, looking at the blue sky with a gentle breeze and a few fluffy white clouds. It was another beautiful day. When he noticed Lin Hai and the others lying listlessly on the deck, Zoro couldn't help but say, hey, even if the weather is nice, you guys don't have to be so lazy, right? If you want to sleep, go back to your rooms. You'll catch a cold like this. Unable to endure it any longer, Nami said darkly, Zoro. Zoro turned to ask, what's wrong, Nami? Duong. Zoro held his head, rubbed it, and angrily looked up to ask, what are you doing? Duong. Another smack greeted Zoro. Nami angrily said, you jerk. Do you have any idea what just happened on the ship? I called you, but you wouldn't wake up. Zoro now understood one thing. The women on the ship are like tigers. When you encounter one, you must avoid them. The Going Merry finally sailed into Whiskey Peak, and halfway through, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday jumped into the sea to go home. After the Merry entered the harbor, people on both sides began to warmly welcome the pirates. Because pirates were the source of income for these people, they were all employees of Baroque Works, moonlighting as bounty hunters targeting pirates. Usopp saw the crowd, welcoming them on both sides, waved and smiled. Ah, hello everyone. I'm Usopp, a brave warrior of the sea. Sanji only had eyes for beautiful women. Seeing those ladies enthusiastically welcoming them, his eyes turned into hearts, his IQ vanished, and he thought, so many beautiful ladies. Is this paradise on earth? I love you all. On the Merry, only Nami and Zoro remained vigilant, while Lin Hai, having watched One Piece, naturally knew who these people were, but he didn't care. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy and the others were directly welcomed by Ikelam, also known as Mr. 8, who led the bounty hunters into the pirate banquet. As soon as Luffy heard about the banquet, he ran off with them. When Zoro heard about drinking, he also ran off. When Nami heard there was a reward of 100,000 berries for drinking, she ran off too. As for Sanji, upon seeing women, he ran off without needing anyone to guide him. And Usopp, this vain guy, loved to join the fun. This left Lin Hai alone and one person. Seeing that Lin Hai wasn't attending the banquet and didn't care about berries, tentatively asked, may I ask what this esteemed guest enjoys? Lin Hai Zeepli, I prefer to go to quiet places and have a good sleep. Sorry for the trouble. The leader exchanged glances with the others, and immediately, two young and beautiful girls stepped forward and said, dear guest, please come with us. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow, thinking these people might have misunderstood him. What a deep trick. Before he could protest, his arms were pulled into the room by them, one on each side. One of the women said in a charming voice, handsome, you must be thirsty after taking the boat here, right? Hee. The other girl started to persuade him to drink. Hee, if you're thirsty. You should try our local specialty. It's quite famous in the East China Sea. Hiss. Lin Hai finally understood what it meant to have a seductive atmosphere. He couldn't resist. A powerful, domineering aura enveloped the place, stunning everyone. And only then did Lin Hai start to eat and drink comfortably. After all, drinking with these people who had ulterior motives felt like Tang Sung walking into the spiderweb cave. How could he enjoy eating and drinking? Looking at their expressions, Lin Hai was speechless. Who was the hunter and who was the prey? However, tonight would definitely be an interesting night because it was the night of Zoro's rise, Zoro versus over 100 bounty hunters. Seeing the few people around him pass out, Lin Hai realized he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Even though they had ill intentions before, he really couldn't bring himself to hurt them. So he started eating and drinking on his own, and after he was full, he took a short nap. After dinner, a smoke was better than being a living immortal. When he walked out of the room, it was already late at night. He really didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Lin Hai quickly released his observation haki to check the current situation. Oh, Zoro was already fighting those bounty hunters. Cough. The battle wasn't over yet, but the scene on the roof was indeed interesting, so Lin Hai hurried over to take a look. At this moment, Zoro was fighting Mr. Nine on the roof, and Mr. Nine's attack method involved coordinating his flips with his attacks. Ha ha ha! Mr. Nine flipped while using his baseball bat to strike at Zoro. Are you scared? Under my fierce attacks, can you hold on? After a while, Zoro curiously watched Mr. Nine while holding his sword and said, Are you serious? At this point, Mr. Nine had separated from Zoro and was shocked to find that all his attacks had been neutralized. However, he wouldn't lose face. So he pointed his baseball bat at Zoro and said, Rorinoa Zoro, do you think I can only flip a few times? I can flip again. Watch out. After saying that, Mr. Nine continued his flips, not realizing that he was on the rooftop, and behind him was not land, but air. Then Zoro watched as Mr. Nine fell. Facing such an opponent, Zoro was speechless. Is there no decent opponent? Just as he finished speaking, Miss Wednesday had already taken her stance and pointed at Zoro, saying, A decent opponent? Rorinoa Zoro, the journey ends here. Zoro playfully replied, Oh really? Next to Mr. Wednesday was a large duck named Run Fast, which was Miss Wednesday's mount. At the right moment, Miss Wednesday sat on Run Fast's back and said, Run Fast, let's go. Run Fast received the command and suddenly charged forward with Miss Wednesday. Then, Zoro watched as they rushed past him. Zoro was speechless. Are you guys still going to fight? Miss Wednesday was also speechless. What was going on with Run Fast? Lin Hai, who was watching on the side, couldn't hold back anymore and laugh. Haha. This duck is hilarious. Did it drink fake milk powder? Seeing Lin Hai approach, Zoro couldn't help but ask, Were Luffy and the others still sleeping? Lin Hai said as he walked over to Miss Wednesday, jokingly pointing at the duck, Miss Wednesday, your mount is really useless. Why don't we roast it? Miss Wednesday protested. What kind of joke is that? Run Fast is my partner. Run Fast screamed upon hearing Lin Hai's words. Miss Wednesday quickly comforted. Don't worry, I won't let him roast you. Lin Hai poked the fast-running head and asked Miss Wednesday, Your mount is so strange. Shouldn't ducks quack? Why is it always going ah? Miss Wednesday angrily replied, Don't act like we're friends. We're in an adversarial relationship now. Lin Hai interrupted, You are not our match. You should take the opportunity to run away now. Your mission has failed. I heard that when a mission fails, there will be assassins coming to deal with those who failed. After hearing Lin Hai's words, Miss Wednesday immediately realized that she couldn't die here. She needed to return to the Alabasta Kingdom to expose Crocodile's conspiracy. Thank you for the reminder. With that, Miss Wednesday quickly left the place. At the right moment, Lin Hai tossed a bottle of beer to Zoro, and the two sat on the rooftop, leisurely drinking beer. Lin Hai was right. Miss Wednesday had just walked a short distance down the street when she was directly chased by Mr. Five and his partner, Miss Valentine. In the process, Miss Wednesday's identity as Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom and Icolum as the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard was revealed. Everyone who was helping Princess Vivi to escape was interrupted by Mr. Five and Miss Valentine, leaving only the fast runner to escape with Vivi. Miss Valentine, Ahaha, Mr. Five, if you don't chase her now, she's going to get away. Mr. Five, she can't escape. After saying that, Mr. Five started picking his nose and then shot the pick stuff at Vivi. Nosebleed bomb. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Mr. Five was full of confusion. Wasn't he shooting it at Vivi? How did he end up blowing up Miss Valentine? Suddenly, Mr. Five, furious, shouted, Who is it? Show yourself. Not far away. Lin Hai and Zoro were in the midst of a fight. Lin Hai, You bastard. Why do you still owe Nami 200,000 berries? It's just 20 berries. And you still haven't paid her back? You still look decent, you dead broke loser. Zoro retorted. That stinky woman Nami, I borrowed 100,000 berries from her and paid her back the same day. Who knew she would want me to pay her an extra 200,000 berries? Lin Hai sneered. Are you out of your mind? Borrowing 100,000 berries and paying back 300,000? Huh? Zoro replied. Someone still owes Nami 100,000 berries. And you have the audacity to say that to me? That's right. Just a moment ago, Ikelim had asked Nami to have her companions rescue Princess Vivi of Alabasta Kingdom, promising a generous reward. So, Nami agreed, claiming that her money was her money, and the agreement she signed was everyone's agreement, ordering Lin Hai and Zoro to save Princess Vivi. Lin Hai and Zoro naturally disagreed, but Nami used the excuse that they owed her money, leading to the current scene. Just then, Miss Valentine floated over, and her sudden appearance made her furious. She immediately flew into the air and delivered a heavy blow to the arguing Lin Hai and Zoro. In midair, Miss Valentine, with a gloomy face, said, "How can you not take us seriously when facing opponents like us? Don't regret it after you die." At this point, Miss Valentine had already begun to use her abilities. 1 kilogram, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, gravity crush die, you bastards. As she spoke, Miss Valentine rapidly descended, about to smash down on Lin Hai and Zoro. Nami shouted angrily from the side. Hey, you guys take this seriously? Mr. Valentine had already landed, but the effect left everyone a bit stunned. At that moment, they were all confused. They saw Mr. Valentine lying in Lin Hai's arms. Lin Hai looked at Mr. Valentine's Day in his arms and said, "Beautiful lady, you're a bit heavy, but that's okay. Your figure is really nice." Mr. Valentine's Day was seeing this situation for the first time and wondered what had just happened. Could it be that his abilities had failed? "Thank you," Mr. Valentine's Day replied, somewhat confused. "What do you want to do?" Lin Hai deeply said, "You are the wind, I am the sand, what do you think?" Mr. Valentine's Day looked at the handsome person in front of him, wondering why he suddenly said this to him. However, Mr. Valentine's Day had never seen Chinese qiangyao dramas and did not understand what those words represented. Therefore, Mr. Valentine's Day replied, "I am not the wind, and I hate sand. Where are your hands touching? If I remember correctly, we are still enemies, right? Let go of me." Lin Hai's face darkened. This woman in his arms shouldn't have replied with something sweet and lingering until the ends of the earth, right? What a mood killer. Lin Hai angrily said, "I hate illiterates, go Pikachu." After saying that, Lin Hai directly threw the Mr. Valentine's Day in his arms out. The crowd stared at Lin Hai in confusion. The change was just too drastic. At this moment, Lin Hai pointed at Mr. 5 and said, "I'm talking to you. The nose-picking guy. Stop looking around, you ugly thing. Your hairstyle is really terrible. Did you style your hair like that on purpose? If you have no taste, don't mess with your hair. If you're ugly, just admit it. Don't make yourself look even worse. If you scare the kids, can you take responsibility for that? So now, immediately disappear from my sight with that illiterate girl next to you who is overweight. I don't want to see you anymore." Zoro and Nami's eyes twitched, while Princess Vivi felt like her brain had crashed. What was going on? At this moment, Nami, coming to her senses, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, eventually bursting into laughter. "Aha, Lin Hai, you got her." Nami laughed, holding her stomach. Mr. 5, after a moment of silence, angrily said, "Who are you guys? Don't get in the way, you oversized bomb." After saying that, Mr. 5 had already started to attack. Space barrier. Lin Hai used a technique he recently thought of, sealing the bombs fired by his opponent in heavy space within the spatial field. For a moment, the bombs launched by Mr. 5 were tossed up and down by Lin Hai like a yo-yo. Zoro on the side had a discerning eye and couldn't help but sigh. "You can do this kind of thing too." Mr. 5 looked at the bomb he had fired, now being treated as a toy by Lin Hai. With a serious expression, Mr. 5 asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you stopping us?" Cough, cough. Lin Hai looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle and slowly said, "Me? I've long forgotten who I am, Mr. 5. I've wandered the world all my life, my flip-flops only kicking up the yellow sand on the ground, then fading away in the rivers and lakes behind me. So, don't ask me who I am. I am someone you cannot afford to mess with." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a special reward, becoming a swordsman and comprehending the essence of the Dogu 9 swords. Wow, this is a good deal. Zoro sneered himself, showing off. However, Lin Hai's move was pretty cool. He might as well learn from it in the future. It's over. Zoro's character is collapsing. Meanwhile, Mr. Five had a gloomy expression and asked again, "What exactly are you trying to stop us from executing our mission for?" Mr. Five couldn't back down. Baroque's rule was that those who failed the mission would be hunted down by someone even stronger than themselves. At this moment, Mr. Valentine's Day took out Lin Hai's bounty notice and walked in front of Mr. Five. After seeing the amount on the bounty notice, Mr. Five was momentarily stunned. How could such a big shot appear here? Soon, Mr. Five quickly said, "Mr. Lin Hai, we give up on this mission and won't disturb you anymore." What could Mr. Cinco do? Have him deal with a monster with a bounty of 300 million berries? Unless he was out his mind. Wait. Lin Hai threw the bomb back to Mr. Five, returning his own item. But be careful. It might explode. Mr. Five secretly laughed. He himself was a user of the bomb fruit. Worried about an explosion? After Mr. Five took the item Lin Hai threw to him and just walked out of Lin Hai's spatial range, it suddenly, boom, exploded. As the smoke cleared, Mr. Five had already left with Mr. Valentine's Day. He truly had skills. At this time, Vivi stepped forward and said, "Thank you for saving me this time." Nami smiled and said, "No need to be polite. We have conditions for saving you this time." Ikelim walked over to Vivi and said, "Your Highness, the situation was urgent at that time, and I promised them a reward without permission. Please forgive my overstepping." Vivi shook her head and said, "No need to worry about it." Nami's eyes sparkled and said, "Since you are a princess, you must be very wealthy, right? If we safely escort you to Alabasta, how about you give us a reward of 1 billion berries?" Vivi replied, "I can't come up with that much money." Nami doubted, "How is that possible?" Ikelim explained, "Because Alabasta is currently in chaos." Vivi echoed, "Our purpose in infiltrating the Baroque works was precisely this. We didn't expect the chaos in Alabasta to be instigated by Baroque works behind the scenes. However, after you take me to the kingdom of Alabasta, I will have my father give you the reward we can afford. What do you think?" Lin Hai stepped forward and asked, "The mastermind behind the Baroque works is one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, right?" "The 7 warlords?" Nami and Zoro exclaimed in surprise. Boom! Suddenly, a fist came flying from not far away. It was Luffy. He threw his punch, but Lin Hai blocked it. Luffy angrily said, "Lin Hai, get out of the way. I want to beat Zoro up." Nami asked in confusion, "Why?" Luffy explained why. "This ungrateful guy, Zoro, actually chopped up the people who invited us to dinner." Just as Zoro was about to explain, Lin Hai directly punched Luffy. Lin Hai angrily said, "You bastard, you're the captain. Yet you sleep like a pig and know nothing. How can you have the right to be angry at Zoro?" Luffy shouted in anger. "What did you say? Don't you know? Those were all civilians, and Zoro killed them." Lin Hai didn't bother to explain. "So what do you want? If you're not happy, how about we compete?" Luffy replied, "Come on, who is afraid of who?" Duong. X2 Lin Hai and Luffy were both knocked out. Ha! After Nami and Vivi explained, Luffy finally understood that all the people Zoro had knocked down were bounty hunters, and Luffy awkwardly laughed while patting Lin Hai's shoulder, saying, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" It turns out they were all bounty hunters. I wrongly accused Zoro. Lin Hai pushed Luffy's hand away, grabbed his head, and pointed to a grave on Whiskey Peak, saying, "Do you see that? If it weren't for Zoro, that would be your sleeping place." Luffy nodded and said, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you guys. But the banquet just now was really fun. You know, Lin Hai, the food was so delicious. Especially the squid, the tasty grilled meat, and..." Nami was negotiating the payment with Vivi, but Luffy's loud exclamations made her impatient, saying, "It's so noisy, everyone be quiet." Luffy immediately shut up. At that moment, Zoro asked, "Nami, I heard this matter involves the 7 warlords. Are you sure you still want to get involved?" Nami suddenly remembered, "The 7 warlords." She exclaimed, "I don't want that reward anymore, goodbye." "Oh, don't say goodbye. The contrast was too great, right?" Vivi weakly said, "Nami, it's too late to regret. Because you guys have already been spotted by those 2 birds." Nami exclaimed, "I don't want to... Why do we have to be chased by the 7 warlords as soon as we arrive in the Grand Line?" Seeing Nami so scared, Lin Hai couldn't help but mock. "You brought this on yourself. While Zoro and I were happily drinking there, I wonder who it was that was so greedy for money, insisting we help." Duong. Nami angrily replied, "I regret it so much, and you're still making sarcastic comments." Lin Hai got up and wrapped his arms around Nami's waist. Smiling, "What are you afraid of? How about we escape back to Cocoa Village to have some fun?" Nami angrily replied, "Let go of me. Who wants to have fun with you?" "Yaha." Luffy laughed. "What are you afraid of? It's just one warlord, right? Since we've already been targeted, we might as well go meet him." Nami retorted, "What do you know? Do you even understand what level of pirate the warlords are? The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, is one of the warlords. Are we even their match?" Vivi nodded and said, There are a total of 7 such individuals. With their overwhelming strength, the world government turns a blind eye to their privileges, allowing them to plunder other pirates. Luffy exclaimed, "Oh, there are so many powerful people like that?" Zoro said with interest, "The warlords sound intriguing." Nami replied, speechless, "Do you guys even understand the seriousness of the situation?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "That crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, seems to be quite wealthy. I didn't expect him to send his subordinates to collect our heads for a bounty at the Navy. This is outrageous. If that's the case, let's go ask Crocodile for compensation. What do you all think?" "What?" everyone exclaimed in unison. Nami said in horror, "You want to ask Crocodile for compensation? Are you crazy?" Lin Hai ignored Nami's words and continued, "As pirates, our first goal is to increase our bounty, and the second is to do as we please. No, I mean to be free. Now that someone has come knocking on our door, we have no reason to endure it. As free pirates, shouldn't we beat up anyone we dislike?" Luffy laughed and said, "That's a great idea. Let's do it." Zoro tightly gripped his sword, showing his agreement. But Nami couldn't accept it and said, "But that's a warlord of the sea. I really don't understand what you guys are thinking." Lin Hai seduced, "I heard Crocodile is very rich. Are you sure you don't want it?" Seeing the captain agreed, Nami had no choice but to comply. And with the temptation of Crocodile's wealth, Nami instantly became spirited and quickly turned to Vivi to confirm. "Is Crocodile really very rich?" Vivi nodded. "He is indeed very rich. Many places in the Alabasta Kingdom are his gambling houses." Nami immediately replied, "All right, then it's decided. Let's set off for the Alabasta Kingdom." At this moment, Zoro said, "What about Sanji and Usopp?" Luffy then realized they were still sleeping. So, Luffy said, "I'll go wake them up, and then we can set off for Alabasta." This time, the departure of the Going Merry was hurried. Sanji and Usopp, just waking up, heard they were going to demand compensation from the 7 warlords' crocodile. And they almost dropped their jaws. Wow, what a rush. "Who's talking?" Everyone turned to look at the railing in the cabin on the 2nd floor and saw a woman with a hot figure wearing a hat. The design of the Merry only occupies part of the ship's area on the 2nd floor. Luffy asked in confusion, "Who are you? Why are you on our ship?" Vivi explained, "She is the vice president of Baroque Works, Nico Robin." Upon hearing Vivi's introduction, everyone became alert. Luffy assumed a fighting stance and said, "Are you here to take revenge for them?" Nico Robin did not answer, but used her Hana Nomi ability to take Luffy's straw hat and put it on her own head. Lin Hai looked at all this, feeling bored, and lay down to take a nap. Since it was almost dawn, he hadn't slept yet. Who told those beauties to be so pitiful? They were hungry. Could Lin Hai not give them something to eat? They were lonely. Could he not comfort them? At this moment, the Straw Hat crew, after some understanding with Nico Robin, learned that Robin's intention was not to seek revenge or carry out a mission, but simply out of curiosity. In the end, Robin tossed a permanent pointer to Nami, explaining that according to this pointer, they could go directly to Alabasta. But Luffy was stubborn and destroyed the permanent pointer, believing that the ship's course should be decided by him, the captain. After that, Robin left on her turtle, and the Going Merry began to set sail. Nami noticed that Lin Hai had fallen asleep on the deck. Nami couldn't help but turn to ask, "Is Lin Hai really that tired?" Zoro said, "It seems he hasn't slept at all, right?" Nami put her hands on her hips and started scolding Luffy and the others. "I say, you guys have no sense of vigilance at all, do you? As soon as we dock, except for Zoro and Lin Hai, all of you are like this. You must learn from Lin Hai and Zoro on this point, understand?" "Got it." X3 Nami said with satisfaction, "Zoro, there's nothing going on right now. Do you want to take a nap too?" Zoro shook his head and said, "No need. I slept enough during the day." I wonder what Lin Hai would think if he knew that Nami regarded him as a role model while he was dreaming. Today's sailing went very smoothly, and they did not encounter any bad weather. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and Nami and Vivi were chatting at the railing on the 2nd deck. Vivi pointed to the place where Lin Hai was sleeping not far away and asked, "What are they doing?" Nami shook her head and said, "Who knows? As long as they don't cause trouble, let's not bother with them." Vivi asked with concern, "Lin Hai is sleeping over there. Should we send him a blanket?" Nami replied speechlessly, "No need to bother him. That guy is as strong as a monster. By the way, let's go to the room and see how my new clothes look." Although it was a question, Nami had already pulled Vivi into the room. On the deck, Usopp and the others finished their business, trying to hold back their laughter, and then started fishing. It's unclear how long it had been, but Lin Hai finally woke up. Another day woke up by his own handsomeness. Just after mumbling that, Lin Hai sensed something was off. This feeling was indescribable. It turned out that the few guys sitting nearby, fishing, were too quiet, uncomfortably quiet. Lin Hai had no intention of paying attention to them. Just as he was about to go to the kitchen to find something to eat, he saw Zoro coming out of the training room. As soon as Zoro saw Lin Hai, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lin Hai asked in confusion, "What's so funny?" Just as Zoro was about to say something, Sanji hurried over and covered Zoro's mouth, saying, "It's nothing. You're awake. You must be hungry, right? The food is in the kitchen." This was really baffling. Saying this, Lin Hai entered the kitchen, but he could hear faint laughter from outside the ship, which was truly odd. So, Lin Hai came out of the kitchen and asked, "What is so funny?" "And no, it's nothing. We were just telling jokes." Yeah. The joke Usopp told earlier was really hilarious. Looking at the strange expressions on their faces, Lin Hai was at a loss for words. Could it be that they were mesmerized by his handsomeness? Maybe you should ask Nami and the others. When Nami and Vivi saw Lin Hai's expression, they both burst into laughter. "Ha, Lin Hai, what is this? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore." Lin Hai was completely confused and hurriedly brought a mirror from Nami's room to take a look. Cough, cough. What s with these 6 whiskers? Which bastard drew him? Lin Hai as a clown? Wow, it's really lifelike, even more real than the real thing. What great painting skills. Damn it. In an instant, Lin Hai's furious voice echoed on the Mary. Who did this? A moment later, on the deck, Lin Hai said, "Go ahead, who painted it?" "It wasn't us." Everyone replied in unison. Lin Hai shook his head and said, "Luffy, it must be you who did it, especially that beard. It's clearly your style." Luffy hurriedly replied, "Nonsense. I only drew the corner of the eye." Realizing what he had said, Luffy quickly covered his mouth. Lin Hai turned to Sanji and asked, "It was your idea, right?" Sanji pretended to be clueless and replied, "What idea?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "I originally had several photos of beautiful women here that I wanted to show you, but it seems you don't need them." Sanji quickly pointed at Usopp and said, "Most of the ideas Usopp comes up with are drawn by him." Usopp exclaimed in horror, "You guys." Suddenly, Lin Hai shouted, "Zoro, bring me my 40-meter-long sword." Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Luffy's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "A 40-meter-long sword? Zoro, hurry and show it to me." Usopp shouted, "You idiot, Lin Hai is going to use this sword against us." Luffy was shocked. "Nanny, no way." Usopp's eye twitched, feeling utterly speechless towards Luffy. Meanwhile, Zoro looked completely confused. "A 40-meter sword? If there was one, how come I don't know about it?" Lin Hai said irritably, "It's that kitchen knife next to you." As soon as Luffy saw the kitchen knife, he disdainfully said, "What? I thought there was really a 40-meter-long sword." Usopp weakly replied, "Luffy, can you not have such a rich expression?" Of course, Lin Hai was just trying to scare them. He wouldn't actually make a move. After a commotion, Lin Hai suddenly remembered the reward he obtained at Whiskey Peak, the essence of the Dugan 9 swords. The Dugan 9 swords emphasizes cleverness and counter-thinking, which is a direction in swordsmanship, but it is not Lin Hai's swordsmanship. Because in this world, if you lack strength, no matter how cleverly you use your skills, you'll either be knocked away or have your sword broken. True technique returns to the most basic movements. Of course, this most basic movement is completely different from that of a beginner. It requires observing a large number of techniques, gaining rich experience in actual combat, and continuously practicing to form muscle memory, etc., to achieve the principle of simplicity. At present, this is Lin Hai's understanding of swordsmanship. Although he hasn't reached the level of true simplicity, he can still hold his own against Zoro. Thus, Lin Hai began practicing chopping movements on the deck, repeating them over and over. Lin Hai then realized that the direction of his strikes always deviated somewhat from the intended path, which was a matter of skill level. After watching for a long time, Zoro couldn't help but step forward and ask, "Are you practicing swordsmanship?" Lin Hai nodded and said yes. Zoro asked curiously, "Can such a simple chop really improve swordsmanship?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "Everyone's understanding of swordsmanship is different. Think about the day you fought against Hawkeye. No matter how gorgeous your moves were, Hawkeye could defeat you with just a simple sword strike. Why is that?" Zoro asked curiously why. Lin Hai replied, "Strength, speed, eyesight, proficiency, and so on. You will gradually understand it yourself. However, I still suggest that you learn how to cut iron first." Zoro nodded thoughtfully and then returned to his training room. Why does Lin Hai practice swordsmanship? Because the space fruit is very compatible with sword techniques. Moreover, Lin Hai's sword, Gaofeng, is incredibly cool. The space fruit is different from the surgery fruit, although both establish spatial fields. The stamina required for the surgery fruit is definitely much greater than that of the space fruit. Furthermore, the development directions of the two fruits are different. The space fruit focuses on unpredictable attacks and evasion, while the surgery fruit is more about medical skills. They cannot be compared. Some readers have responded that the space fruit is a lower-tier fruit compared to the surgery fruit. Here, the author clarifies that this is not the case. With this in mind, Lin Hai opened the system panel. Flamboyant system host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7, top tier level 10. Observation hockey. Level 2 armament hockey. Level 2 conquerors hockey. Level 3, capable of freely controlling and intimidating targets. With enhanced intimidation effects depending on the host's aura. Weapon. Gaofeng, indestructible. Normal form, comparable to a supreme great knife, depending on the host's abilities. Summon form, comparable to a divine artifact with great lethality, easily damaging the environment. The host should use it with caution. Skill 1-1. Establish spatial fields, space exchange, spatial barriers 2. One sword style 3. Spatial / advanced application of the space fruit, depending on stamina. Skill 2. Dugan 9 swords, inspired, system store, now open, flamboyant coins. 2150 level 3 conquerors hockey. Is this a qualitative change in hockey? If it were to be raised one more level, could it be wrapped around the sword? If conquerors hockey were wrapped around the sword, wouldn't that be Roger's technique? God avoid? Lin Hai secretly chuckled to himself. The God avoidance technique should require extremely high swordsmanship, and even if one has the conqueror's hockey, it doesn't necessarily mean they can achieve God avoidance. It's too simplistic to think so. It's better to focus on mastering the basics first. Lin Hai should be considered a great swordsman by now. The sea breeze occasionally swept across the ocean, and the sounds of seagulls could be heard from time to time, with everything around being a shade of blue. After a while, people inevitably become bored and restless. After Luffy and the others had their noisy fun, they all went to rest. After all, there was still quite a distance from Whiskey Peak to Little Garden. Just as Lin Hai was about to take a short break, Sanji came running over with a sneaky look in his eyes. Lin Hai, filled with confusion, whispered, "What's going on?" "Sneaky." Sanji clenched his hands tightly and said awkwardly, "Didn't you just say you have beautiful girl photos? Hurry up and show me. How can such good stuff be kept to yourself?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "I was just kidding you. I'm a serious person." "Huh." Sanji immediately changed his expression and said, "So you were lying to me? How despicable. Do you know how long I've been looking forward to this? Only for you to say you don't have it?" Lin Hai said coldly, "If I don't say it like this, how can I get you to speak the truth?" The voices of the two gradually grew louder, making everyone unable to resist their curiosity and come to watch Lin Hai and Sanji. However, Sanji was in a fit of rage and didn't notice the people around him at all. At that moment, Sanji retorted, "You are shameless. You are disgusting. You are unreliable." Lin Hai was also angry and replied, "Where am I shameless? Where am I indecent? Where am I unreliable?" Sanji said, "Where are you not shameless? Where are you not indecent? Where are you reliable?" TCH. After saying that, both of them turned their heads to the side at the same time. On one side, Luffy was full of questions, wondering what they were doing. Usopp quickly shook his head, while Zoro glanced over, feeling it was too embarrassing. At this moment, Vivi and Nami were blushing as they looked at Sanji and Lin Hai. At the right time, Vivi turned to Nami and weakly asked, "Are they arguing over those photos?" Nami was truly speechless. A princess of a country was here. Could you two not be so embarrassing? Realizing what was happening, Lin Hai and Sanji immediately exchanged glances and quickly put their arms around each other's shoulders. Lin Hai said, "How was our performance just now?" After speaking, Lin Hai supli nuget Sanji. Sanji raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Right, we were just performing a skit, definitely not looking at any beautiful women's photos." After saying that, Sanji retaliated against Lin Hai. Everyone's eyes twitched. Did you need further explanation? Everyone heard the sounds just now. Who would have thought Sanji would respond like that? Lin Hai whispered, "You idiot, talking about beautiful women's photos. Isn't that like dropping your pants to fart?" After being reprimanded by Lin Hai, Sanji quickly distanced himself from Lin Hai and angrily said, "What did you say?" Lin Hai didn't care anymore and retorted, "I say you're an idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, the two started fighting. For a moment, it was kicks from you and kicks from me, creating quite a commotion. On the side, Luffy excitedly shouted, "Yes, yes, yes, kick! Make it a little faster. Hey Sanji, why aren't you using your hands?" Just then, Sanji got punched in the corner of his eye by Lin Hai. Although he wouldn't get hurt, a panda eye appeared at the corner of Sanji's eye. Sanji quickly said, "Stop, no hitting the face." Lin Hai said, "Okay, I won't hit anymore." Sanji angrily replied, "No way, I have to fight back too." Lin Hai quickly hid behind Nami and Vivi, saying, "Nami, aren't you going to do something? Sanji is going to hit someone." Vivi's face immediately turned bright red. Nami turned to ask, "What's wrong, Vivi?" How could Vivi say anything? Vivi quickly replied, And no, it's nothing. At that moment, Luffy said, I know, Lin Hai just admired Vivi's Pigu. Usopp nodded and said, I saw it too, Lin Hai. You pervert. The ship suddenly fell silent, and smoke suddenly appeared above Vivi's head, her face as red as if it were about to ripen. Lin Hai! Nami and Sanji shouted simultaneously. Lin Hai was also furious and shouted, Damn Straw Hat and Long Nose, what big truth are you talking about? I'll fight you. What did you say? You actually dare to insult my Straw Hat. You bastard Lin Hai, bringing my nose into this again. Ah, Lin Hai hit someone. Suddenly, the ship became chaotic. Zoro leaned against the railing and couldn't help but mutter, What a noisy ship. After an unknown amount of time, everyone lay on the deck gasping for breath after the commotion. After a while, they exchanged glances and all started laughing at each other. At that moment, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Sanji all had messy hair, and notably, Sanji had a black eye, which contrasted sharply with Usopp's one-sided black eye. Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Sanji, you really are too handsome. This suits your image. Sanji, feeling annoyed, said, Luffy, we're on the same team. Why are you messing with my hair? Luffy, confused, replied, Didn't Lin Hai say he's on the same team as me? Usopp shot back. Can you please take a firm stance? We're all in this together. Yet you're teaming up with Lin Hai against me. Nami and Vivi, who were watching from the side, covered their mouths and chuckled. Hee. Looking at the ridiculousness of the group, Nami laughed, What a bunch of idiots. At that moment, Vivi noticed Zoro, who was bleeding from his nose, and asked with concern, Zoro, are you okay? I'm fine. Zoro quickly turned his face away, secretly determined that one day he would definitely chop that bastard Usopp down. If Usopp knew, he would surely shout that he was wronged. It was Sanji who kicked Lin Hai and accidentally kicked Usopp into Zoro. At that time, Zoro was sleeping, and Usopp's head bumped into Zoro's nose. Just then, Lin Hai quickly took out a mirror and a comb, standing by the railing and stylishly fixing his hairstyle. As soon as Luffy saw Lin Hai styling his hair, he happily said, Lin Hai, give me a hairstyle too, but I don't want that slick-back hairstyle from last time. It just didn't feel right. Lin Hai spat in his hand, slicked it back in a flamboyant manner, and then said with my good looks, I don't know how many Na'vi girls will go crazy for me. Being handsome is also a kind of sin. I don't want to hurt them. The crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Sanji, who was nearby, originally wanted Lin Hai to style his hair too. But when he saw Lin Hai spreading saliva on his hair, he instantly got a shiver and thought, I'd better do it myself. That's too disgusting. On the other hand, Luffy was different. Lin Hai had helped him with his hairstyle before. At that moment, Luffy was looking forward to what kind of hairstyle Lin Hai would create for himself. It would definitely amaze everyone. Thinking of this, Luffy hurriedly urged Lin Hai to quickly give him a different hairstyle. Seeing Luffy step forward, Usopp quickly said, Hey, Luffy, Lin Hai is using his own saliva. Lin Hai looked at Usopp. Usopp immediately exclaimed, Ah, Lin Hai's gonna hit someone again. Zoro, who was planning to continue sleeping, suddenly heard that Lin Hai was going to style Luffy's hair. He became interested. After all, Lin Hai's side part hairstyle really looked good. Thinking of this, Zoro's mind started to wander. Should he also grow his hair long and style it later? No way. Zoro knew his hair was green. If it grew long, would it look like a hat? For some reason, Zoro always felt a deep malice from a certain world and quickly dismissed the idea of growing his hair long. Zoro continued to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was examining Luffy from all angles. After some contemplation, Lin Hai said, Are you sure you don't want that slick-back hairstyle anymore? Luffy nodded and said, I don't want it anymore. I can't see much hair around my eyes, and it doesn't have that flowing feeling. Can you design a new hairstyle for me? Lin Hai nodded and said, Is it a feeling of elegance? That's simple. Saying this, Lin Hai quickly bought some gel from the stylish system and also got an electric hairdryer, the battery-operated kind. Originally, Lin Hai wanted to style Luffy's hair into a sweat hairstyle, but since Luffy wanted an elegant feel, that was easy. After styling Luffy's hair with gel and trimming it a bit, he used the hairdryer to fluff up Luffy's hairstyle. The center part, so you can see his eyes through the hair. Isn't that elegant enough? Once finished, Lin Hai directly took out a mirror and tossed it to Luffy. When Luffy saw his reflection, he immediately swallowed hard, his eyes shining as he exclaimed, So cool, so handsome. Lin Hai slapped his forehead, realizing he had miscalculated. Lin Hai helplessly said, Luffy, if you just don't talk, you could definitely charm a lot of beautiful girls, but as soon as you speak, it all falls apart. It's my fault for not taking your aura into account. Luffy happily replied, Don't worry about the details, I want this hairstyle. After saying that, Luffy hurried to show off to the others. At that moment, Sanji, who had just come out of the room, saw Luffy's appearance and exclaimed, That hairstyle, I want it too, but my eyebrows are a hard flaw. Thinking of this, Sanji could only secretly envy and silently shed tears in his heart. Meanwhile, Usopp touched his curly hair and sighed, forget it. Vivi, seeing the different Luffy, exclaimed, Luffy, you've become much more handsome. Ha ha. Luffy proudly said, it's Lin Hai who helped me with this hairstyle, and I'm very satisfied with it. Sanji, unable to hold back his jealousy, remarked, Lin Hai is right. This hairstyle doesn't match your aura. Just now, Sanji actually kicked himself? Thinking of this, Usopp retorted, are you jealous of his hairstyle? Sanji angrily said, say that again? Do you believe I'll hit you, you long-nosed freak? Usopp replied, do you want to fight? Zoro go. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, if you want to fight, you go yourself. At that moment, a dark shadow appeared in the distance, indicating that they were about to reach their destination. Nami interrupted everyone's bickering and quickly said, everyone, we're almost at the little garden. Let's get to work. Oh, everyone immediately perked up. Soon, the Mary sailed into the stream of the little garden, a cool breeze enveloping them. Luffy suddenly excitedly said, everyone, do you feel a sense of adventure? Roar. In an instant, the low roar of a beast echoed in their ears, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Wow, how could there be a tiger here? Lin Hai had only seen tigers in photos and on screen in his past life. He had never seen a real tiger before. Lin Hai was immediately excited and said, Luffy, how about we make it our mount? Mount? Nami and the others exclaimed. Usopp held Lin Hai's face and pointed at the fierce-looking tiger, saying, are you sure you saw it clearly? How can such a dangerous tiger be a mount? Lin Hai, just ride on its back, what else do you want? Luffy nodded and said, then it's settled. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone felt as if a gigantic bird was flying above their heads. Looking up, damn, is that a flying winged dragon? Lin Hai exclaimed with shining eyes. How could there be dinosaurs here? But it seems this dinosaur has taken us for food. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai swiftly grabbed the enormous pterosaur and returned to the ship. The weight caused the ship to rock slightly. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, don't do anything reckless. Nami and Vivi, scared, hugged each other and cried out, I want to go home. The tiger on the shore was stunned for a moment by Lin Hai's action and then hurriedly ran away. At that moment, Luffy pouted and said, Lin Hai, why are you being so reckless? I still wanted to ride on its back. Lin Hai shot a glance at Luffy, then said to Sanji, Sanji, it's time to show your skills. What? No way, Lin Hai, are we eating this? Hey, this is too much, right? Lin Hai said silently, if you have the guts, don't eat later. If you want to eat, don't show off there, don't slap me in the face. Sanji's culinary skills are truly unmatched. This kind of ingredient I had never seen before, but now he can make it so delicious and appealing. Lin Hai took a bite of food when he saw Luffy acting like a starving ghost. Unable to hold back, Lin Hai retorted, no one is competing with you. There is plenty of food. Can you show some ambition? Usopp angrily exclaimed, Luffy, you're stealing my food again. Luffy mumbled, oh, it's so delicious. Zoro took a bite of meat and sipped some alcohol, satisfied. I didn't expect this meat to be so good. Sanji laughed, there is still a lot. Take your time eating. Just as he finished speaking, Sanji carefully placed the selected meat in front of Nami and Vivi, saying, Miss Nami, Princess Vivi, this is the best. Please have a taste. Luffy quickly chimed in, I want some too. Sanji kicked him, this isn't for you. However, what the others didn't know was that the aroma of the meat was so enticing that it attracted some creatures they had never seen before. In the ship's dining hall, Zoro paused his meal and said, did you guys hear some sounds? Lin Hai nodded and said, a formidable creature has arrived. From its aura, it feels very strong. Nanny. Upon hearing Lin Hai say their opponent was strong, everyone knew it was indeed formidable. They couldn't help but put down their food, faintly hearing the sound of the earth shaking. Soon, everyone walked out of the cabin onto the deck. At a glance, they saw a gigantic person approaching. Is that a human? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Nami and Vivi had already hugged each other and cried out again, I want to go home. Meanwhile, Usopp and Frankie lay down on the deck, pretending to be dead. At this moment, Luffy exclaimed, so big. Hey, are you human? The giant smiled kindly and replied, are you asking me? My name is Broggy. I am a giant, so I guess I'm kind of human. Wow. Luffy's eyes lit up. Are all you giants this big? Broggy nodded and said, pretty much. Are you pirates just passing by? Are you having a feast? I could smell the meat from far away. Sanji immediately went to the kitchen, took out a large chunk of meat, and threw it to Broggy. Cough. That little bit of meat isn't even enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. At this time, after swallowing the meat, Broggy asked, did you bring any? I've been here for over 100 years, and I really want to drink. Zoro exclaimed, over 100 years. How old are you this year? Broggy laughed and said, I'm over 150 years old. I've lost track of the exact age after such a long time, huh? Sanji couldn't help but ask, do all giants live this long? Broggy replied, under normal circumstances, the average lifespan of giants is about 3 times that of your kind. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he was about to say something, but Lin Hai interrupted. Are you taking a census? Since this old guy Broggy is so friendly, let's have a feast together, Duan. Before Lin Hai could finish speaking, someone hit him hard on the head. Lin Hai angrily shouted, who hit me? Nami put her hands on her hips and said, it was me. Speak to me more politely, you old thing. Mind your manners. Broggy waved his hand and laughed. It's fine. Pirates should be more bold. Besides, I'm really much older than you all. Ha! Lin Hai directly took out a large wine barrel from the space and threw it to Broggy, saying catch. After Broggy caught the wine barrel, he couldn't help but ask curiously, are you performing a magic trick? Luffy smiled and explained, Lin Hai is a devil fruit user. Sanji, let's have a feast. Sanji's eye twitched. A feast? Great. Where's the food? Broggy, who was very understanding of human emotions, noticed the situation on the Straw Hat cruise ship and immediately said generously, I'll treat you all to barbecue. I'll go hunt a few prey first, and then we can have a feast together. After saying that, Broggy pointed to a nearby volcano and suggested, how about we meet there later? Zoro replied, then we'll go hunt a few prey too. Lin Hai turned and said, Usopp, move all the wine from the ship over there. We're having a banquet. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, banquet, let's have a banquet. At this moment, Vivi said, what about the ship if we all go over there? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, you guys go ahead, I'll stay here to watch the ship. But you have to come back later to switch with me. I still want to see the dinosaurs. Although Lin Hai really wanted to go right now, he decided to let them experience it a bit. If Lin Hai was always by their side, how could they grow? At this moment, Zoro said, then I'll leave it to you. I'll come back later to take your place. Lin Hai chose to stay because he suddenly got an inspiration, which was the application of the spatial barrier of the space fruit ability. From this realization, Lin Hai faintly sensed that his affinity for the space fruit had increased a bit. At this moment, without opening a spatial field, Lin Hai directly drew his sword and made a few cuts in the air. Sure enough, it worked. In front of Lin Hai, several brick-sized spatial barriers appeared. Lin Hai was suddenly delighted and jumped up to see if he could stand on it. As Lin Hai expected, he really could stand on it, but after 5 seconds, the spatial barrier would disappear. For a moment, Lin Hai started to play joyfully, and then, unknowingly, he kept climbing up like he was on a ladder. When he finally realized it and looked down, he was startled by the height. Damn it! Indeed, Lin Hai was momentarily scared by the height, and his heart became chaotic. Then, with a gentle breeze blowing, he fell directly from the high altitude. After sitting up again, Lin Hai couldn't help but start to think. If he didn't use a knife to cut and create the spatial barrier, what should he do? Because this trick, under conditions where the enemy is unaware, is definitely a powerful weapon. Just now, he was feeling his connection with space, and using a knife could only cut a little bit. If he didn't use a knife. Room, spatial barrier. Lin Hai felt in the spatial field for a long time, and then realized that he was actually a spatial person. Just like Luffy is a rubber man and Katakuri is a machi man. When developed to a high level, they are all incredible existences. Of course, the space fruit is the most bizarre. After a long time, Lin Hai finally grasped a bit of the truth. Without using a knife, Lin Hai, could finally condense a spatial barrier the size of a brick, but he couldn't condense much at once, and the range couldn't be too large either. After all, he just learned it. Just when Lin Hai was about to get up and have some more fun, he suddenly realized that after all this time, wasn't this similar to the Navy's moonwalk? Forget it. Although it's very similar, it's still impressive. The moonwalk requires continuous stepping, while Lin Hai's does not, right? Just then, Lin Hai suddenly noticed that the sky had turned dark. Looking up, he found that a giant dinosaur had mistaken him for food. How ridiculous! Therefore, Lin Hai drew his sword and pointed at the dinosaur, saying, why don't you stay underground as a fossil and come here to seek death? As he spoke, Lin Hai was already preparing his starting stance. Then with a glare, a powerful conqueror's haki enveloped the dinosaur. Lin Hai shouted loudly, one sword style, foolish/dragon slayer. Using the conqueror's haki to stun the dinosaur first, he then quickly slashed down. No problem. Clang. In an instant, a white light flashed, and the sword energy passed through the dinosaur's neck, then dissipated in the distance. Thus, while they were having a banquet, Lin Hai himself also came to hold a banquet. After eating and drinking enough by the stream, Lin Hai leaned against a tree to rest for a while, and then he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Damn it, how long has it been? Why hasn't that guy Zoro come back to switch places with him yet? Lin Hai was suddenly startled. Who is Zoro? Zoro is someone who doesn't even know how to get back home. Lin Hai quickly released his observation haki to check the situation over there. Sure enough, it was just like in the original story. One of the giants was ambushed, and the other was pinned to the ground by Mr. Three's candle ability. Meanwhile, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Vivi were about to be turned into wax figures. Interestingly, Luffy was sitting there leisurely drinking tea with that little sister, Mr. Golden Week. It seemed that Luffy was affected by Golden Week's special ability, which controlled others' emotions through the manipulation of colors. Lin Hai couldn't sit still any longer. He had to rush over to help them out of trouble. Who knew if they would be able to turn danger into safety? Before this, Mr. Five initially didn't dare to oppose Lin Hai. However, this time was different. This time he had Mr. Three's strategy and ability. That's why he dared to strike at the Straw Hat crew again. At the same time, he was also aiming to collect the bounty on those two giants, which was a whopping 200 million berries. After all, Mr. Five wanted to redeem himself and avoid being hunted down by the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, right? At this moment, Mr. Five and Valentine were chasing after Usopp, who was riding and running quickly. Meanwhile, in another part of the jungle, on a huge candlestick, Zoro and the others were standing with their feet fixed by candles, unable to move. Not far from the candlestick, two giants were lying on the ground. The giant Dory had fainted after drinking the bomb-laced wine that Mr. Five had given him, combined with the severe injuries he sustained while dueling with Broggy. Broggy, who was fixed to the ground by Mr. Three's candle ability, couldn't help but feel angry. These people are truly despicable for using such means. Mr. Three couldn't help but mock and boast. You fools, everything relies on intelligence. You know, as long as you use your brains, you can win against you. Why should we clash head-on with you? Ha! At this moment, Sanji, with his hands in his pockets on the candlestick, said, "That guy Luffy fell for that Golden Week's trick again, and we can't move. Is this the end? I can't believe we are going to lose here." Zoro raised his sword and said, "Lose here? If I can't move my feet, then I'll just cut them off. Anyway, I must win." Nami exclaimed, "Are you crazy? If you cut off your own foot, how will you fight afterward? Lin Hai, hurry and save us. I don't want to die like this." Vivi, equally terrified, said, "I absolutely cannot die here. Alabasta is still waiting for me to return. Lin Hai, what are you doing? Hurry and save us." Sanji pondered. He wouldn't be sleeping on the ship like some idiot, would he? Nami gasped. That is indeed a possibility. What should we do? Seeing the fearful expressions of the people on the candlestick, Mr. Three felt a different kind of pleasure and excitedly said, Yes, that's it. Make the most painful expressions possible. The expressions of painful struggle are the art I pursue. Freeze in fear. Nami retorted, "Don't get too smug, pervert. When Lin Hai finds out what's happening here, you'll be in for it. He has a bad temper." Sanji nodded in agreement. "I agree with that." "Oh, what do you agree on?" At this moment, Lin Hai, wearing a fake long wig and a robe, with a scabbard on his back, floated in with an ethereal presence. For a moment, Lin Hai's celestial appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flashy operation, rewarding the host with a basic swordsmanship book. In mid-air, Lin Hai spat secretly. What does this flashy system look down on? Basic swordsmanship? He thought, hurry up and play. Is there anything more enjoyable than showing off? Not long after, Nami, coming to her senses, exclaimed joyfully, "Lin Hai, you bastard, you've finally come. Hurry and save us." Vivi tearfully said, "Lin Hai, you finally made it?" Sanji jealously spat under his breath. "Here we go again, pretending." Zoro, speechless, said, "Stop posing and quickly destroy that rotating candlestick above." Mr. Three, seeing Lin Hai able to float in the air, was immediately terrified. "Why, you can float in the air? What kind of monster are you?" Hearing Mr. Three's words, Zoro and the others realized that Lin Hai was indeed floating in the air. Hey, can the space fruit even do this? They wondered what kind of method Lin Hai was using, but it was indeed frightening. Nami and Vivi looked at Lin Hai in this state, utterly speechless and dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Luffy, who was having tea with Golden Week, wanted to shout silk cake, but the emotional fruit made his thoughts completely contradictory, making him feel stifled. Golden Week stared blankly at Lin Hai, momentarily forgetting what to say, even dropping her teacup to the ground without realizing it. Seeing their reactions, Lin Hai felt very satisfied. He had not wasted the inspiration that had struck him and the hard training. At this moment, Zoro saw Lin Hai still strolling in midair and couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Hey Lin Hai, hurry and cut that rotating candlestick. Stop showing off." These guys actually had the nerve to call for help. Mr. 3's group could only be considered the scum of the New World Pirates. They were about to be wiped out. Thinking of this, Lin Hai mischievously said, Weren't you all chatting happily over there? Besides, how could I destroy Mr. 3's pursuit of art? Right, Mr. 3? Mr. 3, filled with fear of the unknown, quickly used his ultimate move, which was to use his candle ability to create a giant candle robot. Lin Hai did not intend to strike first. He would wait until the other party was armed before taking action. At that moment, Lin Hai swiftly moved and stood right in front of Mr. Golden Week. Looking at the little girl sitting there wearing a hat, Lin Hai reached out and said, "How about being my my partner?" Mr. Golden Week finally reacted, a bit frightened, and replied, "Who are you, uncle? What do you want? Don't come closer." "Ha ha, this uncle." Sanji on the candlestick almost burst out laughing. Ahem, it was obvious that those few guys on the candlestick were all mocking him. Forget it, let it be an uncle. Lin Hai quickly adjusted his mindset and said again, "Little sister, I have many beautiful goldfish on my boat. Uncle will take you to see them. Okay?" Ha ha. Sanji on the candlestick burst into laughter, tears coming out. He really didn't expect that this guy Lin Hai could be so shameless, even trying to trick a little girl into seeing goldfish. Ha ha, cough cough. Zoro originally wanted to maintain his image, but after hearing Lin Hai's words, he finally cracked. Meanwhile, Vivi and Nami's cheeks turned red at the same time. That shameless Lin Hai is really too bold. It's just mockery. Before crossing over, didn't those old seniors use the same trick when chasing girls? Is it that funny? Can't they see that Lin Hai is inviting his companions? These guys. Lin was instantly furious and yelled, "Straw hat brat. What the hell are you lounging around for? I traveled 1,000 miles to get here. Can't you at least make me a cup of tea?" Saying this, Lin directly kicked Luffy aside. At that moment, Mr. 3, who was fully prepared, sneered, "You really underestimate people too much, huh? How dare you disregard me?" Just as Mr. Golden Week was about to take action, clang! A flash of white light appeared, and Mr. 3's armor, which he thought was as strong as steel, instantly cracked open, leaving Mr. Golden Week stunned. Lin Hai did not intend to take Mr. 3's life. After all, from the original work, Luffy's escape from the underwater prison and his rescue of Ace had a share of his credit. This kind of thing is a bit mystical. However, not taking his life does not mean he won't teach him a lesson. Zoro and the others were instantly switched to Lin Hai's side. At this moment, Lin Hai's mood was dark as he angrily said, "Take out any grievances on him." Zoro and the others originally wanted to settle accounts with Lin Hai because it was so easy for him to save them. Yet this damn Lin Hai waited until now to do so, causing them to suffer for nothing. However, grievances aside, the root cause of this incident was Mr. 3. So they decided to beat him up first. Seeing the anger in their eyes, Mr. 3 fearfully said, "What do you want to do? Don't come over here. If you do, I'll fight back." Sanji was the first to make a move. "Oh really? Go ahead and fight back." With that, Sanji kicked out. Mr. 3 quickly used his defensive move, swinging his arm, candle wall, duant. Sanji felt a pain in his foot, as if he had kicked steel. Zoro said helplessly, "This guy has that move too. What now?" Mr. 3, hiding behind the candle wall, immediately became smug. "Huh? The hardness of my candle wall is comparable to steel, you guys." Before Mr. 3 could continue boasting, Lin Hai had already punched directly at the candle wall, and it shattered instantly. Lin Hai directly picked up MR3 and threw it aside, venting all his frustration from earlier onto MR3. Lin Hai pointed at Mr. 3 and said, "Brothers and sisters, give him a good beating." For a moment, Lin Hai, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Vivi all started stomping on Mr. 3. "I'll let you get cocky. Eat my kick. Artist? What kind of artist are you to want to turn us into statues? You bastard. Were you a bit too proud just now?" Mr. 3 held his head with both hands and said, "I'm sorry. Please spare me. I won't dare again." If saying sorry is useful, what do we need the police for? Quickly compensate us for the scare we just got. Begging for mercy? Aren't you so powerful? Fight back. You bastard. You wanted to make a pained struggle expression, right? Pursuing art, huh? Making us freeze in fear, right? They didn't know how long they had been beating him, but everyone's anger had mostly dissipated. It was only then that they realized that Mr. Golden Week had already disappeared without a trace, while Luffy was watching Lin Hai and the others with a conflicted expression. Lin Hai walked over angrily and wiped off the pattern on Luffy's back. Luffy immediately snorted 2 puffs of hot air from his nostrils. "Where is that stinky woman? I want to find her and settle the score, ah?" Zoro said, "Calm down, Luffy. Let's first deal with the candles on Uncle Kuroki and also that Uncle Dongli." At that moment, Kuroki, who was lying on the ground, suddenly started crying because he thought Dongli was already dead. Lin Hai directly used his ability to bring out Clocky and said, "Don't worry, he's not dead. He just fainted." "Really?" Clocky exclaimed excitedly. Lin Hai said irritably. Can't you just use your hand to feel his nostrils and find out? Before long, the giant Dong Li, as Lin Hai had said, woke up, and the two big men hugged each other and cried bitterly. Lin Hai, standing aside, couldn't take it anymore. What about the banquet? He hadn't even participated yet. So, Lin Hai said to Biloki and Dong Li, you two have had enough. Crying for a while is enough. Why is it still going on? Biloki retorted, what do you know? He's just too happy, Wawa. Damn. Suddenly, Biloki and Dong Li cried even harder, and their tears came crashing down on Lin Hai like a giant stone. Caught off guard, Lin Hai was drenched like a drowned rat. Seeing the scene, the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Hai didn't expect to be so affected by someone else's tears. He immediately became embarrassed and angry, saying, what are you laughing at? The banquet? Didn't we agree to hold a banquet? Nami stepped forward and replied, what banquet? Vivi's country is in chaos. We need to hurry and send her back. We only came here for a quick supply. Lin Hai then realized that Nami was wearing a bikini on her upper body, with a jacket over it, and the jacket was not fully zipped up. However, that was not the main point. The main point was that there was a red spot on Nami's lower abdomen. Lin Hai then remembered that Nami was infected with a virus. Lin Hai was shocked and pointed at Nami's abdomen, asking, what bit you here? Nami glanced at her abdomen and casually replied, it's nothing, just a bug bite. Just a bug bite? If I remember correctly, in this primitive jungle, Nami had contracted some rare virus that seemed to give her only 6 days to live. Because the 5th day was supposed to be the day of her demise. Lin Hai quickly said, then let's hurry up and prepare the supplies for departure. At this moment, Dong Li had stopped crying and asked with her head down, weren't you the one shouting about holding a banquet? Are we leaving now? Lin Hai nodded and pointed at Nami, saying, it seems our navigator has caught some kind of virus. We need to take her to see a doctor immediately. Some kind of virus? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Nami laughed and said, are you making a big deal out of nothing? I just got bitten by some mosquitoes. Sanji asked, Lin Hai, are you cursing Nami? Luffy looked confused and asked, what is a virus? Vivi exclaimed in surprise, haven't you ever been sick? Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy shook their heads at the same time, saying we've never been sick. Nami and Vivi gasped, what kind of monsters are you? At that moment, Broggy said, I think Lin Hai is right. You should go see a doctor first. It's best if there is nothing wrong, but what if it is a virus? Nami, who was initially unconcerned, suddenly became scared after hearing everyone's comments. After a moment of fear, she quickly adjusted and waved her hand, laughing. There can't be that many viruses. Let's just prepare some food and then head to Alabasta. Vivi looked at Nami with some concern, and Nami laughed. How could something with such a low probability happen to me? Right, Vivi? Lin Hai couldn't help but criticize. This is the primeval jungle, with rare viruses. Nami immediately retorted angrily. Can't you just keep quiet for once? Lin Hai quickly hid behind Zoro and replied, I won't, but you probably will. Nami's expression darkened. Seeing the situation, Zoro hurriedly said, can you not hide behind me? At this moment, Dong Li said, you saved us just now, so let us help you as well. Luffy asked in confusion, help us? Broggy explained, there's a big creature hiding near this sea, and it usually swallows any passing ships. Dong Li added, but don't worry. With our help, you could just keep moving forward and not worry about what's ahead. Broggy nodded, leave it to us. Lin Hai said, no need, I'll handle it. If it dares to swallow our ship, I'll chop it up. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, why do you always want to chop something? Can't you stop being so scary? Zoro laughed, I actually want to see Lin Hai use that move. Nami said irritably, chop what? Every time Lin Hai messes up the currents. It's just adding trouble for us. Broggy asked in confusion, that thing is really dangerous. Don't you really need our help? Dory agreed, having received your kindness. We also want to repay you. Luffy laughed, no need to worry. Since Lin Hai said it's not necessary, then it's not needed. I can't wait to see what kind of adventures await us next. Then Lin Hai, Luffy, and Usopp linked arms and shouted, adventure, adventure, Duong. X3 Nami crossed her arms and said, honestly, you guys should hurry up and move that food onto the ship. Lin Hai was really angry. In front of so many people, she kept disrespecting him every day. Therefore, Lin Hai muttered softly, this damn woman, one day I'll make your belly big. Nami's face turned red, but she still said, Lin Hai, what are you saying? Say it louder. Did she really think Lin Hai was stupid? She must want to beat him up again. Soon, the Straw Hat crew all boarded the Mary, and after waving goodbye to Dory and Broggy, the Mary had just set sail when a huge crab-like creature appeared ahead. This creature was more than twice the size of the giant Dory and Broggy combined. On the shore, Dory anxiously asked, are they really okay? Broggy replied, let's trust them. I don't think that Luffy is a liar. And I believe that guy named Lin Hai is very strong. Seeing his friend say that, Dory could only calm down and watch the situation unfold. However, even though they said they would trust the Straw Hat crew, in front of that huge creature, they looked like ants. How could one not worry? Meanwhile, on the Mary, upon seeing such a massive creature, Nami and Vivi hugged each other and started crying. What is that thing? Help, we're going to be eaten. Usopp, terrified, hid behind Zoro and exclaimed, Zoro, we're going to be eaten, think of something. Zoro replied blankly, I can't do anything about such a big thing. Luffy put one hand to his eyebrow, shielding his eyes from the sun, and looked at the giant crab-like creature, exclaiming, so big. Is that a crab? Sanji said absent-mindedly, if this were made into food, I wouldn't even know how to start. Just as Sanji realized what to do and was about to ask, Lin Hai had already started moving. At this moment, Lin Hai struck a pose and activated the Summon High Wind form. Suddenly, a space vortex appeared on Lin Hai's left side, and a stunning dual-bladed sword emerged from the vortex. Lin Hai gripped the handle. Room. Arm color hardening. In an instant, everyone could see a stream of black gas emanating from Lin Hai's arm, spreading over the summoned form of Galphone. Lin Hai opened his eyes wide and shouted, Demacia! With a clang, a powerful magical phrase and the clear sound of a sword echoed, shocking everyone present. The sound was deafening like Pangu opening the heavens. At that moment, everyone felt as if the sky had darkened. It turned out that the sword light Lin Hai had struck was so dazzling that it created the illusion of a darkened sky. What shocked everyone even more was that the crab-like creatures, as large as several mountains, were directly split in two by Lin Hai. He had slashed horizontally. Lin Hai wasn't foolish. If he had struck vertically, he would have inevitably struck the sea, causing turbulence and dragging the ship in. At this moment, everyone was left speechless by the scene. Even Luffy was stunned by Lin Hai's sword, unable to close his mouth, with beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Although the creature in front of them had been dealt with, the upper halves of those mountain-sized creatures would fall due to gravity. Lin Hai secretly spat, realizing he had miscalculated. It turned out that while horizontal slicing avoided turbulence, the things that came crashing down would still cause turbulence. Lin Hai quickly turned to wake up the dazed Nami. Nami, hurry and take charge. That thing is about to fall. Although it won't hit us, it will create huge waves. Nami exclaimed, everyone, stop standing around and get to work. After a long while, the sea level finally calmed down. Brokey, trying to hold back his laughter, said, why don't you all take a break and set sail later? That's right. The upper half of that crab-like creature caused waves after falling into the sea, forcing the Mary to return to shore and wait for the sea to calm down before setting sail again. Everyone had been frightened by Lin Hai's actions. First, they saw something the size of a few mountains being cut and flying into the air, and then they saw that mountain-sized thing crashing down. Sanji angrily grabbed Lin Hai by the collar and shouted, you idiot, can you not be so scary? I thought I was going to be crushed. Nami directly punched Lin Hai on the head, complaining, is this what you call not messing around? Tell me what kind of monster you are. How'd you cut down something that big? Lin Hai said angrily, it's so noisy and irritating. Who knew that thing would break so easily? I feel like I haven't even put in any effort. Lin Hai's tone is really annoying. So once again, he was surrounded and beaten up. Damn, you guys are hitting me again. We're partners. Who's hitting me in the face? On the side, Dong Li and Brokey exchanged glances. Weren't they in a hurry to set sail? What are they making a fuss about now? Oh dear, can you be a bit more mature? After saying goodbye to Dong Li and Brokey again, the Mary had already sailed on the vast ocean. So now, the question arises. Lin Hai insisted on finding a doctor, while Nami firmly opposed it, and Vivi was caught in between. This was because Vivi had just seen the newspaper that Nami gave her. At this moment, Vivi said with great concern, everyone, originally the king's army had 700,000 against 400,000 rebels, but unexpectedly, 300,000 from the king's army have turned against us. The situation has completely reversed. Nami comforted her, saying, Vivi, don't worry too much. We'll get to Alabasta as quickly as possible and expose Crocodile's true nature. That way, this war can be avoided, right? Vivi nodded and said, thank you. Meanwhile, Luffy said, let's go defeat Crocodile. Nami raised an eyebrow and angrily replied, you've said that many times already. If you say it again, I'll throw you into the sea. At this moment, Lin Hai couldn't help but sneer. Are you two being too naive? This is a battle involving millions of people. Since there's a battle, there are already significant contradictions. Do you really think Vivi's few words can avoid it? Vivi exclaimed, am I supposed to do nothing? Lin Hai asked, Do you have evidence that Crocodile is instigating trouble behind the scenes? Even if you do, you won't be able to stop it. Vivi retorted, impossible. As long as I tell my father and the leader of the rebels, Koza, about the information and evidence I've gathered, they will definitely stop this turmoil. Lin Hai laughed and said, aren't you being a bit naive? What kind of contradictions and misunderstandings could lead to a confrontation between a million troops? Let's set that aside for now. Let's make an assumption. What if you told your father about Crocodile's conspiracy, but Kusha didn't know? What would happen when they meet on the battlefield? Sanji tentatively said, the side with fewer numbers might end up losing the battle because of hesitation. Vivi was startled, but still said, I will definitely meet Kusha, and I won't let such a thing happen. Hee hee. Lin Hai was about to say something when Sanji, feeling annoyed, said, Lin Hai, be gentle with ladies. If there's something to discuss, let's do it properly, got it? Lin Hai slapped his forehead and said helplessly, I'm just frustrated with them. Think about it. Even if Kusha knows, what if he doesn't show up on the battlefield, or if he's already been killed? What do you think the outcome would be? Also, Vivi is being too naive thinking that a war can be resolved with just a few words. Vivi angrily said, so you're saying everything I've done is meaningless? Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai and comforted her. He actually wants to persuade you to give up and go back to Alabasta first. While we go look for a doctor. Lin Hai felt a bit dazed in his mind. After taking a deep breath, he calmly said, because the mastermind behind this incident is Crocodile. He has been plotting for so long and must have a comprehensive plan. So if you just rush back, you will fall directly into his trap. What I mean is before going back, you should think these things through. Don't end up unable to save others while also getting yourself caught. Vivi calmed down and, after pondering for a moment, said, so what do you suggest we do? Luffy replied, we can just go defeat Crocodile, right? Zoro said, but we still haven't resolved the situation in Alabasta. Usopp responded, so does that mean we need to split up, with some people going to find Crocodile and others going to stop the civil unrest in the Alabasta Kingdom? Lin Hai nodded and said, this approach is indeed prudent, but there are many senior officials in the Baroque works, and they might be lurking in Alabasta. How we allocate? Luffy said, leave Crocodile to me. Lin Hai said with a disdainful glance, Crocodile is the user of the Sansan fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit. You don't even know Haki, what are you going to do? Let me handle it. I'll chop him down with one strike. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, can you not always jump to the conclusion of chopping people down? Lin Hai said silently, we are enemies with him, if I don't cut him. Should I invite him to dinner instead? At this moment, Nami said, then it's decided, let's set off for Alabasta, and after we land, we'll split up to act. Vivi gratefully said, this matter originally had nothing to do with everyone, yet it involved you all. Lin Hai said casually, no need to be polite. These are all matters after reaching the shore. After speaking, he pointed at Nami and said, the most important thing right now is to find a doctor. Nami, you're sick and need treatment. Duong. Nami punched him, and Sanji kicked Lin Hai as well. Sanji said, you guy, are you cursing Miss Nami again? Nami replied speechlessly, I already said I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Before she could finish her sentence, Nami suddenly felt the surroundings spinning and then collapsed. Vivi hurriedly helped Nami up. Everyone else looked at Lin Hai in surprise. Lin Hai said with disdain, did I say something wrong? What bunch of idiots. Usopp exclaimed in fear, Lin Fan, you really can use curses. Luffy shouted, oh no, Nami has been cursed by Lin Hai. Nami, are you okay? Don't die. Lin Hai said silently, didn't you notice that there was an abnormal wound on Nami's abdomen back then? As he spoke, Lin Hai lifted Nami's shirt and saw some black spots on her abdomen. Lin Hai pointed over there and said, see, Nami must have been infected by some kind of virus. We need to find a doctor quickly. No way, just as Lin Hai said, it really turned out to be true. Oh, Nami can't just die like this, right? No, Nami, we need you, don't leave us. Vivi angrily said, everyone be quiet. First, help Nami back to rest. Nami weakly said, wait, this wind feels unusual, quickly turn left. Sanji replied, leave it to me. Just as they were helping Nami inside to rest, everyone looked in horror at the distant sea surface. There, a tornado with a diameter of nearly 700 meters was raging. This scene shook everyone's nerves, and as they calmed down, they couldn't help but look at Nami, truly in awe of her. If they had been even a few seconds late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Usopp noticed Lin Hai taking a fighting stance and asked, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai said unhappily, that tornado just now actually wanted to kill us. I want to chop it down. Duong duong. Lin Hai was beaten up again. You keep chopping. Why do you always like to chop so much? Please stop chopping. You bastard. Aren't you afraid the water flow won't be big enough? If you chop again, we're really going to have a maritime disaster. At this moment, Zoro asked, Nami, please tell us the direction we should sail, and then go get some rest. Nami weakly replied, let's sail in this direction. And if there are any changes in the weather, let me know. Lin Hai stopped Usopp and the others' actions, stood up, and asked, Nami, are you still planning to go directly to Alabasta? Let's find a doctor to treat your illness first. After Lin Hai's repeated reminders, everyone understood one thing. If they didn't cure Nami's illness first, they would just be aimlessly drifting on the merry-go at sea. If another storm came, it was simply unimaginable. Therefore, everyone agreed to first find a doctor, which was on the nearby magnetic drum island. After arranging for Nami, Vivi stayed to take care of her, while everyone else, except for Lin Hai on the deck and Zoro taking a short rest, rushed into the kitchen to eat. Sitting on the deck, Lin Hai noticed a problem. Why couldn't he be kinder to others like Luffy and the others? Cough, this is a problem. It seems the road ahead is still long. Bored, Lin Hai leaned against the railing and started practicing the expansion training of his spatial barrier. What if he made it smaller and used it as a bullet? He couldn't shoot, nor was it like Kizaru's light fruit. So that aspect was out. After all, there's still observation haki, which seemed a bit impractical. So how should he develop it? Attack, dodge, and escape. Let's focus on developing these three aspects first. Combining spatial abilities with attack methods, integrating martial arts with spatial abilities, and for escape, that would rely on developing the space fruit. Lin Hai didn't plan to waste time thinking about flashy moves, because having too many techniques might look impressive. But if he wasn't proficient, it would be useless against a master. Wouldn't that be deceiving himself and wasting time? Lin Hai suddenly realized that he thought he could stop studying, but it turned out that not only did he have to use his brain, but he also had to practice his body. Just then, Sanji came out of the kitchen and saw Lin Hai playing with those transparent objects and couldn't help but ask, that last time you fell, it wasn't because you were borrowing those things, was it? Lin Hai nodded and said, yeah. Do you want to go up and have some fun? Sanji clearly felt a lot of malice from Lin Hai's gaze and quickly waved his hand, saying, no need, they're all eating, you don't have to. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Hai holding the dinosaur meat he had brought out from the small garden and exclaimed, isn't your space fruit too overpowered? But how long can food stay fresh in your space? On the edge of the forest, Lin Hai replied while eating, it won't go bad. At that moment, Vivi, who had just come out of Nami's room, shouted, oh no, everyone, Nami has a fever of 40 degrees. Sanji immediately exclaimed in horror, what did you say? Everyone rushed into Nami's room. Luffy, unusually worried, said, Nami, wake up, you can't die. Sanji, with tears streaming down his face, said, Miss Nami, how could you get sick? I always give you the best parts of the food. All the spoiled stuff goes to them. Everyone's faces turned dark. What a beast. Hearing the noise in the room, Nami couldn't help but sit up and weakly said, I'm okay. I either have heat stroke or the thermometer is broken. How could a person have a fever of 40 degrees? By the way, the ship's course is fine, right? Vivi replied, no problem. We'll reach Drum Island tomorrow. Nami, you have to hold on. At that moment, Lin Hai stepped forward to check Nami's pulse. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Lin Hai knows medicine. Zoro couldn't help but ask, Lin Hai, you can take pulses too? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Lin Hai, so you're this amazing. Usopp exclaimed. This guy Lin Hai has only advantages except for his shortcomings. Seeing Lin Hai so serious, Sanji stepped forward and asked, did you find out anything? Vivi said excitedly, if we can cure her, can we skip going to Drum Island? Lin Hai said irritably, can you all be quiet? I just want to see what the difference is between Nami's pulse and ours. I know medicine. Just go play somewhere else. Everyone's expression turned dark. Sanji angrily shouted, you bastard, you can't even treat patients, so let go of Nami's hand. Lin Hai ignored the people around him and said to Nami, Nami, you should lie down and rest well. Later, let Vivi bring you some warm water to wipe your body. This can help reduce your fever and make you feel better. Nami weakly replied, thank you. Sorry to trouble you, Vivi. Vivi shook her head and said, you don't need to be so polite with me. The others were filled with confusion. Would that really help bring down the fever? At that moment, Lin Hai stood up and wrapped his arms around Vivi's waist. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the others, Lin Hai gently said, Princess Vivi, let's not mind them. How about I take you to see the goldfish? Nami, who had just lain down, felt her face getting even hotter. Vivi paused for a moment, then visibly blushed, the redness creeping up to her ears. Sanji glared at Lin Hai with anger, letting out a beast-like roar. Zoro slapped his forehead, feeling puzzled about why this guy was on his ship. Ha ha ha. Luffy pointed at Lin Hai and laughed heartily. Lin Hai, you are really too interesting. At this moment, Vivi awkwardly replied, could you let go of me? I need to get some water to wipe Nami down. Lin Hai released her and pointed at everyone, saying, What are you all doing in the room? Do you know medicine? Get out of here and stop being a hindrance, TSK. A few of them looked at Lin Hai's back and then exchanged glances. Just as Lin Hai reached the deck and lay down to continue studying the spatial fruit, everyone rushed over. Lin Hai exclaimed, "What do you want to do?" "What?" "Give you a beating." "Isn't this guy the most concerned about his hairstyle? We'll give him a new one." "You, just now, not only held Nami's hand, but also dared to wrap your arms around Princess Vivi's waist. I'm going to fight you." Lin Hai stubbornly said, "You guys, remember this." "Ah, I know I was wrong." After everyone argued for a while, suddenly it started to snow from the sky. Luffy exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Hai, quickly take out that sweet thing you last time. Let's have ice cream again." Usopp said, "Not yet. There's only this little bit of snow. We can't even pack it." Lin Hai glared at everyone and took out his fishing rod to start fishing by himself. Luffy exchanged glances with Usopp, wondering if they would have fish to eat later. It was better than ice cream. However, after a while, Luffy, filled with confusion, said, "Lin Hai, you're so bad today. I've caught fish, and you haven't caught a single one." Lin Hai, with an inscrutable expression, said, "What do you understand?" "I am comprehending the essence of the Tao." "Essence of the Tao? Sounds quite impressive." Everyone looked at Lin Hai with curiosity. Zoro also stopped sleeping and walked over to Lin Hai, asking curiously, "Can you elaborate?" What should he say? Should he tell them that he was just thinking about why Vivi's skin is so much whiter than Nami's? But how could he explain this comparison that he had just made? Ahem. Lin Hai adjusted his posture and then looked into the distance with a mysterious demeanor, saying, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name." Although Luffy and Usopp didn't understand what Lin Hai was saying, they felt a sense of awe. Come on, continue." Lin Hai was quite conflicted. Back when he was in school, he only remembered one sentence from the articles about the Tao, but he couldn't recall what came after. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he became spirited. Ahem. Lin Hai continued, "Actually, if I speak too profoundly, you won't understand. So let me put it in simpler terms. Just sit here and feel the subtle changes in the environment, and you will comprehend the laws of everything in motion." At this moment, Sanji came over, biting a cigarette, and humorously said, "What you just said is equivalent to saying nothing, right?" Damn it. Sanji was pushing him to reveal his secret. Thus, Lin Hai turned his gaze to the distance, bit into a cigarette, and slowly said, "Absolute motion and relative stillness indicate that motion is irreversible. Time is merely a conceptual expression of motion, meaning that going back to the past." At this point, Lin Hai couldn't continue. He initially wanted to say that going back to the past was impossible. But in this world, if Lin Hai guessed correctly, there were indeed time fruits, right? This is really speechless. Upon hearing this, the others noticed Lin Hai had stopped talking, and the curious Zoro asked, "What comes next?" Ahem. Ahem. Lin Hai replied, "What else? Living in the present is the most practical. Everything else is just clouds." "Is that it? Just that?" Everyone clicked their tongues and walked away. Just as everyone was leaving, the flirtatious system suddenly chimed in, ding. "Congratulations to the host for gaining a personal understanding of the rules. The backpack space is now open to the host, and only the host may enter and exit freely." Free entry and exit? A place to escape from a dead end? What the? In an instant, Lin Hai, overwhelmed with surprise, lost his balance and fell directly from the railing. Damn! Splash! A few people nearby saw Lin Hai suddenly fall into the sea and were completely confused. Luffy asked in confusion, "That shout just now was Lin Hai's, right?" Sanji took a deep breath of smoke and asked, "Did he jump into the sea because we looked down on him?" Usopp said, "Lin Hai shouldn't be that fragile, right?" Zoro replied with a deadpan expression, "Stop talking. Let's quickly check if he's okay." Meanwhile, in the sea, a few fish that had been nibbling on the bait on Lin Hai's fishing rod couldn't catch it, and now the instigator had fallen into the water. So, a group of fish swam over, ready to slap Lin Hai with their tails in retaliation for teasing them earlier. That's right, earlier, while fishing, Lin Hai was practicing his observation hockey, constantly teasing those fish with his fishing rod. At this moment, Lin Hai, who had fallen into the sea, saw that these fish actually dared to provoke him. Therefore, Lin Hai gave them the middle finger. Although the fish didn't understand what that meant, they strangely felt that the human in front of them was insulting them. Consequently, the group of fish all rushed over, preparing to attack Lin Hai. Fortunately, Lin Hai was changing himself and resolutely refused to kill, quickly adjusting his mindset, and then he made a face at the fish group. This only aggravated the fish. On the snowy sea, near the Golden Mary, a man was swimming quickly, being chased by the school of fish behind him. On the ship, Luffy watched this scene with shining eyes and exclaimed, "I want to swim with Lin Hai so much, but unfortunately, I can't swim. Hey everyone, let's play this game too. You idiot. Are you bored? Sanji kicked Luffy and then turned to Zoro, confused, asking, what is Lin Hai doing? Zoro replied, are you an idiot? Lin Hai is being chased by a school of fish. Usopp nodded thoughtfully. Sometimes, Lin Hai causes more trouble than Luffy. Even the fish want to beat him up? Luffy stood at the railing, excitedly saying, stupid fish, you can't catch Lin Hai, haha. Lin Hai, who was swimming in the sea, turned to Luffy and replied, of course not. I'm the swimming champion. Stupid fish, haven't you eaten? Come chase me, haha. The fish group thought, this human is so annoying. It really makes me furious. Why can't we fish outswim this human? Is he a fishman? He shouldn't be, right? He has no fish characteristics. Whatever, just chase him first. At this moment, on the ship, Zoro, hearing Lin Hai call himself the champion, was about to take off his clothes to compete with Lin Hai when Sanji stopped him. Sanji was utterly powerless and could only angrily say, you still want to go down? Don't cause more trouble, all right. Seriously. After being chased by the school of fish for a while, Lin Hai used his ability to return to the ship. At the railing, he found that the fish group was still gathered below the ship, glaring at him. Therefore, Lin Hai once again began to mock that group of fish, singing and dancing. La 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 Damesha la 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 lua lua. For a moment, Luffy and Usopp joined Lin Hai in singing and dancing. This scene made Sanji and Zoro, who were watching from the side, twitch their eyes. After singing for a while, Lin Hai unzipped his bag and aimed it at the fish group. The fish group thought, what is he going to do? No idea. What is that? Oh no. Is that a gun? I've seen humans use guns, but this. Quick, scatter. At that moment, Vivi happened to pass by and saw this scene. She suddenly screamed, startling Lin Hai, who then fell into the sea again. Fortunately, Lin Hai's ability was useful, and just as he sat back on the deck, Vivi blushed and walked over to ask, are you okay? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, what could possibly happen to me? Feeling as if his face was wet. He then pulled over Vivi's skirt to wipe his face. Vivi immediately covered her skirt and screamed again, while Sanji on the side began to transform into a beast. Roaring loudly, Lin Hai said gloomily, I said, Vivi, as a princess of a nation, you should be calm and composed. Can you stop being so startled? Vivi replied, speechlessly, aren't you cold wearing just a short sleeve? It's snowing right now. Hearing Vivi's words, Luffy and Usopp shivered at once. It's so cold. X2 Sanji exclaimed. Are you guys just realizing it now? Sitting on the ground, Lin Hai had only felt a bit chilly earlier, but now, reminded by Vivi, he said, cold? It really is a bit cold. Sanji turned around in surprise. So you just realized it too? Just a few steps forward, Lin Hai suddenly remembered the school of fish he had teased earlier. Lin Hai suddenly exclaimed, stinky fish, don't run. I'm not done playing yet. Sanji shouted again. Are you an idiot? The next day, the Mary finally arrived near Drum Island, and unexpectedly, the Mary was surrounded by numerous ships. Thanks to Lin Hai's reminder, everyone noticed the current situation. Not far away, on one of the ships, stood a person whose height was nearly the same as his width, holding a knife with roasted meat on it, eating it, and then swallowing the knife as well. Lin Hai on the Mary turned to Luffy and said, that guy can eat even more than you. Luffy exclaimed, is that guy a monster? He even eats knives. At that moment, Wapple said, muhaha, is it a pirate ahead? I am Wapple, the king of Drum Island, and now your ship belongs to me. I'm so hungry. Luffy protested, no. Seeing Wapple about to make a move, Lin Hai quickly said, wait. Lin Hai quietly gave everyone a glance, then turned to Walpo and said, respectful King Walpo, I am your loyal follower. You're hungry, right? May I treat you to some delicious food? Luffy said with a face full of disdain. What is Lin Hai doing? He's an annoying guy's loyal follower? Is this for real? Sanji said to Luffy, don't be foolish. Let's see what Lin Hai is trying to do. Walpo was originally waiting for the other party to object, then he would jump directly onto the Mary and eat their ship. But suddenly, someone came saying they were his loyal follower and wanted to treat him to food. Thinking of this, Walpo was curious to see what this person wanted to do. Walpo said, you want to treat me to food? Lin Hai nodded and said, yes, I've heard of you before. You can swallow the sun and the moon, and nothing is beyond your reach, right? What? The Straw Hat crew exclaimed. Luffy, with his eyes shining, asked, is that true? Swallowing the sun and the moon. Can you show us? Zoro, speechless, pulled Luffy and said, enough already. How could such a thing be possible? At this moment, Walpo, after hearing Lin Hai's words, was first taken aback, then laughed and said, muhaha, swallowing the sun and the moon. Nothing is beyond your reach? That's quite an apt description. I'll allow you to be my follower. By the way, where are you going to treat me to? I'm just hungry, muha. Lin Hai said, yes. King Walpo, all you need to do is look up at the sky and then open your mouth, and food will come right away. Muhan. Walpo asked in confusion, will it really work? That said, Walpo did just that. Room. In an instant, a wooden bucket appeared above Walpo, and this bucket was quite interesting. How should I put it? Usopp looked at the bucket and said, why do I feel like that bucket looks so familiar? Zoro replied, I feel the same inexplicably. Sanji then remembered and exclaimed, isn't that our toilet? Could it be? Everyone vaguely guessed what Lin Hai was up to, and all shivered. However, even though Walpo heard these words, he had already swallowed the entire wooden bucket. Then, his face began to twist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flashy operation, rewarding the host's action with a certain chance of grossing out the opponent. Rewards don't matter. What is most important at this moment is happiness. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing Walpo swallow the bucket, Lin Hai began to applaud. On the edge of the forest, Lin Hai clapped and sighed. So impressive, so impressive. Walpo, you truly swallow everything. You're simply unprecedented and unparalleled. Luffy, with a face full of fear, pointed at Walpo and said, that guy ate all our stuff at night. He's really something, ugh. Ugh. Everyone else was feeling nauseous. Walpo glared at Lin Hai with a gloomy expression and said, kid, you're finished. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hai kicked Walpo away. Then, the sound of Walpo's voice echoed in everyone's ears. I'll be back. Back on his ship, Lin Hai saw everyone staring at him blankly and said helplessly, my temper has actually improved. I didn't cut him down, so why are you all looking at me like that? Sanji exclaimed, is that the point? That's even more cruel than cutting him down. Usopp nodded and said, Lin Hai, you really need to change your temper. We have no grudges against them. Luffy echoed, Lin Hai, can you not act recklessly? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, what's going on here? We're pirates. Do I need to check if he's a good person before I beat him up? This is really ridiculous. Tisk. At this moment, Vivi stepped forward to explain, everyone, if Lin Hai hadn't chased him away just now, he would have eaten our ship. Eat our ship. X3 Vivi nodded and said, Valpo is a user of the Munch Munch fruit, and I heard that some time ago, Valpo was attacked by a group of pirates. And then he left this country with his army. He must have come back and encountered us on the way. Yaha. Luffy immediately laughed and said, so that's how it is. Lin Hai, you really are a good guy. Sanji pondered and said, by the way, what are we going to do about the toilet tonight? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, why don't you go find Warbo and bring him back? Zoro laughed and replied, Lin Hai, you also kicked him over to Warbo. Before Zoro could finish, Sanji retorted, what are you talking about, you bastard? Zoro shot back, do you want to fight? Lin Hai said silently, everyone, it's urgent to find a doctor for Nami. Can you all be a bit more mature? You have the least right to say that. The crowd retorted. Soon, the Mary approached the coast of Drum Island, and seeing the people on both sides of the ice mountain with looks of disgust, made everyone on the Mary feel tense. Pirates, are you the trash sent back by Walbo? Pirates, get out of this country. You are not welcome here. Yes, you pirates are the worst trash in the world. Get out of here. Luffy on the Mary wondered, why do they hate us so much? It seems that Blackbeard has attacked here once, and with Walbo causing chaos in this country, then Walbo abandoned the people and became a pirate. But what does that have to do with Lin Hai? However, thinking of Nami on the ship, he couldn't use force. Although Lin Hai wanted to take action, after doing so, who would take them to find a doctor? Even if they found one, would the doctor be willing to help? This risk cannot be taken. At that moment, Luffy said, although we are pirates, we mean you no harm. One of my friends is sick. Bang! Get out, there is no doctor here. Yes, the doctors have all been taken away by Walbo. It's really impossible to communicate. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the coast fell silent. Luffy and the others' hearts couldn't help but race. At that moment, the bullet was aimed at Princess Vivi. However, Princess Vivi was not injured, as the bullet was blocked by Lin Hai, who was not far from her. At this moment, Lin Hai held the bullet in his hand and slowly said, in the world of martial arts, only speed can overcome. Phew, if I remember correctly, this place has been attacked by pirates multiple times, and the people do not allow pirates to land, which is not wrong. The Straw Hat crew does not understand, except for Lin Hai, who has read the original work and knows the reason. The current problem is that the residents of Drum Island reject pirates and do not allow them to land. If Lin Hai were a resident here, and those pirates tried to forcibly land or use force to demand medical treatment for the pirates, the result would be obvious. It would be impossible. It seems that being strong won't work. Thinking of this, Lin Hai looked at the shore. The sky was vast and white, making it impossible to discern where Chopper and the others were, and Nami should have contracted a rare virus that ordinary doctors could not save her from. And time was pressing. These reasons can't be written out. Someone will criticize the author for being toxic. If written out, someone will criticize the author for being verbose. Spare me. Based on this, for Nami's sake, Lin Hai forced himself to suppress the burning shame on his face, but still put on a friendly smile and said to the shocked crowd, "Everyone, let's talk nicely. This bullet is very dangerous. We mean no harm." Seeing that those people still did not trust him, Lin Hai had no choice but to show sincerity and shamelessly kneel down and say, "My partner is sick. She could die at any moment." After saying that, Lin Hai quickly started crying. "Wawa, please let's take her to find a doctor." Cough, cough. How come I just start crying? Where are the tears? Hey, where are the tears? At this moment, Vivi whispered a few words in Luffy's ear, then also knelt down and pleaded, "We are not landing on the island. We just want to take the sick person to see a doctor, please." Understanding the situation, Luffy also quickly knelt down and said, "My partner is already very seriously ill. If we delay any longer, she could die. Please let her go for treatment. I beg you." At this moment, a person stepped out from the crowd. He was the former captain of the Drum Island Guard. Now he was the spokesperson for the residents of Drum Island, named Dalton. Dalton stepped forward and said, "Okay, you can come ashore." Lin Hai suddenly remembered that Dalton recognized Princess Vivi. Does that mean everything he just did was in vain? Forget it. Let's save Nami first. Because Dalton is vouching for them, and Vivi is the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. That's why the local residents allowed the Straw Hat crew to come ashore. Lin Hai was quite suspicious, feeling that he had just knelt for nothing. Truly outrageous. In a room, Dalton said, "The doctors here have all been taken away by the tyrant Walpo, and there's only one left. She lives over there, at an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters. You guys." Following Dalton's gaze, Luffy said, "I see. Then we can only take Nami to find her for treatment." Dalton said, "Then you all be careful. There's still the brutal Laboon on that snow mountain." And Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Thanks for the reminder. Nami's illness can't be delayed. I need to take her there immediately." Vivi asked, "Who will take Nami?" Lin Hai said, "There's no need to say. Of course it's me." Luffy said, "I'll go with you." In the face of Nami's life and death situation, Sanji dared not cause any more trouble. In the end, Lin Hai carried Nami on his back, and everyone used ropes to secure Nami to Lin Hai's back. At that moment, the weak Nami weakly asked, "Sorry to trouble you." Lin Hai laughed and said, "What are you talking about?" After that, he turned to Luffy beside him and said, "Let's go." Nami had gone for treatment a day earlier than in the original story, so she wasn't as sick and could still speak. In the original story, Kureha would go to the residence for medical help. But now everything is different. Even if Lin Hai remembers these details, he doesn't dare to wait idly. Watching Luffy and Lin Hai leave, Vivi couldn't help but worry. Are they really going to be okay? Sanji replied, "Don't worry. Even though they usually act silly, they're reliable when it comes to serious matters." Usopp nodded and said, "We know how strong Lin Hai is. Vivi, just relax." Vivi nodded. On the snowy slope, Lin Hai and Luffy were running, and Lin Hai said with a smile, "Luffy, if we encounter any trouble later, you have to protect us." Luffy grinned. "No problem, leave it to me. By the way, are we really heading up there?" Lin Hai looked at the towering mountains in front of him, feeling utterly speechless. Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yeah, I don't know how long we have to run. The environment here is too harsh." Just then, Valpo, riding a hairy hippopotamus, caught up. Valpo shouted arrogantly, "You two bastards in front, stop right there." Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Luffy, and Luffy asked, "Who is he?" Lin Hai shook his head and then looked at Walpo, asking, "Who is this fool?" Walpo, feeling angry, replied, "What a bold and rude guy. I'm the king of this country, and I now declare you all sentenced to death." Luffy asked in confusion, "Why?" Walpo responded, "That guy carrying a woman just fed me that kind of thing on the ship. It really made me furious. So you all stand still and accept your death." Lin Hai laughed and said, "Hey, are you committing a crime while feeding me? That's really unreasonable." Valpo angrily replied, "But what you just fed me was." Lin Hai smiled and said, "Just say it. How would I know if you don't?" "Damn it." Walpo ordered his two subordinates, "Kill them." Just as Luffy was about to retaliate, Lin Hai said, "Let me handle it." Cough, cough. Isn't it just a matter of glaring? Lin Hai ran along the beach and said, "Ah, it's a pity that I have such talent, yet I can't find the words to describe it. It's truly a tragedy of language." Just as he finished speaking, a large rabbit creature appeared ahead, known as Labon. Luffy said, "Leave it to me." Before Luffy could make a move, Lin Hai used his Conqueror's Haki to stun them. Lin Hai said silently, "Luffy, our goal is to take Nami to find a doctor. Can you not do anything unnecessary?" Luffy sneered. "Isn't that all you're doing? You're too despicable." "Ahem," Lin Hai said. "Do you feel like it's getting colder?" Luffy nodded and said, I do feel that way. The wind up here is really strong. Lin Hai said, yeah, I feel really cold. Forget it. Saving Nami is the priority. Originally, the two were chatting while running, but as they climbed higher, their words gradually decreased because a storm was blowing on the hillside. After being in this storm for a while, both of them lost the mood to joke around. They didn't know how long they had been running when they finally realized they were facing a huge stone wall. Cough, a 90-degree one. What should we do now? After a moment of silence, Lin Hai said, I can climb up. How about you? Luffy replied, I can too. Their minds were so frozen that they were not thinking clearly, with only one thought left, to get Nami to that female doctor named Kureha. At that moment, Lin Hai turned and asked, Nami, are you awake? Nami weakly replied, yes, I'm awake. Lin Hai wanted to put Nami down, and Luffy asked in confusion, what's wrong? Lin Hai explained, I want to use my spatial ability to run up directly, but I'm afraid Nami won't be able to hold me. So I plan to take off my clothes to use as a rope. Luffy interrupted, just take off my clothes. Lin Hai replied, don't you dare die. Luffy responded, how could that be? I won't die. After securing Nami, Lin Hai said, Nami, no matter what you see later, don't scream. If you're scared, just close your eyes. Got it. Nami replied, The user of the surgery fruit needs to perform physical operations to swap the positions of objects in the spatial field. But Lin Hai doesn't need to. The space fruit can completely utilize space to make swaps within the spatial field. If there were no limitations in the ability field, it would be in an awakened state. These things inherently have great loopholes, so please define reasonably, and don't flame me. At this moment, Lin Hai opened a spatial field with a radius of 600 meters, and then he and Nami instantly appeared at the top of the spatial field, standing on a temporarily created spatial barrier. However, a gust of wind almost made Lin Hai fall down. The wind was just too strong. After getting used to it, Lin Hai began to use his ability again. Fortunately, Lin Hai had previously learned how to use the spatial barrier without opening the ability field. If he hadn't developed this ability back then, he would have fallen as soon as the spatial field closed. At this moment, Lin Hai was standing on the spatial barrier with the wind blowing from left to right, and he directly opened a spatial barrier on his right shoulder, effectively securing himself. Lin Hai couldn't help but secretly exclaim that he was truly a genius in the pirate world, an irreplaceable breath of fresh air. Meanwhile, Nami, who was on Lin Hai's back, was awakened by the speed of the wind. As she opened her eyes and looked around, she exclaimed, ah! Fortunately, neither of them had fallen off. Lin Hai said with frustration, Nami, close your eyes. Don't influence me. Do you want us to fall down? Nami replied in terror, I can't help it. I can't help it. To be honest, Lin Hai was also very scared. In front of him was an endless giant pillar, with sharp winds blowing occasionally, and below was a sea of white snow. If we fall down, Lin Hai quickly dismissed this thought and hurriedly sent Nami up. Luffy was still below. Above the giant pillar, a reindeer, Chopper, was gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought, when suddenly a man appeared carrying a woman on his back. For a moment, Lin Hai and Chopper exchanged glances. Then Lin Hai said, Are you a doctor? Can you help me take a look at her? She is not going to make it. Chopper looked at the human in front of him, his expression blank, yet there was no feeling of disgust or fear. It was as if he could sense the urgency in his tone. Chopper almost unconsciously replied, Oh, okay. Just as Chopper turned around, he noticed that Lin Hai wasn't following him, but was instead putting the woman down from his back. Chopper watched quietly until he saw Lin Hai preparing to jump down. Chopper immediately exclaimed, I agreed to help save her. Why are you thinking of doing something so reckless? He then tightly hugged Lin Hai's leg, preventing him from jumping down. Lin Hai patted Chopper's head and said softly, There's still one more person down there. I'll go pull him up. Chopper. Before Chopper could continue to be confused, Lin Hai said, Her condition can't be delayed. She's infected with a rare virus. You need to save her quickly. I'll come find you guys later. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai had already disappeared from the clearing. If it weren't for the woman still on the snow, Chopper would have thought he was dreaming. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, using his abilities to go down, discovered that Luffy's willpower was no joke. In the blizzard, he saw Luffy, dressed lightly, slowly climbing up bit by bit. Lin Hai suddenly remembered that there were clothes in his space backpack. If he gave Luffy some clothes, wouldn't he come to beat him up later? At this moment, Luffy saw Lin Hai standing in the treasure half-space and immediately exclaimed with shining eyes, Hey, Lin Hai, take me to play. Idiot. Lin Hai Zeeplit Specialets? Is this the time to play? I brought you here, so don't move around. Really? Hurry and pull me over, Luffy said nonchalantly. After Lin Hai used the spatial field to switch Luffy over, he thought, Ah, stupid straw hat, I shouldn't have trusted you. After a series of frustrating operations, Lin Hai finally pulled Luffy up to the huge upper area, which was outside the castle. Luffy looked at Lin Hai, who was gasping for breath in the snow, and couldn't help but complain, "Hey, Lin Hai, you really don't know how to take care of yourself. Was it that tiring? Let's hurry up and check on Nami's situation." Okay. Lin Hai was really angry. Luffy kept shouting around him, constantly exclaiming how fun this and that was. What was even more interesting was that Luffy wanted Lin Hai to take in a play on the clouds. We're clouds. As a devil fruit user, he wasn't even afraid of drowning. Lin Hai stood up weakly and directly used his armament haki to tap on Luffy's head. "I really suspect that your grandfather's habit of hitting people was caused by your dad." Luffy, holding his head, asked in confusion, "My dad? Do I have a dad?" "Ahahaha." Lin Hai was speechless and said, "If you don't have a dad, how could you possibly exist in this world? Did you just burst out of a rock?" Seeing Luffy's expression, it was clear he wanted to say he might have actually come out of a rock. Lin Hai had no choice but to violently cover his mouth and released his observation haki to find Nami's location. At this moment, Kureha, the only doctor on Drum Island, as people currently say, had just finished diagnosing Nami when the sudden appearance of the two startled her. Lin Hai introduced, "Hello, doctor. My name is Lin Hai, and this is Luffy. Is she okay?" Kureha shook her head and said, "Where have you two been? How could she contract this virus? This is a virus that has been extinct. If I didn't have those antibodies here, she would truly be beyond saving." Luffy quickly straightened up and bowed to Kureha. "Arigato." Just then, a small chopper popped his head out from beside Kureha and exchanged a few glances with Luffy. Luffy excitedly turned to Lin Hai and asked, "Is that a raccoon?" Chopper retorted, "I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer." As he spoke, Chopper proudly showed off the antlers on his head. Chopper's display only fueled Luffy's curiosity even more. With sparkling eyes, Luffy exclaimed, "Reindeer, how interesting." After that, Luffy turned to Lin Hai and said, "Hey Lin Hai, he just talked. Is he a monster?" "No way. I want to invite him to be my partner." "Monster, don't run away, be my partner." Upon hearing someone call him a monster, Chopper immediately felt dejected again. However, seeing Luffy rushing towards him and wanting him to be his partner, that absolutely wouldn't do. He, Chopper, is a monster. How could he be friends with a human? "Wah, don't come over here." Chopper ran away, while Luffy began to chase after him relentlessly. "Ahem," Lin Hai awkwardly said from the side. "It's too quiet here. It's nice to have some excitement once in a while. Don't you mind?" Kureha shook her head and replied, "Chopper has been hurt emotionally. If you can help him heal, of course, I wouldn't mind." Lin Hai laughed and said, "It's simple." After that, he turned to shout in Chopper's direction, "Don't run, monster, you're surrounded." Kureha face-bombed, thinking these are two noisy little brats. After some treatment, Nami woke up in a daze, memories flashing through her mind. She remembered the strong man who carried her all the way from the mountain. The wind was fierce at that time. Although Nami was dressed warmly, she still felt the cold in her confusion. Thinking about it, Luffy and Lin Hai must have suffered quite a bit too, right? However, when Nami thought of Lin Hai's ridiculous behavior and how he often hugged girls around the waist, she couldn't help but sneer. Just then, Kureha entered the room and saw Nami awake, saying, "You're awake. If I'm not mistaken, you've had this virus for 2 days now, right?" "Huh?" Nami nodded, "Yes. Thank you for saving me." Kureha waved her hand. "You don't need to thank me. Saving you requires a reward. By the way, how did you catch the virus? This virus only appears in the primitive jungle, and your wound is on your belly. Did you wear a revealing outfit in the jungle? That shouldn't be possible. Who would be so bored?" Hearing this, Nami awkwardly interrupted, "That doctor, we're the two people who brought me here. They're okay, right?" Speaking of those two, Kureha exclaimed, "Those two are really energetic. They climbed to over 4,000 meters in altitude and still haven't gone to rest. They're playing with my chopper right now." "Chopper?" Nami asked. Kureha explained, "It was a guy named Lin Hai who handed you over to him. He's also a doctor. Right now, your two companions are arguing about having Chopper as their partner." Nami curiously asked, "Did Chopper agree?" Kureha shook her head. "It's not that easy. Chopper has some psychological issues that I haven't been able to heal for years." Nami said, "Can you tell me more about him?" Kureha explained, "Chopper was born with a blue nose." Nami interrupted, "A blue nose?" Kureha nodded. "Chopper is a reindeer, and because of his blue nose, he was seen as a monster by the herd, until one day he accidentally ate the human fruit, allowing him to walk on 2 legs, and from then on, he was abandoned by the herd." Kureha sighed and continued, "But that wasn't the worst part. The one who adopted him, Dr. Hiralik, walked into Chopper's heart and illuminated his life. Unfortunately, Hiralik later died from the poison that Chopper gave him Since then, Chopper's once open heart to humans closed again. At that moment, Chopper, who had been listening at the door, recalled his past. Hiralik originally had 10 days to live, but after taking the medicine Chopper gave him, he only had half a day left. Because of this incident, Chopper always believed he was the one who killed his savior. Wah wah wah, Dr. Hiriluk. The crying at the door interrupted Kureha and Nami's conversation. Seeing Chopper crying, Kureha couldn't help but angrily say, Hiralik never blamed you for that incident. Why are you crying? Chopper replied, Dr. Kureha, aye. At this time, Nami gently said, You are Dr. Chopper, right? Dr. Chopper? Chopper froze for a moment, pointed at himself shyly. Are you talking about me? Nami nodded. Yes, thank you for saving me. You jerk. Chopper said shyly, Even if you say that, I won't be happy. Nami silently thought, Isn't that very happy? Realizing this, Chopper quickly hid and then secretly looked at Nami, only to scare himself and run outside. Kureha slapped her forehead. Do you see the situation now? Chopper is very resistant to strangers. Meanwhile, Chopper ran outside and bumped into Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai said silently, Chopper, stop running. I feel like you're not a reindeer. You should be called a mouse instead. Chopper, who was about to run away, stopped and turned his head to say, What did you say? Lin Hai shrugged and explained, You see a person and act like a mouse encountering a cat. Aren't you a little too timid? Chopper, furious, replied, I'm not a mouse. I'm a reindeer. Before he could finish, he was caught by Luffy, who immediately lit up and said, Lin Hai, I got him. Indeed, Chopper had not interacted with anyone for too long, making communication impossible. At this moment, they could only resort to forceful means to communicate with Chopper. Lin Hai then made a mischievous expression and said, Run. Keep running, you bastard reindeer. You made it so hard for us to find you, we're exhausted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai lay down to sleep, using Chopper as a pillow. At this moment, Chopper felt both surprised and delighted. He was shocked to encounter a stranger, but happy to be in such close contact with a human. As for how to communicate with Chopper, that was left to Luffy. Lin Hai didn't think he had the pure intentions to communicate with Chopper. Chopper, feeling the weight on him, panicked and said, Let me go, ugh ho ho. Luffy helplessly said, Chopper, be my partner? Chopper replied, W what? How could that be? Luffy asked in confusion why. Chopper naturally responded, Because you are humans, and I'm a reindeer. How can we possibly be partners? Luffy said, Stop whining, come sail with me. Adventures are really fun. The vast blue sea is full of interesting things. Chopper hesitated and said, Be but. Lin Hai said silently, Aren't you a man? You're so indecisive when faced with problems. Chopper exclaimed, Ew, didn't you go to sleep? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Sleep my ass, it's so cold. Do you want to freeze me to death? By the way, why don't you go to the sea with us? Only then did Chopper start to express his worries. Don't you find it strange? I have a blue nose and antlers, clearly a reindeer, yet I walk on 2 legs. And I can speak human language. Don't you think I'm a monster? Lin Hai placed his hand on Chopper's shoulder and laughed. Is that all? You don't know that there are fur tribes in the ocean, which are talking animals, and they're not even humans' enemies. Also, on Fishman Island, there are mermaids. They have the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. I tell you, Chopper, all your worries come from your own narrow experiences. A real man should go out and roam the sea. Really? Luffy and Chopper looked at him with shining eyes. And Lin Hai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. What was wrong with his stinky straw hat? Didn't he call Chopper to his ship? What was he admiring now? Can he be a bit more professional? Muhaha. At that moment, the voice of Walbo came from not far away, and everyone's attention was naturally drawn to him. Muhaha. Walbo sat on his mount and said, You straw hat brat and that annoying guy. You actually dared to sneak away while I was sleeping. Now you will obediently accept my judgment. Muhaha. Ignoring Walbo's words, Lin Hai turned to Luffy and said, That guy's mount seems to have a lot of meat. How about we have a barbecue later? Barbecue? Luffy immediately drooled and nodded. Great. Your barbecue is the best. Lin Hai quickly stepped aside and exclaimed, Can you not be so disgusting? Can you please control your drool? After saying that, Lin Hai took out some sugar and sprinkled it on the white snow, then threw a snowball each at Luffy and Chopper. Chopper looked at the snowball in his hand in confusion, wondering what was for. Luffy laughed and said, Chopper, this snowball is really delicious. Come on, eat it. Chopper, in a daze, licked it and immediately exclaimed, It's so tasty. Sweet. Not far away, the hippo was a bit confused, wondering if it was raining. Wasn't it snowing? Why was there water? Oh, it turned out that Walpo was drooling while watching. However, after being reminded by 2 of Walpo's henchmen, Walpo quickly reacted and angrily shouted, You bastards dare to ignore me. After that, Walpo turned to his subordinates and commanded, Add 2 more laws to this country. It is a crime not to share food with the king, and it is also a crime not to listen to the king. Chopper, realizing what was happening, angrily shouted, "What do you bastards want to do now?" Lin Hai stepped forward to stop Chopper, then said to Walbo, "Walbo, listen carefully. We are pirates. Hand over your mount for us to barbecue. Otherwise, I will call Luffy and Chopper to beat you up." "Ha ha ha." Walbo sneered. "You really are a clueless little brat. You've got some guts. Marimon and Jess, get them. Kill them." After receiving the order, Walbo's 2 capable subordinates, Marimon and Jess, immediately moved to attack. This situation should have been handled by Luffy. If Lin Hai came, it wouldn't achieve the goal of fighting alongside Chopper. After all, to make Chopper his crew, he should first get to know him better, right? It was expected to be a good plan, but reality. Luffy was seen half-squatting with one hand on the ground, second gear. Jet pistol. Walbo felt something fly past the corner of his eye, and as he reacted, he quickly shouted, "Marimon, Jess, where the hell are you?" Luffy smiled brightly and replied, "They were just knocked away by me." Chopper's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Soga." Everything happened too quickly for Walbo to react, so he incredulously said, "Stop bragging, straw hat brat. What did you do to them?" Lin Hai took a shot and said, "Hey, we're fighting side by side. Is this all there is?" However, Lin Hai noticed the flag at the top of the castle and suddenly got an idea. Lin Hai stepped forward and said, "Did you see that flag?" Valpo exclaimed, "Who put such an ugly flag up there? Take it down quickly. It's so annoying. Just get lost." Lin Hai kicked Valpo's furry hippo away, sending both him and the hippo flying into the distance. Lin Hai clapped his hands and said, "The world is finally peaceful." "Hey Chopper, who put that flag up?" Lin Fan asked, pointing to the top of the castle. Chopper replied, "It was Dr. Hiliolic who put it up." Lin Hai continued to ask, "Why did he put up that pirate flag? What does it represent, do you know?" With Lin Hai's guidance, Chopper couldn't help but recall his past with Dr. Hiliolic. Dr. Hiliolic, a man who bets his life on this skull flag, can accomplish anything. "Chopper, one day you will go out to sea, and then you will understand how small your troubles are. The island where you were born is just this tiny in the whole world." At this moment, Luffy placed his hand on Chopper's head and said softly, "I don't know the situation regarding that flag, but it wasn't put up just for fun, right? Since that flag represents a person's life, we should respect it." Chopper suddenly felt a jolt, as if he had opened up his meridians, faintly understanding some things. Seeing this, Lin Hai added, "Turning the impossible into possible, and persevering, this is the belief of the respected Dr. Hiliolic, right? From what you just said, it seems that Dr. Hiliolic has placed his dream upon you, so..." Lin Hai shouted, "Chopper, what are you waiting for? Let's set sail." Oh! In an instant, the 3 of them hugged each other and cried, as they were all touched by Dr. Hililic's charm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a stylish operation, rewarding the host with a gramophone, which contains a song. Please check it out. It's just a gramophone. And at this moment, Lin Hai wouldn't pay attention to that. At this time, Nami, who was watching by the window, couldn't help but shed tears and laughed. What a bunch of bacchus. Is this the charm of those fools? Kureha also couldn't help but shed tears, never expecting that after so many years of not curing Chopper's illness, he would now be healed by these 2 little kids. It's hard to tell if Kureha cried for Hililic's departure, for Chopper's healing, or if she was moved by something about life. However, despite the joy, when Kureha thought about Chopper's impending departure, she immediately became annoyed and said, "What's all the noise about? The patient still needs to rest." At that moment, Zoro and Usopp, led by the captain of the front guard, Dalton, also arrived here, along with many residents. As soon as Luffy saw Usopp and the others, he immediately introduced everyone. "This is our new partner, Chopper." After exchanging a few glances with Usopp, Usopp exclaimed, "A monster!" Chopper, who was already shy, was called a monster and instinctively ran away, leading to a game of chase throughout the castle. Ahem, Lin Hai naturally didn't participate. He is a mature person, because Lin Hai heard Vivi's words. He couldn't help but perk up his ears. Vivi said, "Zoro, why are you wandering around the forest with bare arms?" Zoro explained, "I went swimming in the sea, and then I unknowingly swam over there." Ahem. Lin Hai tried to suppress his laughter and said, "You must have gotten lost, right?" Zoro immediately exploded. "What did you say?" Lin Hai said loudly, "I said you're lost." Wei Wei replied, speechlessly, "You don't have to be so loud, do you?" Lin Hai jokingly said, "He told me to say it. I'm afraid he can't hear." Zoro, embarrassed and angry, shouted, "Try saying it again." "Zoro, you directionally challenge fool. Stand still. I'm going to chop you." Kureha opened the armory and instructed the residents of Drum Island to transport all the cannons outside the castle, using the special powder that Dr. Hiliolic had given her on his deathbed to sprinkle into the cannonballs. Suddenly, The sound of cannon fire like thunder echoed across Drum Island, creating a century fireworks display for this pirate era. There, Chopper, who had already reached the foot of the mountain, looked at the sky and saw that, just as Dr. Hirlik had said, cherry blossoms were blooming all over Drum Island. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed with shining eyes, so beautiful. Even the usually silent Zoro couldn't help but marvel. This is truly an incredible masterpiece. Sanji murmured, is this turning the impossible into the possible? Chopper, with tears streaming down his face, choked up, Dr. Hirlik, you did it, woo-woo. Nami also exclaimed, what beautiful cherry blossoms. After saying that, Nami secretly glanced at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, however, disappointedly said, ISNT it just sprinkling pink pollen on the cannonballs and shooting them into the sky. Mixing with the snow? What's so great about that? How long are you guys going to be amazed? It's almost dawn. Everyone's faces turned dark. Yame, don't slap me in the face. When everyone returned to the Mary, it was already bright outside. Luffy, seemingly tireless, excitedly said, everyone, let's welcome Chopper as our new partner and have a feast. Yes, everyone shouted in unison, while Lin Hai sat in the corner drawing circles because he had just been beaten up by everyone. Chopper had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates and was still feeling out of place, not knowing what to do when Luffy and Usopp poked their chopsticks into their nostrils and mouths, saying, Chopper, you should join us, it's really fun. Chopper laughed, but seeing Lin Hai sitting alone, he went over and nudged Lin Hai. Say, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Come play with us. Lin Hai said irritably, are you going to use chopsticks to poke your nose like them? Usopp retorted, do you have something more interesting? Luffy chimed in, yeah. Do you have something more interesting? TCH. The frustration came quickly and left just as fast. Now, someone actually wanted to compete with him in being flamboyant? Lin Hai wouldn't allow that. So, Lin Hai changed his previous demeanor and said, Chopper, watch closely. Lin Hai imitated the dance of the werewolf from League of Legends, with both hands level with his shoulders, reaching out to grab the air in one direction, then taking a few steps to the left and a few steps to the right. Suddenly, a magical dance appeared in a time and space where it shouldn't exist. Wasn't that dance the one from Jack and Blue Planet? Who could escape this kind of magic? Chopper's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Lin Hai, teach me quickly. Luffy and Usopp found chopsticks boring and shouted, we want to learn too. Vivi and Nami, watching from the side, were stunned for a moment. Then they both covered their stomachs and laughed so hard that they fell onto the deck. Ha ha ha, Lin Hai. Where did you learn this dance? It's killing me, ha ha ha. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Can you stop dancing? Ha ha. Sanji and Zoro on the side were also laughing nonstop. How could Lin Hai let Zoro go? That guy just beat him up the hardest because he was avenging the insult of being called directionally challenged. So, Lin Hai forcibly dragged Zoro over. Zoro exclaimed, let go of me. Even if you beat me to death, I won't jump. I'll help. After the banquet, everyone went to rest. After all, neither Lin Hai nor Luffy had slept on this ship. At this moment on the deck, Usopp and Chopper were chatting. Usopp said, Chopper, guess what kind of monster I encountered back then? Chopper shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Usopp continued, at that time, our ship encountered a monster that was thousands of meters tall and wide. Lin Hai and Luffy met it, and both of them were so scared they shouted for me to save them. Chopper exclaimed, really? Usopp, what happened next? Usopp looked into the distance and said, then I took out a 40-meter-long big sword, used my ultimate technique, and shouted to Meisha, delivering a stunning blow. Then that gigantic monster was split in two by me. At that moment, Luffy, who had just woken up looking for food, overheard Usopp's words. His eyes lit up as he ran over to exclaim with Chopper, wow, Usopp, I didn't know you were this amazing. Sanji nearby was speechless. Lin Hai, who was inside sleeping, was also speechless, feeling that he hadn't slept long before being awakened by the noise outside. Who would have guessed Usopp was so impressive? And what was Luffy admiring over there? Lin Hai yawned, walked out of the room with blank eyes, and asked Nami, how long until we reach Alabasta? Nami replied, about 10 days. What? Lin Hai instantly woke up. Does it take that long? Nami rolled her eyes and said, didn't I just make that clear? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, I heard you clearly. What's wrong with Vivi? He saw Vivi sitting there, looking anxious, while Nami could only shrug her shoulders in helplessness. Seeing Vivi's distressing expression, Lin Hai walked over to her and said, Vivi, what's going on? Vivi explained, the situation in Alabasta is becoming more and more critical. I'm just worried about the people there. I'm sorry for affecting you. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, you say you are the only princess of Alabasta, but can you really be a good princess? Looking at you like this, I really doubt it. Nami, hearing Lin Hai's words, wanted to step forward to remind him, but was stopped by Lin Hai. Sanji, on the side, remained silent, feeling that Lin Hai seemed to have something to say. At this moment, Vivi looked at Lin Hai with a hint of anger and said, "Am I wrong to worry about my people?" Lin Hai helplessly spread his hands and said, "If you want to inherit the position of the Alabastan Kingdom in the future, your current mindset is definitely problematic." Vivi asked, "What is the problem?" Lin Hai explained, "What is about to break out is a war involving millions of people. If you don't think about the overall strategy and how to resolve this war, but instead get tangled up in which civilians will be hurt, what does that say about your thinking?" Wei Wei angrily replied, "Then tell me, where's the problem with my thinking?" Lin Hai slapped his forehead. "Hasn't the problem already been mentioned? This woman is really difficult to communicate with." Lin Hai had no choice but to change his approach and said, "The main contradiction in your situation is that the king secretly used dance powder, right?" Seeing Vivi nod, Lin Hai continued, "And the mastermind behind this incident is Crocodile, right?" Vivi nodded again, and Lin Hai went on, "What you should be thinking about now is how to use us to defeat Crocodile, and then how to resolve the misunderstanding between the king's army and the rebels. This is what you should be considering, not getting tangled up in where war is happening or how many people have died. As a decision maker of a kingdom, if you're still caught up in personal life and death, can you really be a good princess for your country? Wake up." After hearing Lin Hai's words, Vivi felt enlightened. But how could that guy make her use them? Seeing Vivi's dilemma, Lin Hai chuckled and said, "What's wrong with using us? As a decision maker, considering your own people is necessary and something you should learn. But let me tell you, we are not looking for Crocodile for you. We are looking for him to demand compensation for mental distress, lost work, intimidation fees, shipping costs, and so on, so you don't need to feel grateful." After saying that, Lin Hai turned to Nami, initially wanting to ask if they minded. After all, both sides had different objectives, but the outcome was what both wanted. Now, well, no need to ask, because at that moment, Nami's eyes were filled with dollar signs, muttering that it didn't matter how they utilized them. They were going to make a fortune. Lin Hai, you're truly a genius. Sanji beside Nami was already staring with hard eyes, murmuring, "Vivi-san, feel free to use me. I'm willing to do anything for you." Zoro, with difficulty, opened his eyes and said, "Boring," then closed them again. See Gaoi. Lin Hai, your brain is really useful. Are you a genius?" On the side, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, after hearing Lin Hai's words, immediately lit up and exclaimed again. Seeing them like this, Lin Hai got a bit angry and said, "You guys, can you be a little quieter? Let me sleep well. Always making noise. Do you really think I'm that pig Zoro? Damn, here we go again." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hai got punched again. A few days later, he woke up feeling refreshed. Listening to the faint sounds of seagulls outside the ship made the surrounding environment even quieter. Lin Hai suddenly remembered the system's rewards, and he hadn't checked the system panel for a long time. With this in mind, Lin Hai couldn't help but browse his system panel. If there are friends who dislike this panel, I'll try to write less in the future. It's too time-consuming, and I might get accused of wasting time. Flamboyance system. Host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7, top level 10. Observation hockey. Level 2 armament hockey. Level 2 conquerors hockey. Level 3 free control to intimidate targets. With significant effects, mainly determined by the host's aura. Skill 1. Establish spatial field for spatial exchange. With proficiency, as long as stamina is sufficient and speed is fast, the host remains invincible. Spatial cutting. Cutting effect determined by the host's hockey. 2. One sword style skill 2. Spatial slash. Advanced use of a space fruit. Requires high wind in summoning form to use. 2. Spatial barrier. Unlimited. Determined by the host proficiency. Items obtained. 1. Spatial backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely. The best place for a desperate escape. 2. Duga 9 swords inspired. 3. Basic swordsmanship. Not reviewed. Difficult tasks must be done easily. The host is different, doing the hard part first to stand out. 4. Radio with existing songs. Chasing the flamboyant years. 5. TT, ham sausage, dinosaur meat, wig, cloak, hairdryer, comb, mirror. System store, open, flamboyant coins. 6666. After reading the flamboyant systems panel, Lin Hai fell silent. What the hell is that chasing the flamboyant years? And that TT, has he ever bought it? Is he that kind of person? Bah, what flamboyant system? It's clearly an improper system. When Lin Hai opened the basic swordsmanship, he was immediately surprised. Is that basic swordsmanship? That's clearly Tai Chi swordsmanship. It talks about the coordination between the body and sword techniques. A single move can resolve various attacks from different angles. Doesn't this become an upgraded version of Duga 9 swords? to strike slowly against fast, to counter the first, or to take the initiative, as long as the eyesight is sufficient, just like when Hawkeye easily blocked Zoro's deadly strike with a small knife. So Cake 1. Lin Hai quickly closed the notebook and tossed it into the system. Learning now? What a waste of time. First, let's listen to a song to express his joyful mood. Ahem, the opening music of Chasing the Wind Youth is not only beautiful, but also very uplifting. Why didn't he notice it before? Just as Lin Hai was lost in his thoughts, he heard a commotion coming from the deck outside the ship. He sensed a strange presence. What were they up to? It turned out to be those MR2 guys, but Lin Hai didn't want to pay them any mind. Instead, he browsed the system store, item inventory, old pickled cabbage 7, creamy smooth 45, strength pill 250, ham sausage. Book inventory, Jinping May 37, a date with spring 38, traveling through pirates, I have a flamboyance system 998. Special skills, I have a sword 100 million, snowflake divine sword 1 million, 6 styles 600 000. Note, special skills cannot be used on others. Special books cannot be read by others. Special items cannot be used by others. Lin Hai quickly closed the system panel when he saw the skills section. And don't ask why. It's simply because he couldn't afford it. However, it seemed he had discovered something incredible just now. Those books. Why were those items related to crossing over to the pirate world so expensive? Who the hell wrote those things that cost so much? Lin Hai was determined not to buy them. No matter how good they looked, he wouldn't buy them. As for that thing about May, he could consider it. Lin Hai loved May the most. Just as Lin Hai was about to purchase the Jinping May, someone knocked on the door. Outside, Nami said, "Are you a pig? How long have you been sleeping? Aren't you going to eat?" Lin Hai quickly stood up and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." At the dining table, Lin Hai asked in confusion, "What are you hanging white cloths on your arms for?" Wei Wei explained, "We just encountered Mr. 2 from the Baroque Works." Luffy laughed and said, "He's so interesting. No matter who it is, he can turn into that person." Nami nodded and said, "That's why we tied the white cloths on our hands as a mark, to prevent him from impersonating us later." Usopp agreed. "Lin Hai, you should make a mark too." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Do I need to make a mark? If any of you misidentify me, that's your own fault." Sanji chuckled and said, "I don't think Lin Hai needs to make any marks at all. He's so punchable that we can recognize him without any identification." Lin Hai glanced at Sanji and exclaimed, "You guys struck it rich? This is so lavish." Chopper laughed and said, "Because while you were sleeping, Luffy caught a really big bird." Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Chopper, aren't you a reindeer? Don't reindeer eat grass? Are you sure you're a reindeer?" Chopper immediately exploded with anger. "Lin Hai, you bastard!" Zoro advised, "Chopper, hurry up and eat, or Luffy will steal your food." Chopper exclaimed, "Luffy, you..." Usopp also shouted, "Luffy, you stole my stuff again." A meal was finished in such a noisy environment. After lunch, Lin Hai couldn't help but get interested. "Everyone, how about I sing a song for you?" "Really?" Luffy said with shining eyes. "Hurry up and sing." The others expressed skepticism. Could Lin Hai really sing? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "You guys wait a moment, I'll get ready first. You'll definitely like it when the time comes." After saying that, Lin Hai hurriedly ran into the room and began to mimic the style of a 90s punk before his time travel. One word. Cool to the point of madness. Fortunately, Lin Hai's hair was thick and long enough, and he quickly completed the 90s style side part hairstyle. Next came the black trousers, a belt, and tucking the bottom of a white shirt into the pants to show off the belt, followed by putting on a low-key color jacket. With sharp eyes, a nose like a gallbladder, a face like a crowned jade, and a tall, slender figure, Lin Hai discovered that he was about to be dazzled by his own handsomeness. Soon, Lin Hai secretly hid the radio in his coat and then appeared not far from everyone. Using his spatial ability, Lin Hai pressed the button on the radio. In an instant, a passionate rhythm erupted, a lively melody sweeping over everyone on the ship like a spring breeze, leaving them all stunned. The powerful and rhythmic rock music started playing, and at the same time, Lin Hai began to dance along with the music. Lip syncing? Lin Hai could do that. He had heard that song before. So, as long as he opened his mouth without making a sound, it would be fine, right? As for posing, Lin Hai had never been inferior to anyone in his life. At this moment, even a usually calm Zoro was no longer calm. Moving his body involuntarily to Lin Hai's rhythm, losing control, the lyrics, shouldering the wind, stepping on the earth, a phrase in my heart, never admitting defeat. With a passionate heart, I write about youth. No matter how cold this world is, let the heavy rain hit my back. Even if loneliness is longer than the night. Who can understand me? Who will care for me? The dreams of youth chase after the coldest north wind at the horizon, seeking the highest peaks in the world. Handsome, incredibly handsome. Everyone exclaimed. Nami, Lin Hai, you are the most handsome person I've ever seen. Vivi, Lin Hai, you're so handsome. Sanji exclaimed. From now on, I want to dress like this too. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were already excitedly shouting and jumping. However, while dancing to the music, Lin Hai forgot that the pockets of his coat weren't deep and his movements were too large. After a spin, the radio fell out of his pocket. The radio rolled in front of everyone, still happily playing the song. For a moment, Lin Hai and everyone stared at each other in shock. Ahem. The cool pose from before was now quite awkward. What was once so cool was now so frustrating. At this moment, Lin Hai really wanted to smash the radio. The Mary was still sailing towards Alabasta. Oh, Silk Cake. Gulp. So Pan Lian and Shi Min are like this. You two idiots, keep it down. In the corner of the ship, Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji were gathered around, looking at the books Lin Hai bought from the flamboyant system. Usopp and Sanji were amazed, while Lin Hai was more relaxed, as he had heard the story of Jinping Mei before, hadn't he? As for the others, Chopper was lying somewhere, enjoying the breeze created by Zoro lifting thousands of pounds of weights. Meanwhile, Nami and Vivi stood at the railing on the second floor of the ship, curious about what Lin Hai and the others were exclaiming about. Vivi said, I should thank Lin Hai for his advice back then. Otherwise, I really would not be a qualified princess, as he said. Nami, while happy, secretly glanced at Lin Hai, who looked foolish, and rolled her eyes. He only knows I talk big. By the way, you should feel much better now, right? Vivi replied. After thinking through some things and having a clear goal, I don't feel as anxious as before. I should be grateful to have met you all. Nami laughed. At this point, why are you still telling us this? By the way, what are they doing? What is so interesting? Shall we go check it out? Vivi glanced at the distant Lin Hai, and for some reason, her cheeks turned red, but she still nodded. Let's go see together. After all, there's still some time on the voyage, and it's quite boring. While Vivi and Nami were chatting, Luffy's personality couldn't sit still to read. After playing for a while, feeling bored, he ran back to Lin Hai and the others to find them play. Luffy complained, Stop reading and play with me. I'm so bored. Usopp pushed Luffy away, mumbling, Luffy, go play by yourself. Don't disturb me while I read. Seeing that Usopp ignored him, Luffy grabbed Sanji's pants and said, Sanji, I'm hungry. Make me something to eat. Sanji quickly replied, Just hold on a bit longer. I'm really into this. Luffy didn't care, directly pulling on Sanji's pants. No, I want to eat now. Sanji replied speechlessly. Didn't you just eat? Just as he finished speaking, Luffy, using his strength, yanked down Sanji's pants, causing an immediate awkwardness. Vivi and Nami quickly turned around. Nami said speechlessly, What are you guys doing? Usopp instinctively replied, Shoo, we're reading. Realizing what was happening, Lin Hai quickly put the precious books into the system. Sanji and Usopp were displeased. Lin Hai. At this moment, Lin Hai had already stood up and said, It's nothing. We were just playing a little game. Vivi skeptically said, Nami and I just saw you guys reading books. Nami crossed her arms and questioned, Are you hiding something good or doing something we don't know about? Luffy laughed. I know. They are reading a book called Jinping Mei. Luffy you. Usopp and Sanji exclaimed. Lin Hai quickly covered their mouths and laughed. It's nothing. We were just watching Jinping Mei. After saying that, Lin Hai kicked Luffy and shoved a chicken leg into his hands, then turned to explain to the two girls. That book mainly tells the story of a little fish, and us men like to read it, but you ladies probably don't. As he spoke, Lin Hai gave Usopp and Sanji a nudge, thinking these two idiots were surprised for no reason. Did Nami and Vivi even know what Jinping Mei was about? Their astonishment was clearly revealing that they were doing something scandalous. Lin Hai quickly changed the subject and said, All right, you two look really good today. By the way, how much longer until we reach Alabasta? I've been drifting at sea for so long. I'm about to lose my mind. Nami rolled her eyes and said, Don't change the subject, Sanji. Is what Lin Hai said true? Sanji, looking very conflicted, replied, Yes, what Lin Hai said is true. This guy, Sanji, is hopeless. At that moment, Nami reached out and said, Let's take a look at the book. Maybe we will like it. Right, Vivi? We're also interested in the story of the little fish. Vivi awkwardly smiled and said yes. Lin Hai stubbornly said, No way, but I have skincare products for you, beauty enhancing. Forever youthful. Forever youthful? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Luffy and Usopp's eyes lit up as they said, Lin Hai, give us some too. Lin Hai slapped his hand and said speechlessly, That's makeup used by women. What use do you have for it? Usopp insisted, Isn't it supposed to keep you young forever? Lin Hai handed the big treasure to Nami and Vivi, then said, Can I brag a little? If I don't boast, How will people think my stuff is top-notch? Truly foolish humans. What did you say? I said you were foolish. Ahem. Just now we were like brothers, and now we're fighting again over a disagreement. After Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji stopped their actions, Luffy stood up in a daze and said, I just came to advise you not to fight, so why are you all hitting me? The three exchanged glances, wondering why the one trying to mediate was the one getting hit. They fell silent. Eventually, they reached a conclusion. It was right to hit Luffy. At that moment, Sanji tightly clenched his hands and awkwardly said, Lin Hai, can you lend me that book of yours to read for a night? At most, I won't give you bad food in the future. Listen, is this even a human thing to say? Lin Hai turned around and left directly, but Sanji had an unusually thick skin, so Lin Hai could only give him a warning. Sanji, this is the only treasured book I have. If you get it dirty or lose it, I'll cut your hair. Sanji exclaimed happily, I promise I'll return it to you in perfect condition tomorrow. Usopp anxiously asked, what about me? What about me? Lin Hai said gloomily, is it okay if I show you the day after tomorrow? Luffy stuck his head out and said, I want to see too. The three of them kicked him away, thinking, what good would it do to let him see? If Sanji's words could be trusted, then that would really be strange. Sure enough, the precious book Lin Hai gave him hadn't even warmed up in Sanji's hands before it was confiscated by Nami. As night fell in Nami's room, she and Vivi were studying the story Lin Hai mentioned earlier about the little fish. Vivi, as a princess, had never seen anything like this. Nami was about the same. For a moment, both girls blushed as they looked at the contents of the book. After a while, Nami spat softly and muttered, that damn Lin Hai, he's really too much. So they were looking at this today, what little fish, and, ugh. Vivi felt her face was about to catch fire. After patting her cheeks, she said, Nami, maybe we shouldn't look at this anymore? I really didn't expect that there are people like Shiman Men in this world. It's just, Nami replied speechlessly, Pan Lian isn't much better. Just after saying that, Nami recalled that day when she inexplicably spent time with Lin Hai. Thinking of this, Nami found her cheeks even redder because she realized she missed that feeling. However, Nami wouldn't let Vivi notice anything and instead closed the book and tossed it to the side of the bed. Then they chatted about girl stuff. And what about Lin Hai? Tonight, Lin Hai took over Zoro's watch on the ship. After all, one can't always let Zoro keep watch, right? Listening to the snoring and mumbling from Luffy and the others in the room, Lin Hai felt quite speechless. It's a good thing he didn't sleep with them before. Who could stand that? Looking at the sparse stars, Lin Hai couldn't help but recall his past. He had inexplicably come to this world for more than a year. Before going to sea, he always thought of himself as the protagonist of this era, the favored one by heaven, with everyone around him revolving around him. At the same time, Lin Hai also wanted to be a sea king. Isn't that the mindset a protagonist should have when crossing over? Now, he had just taken the first step and was already being criticized. When did Lin Hai become an irresponsible man? Just because he had a relationship with someone? Did that mean he had to marry her and take care of her for a lifetime? You should at least ask if she is willing. How self-deluded. Who is Nami? Nami dreams of drawing a world map by herself. She is an independent individual with her own thoughts and judgments, and she has needs. But what she cares about more is freedom. Forget it. If they want to argue, let them be. Lin Hai would still honestly be a wayward son. This is just a light novel, not a moral model, nor a Korean idol drama. Minors, those who love to get into deadlocks, cause trouble, and love to argue. Please take a detour. The next day, after a long journey, the Mary finally docked. This was just a supply stop. They still had a way to go to reach Alabasta, crossing the desert. Why is the area along the coast a desert? You can ask Oda about that. The author doesn't understand. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy shouted that he wanted to eat, and Lin Hai chuckled, Luffy, Zoro, how about I treat you to a big meal? After all, we've eaten so much meat on the ship that we're a bit sick of it. Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, with your IQ, could I really trick you? After saying that, Lin Hai turned to ask Usopp and Sanji. Sanji replied, I'm not going, I'm going to buy some ingredients with Chopper. Usopp then said, I'm going to buy some weapons, and I'll also make a weapon for Nami. Lin Hai sighed, Usopp, you really are a genius. Remember to ask Nami for more money. Make the weapons a bit better. Usopp was about to brag when Lin Hai hurried over to Nami and said, Nami, can you spare some money for food? The two girls looked at Lin Hai, their cheeks inexplicably turning red, but Nami still gave Lin Hai 250 berries. Facing Lin Hai's puzzled gaze, Nami couldn't help but ask, is that too much? If so, just give it back. Ahem. Lin Hai said speechlessly, you're really generous. Nami rolled her eyes and said, do you want it or not? Of course I want it. Lin Hai was quite frustrated. What could he do with 250 berries? Eat plain rice at a restaurant? Then ask the owner if there are any leftovers and get a dozen of those? However, in the end, Lin Hai still took the 250 berries and went to treat Zoro and Luffy to a feast. On the way, Zoro said with interest, Lin Hai, since you're treating us to a big meal, Nami must have given you a lot of money, right? Luffy's eyes sparkled as he said, I want to eat a lot of meat, Lin Hai said silently. Luffy, keep your saliva to yourself. After that, Lin Hai turned to Zoro and said, Nami gave me a lot of money, at least enough for a meal. Of course it's enough. In later years, if you cook at home, a bowl of plain rice and a bowl of egg soup, not counting the rice money, $30 can cover nearly a month's worth of groceries. Enough said, the more I say, the more tears. Zoro laughed and said, Nami treats you pretty well. Thanks a lot. I want to drink later. For some reason, Lin Hai felt like taking off his slippers and throwing them at Zoro's head. Doesn't he know what kind of person Nami is? However, just as they reached the vicinity of the restaurant, Lin Hai suddenly sensed a strong aura. Who the hell is inside? Zoro, seeing Lin Hai stop, asked in confusion, What's wrong? Lin Hai shook his head and said, It's nothing. Let's go eat first. Without Lin Hai saying anything, Luffy had already grabbed a seat and was noisily eating. However, not far away at the bar, there was a person lying down, with a prominent white beard emblem carved on his back. Lin Hai quickly guessed who he was. Isn't that the 2nd Division commander of the White Beard Pirates, Portgas Ace? At the same time, Ace is also Luffy's sworn brother who grew up with him. At this moment, because Ace suddenly fell asleep, everyone thought he had mistakenly ingested some kind of toxin in the desert. After some commotion, Luffy recognized Ace. Luffy looked at the figure sitting at the bar and exclaimed in surprise, Ace. Ace turned his head and, seeing Luffy, exclaimed in surprise as well, Luffy. However, the next scene disappointed Lin Hai. There was no running in the wind like Kong and Ziwei, followed by an embrace. Soon, Lin Hai invited Ace to their table to share a meal. Ace exclaimed, Luffy, is he really your brother? Luffy replied, yeah. Lin Hai is the one Grandpa brought back after you set out to sea. Ace sighed, I see. So that means Lin Hai is also our brother? Lin Hai nodded and said, Is there need to ask? So you should call me brother. Hurry up. AIC insisted. Why should I? You're the latest to arrive. You should be the younger brother. Lin Hai angrily said, What did you say? Do you believe I will beat you until you can't find your way? Oh. Ace said playfully, then let's have a competition. Whoever wins will be the big brother. Lin Hai nodded and said, This idea is good. Zoro responded speechlessly. Shouldn't brothers be distinguished by age? Lin Hai nodded and said, I'm 20 years old this year. Ace replied, I'm also 20, okay? Lin Hai was helpless because he was born in December, and it was highly likely that Ace was older than him. So he could only say, Then let's have a competition, but not now. Let's eat first. At the right moment, Ace turned to Luffy and asked, Did you receive my message on Magnet Island? Seeing Luffy looking confused, Ace casually said, Forget it. I've already found you anyway. By the way, Luffy asked curiously, How did you end up here? Ace replied casually, I'm looking for a guy who caused trouble on my ship. Oh right, Luffy. I'm now the 2nd commander of the White Beard Pirates. Do you want to join the White Beard Pirates? Luffy shook his head and said no. Ha ha ha, Ace laughed. Don't mind me, I was just asking. After saying that, Ace turned to Lin Hai and couldn't help but ask, Did you set sail with Luffy from Windmill Village? Lin Hai nodded and said, Of course, if I don't set sail with Luffy, you know how Cap's punches feel. It's been a long time since I've experienced that, and I really miss it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai, Ace, and Luffy instinctively shrank their bodies, recalling the pain. Zoro, who was beside them, curiously asked, Luffy, is your grandpa's punch really that scary? Do you three look that terrified? As soon as Luffy thought of his grandpa's punches, the food in front of him suddenly lost its appeal. Ace could only awkwardly reply, Well, it's not that bad. Zoro then realized and asked, The Cap you guys are talking about, it can't be that marine hero, Iron Fist Garp, who pushed the Pirate King to the brink, right? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, You guessed it right. It's that old man who loves to knock people's heads. His fists are really too hard. I highly suspect that Old Man Carp not only has top-level Busashoka Haki, but also possesses Kenbunchika Haki that allows him to foresee the future. Ace asked in confusion, How so? Lin Hai explained, Didn't you notice that when the Old Man Carp hit us with his fists, we had no way to dodge it all? Wow, amazing! Luffy said with sparkling eyes. When can I reach that level 2? Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Ace. This straw hat bastard, does he forget things so quickly? Before Lin Hai and the others could continue their conversation, someone nearby was already looking for trouble. That person was none other than Smoker. At this moment, Smoker said in a low tone, I didn't expect the 2nd commander of the Whitebeard ship to have this kind of relationship with the Straw Hat Pirates. After saying that, Smoker pointed at Lin Hai with his cross-shaped fingers and said, And you, bastard, you really made it hard for me to find you. You pirates should just surrender obediently. Luffy refused. No way, I still want to go to the Grand Line, sail around the world, and become the Pirate King. Ace stood up and said, Navy, if you can catch us, then you. Lin Hai, who was on the side, was quite speechless and quickly pressed Ace back into his seat. Then said, let's talk nicely, no need to fight. After that, Lin Hai turned to Smoker and said, hey, Smoker, running this little shop is not easy for the owner. If you break their stuff, it not only affects their shop's reputation, but who will compensate for the damaged things? Smoker was a bit confused by Lin Hai's words. And at that moment, Lin Hai pulled Smoker to his seat and said, aren't you the messenger of justice? Isn't it your duty to protect the safety of people's property and maintain social stability? So let us put the fighting aside for now. I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing that Smoker still had a stern face, Lin Hai's eyes shifted, and then he said, by the way, why isn't that beautiful woman next to you here? I kind of miss her. Only then did Smoker show some expression and asked, what do you want? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, we all came from the East Sea, right? Everyone looked at Lin Hai. Smoker asked, so what? Lin Hai looked up and said affectionately, haven't you heard a saying? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, forget it. Anyway, it's like when fellow townsmen see each other, they bark at each other. Bark at each other? Smoker shouted angrily, what are you talking about? Lin Hai awkwardly said, I misspoke. It's like seeing a fellow villager with tears in our eyes, so we should cherish our fateful encounters. So a little one ahem, boss. Bring a dozen bottles of alcohol. Today I want to treat my fellow villager. Smoker was truly speechless. After hearing Lin Hai's words, Smoker investigated, and it turned out that Lin Hai was indeed different from other pirates. He only attacked the celestial dragons, but he didn't do anything evil. And now this guy is so enthusiastic, Smoker was once again conflicted. At this moment, Lin Hai directly patted Luffy on the head and said speechlessly, do you have any manners? We have guests here. Eat, eat. Can't you wait a bit? Luffy replied indistinctly, but I'm hungry. Lin Hai slapped his forehead and shouted, boss, bring out another table of good dishes. All right, of course. Lin Hai had more than enough berries on him to pay for the food at the table. Asking Nami for money was just Lin Hai's way of proving to her that he really was broke. Got it? Those of you with wives. On one side of the table, Ace and Zoro watched Lin Hai's antics, their eyes twitching. Hey, is it really okay to eat with a Navy colonel? Meanwhile, Smoker was so flustered by Lin Hai's enthusiasm that he didn't know what to do. So he hazily started drinking with Lin Hai. As the saying goes, alcohol gives one courage. After a few drinks, everything felt different. Smoker mumbled, what kind of alcohol is this? It tastes good, but it's way too strong. Ace chimed in, I've had a lot of drinks, but this is the first time I've had something like this. It's the most thrilling. Luffy hazily said, I could drink more. Zoro, still wanting more, said Lin Hai. This is the strongest drink I've ever had. How could it not be strong? That liquor was Erguo from China. After buying a few bottles from the system, Lin Hai became a moonlight spender again. At this moment, Lin Hai laughed and said, one bottle of Erguo gets me tipsy. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Let us drink until the world spins. As long as you're satisfied and having fun. Can we still drink, you bunch of losers? Smoker, in a daze, said, you know, you're actually not that bad, but you're a pirate, and I'm a Navy officer, so I will still capture you. Oomph. Is that what you're saying? When Tashigi and Smoker arrived here, Smoker had gone ahead, causing Tashigi to keep searching for him. When Tashigi got to the restaurant where Lin Hai and the others were, what she saw was Smoker slumped over the table, unconscious. If Tashigi wasn't mistaken, the Straw Hat crew were pirates, right? We're pirates. They're a bunch of ruthless, merciless scoundrels. At this moment, Tashigi angrily drew her sword and pointed it at Lin Hai and the others, shouting, what have you done to Colonel Smoker, you pirates? Lin Hai glanced at Smoker, Luffy, and Ace lying down, and said with a smile, what did I do to him? I treated him to a meal. Daji asked, then why is he lying there and not moving? Lin Hai said silently, can you put away your knife? He's just drunk. If you don't believe it, check his breath yourself. Seeing Daisuke's cautious demeanor, Lin Hai rolled his eyes and went to settle the bill with the restaurant owner. When Lin Hai returned, Zoro asked, what should we do now? Lin Hai laughed and said, what else can we do? Let's take them back to the ship. For a moment, Zoro hoisted Ace on his shoulder while Lin Hai carried Luffy. Lin Hai casually snagged a cigar from Smoker's collar and lit it up. At this moment, Tashigi, who was standing aside, said, could someone help me take Colonel Smoker outside? Ahem, Smoker is tall and strong, and I'm just a weak girl. How can I carry Smoker? Lin Hai joked, aren't you going to let him rest at the restaurant owner's place? Don't worry, I'll pay. Daisuke shook her head and said, no, it's not necessary. After saying that, Daisuke looked up at Lin Hai and said, I don't know why Colonel Smoker is having a meal and drinking with you, but we won't give up on arresting you. Next time, You'd better not let us run into you. Oh, that's right. Lin Hai kissed Dasky. Looking at the blushing Dasky, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, "You're very noisy, so I had to do this to shut you up, right?" Dasky, with a flushed face, pointed at Lin Hai and said, "Why you?" Lin Hai turned around and waved, smiling. "Dasiki, see you next time, I'll miss you." Zoro raised an eyebrow beside him, thinking that Lin Hai was really speechless. Why did he have to be affectionate with the Navy? The two immediately attracted the attention of passers-by on the street, as the townspeople had never seen such behavior before. At that moment, Lin Hai vaguely sensed that something was off and quickly turned to look behind him. Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Zoro, where are you going?" Zoro then stopped and turned back, replying, "Aren't we going back to the ship?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "That direction is where we just had our meal." "Are you drunk?" Zoro's face turned red, and after following Lin Hai, he replied, "That little bit of alcohol is not enough to get me drunk." "Ahem," Lin Hai said. "Since you're not drunk, it means we can talk, Zoro." After coming out of the small garden, many people have changed, have you noticed? "Zoro, what exactly do you want to say?" Lin Hai said softly. "Have you noticed that after coming out of the small garden, your sense of direction has gotten worse?" Zoro replied irritably, "You bastard." Lin Hai said with frustration, "I'm not laughing at you. Just think about it. We are both walking straight ahead. But why are you inexplicably walking backward? Let's ask Chopper about this situation later." For a moment, Zoro's face turned red from holding back, and he had nothing to say. Lin Hai tried to suppress his laughter and said, "If you can't even face your own weaknesses, how can you become the world's greatest swordsman?" Zoro retorted, "You bastard, don't lecture me with that kind of attitude." Lin Hai questioned, "Why not? I'm your brother." When they returned to the ship, Lin Hai was really helpless. He turned to Zoro and said, "What are you thinking about all day? It's just a straight road, and you've strayed a few times." Zoro didn't know what was going on either. He clearly walked straight. How did he unknowingly veer off? But such an embarrassing thing can't let everyone know. Thinking of this, Zoro quickly changed the subject and asked, "What about Luffy and Ace?" Lin Hai said with a dismissive glance, "Let's go back to the ship first. If they're all back, we'll set sail immediately." Zoro asked in confusion, "In such a hurry?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "Smoog's temper is as stubborn as a bull. When he wakes up, he'll definitely come chasing after us." Zoro exclaimed, "So you just got him drunk?" Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, "When he wakes up, he'll find that pirates actually treated him to a meal, and he really ate it. What do you think he will think?" Zoro, speechless, replied, "You really haven't changed at all. You're so twisted." At that moment, Vivi and Nami heard the commotion outside, came out of the room, and saw Lin Hai and Zoro each carrying someone. Nami asked, "What are you guys doing?" "Cough, cough." Lin Hai replied, "The person Zoro is carrying is Ace, Luffy's brother. They were thirsty and drank his alcohol thinking it was water, so they got drunk." "Have Sanji and the others returned?" "We need to set sail quickly. Luffy and the others still owe money for the alcohol they stole." Zoro, feeling dazed, wondered if he was the one who was drunk or if Lin Hai was. Why did what he said seem so different from what he thought? As soon as she heard someone was coming to collect debts, Nami quickly said, "They're back. Let us set sail quickly." On the other side, after Smoker woke up from his drunken state and recalled the events of eating and drinking with Lin Hai and the others, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he was in trouble. Because of that bastard Lin Hai, Smoker felt like his reputation was ruined. As a Navy officer, how could he have dined with pirates? Not only did they chat so intimately, but he also couldn't even drink as much as them. Doesn't that mean the Navy is inferior to pirates? At that moment, Tashigi came in with a hangover remedy and, upon seeing Smoker awake, asked Colonel Smoker, "How do you feel?" Smoker rubbed his temples and replied, "I have a bit of a headache." "Where is this?" Tashigi replied, "This is the place where the restaurant owner let us rest. You just..." Smoker, feeling speechless, said, "Just get to the point." Tashigi stole a glance at Smoker and timidly asked, "Did you really have dinner with the Straw Hat crew?" Smoker was at a loss for words. He felt a bit embarrassed. After a moment of silence in the room, Smoker said to Shiji, "Give me the Din Din Mushi to contact Admiral Akiji." Tashigi exclaimed, "You?" Smoker sighed, "I feel like the Straw Hat crew is a bit different from other pirates. Especially that certain bastard. I really find it hard to decide and have to consult Admiral Akiji to make a judgment." After the Mary quickly set sail, Nami went over the situation again and felt that Lin Hai was lying earlier. Therefore, Nami walked over to Lin Hai and asked Lin Hai, "Did Luffy and his brother really go steal alcohol? Then why do you and Zoro smell so strongly of alcohol too?" Sitting on the deck, Lin Hai could only look up and explain, "We were having dinner when we were chased by that Colonel Smoker from Logtown. Now do you understand?" "Oomph, that's more like it." Nami glanced at Zoro and the others who were sleeping beside them and asked, You should move them inside to sleep. Seeing Lin Hai not moving, Nami helplessly turned to Sanji and Chopper and said, "What are you guys doing? Move them all to the room." Sanji nodded with heart-shaped eyes and said, "Yes, Nami-san. Happy to serve." At that moment, Usopp said, "Nami, I'll help you install your weapon, and it'll all be good to go." Saying that, Usopp ran off to do his own thing. Vivi stepped forward and asked, "Lin Hai, it seems you drank quite a bit too. Are you okay? Do you want to rest inside for a while?" Lin Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, I'm just enjoying the sea breeze here." As he spoke, Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and glanced at Nami, implying, "Look how gentle she is." Duan. What responded to Lin Hai was Nami's violent strike. While enjoying the sea breeze, Lin Hai unknowingly dozed off while leaning against the ship's mast until Nami gave him a gentle push. Lin Hai confusedly said, "Nami? What's wrong?" Nami replied irritably, "They're all up. You should get up and have dinner together." Lin Hai is definitely not someone who kisses casually, especially since everyone is in the kitchen. For a moment, Nami felt that fluttering sensation again. After a while, Nami noticed something and quickly pushed Lin Hai away. Her face flushed as she rolled her eyes and said, "Go wash up. You smell terrible." Watching Nami's departing figure, Lin Hai couldn't help but slap his right hand, unable to hold back. Look, he embarrassed Nami. At the dining table, Ace was helping Sanji serve dishes, being a good assistant in the kitchen. Seeing this, Sanji said, "Ace, you're a guest. Go sit down. You don't need help here." Ace smiled and replied, "No need to be polite. My brother loves to cause trouble, really causing everyone a hassle." Everyone scratched their heads and said, "No big deal, huh?" Zoro excitedly asked, "Is Ace really Luffy's brother?" Nami replied, "Impossible. Someone so knowledgeable can't possibly be Luffy's brother." Sanji sighed, "The sea is full of wonders." Usopp nodded, "Today has really opened my eyes." Chopper, with tears streaming down his face, said, "What a deep brotherly bond. It's so touching." Vivi awkwardly said, "I say you guys." "Ha ha ha." Luffy happily said, "Ace, my friends are all very interesting, right?" At that moment, Lin Hai walked in from outside and jokingly asked, "What are you all talking about?" "Hey, Luffy, Ace, does your head still hurt? Seriously, if you can't drink, don't drink. I had to carry you back with Zoro." Ace and Luffy immediately retorted, "What did you say?" Lin Hai provocatively said, "I say your drinking capacity is on the same level as smokers. One word, trash." "Smoker?" Everyone exclaimed in unison. Sanji exclaimed, "Isn't Smoker that smoking guy from Lowtown? He chased us all the way here." Nami said speechlessly, "It seems we've caught the attention of a troublesome person." Usopp asked in confusion, "Why does he keep chasing us? From Lowtown to here?" Everyone exchanged glances, feeling quite speechless. At this moment, Luffy laughed and said, "Yeah, that's Smoker. We were eating and drinking together today, and we all got drunk, ha ha." Zoro retorted, "It was you, Ace, and Smoker who got drunk, not us." Vivi asked in confusion, "Isn't Smoker after you? How could he be eating with you?" Chopper and Usopp simultaneously asked, "What's going on?" Luffy laughed and said, "It was Lin Hai who invited him to dinner, and that smoking guy ended up getting drunk while drinking." Nami turned to Lin Hai and asked, "You invited the Navy to dinner?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "At that time, he wanted to catch us. I invited him to dinner, and after getting him drunk, we were able to escape, right?" Luffy exclaimed, "I see. Lin Hai, you really have a clever mind." After saying that, Luffy turned to Nami and said, "Nami, give me some money. Next time if the Navy comes after me, I'll invite them to dinner." Duong. Before he could finish his sentence, Luffy got punched. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "What's the point of saying all this? We are pirates. We have no fixed abode. Why worry about this and that? Let's eat." After a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask Ace, "I heard you were chasing someone?" Ace nodded and said, "Yeah, his name is Marshall D. Teach. He killed his comrades and then fled. I'm here to find him and settle this matter." "Killed his comrades? This person is really despicable. How dare he? As a crew member of Whitebeard's ship, he actually has the audacity to kill his own comrades." Lin Hai felt it necessary to remind everyone, so he guided the conversation. "I've heard of this person. He once fought with one of the current 4 emperors, Shanks. The scar at the corner of Shanks' eye was left by Teach." "Ace, you." Luffy wanted to ask what the 4 emperors were and inquire about Shanks, but Lin Hai directly stopped him. Ace raised his hand to stop Lin Hai from continuing and interrupted, "I know what you're trying to say. You mean to say that I might fall into his hands, right? Lin Hai, do you know? That guy has been under Dad's care for more than 20 years, and now he's tarnishing Dad's reputation. And he's still a crew member on my ship. As the captain, shouldn't I personally understand this matter? If I submit to power out of fear, then am I still a man? If that's the case, then I've lived my life in vain." Indeed, he was a real man. No wonder Ace had such special charisma. So many people liked him. Yes, if someone insulted your parents, would you hide like a turtle just because the other person was strong? Seeing this, Lin Hai couldn't say anything more. If he continued to advise Ace not to confront Teach, even if it was good advice, it might ruin their friendship. So, Lin Hai pulled out a bottle of Erguo 2 from the system and poured a small bowl for everyone. Lin Hai raised his bowl and said, I toast to you with this bowl, but I remind you, if Teach dares to act that way, it shows he has his own confidence. I think he's a schemer. You should go back and discuss it with Whitebeard first. Don't get too excited. This is just a suggestion. Whether you take it or not is up to you. The crowd looked at Ace with admiration. Ace raised his bowl, drank it all in one go, and then laughed. Don't worry if I get into trouble. You just have to come and save me, right? Lin Hai laughed and said, then it's settled. After drinking it all in one go, Luffy laughed and said, I don't believe that guy named Teach can be Ace's opponent. Ace is really strong. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Welcome Ace's guest. Cheers. Cheers. Hey, Lin Hai, why is there only one bottle of wine? Is there more? Hurry up and bring it out. Don't be so stingy. At this moment, Ace still had no idea how much trouble he had caused. Just because of a joke he made, during the future Marineford War, the so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, would be chased for debts, demanding 250 berries. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Lin Hai actually crazily asked Whitebeard for money in front of 100,000 elite Marines in the world. Because of this, Lin Hai became famous. The next day, after last night's meal, Ace quickly integrated into the Straw Hat Pirates. Once the alcohol kicked in, Ace foolishly let Lin Hai persuade him to demonstrate his fire abilities. When Ace woke up in the morning, he remembered what happened last night and couldn't help but glance at Lin Hai with a resentful look when he reached the deck. Lin Hai, however, ignored Ace's gaze and took out a cigarette, wanting to borrow fire from Ace. After all, the ability to create fire from the Marimera Nomi was really convenient for lighting a cigarette. At this moment, Ace was still thinking about last night's events. When he saw Lin Hai coming over with a cigarette, he thought it was meant for him, casually took it, and then bit it with his mouth. Lin Hai was stunned for a moment and said speechlessly, I'm borrowing a lighter from you. Why are you taking my cigarette? Ace replied awkwardly, aren't you giving it to me to smoke? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, want to smoke? 250 berries. Ace returned the cigarette in his mouth to Lin Hai, saying, I don't want it. Lin Hai took out a cigarette and started smoking by himself, then said, you've already bitten this, and you're giving it back to me? You owe me 250 berries first. It's just a cigarette, isn't it? Ace said nonchalantly as he lit it up. However, what Ace didn't expect was that this 250 berries would lead to his embarrassment in the future. He would be laughed at by Marco, laughed at by Carp, laughed at by everyone. Suddenly, the Mary was surrounded. Vivi exclaimed, everyone not good. We've been targeted by the Baroque Works billionaires. Ace laughed and said, I'll handle this. Realizing that aside from Lin Hai, the Straw Hat crew hadn't seen much action, Lin Hai decided not to compete with Ace. Ace stepped onto a small boat and used his ability to accelerate it, facing 7 or 8 ships alone. Yesterday, while drinking, Ace told Lin Hai where his small boat was. He planned to tie it to the Mary, so his small boat was still there. Usopp exclaimed, hey Luffy, are we really not going to help? There are so many people over there. Can Ace handle it alone? Chopper echoed, this is too dangerous. Ace is standing on such a small boat. How can he fight? The other side has guns and cannons. Zoro comforted. You guys be quiet and let us see the strength of the Whitebeard pirate second commander. Lin Hai smiled and said, I suggest you all focus on studying. Even if you can't learn it, you should think about how to escape if you find yourself in such a situation and your abilities aren't enough. Luffy asked in confusion. Escape? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, just watch closely with your pathetic second gear. You can't even touch the natural type. Are you waiting to die instead of running away? Just as Luffy was about to refute, thinking he could get stronger in the future, Ace had already made his move. Ace found an angle, jumped up, leaped over the ships, and then landed back on a small boat, starting to gather power in his fist. Fire Fist. A gigantic fist engulfed in flames pierced through several ships, turning them into a pile of wreckage floating on the water. Such a magnificent and practical move. When had Sanji and Luffy ever seen anything like it? Wow, Ace. I didn't expect Ace to be this strong, taking out the opponent in an instant. Luffy, his punch is way more effective than yours. Is this the power of a natural type devil fruit? As Ace jumped back onto the Mary, Usopp and Chopper couldn't help but step forward to examine Ace, truly curious about him. Meanwhile, Lin Hai deliberately said in a sarcastic tone, just playing with impractical moves. I could do that too. Upon hearing Lin Hai speak, Sanji couldn't help but retort, are you jealous of him? Lin Hai exclaimed in surprise. I'm jealous of him? How could I be jealous of him? Zoro replied speechlessly. If you're not jealous of him, then just let go. Why are you grabbing his hair like that? Ace stared at Lin Hai with wide eyes, as if to say, what do you mean? Lin Hai said, I'm giving you a hairstyle. What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll make you run back and shout for Whitebeard? Hey. Ace rolled his eyes and said, can you not let go of my head? What are you doing to my hair? Luffy said with bright eyes, Ace, let Lin Hai help you with your hairstyle. The hairstyles Lin Hai makes are the best. Ace asked in confusion, really? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, I'm your brother. How can you not believe me? As he spoke, Lin Hai quickly took out scissors, gel, a hairdryer, and other items. Ace exclaimed, where did these things come from? After realizing what he had said, Ace quickly added, we haven't even fought yet. And by the time we do, you'll definitely be calling me brother. Lin Hai has already started giving Ace a haircut. While cutting and styling, Lin Hai said, Ace, I really don't dare to go all out with you. Ace chuckled and replied, it wouldn't matter even if you did, because whether you can actually hit me is still a question. I suggest you just call me brother. By the way, it wouldn't mess up my hair, would you? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, am I really that twisted? I just thought your hair looked a bit unnatural, so I styled it to look cooler. But when it comes to fighting, you really aren't my match. If I get serious, I'm afraid I might actually cut you down. Luffy chimed in, Ace. Lin Hai is right. He can use armament hockey and observation hockey. And what's that other hockey called? Zoro added, it's conqueror's hockey. Yes. Luffy excitedly gestured with his hands and feet. Last time, there was an unbelievably huge crab that Lin Hai cut down with one slice. Conqueror's hockey? Ace glanced at Lin Hai in surprise, but still chuckled. You guys haven't seen a real pirate yet. We'll find out once we fight. Ahem. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Ace, if you underestimate me like this, I really won't feel sorry for you if I end up giving you a beating. By the way, I heard that when you were with Luffy before, he said you often sneak peeks at Dayton while she was taking a bath, right? Nanny. Everyone looked at Ace in surprise. Luffy, looking confused, thought, did he really say that? Ace's face turned bright red, and he shouted, Luffy. Luffy quickly waved his hands. Hey, Lin Hai, don't say random things, I never said that. Lin Hai pressed Ace down again and said irritably, your temper is like fire. It ignites at the slightest spark. Be careful of being set up. Ace was taken aback. It seemed like Lin Hai had something to say. However, Ace still replied, what if I said you peeped at Dadong taking a shower? Let's see if you get excited. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, go ahead, as long as you dare to say it in front of her. After some adjustments and improvements, Ace's hairstyle was completed. The pirate version of Chun Haonan. That's right. The hairstyle Lin Hai designed for him was inspired by Chun Haonan's hairstyle from the movie Young and Dangerous. Zoro seriously examined it and commented, Lin Hai really has some skills with his hairstyle. Sanji and Luffy's eyes lit up as they said, Lin Hai, can you give us the same hairstyle as Ace? It's so cool. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, your hair isn't that long, you can't do it. Chopper, who was standing aside, looked left and right in confusion, wondering where the handsomeness was. Why couldn't he feel it? Lin Hai laughed and said, Chopper, how could a reindeer like you understand the romance of us men? Chopper immediately got angry and shouted, what did you say? After that, Chopper directly bit Lin Hai's leg. Lin Hai exclaimed, you're not a dog, you're a reindeer, you don't bite. Let go of me. On the merry, Nami, who was chatting with Vivi, noticed that the noise was too much and slapped her forehead, reminding them, hey, can you all be quiet? The ship is about to dock. As she spoke, Nami looked in Ace's direction and said, wow, Ace, that new hairstyle looks great. So, Nami praised, Ace, you look more handsome. Ace had never heard a girl close to his age say he was handsome before, and feeling a bit shy, he waved his hand and said, thank you for the compliment. Lin Hai just helped me with this new hairstyle. Hee hee. Sanji couldn't hold back anymore and ran over to Lin Hai with a pitiful look on his face, saying, Lin Hai, can you do a hairstyle for me too? I want to be praised by Nami as well. Lin Hai ignored Sanji's pleas and tossed a pair of sunglasses to Ace, saying, Nami said we're about to dock soon, so everyone needs to mature a bit. Why aren't you all getting ready? The others looked at Lin Hai with disdain and then went off to prepare their own things. At that moment, Ace walked up to Lin Hai and couldn't help but ask, are you giving me these sunglasses to wear? Ahem, with this hairstyle. It just feels a bit lacking without sunglasses, doesn't it? Lin Hai nodded and said, yeah. Is there any other question? After this short period of getting along, Ace felt that this guy was quite interesting, so he didn't hold back his true nature. Ace put on his sunglasses and smiled as he approached Lin Hai. Everyone says I'm handsome, but you haven't said anything yet. Looking at Ace, Lin Hai felt a bit annoyed. Thank you? He didn't even say thank you and still wanted Lin Hai to compliment him? In his dreams. So, Lin Hai retorted, as long as you don't talk. You're actually quite handsome. Ace turned around and laughed. I'll just take that as you being jealous of me. How ridiculous. He styled his own hair. And Lin Hai was jealous? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Are you still not awake? Jealous of you?" Ace raised an eyebrow, turned around, and wrapped his arm around Lin Hai's neck, saying I'm handsome will get you killed. It will. Lin Hai zeep lead. Thus, the two began to bicker on the ship. At that moment, Luffy walked over and saw Lin Hai and Ace fooling around, and couldn't help but scold. "I say you two are really immature. Don't you know to prepare a bit?" Still playing around. Before Luffy could finish, he was suddenly attacked by both of them. After a while, Nami asked, "Ace, we're preparing to go to the capital of Alabasta, and there's a place called Drain Base. What about you?" Ace glanced at Lin Hai with a resentful look, put on his hat, and said, "So, it seems we are heading in the same direction to the next place. Why do you still want to split up? But I remind you, your actions are likely already known to Crocodile. He is a pirate who actually wants to settle and seize power. That is quite a joke. Or perhaps he has other motives." Luffy shook Lin Hai's arm and said, "Lin Hai, can I switch routes with you? Let me go with Nami to find Crocodile, and you go with them to that Alabasta place, okay?" Ignoring Luffy, Lin Hai turned to Ace and laughed. "Look at this guy Luffy. The Crocodile has a Logia-type Devil Fruit ability, and Luffy can't even use Haki. How is he going to trouble him?" With that, Lin Hai directly tossed Luffy away. Who would have thought? Luffy ran back and said, "I don't care, I 1T lose." Ace awkwardly said, "Luffy, this time Lin Hai is right. You can't even touch him. How are you going to fight him? But that Crocodile is a warlord, Lin Hai. Are you sure it's okay for you to go?" As soon as Ace asked this, Zoro quickly turned his gaze toward the horizon, because he knew what Lin Hai was planning. Sure enough, Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a mysterious expression and said, "In the beginning, I could pluck the stars and bury the setting sun, unmatched for eternity." As he spoke, Lin Hai turned to Ace and continued, "Ace, are you kidding me? I can't defeat Crocodile." Chopper, Usopp, and Luffy looked at Lin Hai with glowing eyes. Silk Cake 1. Unmatched for eternity? Silk Cake 1. Lin Hai, can you really pluck the stars? Can you pluck one for me, please? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Calm down. It's just a star. What's so great about it? Back in the day, I had a sword that could move mountains and part seas, and this was something you didn't say often, and it was easy to forget." Now, Lin Hai was in that situation, so he took out his notebook from his space backpack again. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Hai with black lines on their foreheads, wondering if this guy was serious. If you're going to show off, at least remember the whole speech. How come you keep forgetting your lines? Moreover, he was actually reading from a notebook in front of everyone without a hint of embarrassment. It was truly shameless. Author's note. This idiot Lin Hai. How much did he pay to go to an acting training class? And they still wouldn't want him. What? So he was just reading from his notebook. I thought Lin Hai was really that impressive. No way, Luffy, you don't actually believe what he said, right? Exactly, it's always like this. Usopp is still the best. Hey Chopper, you have good taste. I'll tell you about my new adventure later. Really, Usopp, an adventure? That sounds great. Faced with the disdain of these guys, Nami and Vivi on the side were still covering their mouths and giggling. Lin Hai's cheeks instantly flushed red, and he angrily said, "You guys are such bastards. Don't even think about drinking my alcohol in the future. Not a drop, not even a cola." At that moment, Nami walked over, trying to hold back her laughter, and said, "All right, we're about to dock. Everyone get ready." As soon as they heard they were approaching the shore, everyone instantly forgot about what had just happened. There were many adventures in the desert after all. Even though they had seen it before, they hadn't truly explored it yet. Seeing everyone eager to get off the boat, Vivi quickly instructed everyone make sure to bring warm clothing. Nami asked why. Vivi explained, "The desert can reach over 50 degrees during the day, and at night it can drop to -10 degrees. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Wow, I can't wait to go play in the desert. It must be so much fun." Nami replied, "Luffy, hurry and get your clothes. Do you understand what Vivi means?" Luffy responded, "It's just an incredible desert. Sounds interesting." Usopp, help me pack. Everyone fell silent. After the Merry docked, everyone agreed on the current journey, so they didn't separate. However, Vivi wrote a letter to ensure everything was more secure, asking a fast runner to take it to the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna, to inform her father about Crocodile's true nature and the cause of this incident. She also urged him to avoid conflict with the Baroque works as much as possible, or to delay the matter until Vivi and the others arrive. After walking for a while in the desert, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "How far is the next city from here?" "We'll need to buy a camel for walking in the desert." Vivi explained, "We're still a ways from the city." Luffy shouted from the side, "It's so hot, Lin Hai silently said, "Luffy, can you not call out so unpleasantly? It sounds like you're crying." Nami looked at the sky and said, "Everyone, it's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest for the night." Luffy exclaimed in delight, "Can we rest now?" Sanji, Hurry and bring me some water, I just want to sip. Sanji couldn't help but retort, no way. At the rate you're drinking, we won't have any water left by tomorrow. At that moment, Ace said, something is coming. Lin Hai glanced at Ace, realizing that this guy indeed possesses observation haki. Nami asked, what is coming? Lin Hai brushed his hair and waved his hand, saying, don't worry. It's just a few tornadoes. Ha ha, today I can finally chop down that annoying tornado. Usopp exclaimed, so you're still hung up on that matter? Zoro asked in confusion. But that's a ferocious tornado. What are you going to do? Lin Hai casually arranged his qualifications and said, isn't it just a tornado in the desert? No big deal. I'll show you what a sword really is today. In the distance, a tornado accompanied by a certain howling was approaching Lin Hai, carrying a lot of sand and stones. Spatial field. In an instant, a transparent membrane began to expand from the palm of Lin Hai's hand, and the tornado was about to enter the spatial field he created. Ace, who was standing nearby, was very curious about the ability Lin Hai was using. It seemed quite unique. Just as he was preparing to observe carefully, he suddenly realized that his position seemed to have changed. Of course it had changed, because Lin Hai found that his sword could not stop the tornado. So he could only use his spatial ability to move everyone to a safe place. At this moment, everyone looked at the receding tornado and finally reacted. Sanji asked in confusion, Lin Hai, is this what you wanted us to see? Chopper honestly said, it seems like we changed positions just now. Was it Lin Hai's doing? Luffy complained, what the heck? Weren't we supposed to cut that tornado? Everyone couldn't help but start to criticize, and Lin Hai expressed his helplessness. If he had done like Zoro and cut out a tornado, it wouldn't have canceled out the tornado that just blew over. Only Ace curiously stepped forward and asked, Lin Hai, your ability is a bit overpowered. What exactly is it? Lin Hai instantly became spirited, as expected. There are people with good taste. Therefore, Lin Hai proudly said, this is my spatial ability. I am a user of the space fruit. How about it? It's way cooler than your flame fruit, right? TCH. Ace rolled his eyes and said, if I had come earlier, it would have just taken one punch. Your ability is just for running away. Lin Hai angrily said, aren't we going to have a contest? It's getting dark anyway, so let's compete. Ace had long wanted to give Lin Hai a beating and immediately replied, I'll make you cry for mercy. At that moment, Luffy and Usopp came over with bright eyes, ready for a show. Luffy said, I want to compete too. Sanji directly dragged Luffy away, saying, Luffy, you should just watch quietly from the side. Zoro on the side was quite interested to see just how strong Lin Hai and Ace really were. Nami and Vivi were speechless, but they were still very interested in the duel between Lin Hai and Ace, so they joined the others to watch. Soon, the two chose a place for their duel. Who do you think is stronger, Lin Hai or Ace? Of course it's Ace. I've never won against Ace in a fight before. I think Lin Hai can win. After all, his abilities are really strange. At this point, after staring at each other for a long time, Lin Hai said, are we comparing martial arts first, or directly comparing overall strength? Ace laughed and replied, I don't mind. You choose. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, let's see if you're still so cocky later. Let's just start fighting. Spatial field. Without hesitation, Lin Hai directly used his ability to envelop Ace. This was the first time Ace faced such spatial powers, and he didn't quite understand it. Just as he was trying to observe the situation, a vague sense of danger came to him through his sixth sense. Ace's instincts were correct. Before he could even make a move, he felt a stick hit his stomach. It was infused with haki. Ah! Ace exclaimed, and his whole body was sent flying out. Lin Hai laughed and said, how about that? I won. Oh, come on. AIC rubbed his stomach and stood up, confused. We just started fighting. How can you say you won? Well, Lin Hai explained, if I had used a sword, do you think you could still be standing there? AIC protested. No way, how can that count? I wasn't prepared, and it seemed like you switched my position. I just ran into your stick. Luffy exclaimed, Lin Hai, that's too underhanded. He used that trick against me when I fought him. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, this is my ultimate move. Can you blame me if you can't handle it? Remember, in front of, those ultimate moves only qualify you for the competition if you can catch them. It's all about comparing strength, speed, practical experience, and other. Ace replied speechlessly, come on. This time I won't get hit by you again. Lin Hai sat down on the ground and shamelessly said, I've already won, so I'm not going to fight anymore. Ace was really angry. This bastard was so infuriating, hitting himself with a stick and then refusing to fight. At that moment, Luffy excitedly stepped forward and said, Lin Hai, let's have a match. Lin Hai stood up, clapped his hands, and laughed. All right, come on. Sanji couldn't help but mutter to the side. So Lin Hai is afraid of losing, huh? He's bold enough to fight Luffy, but not Ace. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Do you think I'm stupid? Ace's ability is fire. If he loses control, the destructive power would be too great. What if someone gets hurt? Ace immediately replied, I can control it. Lin Hai said silently, don't come to me with that. I'm not going to fight you. To be honest, if I do fight you, I can only use my ultimate move. In that case, one of us is definitely going to get hurt. So I'm not fighting you. Meanwhile, Luffy felt offended. What happened to the promised duel? Why are they chatting instead? Ignored, Luffy immediately complained, hey, can you let me compete with Lin Hai first? Lin Hai laughed and said, all right, just attack. It's the same as last time. Luffy smiled and replied, you better be careful. This time, I'm not the same as last time. At that moment, Luffy was in a half-squat position, one hand pressing on the ground, second gear. Suddenly, Luffy's skin turned red and steam began to rise from his body. Ace, who was beside him, asked in confusion, what move is this from Luffy? It looks pretty strong. Chopper exclaimed, Luffy used this move once on Drum Island, but it wasn't that impressive. Indeed, last time Chopper didn't really see Luffy's attack clearly. He only remembered that Luffy's body was steaming for a while, and then nothing happened. That was because Chopper couldn't keep up with Luffy's speed at all. At this moment, Luffy clenched one fist at his waist and extended the other hand, palm facing Lin Hai, making a targeting gesture. Luffy said, Lin Hai, you better be careful. Lin Hai nodded and said, come at me with everything you've got. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luffy had already disappeared from his original spot and then appeared above and to the side of Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Lin Hai just slightly shifted his movements, and the sand at his feet seemed to be hit by a bullet, creating a dent. But that wasn't the end. Luffy continually changed his position, and dents kept appearing around Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Rocket bazooka. At one moment, Luffy's afterimages surrounded Lin Hai because of his incredible speed, creating a visual illusion. On one side, except for Ace, Sanji and Zoro were struggling to keep up with Luffy's speed, let alone the others. Chopper, confused, said, why are there so many Luffys in the sky? What is happening? Why are there suddenly dents all around Lin Hai? Usopp, holding his head with both hands, exclaimed, just how strong are they? I feel like they're becoming more and more abnormal. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, both feeling secretly anxious. Was their growth supposed to be this exaggerated? Meanwhile, Nami and Vivi were in a daze, wondering if this was really a duel. If one of them got hit, they couldn't even imagine the consequences just looking at the dents on the ground. At that moment, Ace couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect Luffy to have improved so much. Luffy, moving quickly, found it quite frustrating. This observation hockey was so annoying. After several moves, Luffy gave up on continuing to attack Lin Hai, and after releasing his gear second, he said, feeling dejected, Lin Hai, my speed has increased a lot. So why can't I hit you? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, because my speed is faster than yours. If you encounter an opponent with observation hockey who can foresee the future, that would be truly devastating, so you should practice hard. Ace asked in confusion. Observation hockey can foresee the future? Lin Hai asked in confusion. Didn't your crew ever tell you these things? After realizing, Lin Hai smiled and said, I forgot, you are a proud person, disdainful of seeking advice from others. However, I must tell you this, to make progress, you must keep learning and innovating. Being complacent can lead to very dangerous consequences. After hearing Lin Hai's words, everyone seemed to ponder, while Ace gave Lin Hai a meaningful glance. It was as if Lin Hai's earlier actions were a reminder to himself. Is it only after mastering the ultimate move that one is qualified to compete? Continuous learning and innovation? The peak of piracy is indeed not that easy. However, Ace could be sure of one thing. This guy Lin Hai would definitely not be simple in the future. At this moment, Luffy rubbed his belly and said, I'm so hungry, can we eat now? Sanji rolled his eyes and said, wait a minute, I'll go prepare the food. By the time dinner was ready, the sky had turned dark and the weather in the desert at night became particularly cold, dropping to -10 degrees. At this time, Lin Hai walked over to Ace and smiled. Ace, I can finish a whole bottle of that Erguo 2 we drank last night in one go. What does that mean? Coming to show off again? He just hit himself with a stick and it's still hurting. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but retort, that Erguo 2? I can drink a bottle and half in one go. Damn. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and replied, I could drink 2 bottles. Ace retorted, I could drink 3 bottles. 4 bottles. 5 bottles. Zoro, who was nearby, couldn't help but ask, what are they doing? Sanji tried to explain, it seems like they're competing to see who can drink the most. Chopper questioned, but they aren't drinking any alcohol. Nami slapped her forehead. Are they children? What's there to compete about? At that moment, Usopp wrapped his arms around Chopper, saying, Chopper, you're so warm. Chopper angrily replied, "Do you look down on reindeer?" Zoro, speechless, said, "Chopper, hurry up and transform back, or you'll get cold again." Meanwhile, Luffy jumped up and directly pounced on Chopper. Usopp asked Luffy, "Aren't you going to do something about them?" Luffy laughed. "They're getting along well. Let's not disturb them." Hey, where's the getting along? They're about to fight. It could be seen that Lin Hai and Ace were. After a while of arguing with Lin Hai, Ace said, "The Marimara no Mi is not only a Logia-type devil fruit, but its flame abilities are extremely powerful, much more practical than your space fruit." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "Still want to compete? Then let's have a good competition." Lin Hai retorted, "The space fruit is invincible in establishing a spatial field. Because in the spatial field, whether it's attacking or dodging, I am second to none. Your natural type stinky flames are completely useless against someone with stronger haki." "Practical?" Ace replied angrily. "With your pathetic space fruit, you still want to create a spatial field? With such a small range, if I throw a punch, you won't be able to dodge it at all, and you dare to say you're invincible? You're simply shameless." Lin Hai angrily said, "What did you say?" Ice retorted, "Do you want to fight?" The two stared at each other, and suddenly they both sensed something. Lin Hai and Ace said at the same time, "There are hidden weapons." Bang, bang. It turned out that Nami was throwing Sanji's cooking utensils at Lin Hai and Ace, with her hands on her hips. Nami angrily said, "Seriously, are you two going to let anyone sleep?" Chopper, who was nearby, couldn't help but retract his head, thinking, "Nami, how scary." Those two strong people were directly dealt with by Nami. Usopp, who couldn't help but boast after a day of silence, said, "Chopper, did you see the stars in the sky?" Chopper nodded and replied, "It's my first time seeing the stars. They're so beautiful." Zoro asked in confusion, "No way. Is it really your first time?" Chopper replied, "Because I've always been on Drum Island, and it snows there all year round, so I can't see the stars." Usopp said, "What's the big deal? These stars are scattered because I shot a sun in the past, and then it turned into these stars." Chopper and Luffy exclaimed, "Really? Usopp?" Zoro said irritably, "Time to sleep." The next day, after traveling for a while, everyone arrived at a ruin. Looking at the uninhabited ruins, many buildings had been dried out by time. Vivi couldn't help but pick up a handful of yellow sand and said, "What do the people of this city do wrong? Born in the sand country, while struggling against nature, Crocodile has made the lives of those desperately trying to survive a complete mess. Why? Does that guy have the right to do such things? Why, at the same time, does he pretend to be a hero under the name of the Seven Warlords while secretly toying with the people? Yet, no one sees his true face. Like many places that used to be oases, since 3 years ago, Crocodile's Baroque works used the dance powder to create rain, causing many areas to turn into deserts. And this incident in Alabasta Kingdom was also caused by that. The capital of Alabasta is called Alyabarna. Because of the dance powder, only Alyabarna receives rain, while other places no longer do. Coupled with Crocodile's instigation behind the scenes, after 3 years of fermentation, this led to the current state of Alabasta. Luffy said angrily, "Crocodile." Boom! A shaky building was collapsed by Luffy. Nami went to Vivi's side and comforted her. "Vivi, we will soon reach the capital Alyabarna of Alabasta Kingdom. This matter will be resolved quickly, so don't be sad." Vivi shook her head and said, "I'm fine. I just can't understand why Crocodile is so cruel when looking at these places." After resting for a while, Vivi's mood improved a bit. At this moment, Sanji couldn't help but say, "This should be a ruin, right?" Vivi nodded and replied, "Yes, and it's quite ancient. The civilization of this land has been built for thousands of years, giving birth to countless nations that have also vanished. Sometimes they moved to find water sources, and sometimes wars broke out. Such ruins often appear on this land, and there are many mysterious ruins." Sanji sighed, "So, after the passage of time, it became the current Alabasta Kingdom, right? What a magnificent history. Even prosperous nations can't escape the fate of disappearing, just like Rome." Nami was speechless, thinking Sanji really had no filter, quickly reminded him, "Sanji." Realizing, Sanji quickly said, "Sorry, Vivi, I didn't mean it that way. How should I put it? My wording was inappropriate. I'm sorry." Vivi shook her head and said, "It's okay. Actually, I've been thinking about this a lot lately." Everyone looked at Vivi. She fell in a deep thought and then said, "What exactly is a kingdom? Even if the king changes, people still live, the culture remains, and life goes on. Even if the kingdom changes. But as long as these don't change, is there really a need to protect the kingdom? What needs protection must be something else." "Sorry, did I say something strange? Even I haven't found the answer, but I know very well what I need to do now. The Baroque works wants to secretly incite meaningless disputes. I must stop this." because what they're doing is trying to destroy this land. Even if I become notorious in the future, it doesn't matter. I won't let Crocodile's scheme succeed. Clap, clap. Lin Hai couldn't help but applaud. Vivi, you made a lot of progress. You know how to inspire people, stir up the emotions of these fools, and help you solve this matter, right? Saying this, Lin Hai pointed at the excited crowd due to Vivi's words, and everyone finally realized. Although Lin Hai was not wrong, being called fools was indeed true, causing everyone to look at Lin Hai with shame and anger, feeling the impulse to beat him up. However, Lin Hai didn't care and said, Vivi, didn't I tell you before? You are the only princess of Alabasta Kingdom, responsible for Alabasta. This is your duty. Why think about those distant things? Let your country's people live in peace. That's what you should think about. Right now, your most important task is to resolve the crisis of Alabasta Kingdom, which is to live in the present, not to dwell on irrelevant matters. Because ruins have become history and can only be referenced. As for us, we will definitely demand compensation from Crocodile. Fools, do you all remember? I curse you for not following the rules and hitting me. You say we are fools. I'll let you say it. I'll let you say it. Lin Hai, can't you say something nice? Always scolding us. Just wait until I beat you up. Vivi, come hit him too. This guy is too irritating. After a while, Lin Hai, who had tidied up his clothes, gave everyone a fierce glare and then hugged Vivi's waist with a smile. Vivi, you now have the potential of a hero. You truly are of royal blood. What could Vivi do? She had witnessed the abilities of the Straw Hat crew, and the key figure who could resolve the Alabasta crisis was indeed the Straw Hat crew. And Vivi, who had followed her father since childhood, understood some encouraging words to some extent. She just didn't expect Lin Hai to say it so bluntly. For a moment, Vivi's face turned slightly red as she said to everyone, I'm sorry, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper widened their eyes at Vivi. No way. Could it be that what Lin Hai said is true? Luffy exclaimed, Vivi, your brain is really too good. Vivi awkwardly nodded and said, Do you all think I'm very sinister? Vivi's face turned completely red as she lowered her head. Lin Hai said with a disdainful glance, I'm not saying this to point out how sinister Wei Wei is, but to help everyone understand the context of the situation. As my partner, Lin Hai, you can't just keep being foolish, right? However, our goal this time is the same as what Wei Wei wants. So you shouldn't mind how we get there, right? Wow, Lin Hai, you really know how to use your brain? Luffy admired from the side. Usopp, speechless, said, Hey, are you guys really okay with having someone like Lin Hai around us? Sanji joked, Why don't you take my knife and kill Lin Hai instead? As soon as Usopp saw Lin Hai looking at him with a dangerous glare, he exclaimed, Help, Lin Hai is going to kill someone. Upon hearing Usopp's words, Chopper actually believed him. With tears in his eyes, he rushed to Lin Hai and pleaded, Lin Hai, Usopp is our companion. Can you not kill him? Lin Hai, holding Wei Wei's waist, suddenly lost interest and couldn't help but slap his forehead, then looked up to the sky and shouted, God, help me. Ace, who was nearby, almost burst out laughing. Chopper was just too cute. Zoro, seeing Ace trying to hold in his laughter, couldn't help but blush and glance away, wondering how he had ended up on this ship in the first place. At that moment, Nami kicked Lin Hai away and, holding Wei Wei's arm, laughed. What are you talking about? We're helping you because you're our friend. It has nothing to do with anything else. That's all. Luffy nodded. Yeah, that's right. Oh. Sanji, with heart-shaped eyes, spun around Wei Wei and Nami, saying, I don't mind as long as I can help Wei Wei-san. I don't care if I go to hell. Zoro couldn't help but retort, Then you should hurry and go to hell. Sanji shot back immediately. What are you saying? Do you believe I won't kick you to death? Zoro angrily said, Come at me and see if I don't chop you up, you perverted chef. In the scorching ruins of the desert, Sanji and Zoro started fighting again. Nami, next to Wei Wei, slapped her forehead and mimicked Lin Hai, saying, God help me. After walking in the desert for a long time, people began to feel unusually irritable. The heat was one aspect, and the other was that, like the sea, the scenery was unchanging, with sand everywhere. The initial excitement had turned into torment, especially for Luffy. Wei Wei, how much longer until we get there? I'm gonna die from the heat. Luffy said, imitating an old man leaning on a cane, his eyes vacant. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Luffy, if you keep calling me that, everyone will be influenced by you. How about this? Clear your mind and try to see. A moment later, Sanji exclaimed, Lin Hai, your method really works. How could it not work? Back in class, I did just that, and the teacher's words became a lullaby. However, soon enough, they finally arrived at a village. Everyone finally came back to life. What did you say? There's no news about Blackbeard here? Upon entering the village, and after some inquiries, Ace heard someone say that there were sightings of Blackbeard Teach to the west. So, Ace has been wasting his time walking around. Nami asked, Ace, are you still coming with us? Luffy pouted and said, Ace, aren't you going to be my partner? Why don't you think about it some more? Lin Hai said with a sneer, Luffy, how can you still invite others? They can beat you even without using their abilities. Aren't you ashamed? At this moment, Ace handed his life card to Luffy and said, Next time, see you at the Pirates Summit. Luffy replied as he bid farewell. Ace, see you at the Pirate Summit next time. After Ace left, it was Lin Hai's turn with Nami. Lin Hai said, Everyone, let's split up here. Nami and I will go find Crocodile, and you guys head straight to the capital of Alabasta. Remember to be careful of those billionaires who have infiltrated the kingdom. Sanji, feeling displeased, said, Nami, why are you going with Lin Hai? As he spoke, Sanji ran in front of Lin Hai and said, You better behave yourself, or if you dare to lay a hand on Nami, I won't let you off easily. Lin Hai turned to Nami and raised an eyebrow, then said, What nonsense are you talking about, Sanji? I'm a serious person. As soon as they heard Lin Hai say something so shameless, everyone couldn't help but twitch their eyes. This was because Lin Hai's hand was once again around Nami's waist. Sanji let out a beastly roar, Bastard, take your hand off her, or I'll kick you to death. Lin Hai ignored Sanji and followed Nami as they headed towards Dream City Rainy Land. After walking for a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask Nami, Are you tired? If only we had taken a camel back then. Nami replied, speechlessly, Didn't we encounter a camel halfway? You just killed it with one strike. If we bought another one, you might end up slaughtering it too. Can this be blamed on Lin Hai? That camel was too lustful. It was just a beast but dared to show such a look to a human. So, Lin Hai roasted it for Luffy and the others to eat. At the right moment, Nami voiced her doubts that had been building up over the past few days. Lin Hai, why do I feel like you've been distant from me since we left the garden? Lin Hai coughed and said, Well, people grow, you know. After all, we see each other every day, and given our relationship, we need some time to think, right? Lin Hai stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Nami's waist, explaining, I was afraid I would hurt you, but then I figured it out. Nami asked in confusion, Figured out what? Lin Hai laughed and said, My Nami is actually very smart and generous, not so easily hurt. Nami's face turned red, but she still replied unhappily, Who? Who belongs to you? How shameless. Lin Hai asked, Nami, I want a kiss. Nami replied, We're on our way, keep your distance. Night fell once again. The evening breeze blew over a vibrant flower, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. A little bee, unlike others who had already gone to rest, was still diligently working. The cool dew on the petals dampened one side of the pollen, and the bee's job was to manage this pollen well. That is how honey is produced. However, the damp pollen seemed a bit sticky, so the bee had to be careful. Life is not easy. People should cherish the present. Looking at this touching scene of life, how could Nami not be moved? At this moment, Nami closed her eyes tightly, tilted her head back, and quietly felt the traces of the breeze. Everything was so quiet, so intoxicating. The call of the night wind was sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle, blowing in wisps. Seeing such beauty, how could Nami remain calm? So, she sang a song to express her praise and love for the tranquil night. Another new day came. When Nami woke up, she found herself resting in Lin Hai's arms. Remembering last night, Nami couldn't help but shoot a glare at the person beside her, then urged, Lin Hai, get up quickly, we still have a head of rain base. Huh? Lin Hai replied sleepily, What time is it? Let me sleep a little longer. At that moment, Nami was getting up but suddenly lost her balance, almost crushing Lin Hai. She shot him a fierce glare and said, Get up. Crocodile has caused so much damage to Vivie's country. You need to deal with him. Looking at the flower-like Nami before him, Lin Hai got up and said, I'll go, but are you okay? I told you not to overdo it. Look. Nami's face turned crimson as she pinched Lin Hai hard. She didn't even know what was wrong with her last night, so it was indeed pushing it. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, Come on, I'll carry you. Nami's face turned red. This is you wanting to carry me, not me wanting you to carry me. Hey, be careful. Lin Hai asked, How long until we reach the rainy land? Nami replied, We should arrive by tonight. Lin Hai et Galim, isn't there still a day's journey left? Nami replied irritably, Are you complaining about walking with me? What does that even mean? Ignoring Nami, Lin Hai purchased the music of Zhu Beiji Carries His Wife from his system. Although there were no lyrics, he wanted to experience the emotions of that situation, didn't he? Nami, who was on Lin Hai's back, exclaimed, What kind of music are you playing? It sounds strange. Lin Hai laughed and said, Doesn't it sound a bit funny? Nami replied awkwardly, What funny? Turn it off quickly. Nami always felt like she was being teased by this music. Lin Hai said, I just like listening to it. Don't you think that listening to this music makes you feel inexplicably cheerful? Nami replied speechlessly. Forget it. If you want to listen, go ahead. By the way, I have a question for you, and you have to answer me honestly. Lin Hai slowed down and turned to ask what's the matter. Nami hesitated for a moment and asked, do you like me? Lin Hai nodded and said, I like it. Why are you asking such a silly question? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't have. Last night. Nami bit Lin Hai's ear angrily and said, that's not what I meant. You, let me down. I don't want you to carry me anymore. Lin Hai explained, to be honest, you will, even though your temper is not great. You love money and are violent. Your figure really is good. Nami's face darkened. Put me down. I don't want you to carry me anymore. Lin Hai said, no. As long as I can carry you, I will carry you. The sudden confession made Nami's face turn red. Some things, when said too clearly, lose their original flavor. Nami didn't ask any further, but instead pressed herself back on Lin Hai's back and suddenly, with a mischievous tone, said, giddy up, giddy up. Lin Hai exclaimed, damn it, you get down here. During the time Lin Hai and Nami were traveling, without Lin Hai restricting Luffy's movements, things went well. Luffy and his crew got lost. They oddly arrived at Dream City Rain before Lin Hai and Nami, and then fell into Crocodile's trap, which was designed to ensnare them. At this moment, in a small room made of sea stone, Luffy was imitating Sanji, making a gesture as if holding a cigarette, and said, did you steal the meat? Ha ha ha. Luffy, you really resemble him. Usopp excitedly exclaimed from his side. Luffy continued to imitate Lin Hai, running his fingers through his hair and closing his eyes in ecstasy, saying, another day waking up to my own handsomeness. Before the Straw Hat crew could start laughing, Smoker couldn't hold it in anymore, but quickly turned his head away once he realized. What is going on with the Straw Hat crew? On the side, Sanji couldn't help but twitch his eye, watching Luffy and the others so relaxed while Zoro was still fast asleep on the ground, unable to tolerate it any longer. Sanji first gave Luffy and Usopp a hit each, angrily saying, you guys, each one of you like this. Do you even understand the situation right now? After that, Sanji hit Zoro, angrily saying, you're still sleeping. Get up. Zoro groggily sat up, rubbing his eyes and asking, oh, is it dawn? Sanji shouted angrily. It's noon. Outside the room, sitting in a chair, Crocodile couldn't help but say, enjoy yourselves in these final moments. Make sure to get along well, haha. Sanji retorted, ha, you just enjoy your leisure now. Once Lin Hai gets here, let us see if he'll still be so smug. With that guy's temperament. He wants to talk to you nicely. Luffy nodded and said, if you don't let us out, be careful that Lin Hai comes to trouble you. Crocodile shook the red wine in his hand, took a sip, and replied, it seems that this guy Lin Hai is indeed trusted by you. However, trust is the most useless thing in this world. I will let him come to accompany you soon. Don't worry. In the small room, Vivi couldn't help but say, Crocodile, what is your purpose? Why are you doing this to the Alabasta Kingdom? If you hadn't come to this kingdom, Alabasta could have maintained peace forever. But now, Crocodile, you are the most despicable one. Crocodile laughed wickedly and proudly explained, the one that should die is this boring kingdom, Miss Wednesday. Saying this, Crocodile stood up with a face full of contempt and continued, I want Alabasta to disappear from this planet. I want those desperate citizens to fall in their painful struggles, swallowed by eternal darkness. The Utopia battle plan is about to begin. As he said this, Crocodile looked up at the ceiling with a look of ecstasy, as if his long-cherished dream was about to be fulfilled. Seeing Crocodile like this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their eyes. What is wrong with this guy Crocodile? Is he even a normal person? However, Vivi was still very concerned about what Crocodile meant by the Utopia battle plan. So, Vivi hurriedly asked, Crocodile, what do you want to do to Alabasta? Tell me. Ha. Crocodile once again laughed wickedly and then said proudly, do you want me to tell you about the kind of people I despise the most? Those who pretend to think of the citizens, but in reality are selfish hypocrites. Vivi was taken aback and then shouted, you want to kill my father? How can you do this? Crocodile replied, don't scream like that. I don't plan to do that. He is not worth my effort to kill. I want Cobra to experience a humiliation worse than death. Watching everyone's expressions that seemed to want to kill him, but were helpless, Crocodile enjoyed teasing. As a princess of a nation, you can't show this kind of face. Vivi, I ask you again, what exactly is the Utopia battle plan? Hurry up and tell me. Hey, Crocodile said. Do you even understand your current position? Well, anyway, the battle is about to begin, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. After all, I have prepared for this for 3 years. If I don't show it off a bit, I'll feel a bit lonely, right? Crocodile said, then I'll tell you, It's the plan to end the Alabasta Kingdom, the Utopia battle. Then, Crocodile explained how to control King Cobra and have Mr. 2 impersonate the king to instigate this war. Meanwhile, on the streets of Rain, Lin Hai said, Nami, you have to give me some face, right? Just let me be impressive once, okay? As he spoke, Lin Hai playfully shook Nami's arm. With no choice, Nami asked, pretending to be your maid is fine, but I want you wear a maid outfit. You have to design a set of clothes that I like. And all the compensation money will be mine. All right. Lin Hai leaned closer to Nami's ear and whispered, a few $100 million is no problem. Nami's face turned red, and she rolled her eyes, saying, all right, tell me what you want me to do. Lin Hai explained, when we meet Crocodile later, just stand by my side and don't say a word. Leave the rest to me. Nami nodded and said, no problem. If you can't get the compensation, then you're dead meat. Lin Hai pulled Nami to a changing room, and while walking, he said, don't you know my abilities yet? Even if Crocodile doesn't give it to you, I have ways to get you a pile of gold coins. Nami suddenly realized the benefits of spatial abilities. So, Nami pretended to be gentle, wrapped her arms around Lin Hai's arm, and then said in a delicate voice, Lin Hai, could you? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, no way. Nami replied speechlessly, I didn't even say anything. Why did you refuse? Lin Hai gently tapped Nami's nose and said, human desires are limitless. It's up to you to control them. Don't get lost in piles of money, or you'll end up being a high-level tool that only knows how to collect treasures. That would be the greatest sorrow. Che, Nami replied dejectedly, I've never even collected a berry. Why do you have to lecture me? By the way, what kind of clothes are you going to give me? After changing into her outfit, Nami stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror, as if she didn't recognize herself because the look was simply stunning. However, Lin Hai shook his head and said, Nami, let's change into something else. I didn't take your aura into account. This outfit doesn't really suit you. Nami quickly protested. No way. I want to keep this outfit. Cough at this moment. Anyone who had seen the movie Resident Evil would definitely give Lin Hai a look, because Nami's outfit was just like the one worn by the movie's protagonist, Alice. However, Nami's figure was better than Alice's, because Alice was an A cup, while Nami was almost an E. After admiring herself for a while, Nami turned to ask, what about you? Are you going to meet Crocodile dressed like that? Lin Hai laughed and said, you don't need to worry about me. By the way, have you mastered the skills in the weapon Usopp gave you? After all, sometimes I can't look after you. Since we're going to travel the world, you need to learn how to protect yourself. Nami rolled her eyes and said, you've said that so many times. When I was out on the sea, you were still drinking milk. Ignoring Nami's sarcasm, Lin Hai started to style his hair. If I remember correctly, when Nami first used the weather stick, she almost got taken out by Mr. One's partner because she hadn't used the weapon before, right? Lin Hai was drying his hair with a hairdryer while saying, remember, Nami, your illusion technique is useless against those who can use observation haki. So once you notice something's off, find a way to escape. Before he could finish, Nami leaned on a Lin Hai's back playfully and said, you're so talkative, aren't you? Are you concerned about me? As she spoke, Nami flicked Lin Hai's ear with her tongue. Lin Hai couldn't help but pause his breathing. I'm getting ready, don't mess around. No wonder people in your village always say you're a bad girl. Nami didn't stop teasing Lin Hai. She leaned closer to his ear and continued softly. Don't you like it? What can be tolerated cannot be tolerated. Lin Hai turned around and kissed Nami directly. Ahem, is this what they call a meat bun hitting a dog? Just what he wanted. A long time later, Nami was walking down the street with a blush on her face, holding on to Lin Hai's arm as they headed towards Crocodile's location. The way Lin Hai and Nami were dressed was truly captivating. At this moment, Nami's figure was curvaceous, subtly exuding the charm of a mature woman, adding to her allure. Lin Hai's outfit was the same as the one he wore while singing that day. Black trousers, a white shirt, and a low-key color jacket on top. It wasn't that Lin Hai didn't want to dress more stylishly. It was just that his finances had been tight lately. He was almost out of flashy cash. Soon, the two entered the most bustling casino in the Rain, which was the location of Crocodile. Not far away, Nico Robin was already waiting for Lin Hai and the others. When she saw the two of them, Nico Robin was momentarily taken aback because their outfits were simply stunning. Regaining her composure, Nico Robin said, you two, please follow me. The boss is waiting for you. For some reason, at that moment, Lin Hai really wished he were taller. At 177 centimeters. He felt like a dwarf in front of Robin, who was around 2 meters tall. At this time, Lin Hai smiled and said, you must be Nico Robin, right? I've seen you once before. Your boss is about to take his final bow. Why not join us instead? Hee hee. Robin turned her head and replied with a smile. You seem quite confident in yourself, but let's talk about that later. Seeing Robin smile faintly and continue to lead the way, Nami pinched Lin Hai and couldn't help but say, "You don't actually have a crush on her, do you?" What a flirt. Lin Hai was helpless. Robin really had a great figure. He was just looking at her. How did he end up liking her? However, Nami was right. Lin Hai was indeed moved, but he absolutely couldn't admit it. Just as they reached the door of the room, Lin Hai let Robin go in first. He had designed an entrance for himself. At that moment, in the reception hall, Crocodile noticed that only Robin had entered and asked, "Where is he?" Robin instinctively stood beside Crocodile and replied, "He is coming." The people in the room suddenly heard an exhilarating piece of music. This background music was the BGM when Mihawk made his move and Shanks made his entrance. The author couldn't find the name of this BGM. Accompanied by this thrilling BGM, Lin Hai made his entrance. At this moment, Lin Hai had his head slightly lowered, and the beautiful strands of hair in front of his forehead looked so ethereal in the breeze. Lin Hai was very satisfied with himself at this moment, but he was also thinking that didn't Luffy and the others go to the capital of Alabasta? Why were they all locked in that small room? Just as he was pondering the situation, he didn't realize that the path ahead sloped down, and as a result, Lin Hai accidentally stepped into thin air and rolled down the stairs from the entrance. Nami was still at the door, reaching out in an attempt to grab Lin Hai. The group of Luffy in the small room was instantly stunned. What was Lin Hai doing? Hey, what is this guy up to? Is he trying to be funny? What nonsense are you talking about? Hey, Lin Hai, hurry up and save us. At this moment, Crocodile, who was sitting calmly in his chair, turned to look at Nico Robin, wondering if this guy really had a bounty of 300 million berries. Why did he feel like a fool? At that time, Lin Hai, who had stood up, felt a burning sensation on his face and quickly turned off the radio. Since the attempt to show off had failed, he might as well negotiate properly. Lin Hai glared fiercely at Luffy and the others in the small room, and they quickly shut their mouths. Then Lin Hai sat down on a chair facing Crocodile, while Nami stood beside him. At this moment, Lin Hai took out a half-meter-long cigar and used a 10,000 berries note to light it. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It was just too cool. I should do this when I smoke in the future. Why didn't I think of this before? Does anyone have money? I really want to try it. Ignoring the commotion from the small room, Lin Hai exhaled a thick puff of smoke. Fortunately, he managed to hold it together. This half-meter-long cigar was just too heavy, and he almost choked. At this time, Lin Hai tapped the table and said, "Not long ago, I took one of my mates to travel around the world, and we passed by a place called Whiskey Peak. As a result, we were almost assassinated, and their goal was to take my head in exchange for the bounty. Every time I think of this, I feel a twinge of pain." After saying that, Lin Hai took another puff of smoke, while Crocodile quietly stared at him with a cigar in his mouth. Lin Hai exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "I heard that those who assassinated us were arranged by you, Crocodile, right? I don't think I've offended you, have I?" Mr. Zero chuckled, a sinister smile on his face, and provocatively stared at Lin Hai, asking, "They're my subordinates. What do you want to do?" Lin Hai leaned against the edge of the chair, with his heels on the table, and said recklessly, "Intimidation fees, shock fees, lost work fees, mental distress fees, and the cost of coming here, etc., you must compensate." Space Field. Seeing Crocodile's arrogant demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of compensating. Lin Hai also didn't plan to waste words and took the initiative. Who is Crocodile? Sitting across from Lin Hai. He once challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Although he lost, Crocodile has always viewed himself as slightly below Whitebeard's level. As for Lin Hai in front of him, with a bounty of only 300 million berries, Crocodile was not afraid at all. At this moment, Crocodile was just curious about what this transparent film was, and before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his stomach. Bidding! Before anyone could react, Crocodile had already been swept away by Lin Hai's leg, which was imbued with armament hockey, crashing through the door of the corridor and flying out. Lin Hai did not intend to kill Crocodile, as the relationships in this world are too intricate. Looking at the original work, Luffy's escape from the underwater prison was thanks to Crocodile, right? During the Marineford War, when Luffy was being chased by Mihawk, Crocodile helped him once. When Ace was about to be executed, he was also saved by Crocodile. And when Luffy was pursued by Akainu, Crocodile helped him again. Now, sparing him this once might lead to him saving Lin Hai in the future. Such metaphysics. Lin Hai couldn't help but believe. After flying a considerable distance down the corridor, Crocodile finally reacted, feeling dazed. Isn't he a Logia-type devil fruit user? Just now, it seemed like he was kicked away by someone, flying quite far. Cough, cough, cough. Crocodile couldn't help but spit out some blood, staring in the direction of the room where Lin Hai had just negotiated. At this moment, Crocodile was not afraid, but filled with rage. Who is Crocodile? He has always aimed for the peak of piracy, yet he was kicked this far by a sudden upstart with a bounty of 300 million. If he doesn't reclaim his honor, Crocodile might as well not continue in this line of work. With this thought, Crocodile straightened himself out and set out to reclaim his dignity. Meanwhile, in the room, Lin Hai sensed Crocodile's return with his observation hockey. At the right moment, Lin Hai used his ability to switch all the people in the cage out. Smoker stepped forward and said, "What kind of ability is this?" This small cage was made of sea prism stone. Lin Hai Bai Yin said, "You guys hurry to the capital of Alabasta. Crocodile's plan has already begun." Luffy asked in confusion, "What about you?" Lin Hai replied, "That guy's persistent. Anyway, you all hurry up or hold off Crocodile." In the face of a war with 1,000,000 people, Luffy was still sensible and quickly made a decision, but Smoker was still struggling with it. Lin Hai said with disdain, "I'm telling you, Smoker, wake up. The lives of so many people are worth less than your so-called theory. Hurry up and resolve the crisis. And don't go looking for trouble with Luffy and the others until this matter is settled." Smoker retorted angrily, "Don't lecture me. Also, I'm older than you, so you should call me bro." "All right, Smoker, then I'll leave it to you," Lin Hai replied with a smirk. At that moment, Crocodile had already arrived, and Smoker knew he was no match for him, so he followed the Straw Hat crew outside. At this time, Crocodile's face darkened as he said, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Lin Hai answered the question with a different response. "Are you really a pirate? I think pirates should be free, without a fixed residence. But look at yourself, you actually want to seize that so-called Pluton and then rule the world? Ha, that's really laughable." Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said in a low tone, "You seem to know a bit too much." As he spoke, Crocodile prepared to take action. Lin Hai hurriedly said, "Wait, there's water all around here. Are you sure you want to fight? How about we go to the desert and have a good battle?" Crocodile chuckled playfully. He was a user of the Sansan fruit, and Lin Hai actually chose to confront him in the desert. Thinking of this, Crocodile replied, "Since you want to seek death, I'll grant you that." Soon, Lin Hai and Crocodile arrived at an open area. Crocodile disdainfully said, "Today, I will let you be buried here. Consider it your luck." Lin Hai helplessly said, "If you don't leave the Alabasta Kingdom, then I'll have to knock you out and take you to the Navy to exchange for a bounty. I've heard you're quite valuable. How much is the bounty again?" "Hey. Crocodile, furious yet laughing, retorted, "Kid, who do you think I am? If you have the guts, come at me." Desert Blade. Sure enough, Crocodile found it easier to use his abilities in the desert. He quickly formed a giant blade made of sand and swung it towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai, prepared to play around with Crocodile and learn from his strengths, thought that growing through learning is something a protagonist must do, right? So Lin Hai twisted his body and yawned, "Oh, so impressive." Crocodile's forehead was throbbing with veins. What was wrong with this guy? In a fit of rage, Crocodile extended his right hand, and a small whirlwind appeared in his palm. "Hey kid, if you have the guts, come and take this move from me. Spatial field." Crocodile once again felt that excruciating pain, as he was kicked away before he even had a chance to react. In the spatial field, Lin Hai felt like a cheat, ignoring the distance between them. He could swap positions with Crocodile, and then Crocodile would passively receive the kick that Lin Hai had already charged up. If Doflamingo were to take the hit, he might be able to catch it, because Doflamingo had a deeper understanding of similar abilities. At this moment, Crocodile, now standing up again and wiping the blood from his mouth, asked, "What the hell did you do to me, you little brat?" Lin Hai sneered, "Haven't you realized yet? I crushed you." Crocodile was awakened, and his goal was the Pluton, so there was no need to stubbornly fight this inexplicably powerful guy. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew had already headed to the capital of Alabasta. Thinking of this, Crocodile put on a disdainful expression and said, "Crushed by you? Ha! Be careful with your big talk. You might trip over your own tongue. Here, take this move, Desert Sunflower. Grass." Upon hearing this name, Lin Hai immediately thought of the whirlpool on the sea, and he quickly jumped aside to avoid being buried by the opponent's big move. At that moment, a massive whirlpool of quicksand appeared on the desert, with sand from all around falling into the lowest center, truly astonishing. Lin Hai stared at the center of the quicksand, unable to understand what principle this was based on. In that moment of distraction, there was no trace of Crocodile within the range of his observation hockey. At that moment, in the desert, Lin Hai couldn't help but blush. He had been played. Ugh, what a warlord, running away like that, truly shameless. This was not Lin Hai's fault. It was Crocodile who was too shameless. After Crocodile, that shameless coward, fled, Lin Hai originally intended to chase after him. But just as he took a step, he realized he didn't know how to get to Alabasta's capital, Alyabarna. Therefore, Lin Hai had no choice but to return to Rain Base to buy a map and prepare supplies for the journey. Upon returning to Rain Base, he saw Smoker sitting in a place that seemed to be lost in thought, while Tashigi stood behind him. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Smog, aren't you supposed to be in Alabasta? Why are you still here?" Smog immediately brandished his cross-shaped weapon, pointing it at Lin Hai, and said, "Pirate Lin Hai, do you really think I won't catch you?" Lin Hai said gloomily, "You must be a tourist, right? Stop saying useless things. I've been played by Crocodile, and he should be heading straight to Alabasta now." After saying that, Lin Hai ran in front of Daz Bounty and asked, "Big Beauty, can you take me to Alabasta? I know how to get there." Daz Bounty stared blankly at Lin Hai, remembered what happened that day, and couldn't help but blush, stammering, "You are a pirate. It's impossible for us." Daz Bounty's off-topic response left both Smoker and Lin Hai confused, staring at her. Realizing what was happening, Smoker angrily shouted, "Bastard, what did you do to Daz Bounty?" Saying that, Smoker swung his weapon directly at Lin Hai. Lin Hai gripped Smoker's weapon and said irritably, "I'm asking you, Smoker, what is going on with your work? The most important thing right now is Crocodile. Once we get to Alabasta, after I knock Crocodile out and hand him over to you Marines, I should be able to claim his bounty, right?" Tashigi exclaimed, "What did you say? But you're a pirate." Lin Hai shot a glance at Dasky, then placed a hand on Smoker's shoulder and said, "Clockter's bounty seems to be over 80 million berries. If we get it, it should be over 70 million berries, right? Don't worry, I'll treat you to a meal then, and cover your smoking expenses for a year." Smoker and Dasky were a bit confused. "Hey, what's going on now?" A moment later, Smoker exclaimed angrily, "What kind of joke is this, Pirate Lin Hai? Damn, Smoker's temper is really explosive." Lin Hai also angrily said, "Just tell me if Crocodile's bounty is still valid." Daz Bones helped Smoker reply, "Crocodile used the dance powder ban by the world government, so he is no longer a Shichibukai. His bounty is naturally still valid." Lin Hai asked again, "Since it's effective if I knock him out and teach you Navy, can't I still receive the bounty?" Smoker replied in a deep tone, "But you are a pirate." Lin Hai said with a sneer, "Can't the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom act as a middleman? You could just give the bounty to her, right?" As he spoke, Lin Hai poked Smoker's head with his finger and continued, "What do you even have in that head of yours? With you being such a chain smoker and smoking so many cigars every day, you must be in debt, right?" Ignoring Smoker, who was on the verge of exploding, Lin Hai threw a flirtatious glance at Tashigi and continued, "No wonder you left Lodetown. I bet you owe a lot of money there. And since you couldn't pay it back, you just ran away, didn't you?" Without saying a word, Smoker directly swung his cross-shaped hands at Lin Hai. Downward slashes, left slashes, right slashes, diagonal slashes, and more. Smoker was going crazy. Why couldn't he hit Lin Hai? Even hitting him once would be enough. And Lin Hai? He spun and jumped, eyes closed, oblivious to the chaos around him. Was Tashigi captivated? After a while, Smoker was there panting heavily, glaring angrily at Lin Hai. Lin Hai said angrily, "Fine, I won't play with you guys anymore. Can I just go buy a map myself?" "Wait." Smoker said, "Come with us, Crocodile." "I won't let him go. A mere pirate dares to mock the Navy." Hearing Smoker's agreement, Lin Hai was immediately delighted and hugged Dasky at the waist, saying, "Then I'll trouble you, Dasky." Dasky instantly blushed and said, "Let go. Cough, cough. Can't help it. Can't help it." Soon, Lin Hai and Smoker set off towards Alabasta. Smoker really had no choice. Compared to the lives of the people of the Alabasta Kingdom, he now trusted Lin Hai more. As for the world government, did Smoker not know what kind of character they had? The Shichibukai system was created by them, and now they refused to resolve the consequences of their actions. Would those high and mighty nobles come to handle this matter and lose face? Smoker had no hope at all. The more Smoker thought about it on the road, the angrier he became. The angrier he was, the more depressed he felt. The more depressed he was, the more he glared at Lin Hai, who was holding Dasky's hand. Unable to bear it any longer, Smoker shouted angrily, "You filthy pirate, stay away from Dasky. And when we get to Alabasta, don't walk with us, or I'll arrest you too." Lin Hai glanced at him and said, "Smoker, why don't you learn from that old man Carp? He knows how to adapt to situations. Unlike you, who is just like a bull. You're going to offend people like this." Smoker said, "If we're going to fight, then let us fight," and unleashed his white gale. Lin Hai simply grabbed the white smoke and joked, "I still have a white windmill and white lovers. Let's have a good talk. There's no need for so much hatred in this world, right?" After releasing his grip, Lin Hai continued, "Smoker, after we handle this matter, how about we have a few drinks together? Your drinking capacity really needs some work." Before he could finish, Smoker threw a punch and said, "Pirate, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? How dare you underestimate the Navy?" Dasky, standing nearby, helplessly said, "Can you guys keep it down for a moment? Alabasta is still in the midst of a riot. Smoker, calming down, said, Dasky, once we get there, we'll handle the aftermath, but we won't get involved. Dasky asked in confusion why. Lin Hai poked Dasky's forehead and laughed. You Navy don't belong to the Alabasta Kingdom. You have no right to interfere in their affairs. Don't you know that? Dasky looked at Smoker in confusion. Smoker nodded helplessly. Although Alabasta is part of the world government, the Navy is a branch of the world government and hasn't received any orders from them. Smoker was clear about this. At this moment, Smoker responded, he's right. Lin Hai looked at Smoker with frustration and said, Hey Smoker, can you stop wearing that gloomy face all day? Even if you can't pay your debts. You don't have to frown all the time, right? Or should I help you pay it off? Smoker, jokingly, raised his cross-shaped hands and chased after Lin Hai, but unfortunately, Smoker couldn't overpower Lin Hai. The difference in their strength was indeed significant. Thus, the three of them made their way to Alabasta amidst their bickering. Meanwhile, during Lin Hai and the others' journey, Luffy and his crew arrived at Alabasta's capital, Alyabarna, where they unexpectedly encountered high-ranking agent from Baroque Works blocking their way. During the encounter, Luffy had met Crocodile once on the way. When everyone saw Crocodile, Nami was the first to ask Crocodile, what are you doing here? What happened to Lin Hai? Luffy also asked, what did you do to Lin Hai? Ha, you could just go check in Rain Base and find out, Crocodile said shamelessly with a playful tone. Usopp shouted excitedly, stop joking. We know very well what Lin Hai is capable of. What trick did you use? Where's Lin Hai? Crocodile sneered. My presence here says it all. Just accept reality, haha. Everyone, Luffy stepped forward and said, I don't believe Lin Hai is in trouble. You all go ahead. I'll handle Crocodile. Vivi stepped forward and said, Luffy, Lin Hai. Luffy turned and smiled. Don't worry, that guy will be fine. You have things to take care of there. Why do these people trust that annoying bastard so much? After being kicked by Lin Hai twice, Crocodile was still angry and decided to vent his frustration on this group. As he was about to act, suddenly a fist came flying towards his head. However, as a Logia fruit user, Crocodile wouldn't be affected unless he found a weakness. Otherwise, he was truly unassailable. After his head turned to sand and exploded, it reformed again. Crocodile mocked, You garbage really think you can defeat me? You all should leave. I'll hold him off. Luffy immediately activated Gear 2nd mode, as the opponent was a warlord. So he went all out right away. Luffy, everyone worriedly called. Hurry and go. Luffy firmly responded. At that moment, Zoro said, we should hurry and leave. Listen to the captain. Usopp was still hesitant, Luffy. Sanji directly pulled Usopp away, reminding him, we have other important matters to attend to. Let's go. Luffy stared at Crocodile and shouted, the rest is up to you guys. Luffy, be careful. We'll meet again in Alyabarna. Hey, is Lin Hai okay? He won't really be taken down by Crocodile, will he? I mean, Chopper, do you really believe Crocodile's words? We should know how strong Lin Hai is. Sanji couldn't help but retort. Hey, green hair, why does your tone sound so unconvincing? Zoro angrily said, what are you saying, you perverted cook? Do you want me to cut you? Nami intervened. Can you two stop arguing? Watching the Straw Hat crew leave, Crocodile said to Luffy, why does a pirate like you want to stop me? Luffy replied expressionlessly, because Vivi loves her country, and I won't let you harm her. Ha ha. Crocodile laughed. Do you really think you could defeat me? How would I know if I don't try? Luffy crouched down, one fist at his waist, and the other hand reaching out, aiming at Crocodile. Jet pistol. Saying this, Luffy took the initiative to attack, but for a moment Crocodile just stood there, allowing Luffy to hit him, but he couldn't land a blow, which frustrated Luffy. Earlier, Lin Hai had warned that Crocodile's right hand should not be approached. If caught, one's bodily moisture would be drained. Water? Luffy suddenly remembered Lin Hai had mentioned that the weakness of the Sansan fruit was water. At that moment, seeing Luffy standing not far away and not continuing his attack, Crocodile continued to taunt. Ha ha. Figured it out? You can't hit me. There are plenty of pirates like you. After that, Crocodile also attacked with Desert Sword. A huge slash made of sand rushed towards Luffy's head. Fortunately, Luffy's keen eyesight and danger perception allowed him to instinctively dodge the attack. Seeing a massive crack form in the ground, Luffy couldn't help but exclaim, that was close. Ha ha. Crocodile said proudly, kid, you'll be buried here today, Desert Sword. Here comes that move again, Luffy exclaimed, dodging it and activating his Gear 2nd once more. This time, Luffy's Gear 2nd was somewhat different from before. Droplets of water were falling from his body. Luffy knew this wouldn't last long, as he would lose his fighting ability due to dehydration. At this moment, Crocodile saw Luffy using the same move again and couldn't help but mock, still don't understand. Before he could finish, Luffy landed a punch that sent Crocodile flying. Lin Hai really is amazing. How did he know? Luffy was overjoyed to find he could actually hit him. After the first success, Luffy thought of that smoke man, who was also a Logia user. If he didn't use haki, how could he hit him? While he was pondering this, Luffy's abdomen was suddenly pierced by a hook-like object. It turned out that Crocodile had used his ability to quickly move behind Luffy and landed a heavy blow. Crocodile leaned close to Luffy's ear and softly said, "Looks like you figured out my weakness, but do you know who I am? I'm a warlord. Daring to fight me while distracted, you've reached your end." After saying this, Crocodile pulled out the hook from his left hand and laughed without looking back. At this moment, with his abdomen pierced, Luffy recalled Lin Hai's repeated warnings. During battle, always focus. You can look down on your opponent, mess with their mindset, but never let your guard down, or you'll regret it if caught in a deadly move. Luffy gritted his teeth, trying not to lose consciousness, secretly cursing himself for making such a mistake. This was Luffy's first battle with a foe of Crocodile's level, and he failed. But who is Luffy? The protagonist with a halo, a bloodlocking monster. Not long after, a user of the bird fruit, the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, Pell, passed by and rescued Luffy. Pell saw Luffy bleeding heavily from his stomach and couldn't help but ask, "Young man, are you all right?" If Lin Hai were here, he would definitely scold him. Asking if getting your stomach pierced wouldn't be a problem. However, Luffy was different. At this moment, he tugged at Bell's clothing and said, "I want to eat meat." On the other side, Zoro and Nami reached a spot where they were blocked by Mr. One and his partner. Mr. One is a user of the dice fruit, combining martial arts and swordsmanship. His original name is Bala, who is a user of the thorn fruit. After the two sides met, they each chose their opponents. Without hesitation, Nami chose to escape, while Bala chased after her. Seeing Nami stop, Bala teasingly said, "Little girl, why did you stop running?" Nami waved her weather stick, stuck out her tongue, and playfully said, "Look above your head." "Above my head?" Bala curiously looked up, only to be struck by lightning. It was that simple. Nami won. The plot twist was so sudden that it surprised everyone. Looking at the unconscious Bala, Nami sighed in disappointment. "Seriously, I have other tricks too?" Meanwhile, after a bit of banter, Zoro was buried under the rubble of a collapsed building by one of Daz Bonet's flashy slashes. Daz looked in the direction where Zoro was buried and said, "Tsh, is this the extent of the pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro?" What disappointment. Just as Daz turned to leave, a noise came from the debris, and then Zoro stood up. With a blank expression, Zoro said, "I have a sword that can move mountains. I have a sword that can turn seas. I have a sword that can split the heavens. In this world, nothing can withstand me. This is called the three-sword style. Hey, you over there." As he spoke, Zoro lifted his gaze indifferently to Daz, and this expression, combined with his earlier powerful words, made Daz's heart skip a beat. Oh, Daz suppressed his fear, realizing that this person in front of him was somewhat abnormal. He had taken so many of his moves, and now with that look in his eyes, it was like he was someone with a purpose. Daz retorted, "You're not dead yet? But it's useless because I'm a user of the dice fruit. My whole body can turn into blades, and swordsmen can't do anything to me unless you can cut through iron." Zoro picked up the fallen sword and pointed it at Daz, saying, "Thank you for making me stronger. I finally understand why Lin Hai practices that single slashing motion every day. So that's how it is. Looks like I need to train again." Daz was confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing this question, Zoro recalled Lin Hai's dark humor and blurted out, "What I say is none of your business. Does it have anything to do with you?" Wow. Once he said it, Zoro seemed to discover a new world. It felt so good to retort like that. But the main thing was important. He had to cut down that guy first. Before Daz could get angry, Zoro already held his sword and slowly said, "One sword style." One sword splits the heavens. A figure flashed past Daz, and after a moment he felt a sharp pain. He, as a user of the dice fruit, had always been the one to cut others. Who would have thought he would be cut himself? If Lin Hai were here, he would definitely duel with Zoro. As this shameless guy had stolen his powerful name, it was just cutting some scrap metal. Look how proud he is, talking about splitting the heavens. And in this battle, Zoro won. Elsewhere, the revived Luffy went to trouble Crocodile again, after fighting for a while in the palace. Although Crocodile was heavily beaten by Luffy, Luffy accidentally touched Crocodile's right hand and was affected by Crocodile's ability. Fortunately, when Crocodile, King Cobra, and Robin entered the underground palace, Luffy was revived by water again. The protagonist is the protagonist. He can't be killed. At this moment, Lin Hai and Smoker were arriving at Alabasta. Lin Hai said unhappily, "Aren't you Navy people too incompetent? You don't even know how to navigate this short distance." Smoker replied irritably, "If it weren't for you, idiot, constantly annoying me. I wouldn't have forgotten to bring the map. TCH, Lin Hai sneered, with your white hair and looking old before your time. How dare you call someone else an idiot? Smoker, furious, said, do you want to fight again? Tashigi weakly said, can you both stop arguing? How many times have you fought along the way? Lin Hai retorted, is it me who wants to argue with him? Every day, it's about justice and righteousness, but I don't see people calling him a hero, right? He's just a dreamer, living in delusions every day. Smoker was truly helpless. He couldn't beat him, and now he realized he couldn't even scold him. Frustrated, Smoker shouted, we're already in Alabasta. Hurry up and do your thing. Don't let me see you again. Ahem, of course, Lin Hai wouldn't pay attention to Smoker, but instead blew a kiss to Tashigi and headed straight for the palace square. Because the battle had already begun there, and even from this side, they could hear the shouts of the people. When Lin Hai arrived, he saw Nami and the others trying to persuade Vivi not to get involved. At that moment, as soon as Nami saw Lin Hai, she exclaimed in surprise, Lin Hai. Oh, Lin Hai, it's really you. Crocodile just said he defeated you, and we were all so worried about you. Chopper said to Lin Hai with tears in his eyes. Lin Hai was somewhat doubtful that he misheard, and he confirmed again, what did you just say? That I was defeated by Crocodile? Nami nodded and said, that's what Crocodile said, but we don't believe it. Vivi stepped forward and said, it's great that you're okay. Usopp, wrapped like a mummy, couldn't help but say, Lin Hai, you should go help Luffy. He's fighting desperately against Crocodile. Lin Hai questioned, where are they? Take me there. Sanji stopped him. Let's deal with the immediate trouble first. Look, if we don't stop them from continuing to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zoro agreed. Luffy said he has already found a way to defeat Crocodile. Lin Hai said with disdain, I still believe the captain's words. I regret not finishing him off back then. That shameless guy actually said behind my back that I was defeated by him. Nami, on the side, said irritably, forget about that for now. How do we solve the problem at hand? Think of a way quickly. Coughing, Lin Hai said, this is simple. With that, he hurriedly took out his outfit from his backpack. Now, no one could stop Lin Hai from showing off again, especially in front of so many people. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Soon, Lin Hai made a long robe from the leftover fabric of that day, put on a wig, took out the high wind from his spatial backpack, and tied it behind him. From a distance, he looked just like a sword immortal. Chopper's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, wow, Lin Hai, you're the coolest I've ever seen. Usopp shouted, I've seen this outfit before, back at the floating restaurant, and also at the little garden. Chopper, calm down. Chopper replied, let go of me, I want to dress like that too. Sanji said unhappily, what's there to be envious of? That bastard's robe is made from my curtains. Vivi couldn't help but twitch her eye. Sanji's curtains? Lin Hai ignored their complaints and used his abilities to slowly step into the air. Although Zoro and the others had seen this before, they couldn't help but marvel at the sight again. Those who were unaware of the details would indeed be astonished by Lin Hai's actions. After reaching a certain height, Lin Hai stood still. Although the spatial barrier would disappear in 5 seconds, Lin Hai had already improved it, so he could just condense another one. Right? Ha ha ha. Worship me, mortals. Oh no, almost lost focus. At this moment, Lin Hai was lost in ecstasy, but the sounds of fighting below pulled him back to reality. He then shouted loudly, residents of Alabasta, give me a favor and stop what you're doing for a moment. Was his voice too soft? Did they not hear him? Therefore, Lin Hai took out a large megaphone. Residents of Alabasta, listen to me. At this time, the people in the square heard Lin Hai's voice and all looked up at the person in the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai was very satisfied. Just as he was about to speak, the residents resumed their actions. At this moment, the residents were all fired up, so how could they care about Lin Hai? This made Lin Hai instantly furious, and he shouted again, you all listen to me first. Damn it, stop fighting. Can you just let me say something? Cough, cough, cough. Below, Sanji could no longer hold back and laughed out loud. What is Lin Hai doing? Giving him face? His face is huge. This is killing me. Zoro tried his best to hold back his laughter, turning his face red from suppressing it. Usopp and Nami exchanged glances. They were the ones who understood Lin Hai's feelings the most. Because they understood Lin Hai's character well, they knew what he was thinking and realized how embarrassed he was at that moment. Consequently, the two of them laughed so hard they rolled on the ground. Chopper, looking confused, asked, what are you laughing at? Aren't we supposed to stop people from fighting? Seeing her people making useless sacrifices, Vivi really couldn't bring herself to laugh. Sanji, seeing this scene, quickly put on a serious expression and said, what are you laughing at? Everyone gets serious. At this moment, Lin Hai descended from the air with a gloomy expression. Vivi, has the bomb on the rooftop been dealt with? Vivi nodded. Yes, following your instructions. I told Bell to take care of that bomb a long time ago. In that case, Lin Hai struck his coolest pose. Activate summoning mode. Come forth, Gaofoam. Suddenly, a spatial vortex about 30 centimeters in diameter appeared on Lin Hai's left side, slowly revealing a stunning sword. Zoro exclaimed, Hey, Lin Hai. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Lin Hai shouted angrily. They actually dare to disregard me like this. I want to chop them. Before he finished speaking, Usopp hurriedly hugged Lin Hai and said, Calm down, you need to calm down. Don't just go around chopping people. Upon hearing Usopp's words, Vivi immediately became anxious. Lin Hai, you wouldn't really want to? Lin Hai said with a disdainful look, I'm just planning to chop down all the buildings around us with one sword, just to scare them, not to hurt them. Sanji replied speechlessly, Aren't you able to use Conqueror's Haki? You could just knock them out with that. Huh, why didn't I think of that earlier? It seems I got so angry that I lost my mind. Ahem. Lin Hai's face turned red as he said, Usopp, let go of me. I'm about to start pretending. I'm gonna knock them out. Vivi asked, That won't hurt them, right? Zoro explained, They'll just faint, it's fine. At the right moment, Lin Hai stepped forward, slightly lowering his head, and before he even started to release his Conqueror's Haki, Sanji jealously urged, Hurry up, stop trying to look cool over there. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and said, I need to brew this for a while. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the square, gathering all the dust in the air into one place. Lin Hai looked up, his gaze sharpening, as a more domineering light blue air current enveloped the large square in a vortex. This was the unparalleled, world-shocking Conqueror's Haki. The previously thunderous noise suddenly vanished. As if everyone had been frozen in place, and one by one, their eyes rolled back, collapsing to the ground. After a moment, Chopper, coming back to his senses, wondered aloud, Why is there music playing? But sounds so exhilarating. Zoro, speechless, said, Lin Hai, can you turn off your sound system? You should be thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. Ahem. Earlier when Lin Hai was about to unleash his Conqueror's Haki, he was actually adjusting the background music, which was the BGM for when Mihawk made his move and Shanks appeared. In such a scenario, how could Lin Hai not have the background music playing to match his own coolness? Suddenly, Lin Hai exclaimed, What a bold move. Who dares to sneak attack me? Just then, Nami gave Lin Hai a hard knock on the head and said irritably, Vivi is heartbroken, and you're still doing such pointless things. Hurry up and check on Luffy. However, just as Vivi was about to take Lin Hai to the underground palace to help Luffy, someone crashed down from above, and it was none other than Crocodile. Lin Hai and his group arrived at the place where Crocodile had fallen. Lin Hai said, Vivi, do you have any sea prism stone there? Vivi asked in confusion, We do have some, but what do you want to do with it? What do I want to do? Lin Hai said with resentment, Of course I want to hand Crocodile over to the Navy and then collect the bounty. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Only Nami, with her eyes sparkling with berries, said, Lin Hai, you really are a genius. By the way, what is Crocodile's bounty? Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, said, This version of Nami is so charming. Let me handle this, Nami-san. Lin Hai kicked Sanji away and said, About 80 million berries. We're rich. As she spoke, Nami couldn't help but give Lin Hai a kiss. Sanji immediately exclaimed, Lin Hai, I want to challenge you to a duel. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, Can you even beat him? Sanji retorted, Do you believe I can kick you to death first? Zoro angrily replied, Come on. You perverted cook. Let's see if I don't chop you up. And so, Sanji kicked up, kicked down, kicked left, kicking and kicking. And Zoro? He slashed up, slashed down, slashed left, slashing and slashing. Everyone. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, Are you too toxic? Grow up. Do you really think I can't beat you? Thus, the three of them began to fight. The crowd. While the Straw Hat crew was dealing with the Kusha and Cobra armies in the square, Smoker was on the phone with his friend, Admiral Akiji. What's going on? Akiji asked curiously. Why do you have time to contact me, Smoker? Smoker explained while holding the Den Den Mushi. You must have heard about what Crocodile did in Alabasta, right? Akiji fell silent for a moment and asked, What do you want to say? Smoker replied angrily, Akiji, why do I feel like our Navy is really just the lackeys of those people, as that bastard Lin Hai said? I don't believe you would be completely unaware of what is happening here. How could Akiji respond? At that moment, Akiji was sitting next to high-ranking Navy officials. Although it wasn't a formal meeting, Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru were all present. Seeing everyone looking at him without speaking, Akiji could only say, Smoker, I know what you're thinking. Just do it your way. Smoker coldly stated, I think the Shichibukai system is fundamentally unreasonable and should have been abolished long ago. After saying that, Smoker directly hung up the Den Den Mushi, leaving Sengoku's office in silence for a while. At this time, Sengoku said, Akiji, I heard that the Straw Hat crew is also in Alabasta, right? Ha ha ha. Garp suddenly laughed. Everyone, don't be so serious. How about I treat you all to some senbei? Sengoku angrily retorted. Garp, you bastard, be serious. And you're using my senbei to treat people. At this moment, Vice Admiral interjected. Garp, that little guy named Lin Hai from the Straw Hat crew. You knew him before, right? Garp replied seriously, yeah. That little guy probably refuses to join the Navy because of those people's chaos. And now he actually runs off to become a pirate. Ah, I see. Akiji shook his head and said, that's just one reason. Lin Hai has even fought against the Celestial Dragons. If he joins the Navy, no one needed to say more. Everyone understood the consequences if Lin Hai was recognized by the Celestial Dragons. Oh, today's youth actually dare to fight the Celestial Dragons. How terrifying. Kizaru mocked. Sengoku glanced at everyone and helplessly said, so according to you, Akiji, Lin Hai is harmless? Akainu looked at Akiji and expressed his opinion. A pirate is a pirate. These scum shouldn't exist in this world at all. Harmless? We should eliminate him directly, especially since the Celestial Dragons are still looking for him. Garp fell silent. Not only was there Lin Hai and the Straw Hat crew, but there was also his own grandson. The concerns he had before were finally coming to pass. Sengoku naturally knew the relationship between the pirate named Monkey D, Luffy, and Garp. Just the surname was enough to guess. Seeing this, Sengoku said, Akiji, contact Smoker again. Let's observe the Straw Hat crew first, then decide on our next course of action. Not long after Smoker hung up the Din Din Mushi in the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna, he received another call from Akiji, who unexpectedly instructed him to test the Straw Hat crew. For a moment, Smoker was unclear about the situation and could only comply. Smoker handed the Din Din Mushi to Tashigi and instructed Tashigi, when we find the Straw Hat crew, turn on the recording Din Din Mushi and broadcast our situation to Admiral Akiji. Tashigi nodded. It seems this matter is a bit unexpected for everyone. Smoker nodded. The Shichibukai are plotting against the country. This is too vile, and the purpose of the Straw Hat crew is unclear. So Admiral Akiji's intention is to use us. As Smoker and Tashigi walked, they finally spotted the Straw Hat crew. However, Smoker and Tashigi were puzzled by how many people were lying on the road, many of whom still had breath. Could it be that they were tired from fighting and decided to take a nap first? Even more absurd was that 3 people from the Straw Hat crew were fighting. Smoker stepped forward, pointing his crossed fingers at Lin Hai and the others who were fighting, and said, Lin Hai, Pirate Hunter Renoa Zoro, and Chef Sanji, stop fighting and surrender. At this moment, Tashigi had already turned on the recording Din Din Mushi, and everyone in Sengoku's office at Navy headquarters could see the scene in front of Tashigi. However, Sengoku and the others were quite confused. Had the Straw Hat crew turned on each other? Indeed, pirates are pirates, a group of ruthless criminals. They must be fighting over uneven distribution of benefits. After Smoker spoke in the square of Alyabarna, seeing that Lin Hai and the others actually treated his words as if they were falling on deaf ears, he shouted again, Pirates, stop fighting now. Lin Hai and the others still ignored Smoker's words and continued to fight. In an instant, Smoker's veins bulged as he joined the fight with his cross hands. It went from a battle between 2 to 3, and now 4. Seeing the situation, Akiji awkwardly turned to Sengoku and said, well, you know Smoker's temper. Ha ha ha. Garp laughed heartily. That kid Lin Hai hasn't changed a bit, compared to before. He's way more handsome now. Sengoku's eyelid twitched, and he angrily shouted, shut up, you bastard Garp. In the plaza, after Lin Hai and the others fought for a while, they finally realized that Smoker had arrived. The 4 exchanged glances and stopped their actions. At this moment, Lin Hai smiled and said, honest Smoker, you're just in time. That guy Crocodile has already been knocked out, saving your Navy the huge manpower and resources needed to capture him. Seeing Smoker looking at him without speaking, Lin Hai continued, there's no need to express gratitude. As kind-hearted pirates, we don't need your rewards. Just give us Crocodile's bounty, all right? Where's the bounty? You Navy wouldn't go back on your word, would you? At that moment, many high-ranking officials at the Navy headquarters felt like they had been struck by lightning. They exchanged glances. Kind-hearted pirates? What a joke. Also, since when can pirates even receive bounties? And it's the bounty of a warlord recognized by the world government? This joke is way too big. If they really did this, the expressions on the faces of the high-ranking officials in the world government would surely be quite something, right? Moreover, it seems like the Navy never specified that pirates couldn't receive bounties, right? How I want to issue such a bounty? It sounds like it would be quite amusing to slap the world government's face like that. In the square, Smoker truly didn't expect that this damn Lin Hai would actually dare to think that. But you shouldn't say it now. Sengoku and the others are watching from behind. An enraged Smoker drew his cross-shaped finger again, pointing at Lin Hai and asking, "Pirates, tell me, what is your purpose for coming to Alabasta?" Lin Hai was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes lit up. The opportunity had come again. "Everyone, step aside. I'm going to show off to the heavens." Those around him, including Smoker, who knew Lin Hai well, could vaguely guess that this reckless Lin Hai was about to pull off another operation that would leave everyone in disbelief. For some reason, Lin Hai suddenly got inspired. After all, didn't he fail miserably the last time he sang? A real man should get back up from where he fell. Thus, Lin Hai said to Smoker, "Give me a few seconds." In front of everyone, Lin Hai took out a mirror, a comb, hair gel, a hairdryer, and other items, and began to groom himself right there. Smoker was bewildered. "You asked for time, and this is what you're doing? I just asked you about your purpose in coming to the Alabasta Kingdom, and you're messing with your hair?" Meanwhile, the people in Sengoku's office at the Navy headquarters were also confused. What on earth does that guy want to do? After Lin Hai finished grooming himself, he placed a small microphone by his mouth and somehow pulled out 2 big speakers. Finally, he sprayed some perfume he had borrowed from Nami onto himself. Nami exclaimed from the side, "Lin Hai, when did you take my perfume?" Sanji angrily said, "Bastard, how can you use Nami's stuff? Get it back to her." Lin Hai couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them because he noticed that Dasky was holding that phone bug. The current scene was likely being watched by many people, so he couldn't afford to make a mistake this time. Spraying perfume was because a pleasant scent could refine one's character and inspire creativity, right? Hey, does anyone know what he's planning to do? Is he going to sing? But this look is indeed very handsome, and he looks good too. Idiots. Is this the time to be concerned about how handsome he is? By the way, he hasn't answered Colonel Smog's question yet. At this moment, Lin Hai struck a pose. This time, he was going to perform live. As the background music of Chasing the Wind began to play, Lin Hai lowered his head, stood there with his legs slightly apart and straight, one hand in his pocket while the other slowly lifted as if grasping something, then clenched his fist. The audience suddenly felt a different kind of aura coming at them. It was pure, it was passionate, it was unstoppable, so cool yet not. Everyone swallowed hard, very curious about Lin Hai's next move. Before anyone could react, Lin Hai had already started singing, carrying the wind on his shoulders and stepping on the ground with his feet. Lin Hai stared ahead with bright eyes, singing and dancing with great flair, especially when he sang the line, stepping on the soil, deliberately pointing at the ground with his middle finger. At that moment, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, if anyone had noticed the expression on Admiral Sakazuki's face, they would have seen the corners of his mouth twitching beneath his hat. Meanwhile, Carp stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the projection from the snail phone, with a long stream of snot hanging beneath his nose. He knew Lin Hai was an eccentric, but he didn't expect him to express his emotions through singing. That's right, Smoker had been chasing the Straw Hat crew relentlessly, wanting to know their purpose. Since he asked today, Lin Hai loudly declared it, expressing the pursuit of passionate youth through a wildly cool song. This is the purpose of the Straw Hat crew. The Navy cannot stop them, nor should they. The lyrics of Chasing the Wind are filled with positivity and determination to move forward. Now, while the Navy was excited, they were also silent. How could a pirate sing such a song? Who could make the cold-hearted Sakazuki's mouth twitch? Who could make Carp, despite his age, drool like a child? That's right, it was that man, the man who was going to be flamboyant to the skies. Smoker, standing to the side, was inexplicably influenced by such passionate music and nearly jumped up to dance with Lin Hai. After realizing this, he couldn't help but blush. But when he noticed that the Navy officers behind him had actually started jumping, it made Smoker extremely annoyed. At this moment, after a moment of silence in Admiral Sengoku's office, Sengoku signaled to Akiji to turn off the video snail. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru, with her delicate emotions, listened to the song Lin Hai had just sung. The positivity and determination reminded her of her younger self, of the lost time, and those 2 fools who pursued her. Thus, Vice Admiral Tsuru turned to Carp and Sengoku, shedding tears inexplicably. Time, those beautiful memories deep in one's mind, truly make one feel moved. Kizaru, with his keen eyes, noticed Vice Admiral Tsuru crying and couldn't help but ask, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Vice Admiral Tsuru inexplicably replied, "Being young is great." At that moment, Sengoku said, "Everyone, let's regain our composure. Let's discuss how to set the bounty for the Straw Hat crew, and also talk about Crocodile. However, just then, the phone snail on Sengoku's desk rang again. It was the Gorosei calling. One of the Gorosei directly commanded. The credit for defeating Crocodile goes to Smoker. In a square in Alabasta, Lin Hai had just finished singing a song. The flamboyance system prompted, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a flashy flamboyant operation, causing some high-ranking Navy officials to fall silent and making Vice Admiral Tsuru shed tears. The host's physical skills, observation haki, and armament haki have each been upgraded by 1 level, because the host understands the importance of continuous learning and progress. The flamboyance system privately rewards the host with 1 chance to resurrect upon death, encouraging the host to flamboyantly reach for the skies. Resurrection upon death. Does that mean Lin Hai has an incredible chance of rebirth? What the? Just as everyone stared blankly at Lin Hai, the pleasantly surprised Lin Hai performed several backflips again, and then he crashed into a wall. What is he doing? Is he committing suicide? It shouldn't be, right? It seems he was too happy and flipped over to the wall. How embarrassing. Why was I admiring such a fool earlier? Smoker looked speechlessly at Lin Hai, whose face was pressed against the wall. How should he deal with Lin Hai? The Straw Hat crew really hadn't committed any crimes. They just set sail under the pirate flag. If Smoker were to capture them, under what pretext? Could he really say that he, Smoker, is a Navy officer and they are pirates? But they hadn't done anything wrong. If he doesn't capture them, they are still pirates. For a moment, Smoker felt he was going mad. It was all Lin Hai's fault for saying those things to him back then, leaving him in such a dilemma now. Frustrated, Smoker raised his cross-shaped pistol and charged at Lin Hai, angrily shouting, "Pirate Lin Hai." Nami immediately exclaimed, "Lin Hai, be careful." The Lin Hai who crashed into the wall fell directly to the ground, utterly speechless. Now he was going to be laughed at again. As Lin Hai got up, he saw Smoker rushing over in a rage, but he didn't feel any killing intent. Lin Hai, puzzled, said, "Hey Smoker, what are you doing?" Smoker swung his baton horizontally. "You bastard. Why did you choose to be a pirate?" Lin Hai squatted down and dodged, saying, "Why can't I become a pirate?" Smoker slashed down. "Isn't this era chaotic enough because of pirates?" "You idiot." Lin Hai sidestepped, saying, "That's none of my business. I didn't cause the chaos in the world. You should ask those old men." He continued, "Let's not talk about these annoying things anymore. How about we go eat and have a drink?" Smoker slashed and swung angrily, exclaiming, "What kind of joke is this, you damn pirate?" For a moment, Smoker attacked Lin Hai with his cross-shaped weapon, while Lin Hai closed his eyes and dodged each strike. What were they doing? Fighting? If it was a fight, why wasn't he fighting back? Colonel Smoky, don't joke with us. With your abilities, how could you not hit him? Get serious. After a while, Smoker stopped swinging his weapon, panting in frustration. Damn it. Why can't I hit this damn pirate? Does he have observation haki? Before Smoker could think further, Lin Hai opened one eye and said, "Why don't you continue? I haven't had enough fun yet. Come hit me." Smoker almost spat out blood. This guy was really asking for a beating. Smoker raised his cross-shaped weapon again, pointing it at Lin Hai, saying, "If you have the guts, stand there and don't move." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and retorted, "Good thing I didn't join the Navy back then. If the Navy's brains are all like yours, I'd." Smoker was chasing after Lin Hai with his arms crossed. And this scene left the onlookers feeling utterly powerless. Playing around was one thing, but when the king of Alabasta, Cobra, arrived carrying the unconscious Luffy, everyone prepared to go about their own business. Smoker, along with his subordinates, was escorting Crocodile to hand over to the Admiral coming to pick him up, while Cobra was the busiest, as there were too many matters to attend to after the battle. In a large room of the palace, the Straw Hat crew was asleep, while Nami and Lin Hai had nothing to worry about. Among them, Usopp and Zoro were moderately injured, while Luffy's injury was the most severe. Unexpectedly, he was poisoned by Crocodile's scorpion venom, but fortunately, Robin had an antidote for it. At the right moment, Nami shot Lin Hai a glance, and when they reached a quiet place, she couldn't help but ask, "You said you were going to deal with Crocodile back then, right? So what happened?" "Not only did we handle Crocodile, but we also took care of all the Baroque Works agents." "What did you do?" Lin Hai said with frustration. "Isn't that a reason for you to confiscate all the treasure?" "Nami, there are so many treasures, can I take 2 gems?" Nami decisively refused. "No, it's because you didn't take action this time, so don't think about getting any treasure." Lin Hai sighed. "Why didn't I secretly hide a little back then? Now it's all taken by Nami." He pretended to cough and took Nami's hand, leading her to an open area outside, saying, "I know you really like treasures, and since you want them all, you can have them." Nami's eyes sparkled, but she remained cautious. Based on her understanding of Lin Hai, she couldn't let her guard down. Looking at the shattered buildings in front of her, Nami recalled some past events and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect someone like Crocodile to be so dangerous. Just one person stirring things up in the dark has brought such serious consequences to Alabasta. Lin Hai nodded and said, that's true. But Wei Wei's father is already taking care of the aftermath. Nami looked up at the sky and replied, that's right. Looking at the situation after the battle, many people have lost their loved ones. It reminds me of Belmir. Lin Hai took Nami's hand, and after they sat down, he said, you can't just call her by her name. You should call her mother Belmir. How can you call her by her name? Remember that. Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai and said, I like calling her that. What does it matter to you? Ignoring Nami's words, Lin Hai softly said, some people are indeed hard to forget because their voice and smile have long been etched into our bones. Just like your mother. She not only raised you, but also taught you how to be a person, how to get along with others, what it means to pursue something, and what it means to persist. Nami looked at Lin Hai in surprise and asked, how do you know so much about my mother? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, don't worry about those details. Your mother taught you that you should share what you have with the people around you. One shouldn't be so greedy for wealth, just like that big bag of treasure I just took. Nami, you should at least share a little with me, right? Taking it all for yourself, doesn't your conscience hurt? If your mother knew, she would definitely be sad. Nami, who was beside Lin Hai, felt increasingly uneasy as she listened. It turned out that this guy had this intention all along. After beating around the bush with a lot of reasoning, he still hadn't given up on the treasure. For a moment, Nami's eyelid twitched. She had thought Lin Hai understood her well, but it turned out to be all a trick. Seeing Nami silent, Lin Hai turned to her and couldn't help but ask, Nami, are you even listening to me? Duong. Nami gave Lin Hai a smack on the head and then put her hands on her hips and said, Stinky Lin Hai, you should give up on that thought. I won't give you a single gem, Looking at Nami's departing figure, Lin Hai was really frustrated. It seemed that Nami's obsession with wealth couldn't be cured. That's right. Lin Hai absolutely didn't care about those treasures. A little while later, Vivi found Lin Hai and exclaimed in surprise, so you are here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Lin Hai turned to ask what you need from me. Vivi sat down in the spot where Nami had just been and said, it's nothing much. I saw everyone resting, and you weren't here, so I came to find you. As she spoke, Vivi turned to look into Lin Hai's eyes. Instantly, an inexplicable feeling of attraction spread between them. After they exchanged gazes for a moment, Lin Hai turned his eyes to the sky and said, Vivi, you're the future of this country, and I am a wanderer drifting through life. Do you understand? Vivi nodded and said, I understand. After you travel around the world, will you come back? Lin Hai shook his head and said, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day, I won't be here anymore. So, who can say for sure about such things? After a moment of silence, Wei Wei said, Lin Hai, thank you for your guidance and reminders before. You've made me understand some very important truths. Lin Hai was about to say no need to be polite when after a long pause, Wei Wei blushed deeply and looked at Lin Hai. Say, Lin Hai, quickly take your hand away. This is outdoors. Lin Hai awkwardly withdrew his hand and patted the one he just used with the other hand. How could he not change this old habit? Ahem, Lin Hai said, Vivi, your figure is the most beautiful in the entire Alabasta Kingdom. Why bring up such an embarrassing topic? To be honest, Vivi really couldn't help herself just now. It had nothing to do with anything else. After all, considering Lin Hai's kindness to Alabasta and their time spent together, Vivi had truly fallen for Lin Hai. At this moment, Vivi whispered, Lin Hai, let's go back. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, sure, how about we take a break together? Wei Wei looked up at Lin Hai and said softly, Lin Hai, I know you like to go on adventures at sea, but you have to remember, in Alabasta, there's someone thinking of you, waiting for you in the future. We made a promise, okay? Lin Hai nodded and said, since you don't regret it, what else can I say? Time flies. Let's go take care of business. Business? Space transfer. After a few spatial shifts, Lin Hai and Vivi arrived in a room. Soon after, Vivi frowned, then relaxed. The recent events in the Alabasta Kingdom felt like a nightmare, causing Vivi to initially show a painful expression when she recalled them. But thankfully that nightmare was over. It was then that Vivi truly appreciated the beauty of life and the preciousness of existence. Thus, she began to sing a gentle song. I drift, you sway, like rootless wild grass. When I enter a dream, the world changes so ethereal. Ah, love for one more second. Then just one more second. The fleeting moments bring distress. If one doesn't mind, then let's burn brightly just once. When Lin Hai woke up, it was already past 9 the next morning. Looking at Vivi nestled in his arm, he softly asked, when did you wake up? Why are you looking at me like that? Vivi sweetly smiled and said, I just wanted to look at you a little longer. Lin Hai gave Vivi's nose a poke and said, get up quickly. If they can't find you, the kingdom of Alabasta might fall into chaos again. Vivi then remembered and hurried to get up, but after realizing it, she wrapped herself in the blanket again. Lin Hai laughed and said, "It's just the two of us here. Why are you still shy?" Wei Wei's face turned red, reacting instinctively. After all, she hadn't gotten used to it yet. After the two finished getting dressed, Wei Wei asked, "Lin Hai, what about you and Nami?" Lin Hai smiled and said, "Just as you thought, but I will remember yesterday's agreement." Wei Wei smiled and replied, "All right, I have to go see my father. See you later." Mulan. When Lin Hai arrived at Luffy's room, Luffy was still sound asleep. Next to him sat a doctor who was checking on Luffy. Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "Has his fever gone down?" The doctor took out a thermometer, looked at it, and replied, "Fortunately, the toxins in his body have been cleared, and now his temperature has returned to normal." Lin Hai said, "Thank you, but if you need medical expenses, go find Nami. We have no money on us." The doctor was taken aback and quickly replied, No, you save." "Stop." Lin Hai quickly said, "Don't go through this. It's all their credit. By the way, where are my companions?" The doctor replied, "They all went to do their own things early in the morning." "Do you need me to take you to find them?" Lin Hai shook his head and said, "No need. Just let me take care of him." "Thank you." "Hee. You're too polite. Meat, I want to eat a lot of meat." The two looked at Luffy, who was sleeping, and the doctor couldn't help but praise. This young man's vitality is really strong. Even after being injured like this, he's still shouting for meat. Ha! After the doctor left, Lin Hai started to have some fun. Since Luffy was shouting for meat, he took out a fragrant chicken leg from his spatial backpack and placed it near Luffy's nose. To his surprise, Luffy, still in a coma, instinctively took a bite, but Lin Hai raised the chicken leg higher, chuckling, "Hey, you can't reach it." Thus, the two started a little fishing game. After a few tries, Luffy seemed to be having a nightmare, with a pile of delicious food in front of him. But he couldn't eat any of it. Although Luffy was sleeping, a very annoyed expression appeared on his face. "Duong." Nami returned and directly gave Lin Hai a violent hit, scolding, "Stop doing silly things here. Luffy's wounds haven't healed yet." Before she finished speaking, Lin Hai exclaimed, "Luffy, you bastard my hand." In a moment of distraction, the chicken leg, along with his hand, was bitten by the sleeping Luffy. After finally getting his hand out, Lin Hai quickly asked Chopper, who had just entered, "Chopper, do you have rabies vaccine here?" Chopper asked in confusion, "I do. But did someone get bitten by a dog?" Lin Hai pointed at Luffy, who was dreaming, and said, "I was bitten by Luffy, Duong." Lin Hai was furious. Why did this woman always hit herself for no reason? Lin Hai's face was gloomy as he slowly turned around, his tone low. "Nami, try hitting me again." "Duong." Nami replied, speechlessly, "Seriously, everyone is like this. I don't know how much longer Luffy will stay unconscious." At that moment, Zoro walked in and said, "Yo, Lin Hai, good morning." Chopper exclaimed, "Zoro, why did you take off the bandages on your body?" Zoro poured a glass of water and replied, "It was too troublesome to keep them on. By the way, Lin Hai, I need to talk to you. Can you come with me for a moment?" Lin Hai glared at Nami and replied, "What is it? Just say it." Zoro noticed something was off and quickly said, "Let's talk about it later." Sanji, returning and seeing the scene, immediately exploded in anger. "Lin Hai, you dare glare at Miss Nami? Watch out, or I'll kick you to death." Ignoring Sanji, Lin Hai said, "A gem." Nami exclaimed, "You haven't given up? Don't even think about it. I won't give it to you." TSK. Lin Hai gave up and turned to Zoro, saying, "Just ask whatever you want." Seeing Sanji still glaring at him, Lin Hai shot back, "You bastard. You need to take your medicine." "What did you say?" Nami slapped her forehead, wondering how they started fighting again. Zoro cried out in pain. "What does this have to do with me? You dare kick me? Just watch, I'll chop you two bastards." The three began a free-for-all. Chopper innocently turned to Nami. "Nami, what should we do? They're fighting again." Nami's eyebrows twitched. Duong. X3 Nami clapped her hands, and finally, it became quiet. Chopper admired, "Silk cake." After a commotion, the few bored people in the room went outside, and Lin Hai asked, "Zoro, is there something you want?" Zoro took out his sword and gently scraped it against the nearby boulder, which split in two. Lin Hai praised, "Zoro, you've entered the ranks of great swordsmen, but you're only at the threshold of the sword path. Only at the threshold of the sword path." Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Zoro immediately felt displeased. He believed he had made significant progress. Now, being told by Lin Hai that he was merely at the threshold, is that so? Zoro questioned skeptically. "How about we have a match?" Sanji, standing by, advised, "Hey Zoro, maybe you shouldn't push yourself like this." Chopper chimed in, "Zoro, you can't do intense exercise with your injuries." Zoro interrupted, "Stop the nonsense. I need to capture that feeling from back then. Otherwise, I won't make any progress." Ahem. Lin Hai, trying to act cool like Hawkeye's, took out a small knife from the system backpack. Sanji couldn't help but remind, hey, What's with Lin Hai learning from Hawkeye's? Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, don't underestimate Zoro. Be careful, or there might be another one lying in bed. Usopp held his head with both hands. What is Lin Hai doing? Chopper was still confused, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Seeing Lin Hai pulling out such a small knife to spar with him, Zoro felt insulted once again. Hawkeyes is the world's #1 swordsman. That's already recognized. But why is Lin Hai doing this too? Zoro's expression darkened. What do you mean by this? Lin Hai replied, I didn't mean to insult you. Just wanted to let you feel that there are vast differences even among great swordsmen. Zoro said playfully, you really have guts. But don't come crying to me if you get hurt later. Lin Hai laughed and said, show me your ultimate move. If you can hit me, feel free to strike. Seeing this scene, Zoro's eyes twitched. Ever since his duel with Mihawk, he had been training day and night, especially after his battle with the assassin Mr. One. Zoro felt that he had made significant progress. Could it really be true, as Lin Hai said, that he was still a rookie? A sense of urgency welled up in his heart. Zoro drew his 3 swords, struck a pose, and said, Lin Hai, today is different from the past. If you can't handle it, you better take out your sword and have a serious fight with me. Lin Hai replied, you can attack with confidence. Do you think I am such an ignorant person? Come on. Clang. Zoro drew his sword, biting the famous blade Enma with his mouth, and crossed his hands to grip the other 2 swords tightly, forming an X shape. For a moment, Zoro stared at Lin Hai like a beast, and this invisible aura startled several people nearby. Seeing the terrifying Zoro, Nami nudged Usopp, urging him to think of a way. Are they sparring? Usopp, in fear, replied, what can I do? Don't push me, Sanji advised. Let's not disturb them. Let's see how it goes. Just then, Zoro made his move. Demon Slash. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Everyone's eyes widened. They saw Lin Hai using that small knife to block Zoro's deadly strike, just like how Mihawk blocked Zoro back in the day. For a moment, sweat dripped down Zoro's forehead, and he began to doubt his life. Why? Why? After training day and night, putting in more effort than others, was it still like this? Noticing Zoro's chaotic aura, Lin Hai quickly sheathed his knife and explained, Zoro, you should know that I practice those simple chopping movements on the ship every day, right? Zoro nodded and said, indeed. Lin Hai explained, I'm not putting on an act at all. I set a direction every day and practice until a certain point before sheathing my knife. This mainly trains my control over force and my grasp of direction. But up until now, I still can't manage it well. It's completely different from a beginner's practice of chopping. Do you understand? Zoro nodded thoughtfully, but still asked in confusion. Then why were you able to block my ultimate move this time with just a small knife? Are you almost reaching the level of Hawkeye? Lin Hai poked Zoro's head and laughed. I can use Haki, which has already determined that I belong to the ranks of masters. Your speed or strength is of no use in front of me. When you fought against Hawkeye, your Ghost Slash's weakness was already known to him. I was watching from the side back then. How can I not learn? Up until now, you still haven't improved your moves. So it's not surprising that I can block you. So, did you jump out of the well? Hearing Lin Hai's explanation, Chopper asked in confusion, jump out of the well? What does that mean? Usopp and Nami shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Sanji said playfully, the frog in the well, huh? At that moment, Lin Hai's finger was still poking Zoro's head, and Sanji's words were like a fire that made Zoro's face turn red. Embarrassed and angry, Zoro shouted loudly, Lin Hai, I'm going to cut you down. Lin Hai quickly jumped back a step, while Zoro began to slash wildly at him. Therefore, Lin Hai closed his eyes again, letting Zoro experience what Smoker had felt that day. At first, the few onlookers were worried, but now they were numb. Lin Hai closed his eyes and said, haven't you eaten? Hurry up, using so much strength and not even hitting anyone. Aren't you just wasting your energy? Zoro's face turned red as he replied, stop nagging. I don't believe I can't hit you, you bastard. After messing around for a while, Lin Hai brought up his personal panel. Flamboyance system. Host. Lin Hai physique. Level 8, top level 10. The host's current physique, including recovery ability, strength, and bodily functions, has entered a high level. Observation Haki. Level 3. Enhanced perception of surrounding auras. Increased mental power. Armament Haki. Level 3. Excellent attack and defense capabilities. Conqueror's Haki. Level 3. Freely control and intimidate targets with significant effects. Mainly determined by the host's charisma. Skill 1. 1. Spatial field establishment. When practiced proficiently, as long as stamina is sufficient and speed is fast enough. The host stands undefeated. Spatial cutting. Cutting effect determined by the host's Haki. 2. One sword style skill 2. 1. Spatial / high-level application of the space fruit. Requires high-level summoning form to use. 2. Spatial barrier, unlimited, determined by the host proficiency. Items owned. 1. Spatial backpack. Only the host can freely enter and exit. The best place for a desperate escape. 2. Duga 9 Swords Inspired. 3. Basic swordsmanship. Learning. All difficult tasks must be done easily. The host is different. Only by facing difficulty first can one stand out. 4. Radio with existing songs. Chasing the Wind and the Youth. Specific BGM from the pirate world. 5. TT Hem Sausage. Dinosaur meat, wig, cloak, hairdryer, comb, mirror. System store, open, flamboyant coins. 1125 special note. The host gains 1 revival opportunity. After the host revives, everything is formatted, including bodily functions, strength, age, etc., returning to the state at the time the host received the reward. Looking at the special note, Lin Fan confirmed again, flamboyant system. Does this special note mean that no matter how strong I become or how old I am in the future, as long as I die and revive, I return to the state of the body when you issue the reward? Flamboyant system, yes. Cough. So it means that Lin Hai can live a normal life until he dies old? Without further ado, let's take off. A day later, Luffy was still sound asleep in the hospital bed, not awake yet. In the room, Chopper admired. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Zoro to be so powerful. The guy called Mihawk is even stronger than Zoro. Indeed, the world is so scary. Usopp said proudly, Chopper, you don't know. When Zoro and Lin Hai teamed up to fight Mihawk back then, they were completely outmatched. Just when their lives were in danger. Do you know who saved them? Chopper asked curiously. Tell me quickly, Usopp, what happened next? TS. Usopp looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said leisurely, it was me. At that time, Lin Hai was severely injured and had already passed out. Just when Mihawk's sword was only 0.1 centimeter from Zoro's throat. I shouted, stop. Mihawk was intimidated by my conqueror's haki and stopped. Wow. Chopper's eyes lit up. What happened next? Did you guys fight? Cough, cough. Usopp mimicked Lin Hai's posture from that day, placing his hands behind him, looking profound as he said, as the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk naturally has his pride. Plus, he's a sword fanatic. Encountering an opponent of my level, he naturally wanted to have a duel. In the end, I had a battle with him. Chopper couldn't help but swallow hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What happened next? Who won? Usopp replied later. We fought for 10 days and nights high above the sea restaurant, with no clear winner. The clouds in the sky were split apart by our sword energy. We realized that if we continued fighting, it might never rain at the sea restaurant again, just like Alabasta Kingdom, where it didn't rain for 3 years. So, I and Mihawk stopped the fight and agreed to meet again to compete in the future. Thinking back to that battle, it really brings back memories. I wonder how Mihawk is doing now. Chopper exclaimed, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Usopp. You have to protect me in the future. Just then, Nami returned and happened to see this scene. She really didn't expect someone to be so shameless, blowing their own horn in such a fresh and unique way. Nami expressed her admiration, ignoring Usopp and Chopper's antics. Nami said, Chopper, how's Luffy doing? It's been 2 days. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Chopper replied, Luffy is fine. He should wake up today. Nami looked around the room and asked, where are Lin Hai and Zoro? Usopp quickly ran to Nami's side and whispered, they're next door, but I advise you not to go over. Nami asked curiously, what happened? Usopp explained, you know Zoro is a competitive person. After Zoro lost to Lin Hai that day, he kept trying to compete with him. Right now, they're competing in stacking cards. Nami asked in confusion, stacking cards? What does that mean? Take me to see. Usopp immediately lay on the ground. I've come down with a disease that prevents me from walking. Chopper, remember to burn more paper money for me. I'm dead. Chopper exclaimed, are you all right, Usopp? Aren't you supposed to have a romantic duel with Mihawk? You can't die. Nami raised an eyebrow and violently pulled Usopp's long nose towards the next room. Usopp cried out, you could just go by yourself. Let go, it hurts. When Nami and the three arrived at the next room, they saw Lin Hai and Zoro stacking cards, which involved leaning 2 cards together to form a triangle shape, with a row of cards at the bottom, then placing 1 card flat at the adjacent tip of the triangle, and so on, forming a large triangle. Vivi and Sanji saw Nami enter, and Vivi hurriedly stepped forward to stop Nami from disturbing Lin Hai and Zoro's competition. Nami whispered, how long have they been at it? Vivi replied, since morning. Usopp said, that's not the point. If there's no result, they won't keep competing indefinitely, right? At this moment, Lin Hai continued to carefully stack his cards, feeling frustrated about why he had claimed to have better control over power than Zoro in front of him back then, and that Sanji had suggested this game. Now here they were, Lin Hai is really fed up. He has been stacking for so long, only to keep collapsing. And that bull of Zoro's, his competitive spirit is no joke, but Lin Hai is not willing to admit defeat. Zoro across from Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Hai with interest. Lin Hai felt like a fool. Why was he comparing himself to Zoro? Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Hai shouted up. At that moment, everyone watched as Lin Hai kept scratching his head. Then he messed up the neatly arranged playing cards on the table, picked up a handful, and threw them on the ground, stomping on them repeatedly. What kind of ridiculous game is this? Is this something a person plays? What control over power? It's driving me crazy. I'm kicking. Lin Hai finally went crazy. The crowd stared in shock at Lin Hai's unexpected outburst, and even Zoro was startled by him. Usopp, confused, asked, "What's wrong with Lin Hai?" Sanji replied, "He must be extremely irritated, right?" Nami said speechlessly, "Is Lin Hai a child?" The group's expressions darkened. It was indeed like a child, taking out his frustrations on the cards. Just then, someone came in and informed them that Luffy had woken up. So everyone was getting ready to visit him. Zoro nudged Lin Hai. "Aren't you going? Aren't I going?" Lin Hai retorted angrily. "What kind of ridiculous game is this? Don't you think we look like fools, being tricked by that guy Sanji to play such a boring game?" Zoro shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, I won anyway." "Aren't you going to see Luffy?" Lin Hai angrily said. "You won? You stacked up?" Zoro replied. "You couldn't hold on first, so that means I won." Hey. Lin Hai angrily said, "Bastard, take this kick." Just as Zoro was about to retaliate, Duan. Nami exclaimed, "Seriously, have you two not grown up?" Vivi empathized. "You really have it tough, Nami." Nami, with tears in her eyes, replied, "You understand me." At that moment, Luffy arrived, saying, "Oh, everyone is here, long time no see." "Huh? Why did I say long time no see?" Sanji explained to Luffy, "You've been unconscious for over 2 days." Luffy reflexively responded, "So, that means I haven't eaten for 8 meals?" Usopp exclaimed, "Why are you so precise about this?" And counting it as 4 meals a day. At that moment, the head chef brought over a pile of fruits, saying, "You're all here? Here, have some fruits to fill your stomach. The main course will be ready soon." Luffy replied, "Annie, I want to eat lots and lots of meat." Lin Hai, who was lying on the ground, quickly added, "I want noodles. Remember to add mushrooms and meat slices." The head chef replied, "No problem, coming right up." Suddenly, the cart full of fruits disappeared, and everyone shouted at Luffy, "Are you performing magic?" There was still some time before mealtime, and Lin Hai had a flash of inspiration. He wanted Luffy to experience his pain. After the head chef left, Lin Hai approached Luffy and said, "Luffy, there's a really fun game. Do you want to play?" Luffy's eyes lit up. "Game? Hurry and tell me." Everyone looked at Lin Hai's wolfish eyes and mischievous intent, their expressions darkening. Remembering Lin Hai's earlier crazed state, and knowing Luffy wasn't the type to stay calm, Nami quickly intervened. "What game?" "It's almost mealtime. Stop playing around." Seeing Nami give him a look, Sanji also advised, "Luffy, you just recovered. You should rest a bit first." Lin Hai laughed and said, "Luffy, don't listen to their nonsense. There's still some time until mealtime. You don't know. The game I just played with Zoro was really interesting and fun. Right, Zoro?" Before Zoro could respond, Luffy couldn't hold back anymore and said, "Lin Hai, quickly tell me what game it is. Let's play it first." Soon, Luffy set up a big triangle with playing cards, but after a while, he knocked it down. After doing this twice, Luffy's condition was just like the frantic Lin Hai from earlier, scratching his hair and then messing up the cards. Everyone stared blankly at the irritated Luffy. Chopper said, "It's over. Luffy is just like Lin Hai now." Nami said, "I now believe that Lin Hai is Luffy's brother." Sanji remarked, "The sea is truly full of wonders." Usopp added, "No wonder they came from the same village." Just as Luffy was getting frantic, he suddenly caught a whiff of food and instantly forgot his troubles, jumping up and exclaiming, "It's time to eat." "Lin Hai and Luffy, you haven't fully experienced that feeling yet. Come back quickly." "Stop it already, you bastard." Everyone shouted in unison. As soon as the food was served, Luffy went into grab mode. He wasn't eating because he didn't even swallow. Zoro said, "Luffy, you have so much next to you. Why are you stealing mine?" Usopp added, "Luffy, you bastard, you're stealing my stuff again. Then let me add more ingredients." Nami angrily said, "Don't come over." After that, Nami turned to Vivi and asked, "Aren't you coming to eat with us?" Vivi waved her hand and said, "I've already eaten. This is specially for you guys." At that moment, Luffy turned to Lin Hai and said, Lin Hai leisurely said, "I say, Luffy, what kind of behavior is this? Are you eating something? Don't get any ideas about hitting me." "Luffy, Lin Hai said with a cold stare, "Get lost. If you want to eat, go get it yourself. If you dare to reach your hand over, I'll take your hat and sell it. Luffy's eyes bulged. What? Sanji kicked over. You dirty bastard. Sanji turned to ask, Lin Hai, when did you start liking noodles? Didn't you used to like meat? Lin Hai laughed and said, actually, noodles are quite knowledgeable, mainly because of the ingredients. As he spoke, Lin Hai meaningfully glanced from Nami's line of sight to Vivi's. The faces of the two women inexplicably turned red. On the side, Chopper heard this and immediately started eating the noodles vigorously. Really? Are the noodles that delicious? I want some too. Damn, Luffy, I absolutely won't let you snatch it away this time. Absolutely. Not long after, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, quick, get some water. Chopper's choking. Watching this group eat like they were in a battle, Lin Hai irritably knocked on the table with his chopsticks and said, can you not be so willful? It's just a meal, making it seem like others don't know you're eating. Before he could finish, because the noodles in the bowl had soup, Luffy directly used his hands to scoop up the noodles. It was terrifying. Luffy, do you believe I'll chop you up? Zoro was really frustrated. He was just trying to eat. Why did soup suddenly pour over his head? After an unknown amount of time, Luffy asked Vivi, we are partners now, right? Vivi nodded and said, Luffy invited, come on adventure with us. The sea is really fun. Nami's eyes sparkled. After all, she was the only lady on the ship, and there were some things she couldn't say. Plus, after spending time together, Nami also invited Vivi, come with us? Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts as he said, Vivi-san. Vivi smiled gently. Everyone, thank you for your invitation. If it were before, I would have gone to sea with you. But now you see the situation. I have become a spiritual support for Alabasta, and I can no longer come and go freely. I'm sorry. Everyone fell silent for a moment, but Luffy still insisted, Vivi, won't you reconsider? We're about to set off soon, and we can't bear to leave you. Vivi glanced at Lin Hai subtly and smiled, Luffy, even though I'm not going with you, we are still partners, right? Sanji looked at Vivi with pity, Vivi-san. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said irritably, can you not show the kind of demeanor, acting like a love saint? Bah! Sanji immediately exploded in anger, shouting, you bastard. Just watch me kick you to death. Duong, X2 at this moment. Vivi asked, aren't you staying a few more days? Are you setting sail so soon? Nami explained, our ship is still docked far away, and I'm a bit worried. Vivi confirmed, so when do you plan to depart? Nami raised an eyebrow and said, tomorrow morning, I guess. When one day the raindrops lightly tap your window and the wind disturbs your thoughts, can you take a moment to think of this old appearance? Ahem. As the farewell approached, Lin Hai naturally wanted a bit of proper goodbye to Vivi. As night fell, Vivi hugged Lin Hai's neck and said dreamily, Lin Hai, I don't know when we'll meet again after this farewell. I will miss you. Lin Hai, sweating, replied, I will miss you too. Vivi almost lost her composure and, regaining her senses, playfully scolded him. You scoundrel, with your character, I can only hope you don't forget that someone in Alabasta is thinking of you. Outside, the sky had started to drizzle, sometimes lightly tapping on the windows and sometimes raging with wind and rain. The people of Alabasta had waited 3 long years for this heavy rain, and today it had finally returned. Tonight, Vivi felt happier than others, especially since Lin Hai had given her many things, not only spiritually but also materially. In the early hours of the morning, looking at Vivi, who had a complexion as rosy as a peach blossom, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, we are about to set sail you. Vivi gently chuckled and said, let me have our fast runner take you a bit further. Lin Hai nodded and said, ahem, are you okay? Vivi's face turned red, but she replied, don't worry. Although the water tank was full of rainwater last night, the water has already been taken out. On the Mary, the Straw Hat crew stood in silence, occasionally interrupted by the cry of a seagull. Everyone was looking at Princess Vivi, who was sitting on the back of the running fast on shore. When people spend a long time together, they develop some feelings and habits. Especially someone as caring as Princess Vivi. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has her own unique charm, making the farewell hard to bear. In the end, Lin Hai spoke up, Vivi, you should go back now. Alabasta is still waiting for you. Has that moment really come? Nami on the ship and Vivi on the shore couldn't help but shed tears. Vivi choked back her sobs and said, everyone, we are still partners, right? Luffy, with tears streaming down his face, shouted back, of course. Vivi, you are our partner, even if you didn't sail with us. We will always remember you. Sanji, like a love-struck poet, said, Vivi-san, I will definitely remember you, boohoo. Vivi also knew that this couldn't go on, and in the end, she steeled her heart, glanced at everyone a few times, especially lingering on Lin Hai for a moment, before riding away on the running fast without looking back. And the Mary finally set sail. Lin Hai glanced in the direction of the cabin on the ship, knowing that Robin was already on board. But he chose not to expose her and instead found his own spot to get a good sleep. After all, he had listened to the rain all night, and if he didn't sleep now, it would affect his looks. The ship quickly set sail on a new course, and the Straw Hat crew lay listlessly on the second deck. Zoro looked at them and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you guys? It's so lonely," everyone chorused. Zoro replied irritably, "If you miss Vivi so much, why didn't you just bring her on board earlier?" Upon hearing Zoro's suggestion, the others couldn't help but retort, "Sanji, green-haired idiot. Nami, you're so useless. Chopper, barbarian. Luffy, three-sword style." Usopp corrected, "Luffy, three-sword stylized scent and insult. Luffy, six-sword style." At that moment, the sound of a door opening was heard, followed by a woman's voice. You all still seem so spirited." When everyone realized who it was, they all panicked. Chopper hid behind Zoro and asked, "How did you get on this ship? Are you here for revenge against Baroque Works?" Zoro drew his sword and pointed it at Robin, asking, "Then tell me, what do you want?" For once, Sanji joined Usopp in pointing a gun at Robin. Six Flower. Robin used her ability to quickly subdue everyone in confusion. She then took a lounge chair for herself and explained, "Don't point such dangerous things at me. I have no ulterior motives. Because your Captain Monkey D. Luffy did something excessive to me. He has to take responsibility." Sanji immediately grabbed Luffy by the collar and angrily demanded, "Luffy, what did you do to this beautiful big sister? You better explain yourself." Luffy, speechless, turned to Robin and said, "Don't say weird things. Did I do anything to you?" Robin sat down on the chair, resting her chin on her hand as she explained, "Yes, when I had already given up on survival. You saved me." Luffy asked, "So what do you want?" "Hee." Robin replied seductively, "Now that I have nowhere to go, let me join your ship and be your companion." "Nanny," everyone exclaimed in unison. Usopp was the first to object. "Luffy, no way. She used to be the vice president of Baroque Works. How can we have such a dangerous person as a companion?" Nami agreed. "Usopp is right. If she follows us, we won't be able to sleep peacefully. By the way, where's Lin Hai? Why can't we see him?" Chopper seemed to find a sense of security and hurriedly looked around for Lin Hai, while Zoro pointed to a spot and said, "He has been sleeping since he boarded." Sanji couldn't help but say, "He is as good at sleeping as you, Zoro." "No, wait, we should deal with this woman first." Robin, sitting in the chair, ignored the comments around her and elegantly made eye contact with Luffy. Just then, Luffy responded, "All right, I agree." "Nanny." Everyone was startled by Luffy's response. Luffy flashed a sunny smile and said, "Don't worry, she's not a bad person." Robin adjusted her shoulder-length hair and smiled. "Then I look forward to working with you, Captain." "Ha." Luffy laughed. "Don't mind it, everyone relax." Although Luffy had agreed, the others had no trust in Robin at all. Nami, seeing Lin Hai still asleep, angrily walked over to him and said, "Wake up already." Lin Hai groggily sat up, yawned, and thought, "It's another day I woke up because of my own handsomeness." Everyone looked at Lin Hai's state with dark expressions. Nami said irritably, "The vice president of the Baroque Works is going to be our partner, and you're still sleeping. Luffy has agreed to it. So hurry up and come up with an idea to persuade Luffy." Lin Hai Gang stood up, and Robin elegantly said, "China D. Lin Hai, you look so handsome." Lin Hai was instantly energized and quickly took out his mirror to check. Then he spat on his hand to smooth down his tousled hair, turned to Robin and said with a smile, "You look beautiful too." Everyone almost vomited. What kind of habit does this have? Always smearing his saliva on his hair? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Due to time constraints and to maintain his image, he styled his hair with saliva. Isn't that the fastest way? This group of people is just jealous of him. Lin Hai, that's how it is. At this moment, Zoro quickly jumped aside, keeping his distance from Lin Hai. Sanji couldn't help but point at Lin Hai and said, "You bastard, can't you be a bit more hygienic? Can you change this bad habit?" Lin Hai turned to ask, "Are you jealous of me?" "Who is jealous of you, you bastard?" Sanji wanted to punch Lin Hai. Usopp quickly grabbed Sanji and advised, "This isn't the time for that. We still have to deal with that woman wanting to be our crewmate." Unexpectedly, Sanji's eyes instantly turned into heart shapes. He spun around and then said to Nami and Robin, "Ladies, let me prepare some drinks for you." Watching Sanji's departing back, Zoro and Usopp's expressions darkened. Forget it, they couldn't rely on him at all. Usopp said, "These people's stances are too unstable, especially Lin Hai. He gets flattered for being handsome and then goes to sleep." Zoro nodded and said, "Looks like it's just the two of us left. What a bunch of wishy-washy guys." TSK. At that moment, Nami crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, one foot on the railing, and said sideways, seriously, getting played like this? What a waste. That guy's been the vice president of the crime syndicate until now. How can that kind of woman become our crewmate? Clap, clap, clap. Usopp clapped from the side. Oh, Zoro agreed. Ignoring Usopp and Zoro, Nami turned to Robin and warned, even if you can fool those idiots, I won't be deceived. If you dare to mess around, I'll kick you off the ship. Robin replied, I'll keep that in mind. By the way, I have some of Crocodile's gems on me. Nami's expression changed instantly as she rushed to Robin's side, her eyes full of money, and put her hands to one side of her face, flattering, "Love you, big sister." Seeing this, Usopp and Zoro's expressions darkened. Hey, hey, hey. Meanwhile, Sanji had finished making the drinks and spun out from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Ah, love, the wandering love, I am just that charred body, lying down like driftwood with the waves, captivated by your beauty named Thunder. I am a piece of driftwood. Sister Robin, please have some tea." Robin chuckled and said, "Thank you, Sanji." Then Sanji began to twist his body while mumbling, "Love, love." Usopp sneered, "I knew it would be like this with Sanji." Zoro nodded and said, "Looks like it's just the two of us left. We must defend the last fortress." Usopp echoed, "Don't worry, Zoro." Before he could finish, Luffy called out, "Hey, Usopp." Usopp turned with a gloomy expression and asked, "What?" With Robin's flower fruit ability, Luffy simulated 2 antlers on his head and mimicked Chopper, saying, "Chopper." Usopp was instantly captivated, and then he joined in the fun with Chopper and Luffy. Zoro felt like he had been abandoned by the world. Just a moment ago, he was so resolute, and now he ran off to play. However, in the end, Zoro also fell for it under one of Robin's glances. Lin Hai, who was sleeping on the deck, didn't know how long had passed when he was awakened by a waft of floral fragrance. It turned out that Robin had walked over to him after getting tired from reading to gaze into the distance. Noticing Lin Hai looking at her, Robin couldn't help but greet, "Are you awake?" Lin Hai stretched lazily and replied, "I didn't expect that your fruit ability also has the function of purifying the air. It's really refreshing." Purifying the air? It's the first time someone has said that about their ability. Robin couldn't help but smile. "Do you know the significance of the D-Clan?" "The D-Clan?" Lin Hai shook his head vigorously and replied, "I'm not familiar with that. By the way, how are you getting used to being on this pirate ship since you just joined?" Robin turned to look at Lin Hai and shook her head. Lin Hai smiled and said, "It's normal to feel a bit out of place when entering a new environment. Just be casual about it. But with your abilities, you should adapt quickly. Look over there, what a bunch of kids still rolling around on the deck at their age." Just then, Sanji walked over and replied, "You're not much different." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji started spinning around and said, "Miss Robin, it's time to eat." In the Mary's dining room, Luffy was constantly shouting, "Food, food, food." Usopp said, "Sanji, I want meat buns." Chopper said, "I want potato pancakes." Zoro added, "And a bottle of sake, please." Lin Hai, "Sanji, I want to eat noodles. Remember to add various ingredients. If it doesn't taste good, watch out, I'll punch you." Sanji turned around, angry, and said, "You guys, shut up. The food will be here soon." Hee hee hee. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's really lively." Nami said with enthusiasm, "Sister Robin, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Usopp and Zoro, Hey, you must have taken her treasure, right?" Lin Hai sent out his Erguo again. "Come on, everyone gets a share." Nami said, "Are we drinking now? Someone still has to watch the ship later." Lin Hai smiled and said, "Just dock directly at one place." "What is the most important thing about being a pirate?" Luffy, to become the pirate king. Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman. Usopp, a brave warrior of the sea. Lin Hai quickly interrupted, "Stop. Don't talk to me about such distant matters. The most important thing is to be carefree and happy at this moment. Now, we have a new partner, and she's a beautiful lady. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Usopp asked in confusion, "But if we all get drunk and no one is keeping watch when we set sail, what will happen if we stray off course or if enemies attack?" Lin Hai stepped on the chair and said, "I'll keep an eye on the ship later and just drop anchor since it's getting dark anyway. Come on, cheers, and welcome Robin as our new partner." Everyone raised their glasses and laughed. "Welcome our new partner." At that moment, Zoro looked at Lin Hai with a different expression. Lin Hai angrily said, "Don't compare with me. How many bottles of wine is this?" And Lin Hai directly grabbed Zoro's neck and said, "Can you stop being so aloof? Quickly say hello to Robin." "Sister Robin." Zoro hurriedly replied, "I'm not saying it. If you want to say it, you say it yourself. You're just trying to get back at me for losing to me last time, right?" Lin Hai shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Zoro provocatively replied, "Want to compare again?" Luffy's eyes lit up as he said, "Count me in. Duong. X3 Nami side. Seriously, you all aren't eating?" After a dinner, the sky had turned dark. Lin Hai sat on a small platform made of wood on the main mast, what is known as the lookout. "Cough, what is there to see? It's pitch black. Who would come to plunder here?" So, in the starless night, Lin Hai began to secretly doze off. Little did he know, Nami sneaked up, and then the two enacted a scene of Titanic's astonishing love. Lin Hai said, "Nami, you spread your hands out, tilt your head back, and close your eyes to feel the taste of the sea breeze." Nami asked in confusion, "What do you want to do?" Lin Hai explained, "In my hometown, there was a couple who did just that on a giant ship, and I want to experience it." Nami insisted, "Don't be ridiculous. Robin is in the room. If I'm out for too long, I'll be found out." Lin Hai glanced at Robin, who already knew, right? She was secretly watching with the Hana no Mi. But it didn't matter anymore. Looking at Nami turning back and gazing at him with longing, what did Lin Hai have to worry about? In Nami's room, Robin was just curious about what Nami had rushed out to do at this time, only to find out it was this. For a moment, Robin's face flushed. Her breathing became unstable, and her heart raced. Especially the conflicting feelings of wanting to watch yet not wanting to, and not wanting to miss it. In the end, Robin silently began to watch, and Nami had no idea that someone was observing her. Lin Hai originally thought that, after Robin discovered it, she would retract her abilities, but, to his surprise, she became addicted to watching. Since she liked to watch, then let her watch to her heart's content. The next day, Lin Hai was sound asleep on the deck. Zoro was training his body on the main mast, while Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were fishing. Suddenly, there was a commotion on Chopper's fishing rod, and he caught a fish that weighed over 2 pounds. Chopper couldn't help but boast to Luffy beside him, "I caught a fish." Luffy praised, "You're amazing, Chopper." Just as he finished speaking, Usopp's fishing rod also started to move. And feeling the force on the rod, Usopp exclaimed excitedly, "I caught a big one." "Really?" Chopper and Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Usopp put all his strength into it and finally pulled up the fish, which turned out to be the size of a thumb. Luffy scoffed, "Is this a big one? It's not even enough to get stuck in my teeth." "Stop talking nonsense," Usopp retorted. "You haven't caught a single fish yet." Luffy replied, "Just watch me. I can definitely catch one." At that moment, Sanji came out of the kitchen. "Miss Nami, I made a juice that helps with beauty and makes the skin smoother." "Beauty? Smoother skin?" Nami couldn't help but glance in Lin Hai's direction as he slept, her face turning red. Hearing Sanji's words, Luffy and the others who were fishing simultaneously said, "We want some too." Sanji scoffed, "What do you guys need such smooth skin for?" Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion on Luffy's fishing rod. Sure enough, he caught a gigantic snail, which then fell and hit Lin Hai on the head. Lin Hai, who was sound asleep, was startled awake and groggily said, "Nami, are you hitting me again?" Nami's face darkened. Suddenly, the giant snail opened up, and out came a formally dressed salesman with a pronounced brow. Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Who are you? Were you the one who attacked me just now?" The person stood up straight and introduced himself. "Sorry, let me introduce myself. I'm a salesman, Lace. I encountered a strong storm at sea and was shipwrecked. Thank you for saving me." "Saved you?" Lin Hai asked in confusion. Usopp explained, "It was Luffy who fished him up." True to his profession, Lace quickly began to introduce his products and started selling. At that moment, Nami stepped forward and asked, "Do you have any paper for sale?" "Paper?" Lace replied. Nami explained, "Yes, big and sturdy paper that won't tear even in strong sea winds." Lace suddenly realized and excitedly said, "Leave it to me." He then took out a large stack of white paper and explained, "This is the highest quality Millennium paper. It won't be eaten by insects, and it won't change color even after being in the sun for 1,000 years. It's perfect for making family trees and drawing treasure maps." Luffy curiously asked, "Could it be used to make paper airplanes?" Lay's sweat dropped and replied, "Well, it can, but that would be a waste." Nami examined the white paper and without hesitation asked, "How much is it?" Luffy asked in confusion, "Are you going to buy it?" Nami replied, "Of course." Her dream since childhood was to draw maps of the places she had traveled, and good quality paper was essential for that. So she naturally wanted to buy it. Seeing Nami like this, Lays thought he had found a big spender. Based on his past experience, Lays replied, "That's a bit difficult. This is a very rare and valuable item. Even if you place an order now, you would have to wait 5 to 10 years to get the goods." Nami gently said, "Can you sell me some of those first? I'll pay whatever it costs." Luffy exclaimed, "Nanny." Usopp held his head with both hands and said, "Nami, who can skip meals just to count money, actually." Zoro was sweating profusely. Nami, who values money above all else, actually said she would pay whatever it costs. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Sanji, who was nearby, said speechlessly, "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Sanji then turned to Lin Hai and saw him banging a pot on his head, wondering, "What's wrong with you again?" Lin Hai exclaimed, "I must be dreaming. This is definitely not Nami." At this moment, Rice replied from the side, "I understand now. A set of 1,000 sheets of Millennium paper is worth 60 million berries. Just as Nami and Rice were haggling, Sanji directly tied up Lin Hai and said, "We'll buy it." Luffy asked in confusion, "Do you have money?" "No." Sanji pulled Lin Hai forward and said, "Je would Lin Hai, with a bounty of 300 million berries. We can sell him, right?" Lin Hai's fajid darkined. This guy was indeed a genius. Today, Lin Hai had actually been shown up. However, as soon as Sanji finished speaking, Lays immediately recognized the Straw Hat crew, disregarding the goods beside him, and hurriedly escaped on his snail. At that moment, Nami picked up the Millennium paper that Lays had dropped and exclaimed with excitement, "I can finally do my own thing." Saying this, Nami turned to warn them, "You are not allowed to disturb me. Remember that. If anyone interferes with me, you'll be fined 100,000 berries." With that, everyone began to focus on their own tasks. A day later, the Mary finally docked on a deserted island, and everyone excitedly went ashore, while Lin Hai was sleeping in his small room. After all, he had been on watch for the past 2 nights. Although Nami was with him, it couldn't stop Lin Hai from feeling tired during the day. As soon as they reached the island, Nami started assigning tasks using a lottery system. Who would go fetch water, who would go hunting, and who would collect fruits. Zoro was quite displeased and said to Nami, "Why should I listen to you?" Nami glared at Luffy, who was playing in the sand like a child, and retorted, "Do you think the captain of the ship would do something like that?" Zoro, speechless, took his sword and walked into the forest to collect fruits, while Nami went to use her instruments to map the island. Chopper drew the short straw and had to stay on the ship to watch it. Once back on the ship, Chopper looked at the empty deck and the quiet surroundings, and his interest was piqued. So, Chopper climbed up to the lookout on the main mast and pointed forward, shouting, "From today on, I am Captain Chopper." This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Chopper waved his arms and pointed at the empty deck, saying, "Hey, all crew members, look this way. Luffy, no eating other people's food. Usopp, you better work seriously. Sanji, make me something delicious. And Lin Hai, you have to share your noodles with me in the future." Just then, Lin Hai came out of his room, looked up at Chopper, and said with a smile, "Captain Chopper, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly." Chopper was startled by Lin Hai and fell off the lookout. Lin Hai directly caught Chopper with one hand. Realizing what had happened, Chopper quickly said, Why are you still on the ship?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "Who just woke up? What do you think? Robin, why aren't you going to the island to have fun with them?" Robin glanced at Lin Hai, quickly avoiding his gaze, and replied, "I prefer to quietly read." Ahem. These past 2 nights, Robin was indeed tired. At least Lin Hai knew she went to bed late. However, Lin Hai naturally wouldn't expose that. Glancing at Chopper, Lin Hai said, "Our fresh water on the ship is running low. How about the 3 of us go collect some fresh water?" Chopper asked, "Don't we need to leave someone on the ship?" Lin Hai patted Chopper's head and smiled. "Did you forget that I can use observation haki? I can still sense if anyone is coming within this range." "Observation haki?" Robin murmured. "Having this ability is really convenient." Lin Hai nodded and said, "It's indeed convenient, Robin. You shouldn't read anymore. Do you want to be a homebody? It's fine to go for a walk with us." "What is a homebody?" Robin interrupted. "Wait, I still want to read." Lin Hai directly pulled Robin up and said impatiently, "You should change your lifestyle and be more optimistic. Life is still very interesting. If there are mushrooms in here, the noodles tonight will taste much better." Chopper exclaimed in surprise, "Really? I love eating mushrooms." Lin Hai was puzzled. "Aren't you like Usopp, who loves to eat meat buns?" "Wait," Robin said, "let go of me, I'll go to the island with you." In the forest, Zoro saw so many fruits on the trees. He immediately put down the basket on his back, slowly drew his 3 swords, struck a pose that he believed was cooler than Lin Hai's, and murmured, "One sword splits the mountain, one sword cuts the sea, one sword cleaves the sky." Clang! The sound of the 3 swords being drawn resonated through the forest, startling some birds. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Zoro began to enjoy this feeling more and more. Now he somewhat understood why Lin Hai loved to show off so much back then. Ahem! Zoro quickly regained his focus and continued murmuring. "This is called the 3-sword style, the ultimate technique of the 3-sword style. Tornado." Zoro made his move, and a small whirlwind formed from 3 sword energies directly swept toward the trees above him. One by one, the fruits from the tall trees began to fall, and Zoro quickly picked up his large basket to catch them. Just when Zoro was feeling quite satisfied, unexpectedly, the fruits rained down from the trees, and then Zoro got buried under them. Meanwhile, Usopp began his personal forest adventure, claiming he wanted to become a brave warrior of the sea, but in reality, his courage was as small as a mouse. Yet he boasted louder than anyone. There he was, walking in the shadowy depths of the forest, when a single drop of dew fell on him, and he immediately laid down on the ground pretending to be dead. On the other hand, Luffy was climbing a tree and communicating with the monkeys. Although neither side could understand what the other was saying, it didn't hinder their communication through expressions. As for Sanji, he was following Nami, trying to be charming, unaware that Nami had no interest in him. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, Chopper, and Robin were also heading towards a forest. When Chopper was on Drum Island, he had never seen a forest due to the perpetual ice. Passing through Alabasta, it was almost all desert. Nowhere was as lush and green as here. At this moment, Chopper looked around as if discovering a new world and said to Lin Hai, "Is this the forest? It's so beautiful." Robin asked in surprise, "Haven't you seen a forest before?" Chopper cutely replied, "No." Lin Hai laughed and said, "I ask you, Chopper, how do you feel now? If you were still on Drum Island, you would be living in that small world every day, completely unaware of how wonderful the world is, right?" "Yeah," Chopper exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you for inviting me to go to sea with Luffy back then." "Wow, what's that? Is a mushroom?" Lin Hai quickly grabbed Chopper and explained, "That's a colorful mushroom. I've heard it's highly poisonous, so let's not pick it." Upon hearing that it was poisonous, Chopper immediately exclaimed in fear, "How scary, this world. Hey, hey, hey." Seeing such a pure and genuine Chopper, Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. "Chopper, you're so cute." Chopper was taken aback and then shyly replied, "Bastard, even if you say that, I won't be happy." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and went to the forest with the two. Soon after, the three arrived at a small lake, where the water was blue, and the lakeside resembled a scene from The Wizard of Oz, with butterflies dancing gracefully. Robin took out his book and lay down on the grass to read. Lin Hai said with a hint of sarcasm, "Robin, with such a beautiful view, why are you doing something so boring?" Robin replied in confusion, "Isn't it a pity not to read a book with such a great scenery?" "No, no, no." Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said flamboyantly, "The smoke and light, the mountains and colors are faint and hazy. The blue fields are warm under the sun, and colorful butterflies are flying. With such a beautiful scene, why read a book? We should sit down and talk about life. Discuss what happiness is." The blue fields referred to the small lake in front of them, not farmland. Robin, being knowledgeable, recognized that Lin Hai's poetry was pieced together. However, he was not familiar with the rich Chinese poetry, and Lin Hai's words did fit the scenery. As for talking about life, discussing happiness, when Robin recalled that night with the bright moon and sparse stars, she couldn't help but blush and quickly averted her gaze, not intending to respond to Lin Hai. On the other hand, Chopper was confused and wondered why he couldn't understand what Lin Hai was saying. So, Chopper couldn't help but ask, "Lin Hai, what do you mean? What is smoke and light? What is blue field?" And, originally, Lin Hai intended for Robin to continue the conversation, but Chopper's question ruined the atmosphere. Lin Hai, with a darkened face, said irritably, "Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Have you collected the water?" "Oh," Chopper replied, "I've collected it. Shall we head back?" Lin Hai's face darkened again. "Go back to where? If I go back, how can I spit? How can I communicate with Robin?" Lin Hai put on a big bad wolf expression and turned to smile. "Chopper, with such a beautiful view, why don't you lie down and take a good rest? Feel the beauty of nature." "Really?" Without hesitation, Chopper followed Lin Hai's suggestion and lay down on the grass to feel the gentle breeze. "Kimoji," Chopper said dreamily. "Lin Hai, you should lie down too. It's really comfortable." Can you not talk?" Lin Hai shot Chopper a glance and started to appreciate the scenery around him. In particular, Lin Hai noticed that Robin's figure was really good. Compared to Nami, they had completely different styles. Just as Robin, who was preparing to read a book, noticed Lin Hai sizing her up, she awkwardly said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Hai shamelessly waved his hand and said, "Don't be so stingy. Your figure is so good. Isn't it okay for people to take a look?" Chopper, like a troublemaker, interrupted and said, "Is Robin's figure really that good?" "I don't think so." Lin Hai turned his head and said speechlessly, "Can't you just not talk?" Chopper asked curiously why, looking at the cute and silly Chopper. Lin Hai suppressed the impulse to throw him out and replied irritably, "I don't know." Robin sat up and curiously asked Lin Hai, "Did you really fight against the celestial dragons before?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it was an autumn evening. The wind was gentle, the sun was bright, and a light breeze occasionally blew by. It felt like a mother's gentle embrace, truly nostalgic." Robin and Chopper were both confused, wondering what Lin Hai was talking about. Noticing their expressions, Lin Hai quickly clarified, "It was the day I punched a celestial dragon, and then I was offered a bounty of 300 million berries. So that's how it is." Chopper immediately became excited and said, "Lin Hai, If I also punch a celestial dragon, will my bounty? Lin Hai quickly stopped him. Are you crazy? Hurry up and dismiss that thought. If you're chased by a Marine Admiral, that would be quite interesting. Chopper asked in confusion. Are Marine Admirals really that powerful? Robin explained with some fear. Marine Admirals are the highest combat power of the Marines. Chopper exclaimed in horror. The highest combat power of the Marines? So that means Lin Hai is in great danger. Seeing the fearful look on Robin's face, Lin Hai stood up and interrupted. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's go back to the beach and prepare dinner for tonight. Noticing that Robin was still in a daze, Lin Hai pulled her up and smiled. Hey Robin, what's with that expression? It's just death at most. If you're not afraid of dying, then what is there to fear about a Marine Admiral? Besides, give me some time. In this world, there's really no one who can take me on. Chopper's eyes lit up. Wow, Lin Hai, are you already that strong? Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Robin's waist and said with a smile, Why are you asking so many questions, little one? Let's go back. After Lin Hai and the others emerged from the water source in the forest, Robin also returned to normal from her state of fear. Once she regained her composure, Robin realized that her hand had somehow ended up holding Lin Hai's. She turned her head to sneak a glance at Lin Hai, and just as their eyes met, Robin quickly averted her gaze, feeling her heart race. This strange sensation was something she had never experienced in her more than 20 years of life on the run. Lin Hai also noticed Robin's state. Her panicked appearance, just now, seemed to have been shocked. No way. A subtle atmosphere spread between Lin Hai and Robin. The only frustrating thing was that Chopper, holding a bucket, turned around and said, Lin Hai, should we put the water on the boat? This voice broke the evening's tranquility and those inexplicable feelings. Robin hurriedly let go of Lin Hai's hand and distanced herself from him. The intoxicating fragrance faded away, and Lin Hai's expression darkened again. Ahem, Lin Hai said gloomily, if we don't put on the boat, are we supposed to leave it here to be sun-dried? Hey. Robin noticed Lin Hai's gloom and rolled her eyes, stepping forward to say to Chopper, Let's go back to the boat together, Dr. Chopper. Dr. Chopper? Chopper's pupil shrank, and he stammered. Can you say that again? Robin, not understanding, repeated it. Chopper insisted again. Robin, can you just say that last sentence? Dr. Chopper? Robin tentatively said. Chopper immediately forgot about the bucket, waving his hands dramatically and pouting. You jerk, Robin, even if you say that to me, I won't be happy. You jerk. Fortunately, when Chopper threw the bucket, Lin Hai caught it. Seeing Chopper like this, Lin Hai really wanted to take off his size 40 flip-flops and slap him in the face. This troublemaker. So annoying. One bucket of water was naturally not enough. After Lin Hai put the water on the boat, Robin couldn't help but ask, Is one bucket enough? Lin Hai replied, Did you forget what kind of ability user I am? I have already collected enough fresh water. Oh, that's good then. With that, Robin walked back to his chair and continued reading his book. Lin Hai said silently, Robin, stop reading, come look at the beach. The sand is shining golden under the sunlight. Such a beautiful scene, and you're still reading. Just now, I didn't pay attention. But now Chopper and Robin realized it really was beautiful. Chopper immediately jumped off the boat and started rolling in the sand like Luffy did before. Hey. Robin chuckled. Chopper is so cute. Lin Hai complained he's not cute at all. Robin naturally understood what Lin Hai was saying, but in the current situation, she really didn't know how to interact with him, so she could only stare blankly ahead in silence. At that moment, Robin herself didn't even know what she was thinking. Suddenly, Lin Hai leaned in closer, and Robin tensed up all over. Lin Hai, you. Robin stammered, her emotions running high. Lin Hai gently wrapped his arms around Robin's waist from behind and said softly, Life has many beautiful things. Shouldn't you consider living in a different way? After a while, Robin said softly, Lin Hai, do you know? In the past, I lived a life on the run, always having to guard my own safety. I never expected that one day I would get to enjoy my time. Lin Hai held Robin's hand and chuckled. In my hometown, a sage once said that life is but a fleeting moment, like a white horse passing through a crack. Right now, aside from doing what we want to do, nothing else should become our stumbling block. Robin shook his head and said, You don't understand the energy of the world government. Lin Hai interrupted. We became their targets as soon as we went out to sea as pirates. If their energy is really that great, why haven't they caught you yet? I say you, the dream chaser, should move forward bravely. After a long while, Lin Hai and Robin began to play on the beach with Chopper. At this moment, Robin clearly looked much happier than before. Unlike earlier, when she always seemed to carry an unshakable sorrow on her face. Ha. 6-round flower. Robin playfully looked at Lin Hai and said, Lin Hai, do you admit your mistake? Lin Hai, with his hands and feet locked by Robin, did not respond to her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Hai tilted his head as if reminiscing. 36F? Seeing Lin Hai's expression, Robin's face turned red again. However, just then, a sound came from the forest, and Robin quickly returned to her usual expression. This scene left Lin Hai dumbfounded. Women are indeed born actors. They can perform so flawlessly without needing to learn acting skills. At that moment, from the exit of the forest, Zoro's grumbling voice was heard. What the heck is going on in this forest? It's like a maze. Why can't I get out? At the exit of the forest, Zoro, who was originally walking towards the exit, suddenly turned a 90-degree corner while walking. Indeed, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is a genius. Chopper turned his head in confusion and asked, Lin Hai, what is Zoro doing? Lin Hai replied with a frown. Ever since we left the small garden, Zoro's sense of direction has gotten worse. You're a doctor. Can this condition be treated? After saying that, Lin Hai said irritably, Zoro, where are you going? Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Zoro finally turned his head and found the right path. Once out, Zoro boasted, how about it? I collected a lot of fruits, right? After saying that, Zoro placed all the fruits he had gathered in front of Lin Hai. Lin Hai looked at Zoro, who was competitive and didn't allow others to point out his shortcomings, and said angrily, You're really something, Mr. Directionally Challenged. As soon as he finished speaking, a scene of chasing and running appeared on the beach. Soon after, the rest of the Straw Hat crew also came out of the forest as night fell. By the campfire, Nami pointed at Luffy and Usopp and asked, What have you two been doing all afternoon? I told you to gather ingredients, and you come back empty-handed? Luffy wanted to explain something, but Lin Hai spoke first. You sent Luffy to gather ingredients? Regardless of whether they were raw or cooked, he ate everything on the way. Luffy quickly looked elsewhere and pouted, replying, Lin Hai, stop talking nonsense, I didn't. Seeing Luffy's expression, everyone didn't bother to comment. Usopp, noticing everyone looking at him, hurriedly explained, You guys don't know, I had a great adventure in the forest. There was a gorilla the size of a small mountain. Such talent. Nami didn't bother to argue with Usopp, instead praising, Zoro is the most reliable. He gathered so much fruit, enough for us to sail for several days. Sanji quickly added, Nami-san, I can do it too. Zoro felt flattered by the praise, and while sipping his drink, Nami said, Zoro, could you go gather some more, please? Zoro spat out a mouthful of drink, thinking Nami must be a devil. It was already dark, and just because he collected more, Nami was so rude to him. Just as Zoro was about to retort, Nami stuck out her tongue and laughed. I'm just kidding. Turning to look at Nami, Zoro didn't know what to say, feeling like he was being played. For a moment, Zoro's face turned bright red. Don't ask. The book hasn't been released yet. Rarely seeing Zoro blush, Luffy deliberately asked, Zoro, why is your face so red? You didn't drink any alcohol just now. Usopp covered his mouth, trying hard not to laugh, causing his shoulders to shake. Seeing this, Zoro angrily said, Shut up. In Robin's eyes, Zoro's expression was extremely cute. She genuinely felt that the atmosphere on this ship was very relaxed, completely different from her previous life. And she had unexpectedly encountered a man who made her heart flutter. For a moment, feeling joyful, Robin covered her mouth, revealing a sincere sense of happiness, and chuckled. Everyone saw that Robin was no longer pretending, and such genuine emotions couldn't be faked. Thus, Luffy exclaimed joyfully, Everyone, it's time for a feast. Sanji, looking at Robin's charming smile while covering her mouth, was instantly overwhelmed with hormones, spinning around quickly, with hearts popping above his head, loudly proclaiming, Love, love, this is love. Hey. Nami took a prepared fruit and sat beside Robin, saying, Robin, try this, it's really good. Seeing Robin's puzzled look, Nami explained, Don't worry. The juice in this is not poisonous. Luffy and the others just drank it. Look at them, they're fine. Nanny. Luffy's eyes bulged in surprise. Nami, your brain really works well. Are you a genius? Usopp, with a black line on his face, commented, Nami, you devil. You really are something. Sanji kept spinning. Even if Nami is a devil, she's still so beautiful. Ah, love, this is love. Meanwhile, Lin Hai had a face full of black lines. Thinking that Sanji was really infuriating, Lin Hai said unhappily, What the hell? I just handed you the beef. Is it ready yet? Beef? As soon as he heard the word meat, Luffy's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Where is it? Where is it? How come I didn't know? Soon. Sanji came over holding a roasted beef leg. Lin Hai said, Beef has a lot of chewiness and is very nutritious. Especially you, Luffy. Don't just swallow it down like other meats without chewing. Luffy, with his eyes shining, said, Is it really that delicious? Hurry up and bring it over for me to try. Zoro asked in confusion, Where did you get this beef from? Of course, it was exchanged from the flamboyant system. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I tell you? Just sit tight, I'll cut it for you." After he finished cutting for everyone, only Luffy was left. Luffy quickly said, "Lin Hai, let me cut mine myself." "Don't worry, I won't steal anyone's food." Lin Hai looked at Luffy suspiciously and cautiously moved the plate in front of him. Just as Luffy said, he obediently cut off a piece. Before Luffy could make another move, Lin Hai quickly pressed down on Luffy's hand. From the information received through his observation haki, Lin Hai sensed that Luffy was planning to keep that small piece for everyone, while he wanted to hog the large chunk for himself. Sanji curiously asked, "What's going on?" Lin Hai shouted loudly, "Chopper, quickly hold Luffy down. This guy wants to hog that big piece of beef." "Nanny." Chopper jumped up and instantly pinned down Luffy, scolding, "Luffy, you jerk, stop stealing everyone's food." Seeing that his plan was exposed, Luffy stopped pretending and started to wrestle with Lin Hai. "Let me go." Luffy stared at the big piece of meat and said, "I want to eat meat." "Meat," Sanji exclaimed. "That's true." With that, Lin Hai, Sanji, and Chopper all held Luffy down. An inexplicable dinner began. Looking at Lin Hai and Sanji pulling Luffy's hands while Chopper clung to Luffy's legs, Zoro said speechlessly, "Just grill another piece." Before he could finish, Lin Hai retorted, "There's only this one piece." At that moment, Luffy said, "You guys let me go. I'm not stealing anymore." If you believe Luffy won to eat meat, you might as well believe that pigs can climb trees. Soon, the three directly tied Luffy to a tree, and Luffy stared at the piece of beef with shining eyes, saying, "I said I'm not stealing anymore. Why are you still tying me up? Let me go." Sanji said speechlessly, with that expression, "Who do you think you're fooling?" Chopper angrily said, "You jerk. We don't believe you." Usopp, sitting by the campfire, turned to Zoro in extreme disbelief and asked, "Is this really our captain?" Zoro glanced away, remaining silent. He. Robin couldn't help but laugh, realizing she had never been this happy in her life. "Ha ha." Nami, lying on Robin's lap, almost laughed herself into stitches. They really didn't expect to have such a quirky group on board. The captain wanted to steal meat and ended up being tied to a tree by his own crew. If other pirate crews knew about this situation, they wouldn't know what to think. The Straw Hat crew spent an unforgettable night on the deserted island, and the next day, they set sail once again. Lin Hai, as usual, fell into a deep sleep in his usual sleeping spot. The scenes in his dreams were enchanting, captivating, and intoxicating. "Oh, honey, try the grapes I picked for you." At this moment, Empress Boa Hancock was holding a fresh grape near Lin Hai's lips, who was half reclining on a bench, eagerly waiting for his response. Looking at such a stunning beauty, especially her figure, Lin Hai was quite satisfied and was about to taste the fruit when Nami handed him a drink. Nami gently said, "How about having a drink after finishing the fruit?" Lin Hai said with satisfaction, I'll eat some fruit first." Before he finished speaking, Robin helped Lin Hai massage his shoulders and said, "Lord Lin Hai, let me give you a good shoulder massage, okay?" "All right, very good." At that moment, Hancock dreamily held the fruit to Lin Hai's mouth, and he naturally ate the fruit. Unexpectedly, Hancock's face turned bright red as she exclaimed, Lord Lin Hai ate the fruit, I fed him. I feel so happy. Is this what marriage is like?" Lin Hai pulled Hancock over and patted his thigh with a smile, saying, "Don't sit there. It's easy to catch a chill. Come sit here." After a while, Lin Hai took a sip of his drink and said contentedly, "Nami, Hancock, you two help me massage my legs. Robin, you help me rub my shoulders." In reality, on the Mary, Chopper looked at Lin Hai, who was sleeping and drooling, filled with confusion. So, Chopper called everyone over to ask what was wrong with Lin Hai. Seeing Lin Hai like this, Luffy clapped his hands together and had a light bulb moment, guessing Lin Hai must be dreaming about a lot of delicious meat. Usopp retorted, "Do you think everyone is like you? I bet he's definitely dreaming about." Before he could finish, they saw Lin Hai mumbling in his sleep, "Robin, your shoulder massage technique is really good, thanks. Nami, a bit more strength, yeah, about like that." Sanji, who was nearby, shouted angrily, "Bastard." Zoro rolled his eyes and said, "He's dreaming. Why are you getting so worked up?" "What did you say?" Sanji replied, unhappily, "Even if it's a dream, it shouldn't be like that." Ignoring the others, Nami was the first to hit Lin Hai. How dare this guy ask her to massage his legs in his dream? Does he think she's his servant? After being hit, Lin Hai, half awake, exclaimed, "Nami, you." Coughing, Lin Hai finally saw Nami, standing there with her hands on her hips, looking at him playfully, and realized he had just been dreaming. Seeing Lin Hai staring at her blankly, Nami laughed and said, "Lin Hai, do you need me to help you massage your legs? And let Robin help you rub your shoulders too?" Cough, cough. Lin Hai weakly replied, "If you insist on doing that, I guess I can reluctantly accept." How shameless. Nami angrily said, Lin Hai, how dare you dream like that? I'm finding you 200,000 berries, so you owe me a total of 200,000 berries. Nanny, Lin Hai exclaimed. Did you fall into a pile of money? You want to find me for dreaming? Oof. Nami turned to leave. At this moment, Luffy finally came to his senses and said, Oh, so Lin Hai wasn't dreaming about meat, but about Nami and Robin? Usopp said speechlessly, You just figured that out? By the way, who is Hancock? Luffy clapped his hand again and had another light bulb moment. Guessing, I know, Hancock must be delicious beef. Ha ha ha, beef is the best. But it's so rare. Everyone fainted. Meanwhile, Robin murmured, Hancock? Could it be that Lin Hai is talking about the world's #1 beauty? World's #1 beauty? Everyone asked curiously. What? Luffy exclaimed. So it wasn't beef? Everyone fainted again. Sanji, sweating profusely, stepped forward to ask first, Sister Robin, is Hancock really the world's #1 beauty? Robin nodded. She is the Empress of Amazon Lily and also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, ruling the second half of the Grand Line. Nanny, the world's #1 beauty is one of the warlords? That woman is that powerful? By the way, Lin Hai seemed to have asked her to help him massage his legs in his dream, right? Everyone looked curiously at Lin Hai. This guy is really bold. At this moment, Robin asked, Lin Hai, do you know the Empress? Lin Hai said silently, I don't know you. Are you all too gossiping? Hurry up and go away. My beautiful dream. Usopp complained, You really dare to dream. That's the 7 warlords. Hey. Robin stepped forward and asked Lin Hai, How about I give you a shoulder massage? Cough, cough. Lin Hai quickly said, No need. Can't I just dream? Robin thought of something and wondered if this annoying Lin Hai. Upon thinking of this, Robin hurriedly ran away. Thus, the Mary sailed on the sea for several days, and then Nami somehow navigated. Seeing Nami looking worried, Robin couldn't help but ask, What's wrong, Nami? Nami pointed to the log pose in her hand and said gloomily, Is my log pose broken? Look, it's pointing to the sky and won't move. Zoro asked curiously, Could it be that the next island we are sailing to is in the sky? Usopp quickly denied, What kind of joke is that? How could an island appear in the sky? Nami, is your log pose broken? Lin Hai said silently, This is the Grand Line. Don't use your fixed mindset to deny the existence of sky islands. Robin nodded and said, That's right. As a navigator, you should never doubt whether the log pose is malfunctioning. Nami, what you should be thinking about now is how to reach the next destination. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately perked up. Okay, let's head to the island in the sky. Hey. Nami raised her eyebrows and asked, How do we get up there? Should we let the ship fly? Luffy nodded. Fly up. Duong. Nami directly hit Luffy and explained, To be honest, I don't know how to get to the next island, but Lin Hai knew a method, which was to take advantage of the underwater eruption's current to rise up, but the sea area is so vast, who knows where. Just as Lin Hai was about to call Nami to inquire about nearby islands, some discarded wood and debris, along with a damaged ship, fell from the sky. What is this? A ship? Zoro was the first to ask. Everyone also looked up at the sky as a broken ship fell down. Usopp couldn't accept it. What is going on? Why is there a ship falling from the sky? Luffy wondered. Is there meat on it? Zoro also asked. I wonder if there is any sake. Sanji said helplessly. Is this really the time to be concerned about that? Lin Hai quickly used his abilities to collect some tools and bones from a nearby fallen ship. Meanwhile, Robin immediately took out her own items and began to study them. Hey, Usopp said speechlessly, Robin, what are you doing? Robin chuckled and explained, Of course, it's archaeology. Archaeology? Everyone was puzzled. What is that? Lin Hai explained, It's just incredible archaeology. Zoro and Luffy responded simultaneously. I see. Sanji exclaimed, Don't you understand it all? After a while, Robin said, Based on the bones, this person must have died over 200 years ago, and the deceased was around 30 years old. Silcake, Luffy asked curiously, How can you know so clearly how many years ago he died? Robin replied, I deduced it from the evidence left on him. Nami, who was on the side, wondered, Why would a ship from over 200 years ago fall from the sky here? Lin Hai speculated, These people probably encountered a disaster on the sky island a long time ago, and were then washed here by some currents. Usopp shook his head and said, Do you really believe there's a sky island? Lin Hai said silently, If the sky island doesn't exist, then how did the ships fall from the sky over 200 years ago? Suddenly, Luffy's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Let's set off for the sky island. Hee. Zoro laughed and said, How do we get there? Luffy replied, We go directly. Nami, speechless, said, I already told you I don't know how to get there. If you ask again, I'll find you 100,000 berries. Lin Hai asked, Nami, why don't we first go to the nearby island to gather some information? Since the record pointer is pointing to the sky, It indicates that the Sky Island exists. We just don't know how to get there. So let's go collect some information. Seeing that no one disagreed, the Mary set sail for the nearby island, Kaya Island. Fish it up, fish it up. Not long after the Mary began its journey, a whistle and organized shouts were heard from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. Soon, a huge ship appeared not far from the Mary. The people on the large ship formed two sides, and a tall figure who looked very much like an ape walked out and said, "All the sunken ships in this sea area belong to the monkey pirate crew. That is, to me, the Salvage King Monkey, ooh, ooh." After speaking, this self-proclaimed Salvage King Monkey turned to the Mary and asked, "I ask you, what are you doing here? This is my territory." "Your territory?" Nami couldn't help but ask. The monkey replied, "That's right. All the sunken ships in this sea area belong to me. You haven't made a move, have you?" Lin Hai replied irritably, "So what if it's been moved? Just because you say it's yours, it's yours? If I urinate in the sea, is it also yours?" For a moment, the members of the monkey pirate crew glared at Lin Hai with unfriendly expressions. Affected by this oppressive atmosphere, Usopp quickly tugged at Lin Hai and whispered, "Let us not provoke him until we know more about the situation." Lin Hai turned his head in confusion and said, "With that guy's tone, are you happy? We are pirates, so